Welcome to Brawlhalla.
The birds are chirping, the bees are buzzing. That means only one thing. It's time for the Spring Championship singles action, starting off with Europe. How you feeling about today, TWK?
Man, this is going to be a pretty crazy one. You know, we've had a little bit of action leading up through. This is the second seasonal major for the year. The start of the year had a crazy shakeup, especially in the regions that we're going to be looking at today. And I don't know, we had a little bit of an invitational in between those two, and here we are, Spring Championship. Everybody just finds out. How has the work actually been shaping up now that we're back to open tournament?
Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like Winters is where we have that big shakeup right after the World Championship. Yep. People are shaking off the rust. Then we get into Springs and it's okay, we're starting to get more into our groove. We're starting to see who's being consistent and who's maybe struggling a little bit, as we'll find out later today. We've seen some people already struggling, some big names already in the lower bracket. And if you're confused about what that means, well, we'll tell you, because we got to tell you the format. It is, of course, all best of fives for the portion that you'll see today. In the top 32, of course, double elimination. That means we've got our winner side. And then if you get knocked out, you go down to the elimination side of the bracket.
Yeah, and if you lose there, that's where your tournament run ends. And unfortunately, your shot at that $100,000 prize pool, you want to push your way as far through the bracket to get the largest chunk of that.
Yeah, you want a big chunk of that. I'm sure some people have already taken some of it from their doubles portion last weekend, but you want some of the singles as well. You also want that title, and maybe you want your opportunity to go to the mid-season invitational.
Ooh, yeah. That's what makes this extra crazy, because this is the final event to get those qualification points to find out who we actually have in that mid-season invitational.
That's right. We're inviting people from every region. We've already more or less determined the Australian and Southeast Asian invites, but we're going to find out Europe today. I believe it's, 13 people from EU, 4 from North America. Look, you can see it there. You don't have to just trust my numbers.
Hey.
But 13 from North America and EU, and then 4 from South America. So we'll roughly figure out the next 17 people in by the end of today.
Wow, that is actually pretty wild. Pretty wild. And then I imagine they'll have to crunch all the numbers once these results stack out, and over the course of this coming week, everyone will know.
Yeah, it is a bit unfortunate. The number system is a very complex growing beast that changes as the tournament progresses. So it's not as simple as winning one match will be the decider generally. What ends up happening is how other people place will affect the PR numbers. So we'll figure it out, and then it'll probably go out sometime in the next week. Okay,
yeah, that makes sense. Now, I know we're looking at the European region first today. This one, there's a lot to say about this one, and I know you are more keen on looking at who is going to be making it into that mid-season invitational, who's kind of hanging out right at that edge of those points for making the qualification.
Yeah, so of course we're talking about how this is the opportunity to get invites. Some of the top people, it's pretty hard for them not to get an invite, but there's some people who, depending on how they play today, they may or may not get that invite. For some of these people, every single match brings them just that much closer to getting the flight and hotel to the Midseason Invitational here in Atlanta, Georgia. And so we're going to talk about someone who's on the come-up, someone who I have to admit is struggling a little bit today because they're in the elimination side of the bracket. Let's talk about Sarm.
Ooh, okay. All right. Sarme, you said it, been doing significantly well recently. I think it was in the most recent tournament. I've got to check. It's one of these top 3. Sarme actually had a 5th place finish, solidly inside top 8. Did really well for their qualification points there. But, it hasn't really been as consistent as you would like throughout the other tournaments in that first 3 of the year.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Sarme is coming in. Yep, PR number 10 has 1 top 8 placement, but it was recent enough that their PR is relatively high. But at the same time, like we're saying, if they don't place well today, if they're outside the top 32, they might not be within that 13-player window to get the flight and hotel.
So you were telling me a little bit of cheating, a little bit of looking at the bracket ahead of schedule here. If people type in !bracket, they can kind of take a look at
maybe see some stuff.
Some of the information that you're giving us off the cuff. You're saying Sarme's having trouble today?
Yeah, Sarme got knocked down relatively quick. I think it was inside the top 64, got beaten out, and is now going to have to make the lower bracket run. So again, to that point that we're talking about, this is going to be a very intense lower bracket run. If they lose basically anywhere from here to top 8, I think it's going to make it very hard for them to get that flight. But one thing that's going well for Sarme is, of course, they're coming in. They've got the Koja. We saw the Mordex in the clips as well. 2 really strong characters in the current meta. We're seeing a lot of the Mordexes start to come out. People loving that Scythe again. And we're starting to see the Kojis come out. People loving the bow, loving the sword.
Yeah, I do always want to reiterate every time that somebody goes into that elimination bracket so early in a tournament, it's pretty grueling. It's not just the pressure of, oh no, I can only lose 1 more and then I'm out of the tournament. It actually, just because of the way that it shuffles out of everybody's got 2 chances through this bracket, it doubles the amount of matches that you need to play from the moment that you get knocked into that elimination bracket. It turns your sprint to the finish into a marathon, and that can be grueling. It's a lot. It drains a lot of stamina from these players.
Yeah, it takes so much more. Like you said, doubling the number of matches you have to play. So it's going to be a real test. You're going to have to really earn your wins and earn your spot in that invite. I think Sarme can do it, but given the fact that they're, again, on the younger side, they're relatively new to competition. If it's someone like Simple, I'm like, I've seen you do it before. I got to believe in you. But Sarme, I don't know.
I guess we're going to find out. But you know what? He's not alone in those struggles. Because we've got a couple other players that we're going to bring up who are in that similar situation, right on the cusp of qualification, depending on how they do today. And I think the next one we were going to look at was Zyder.
Yeah, Zyder's another one. Zyder, funny enough, was actually tweeting out that they're very aware of their position, but they're feeling good today. So I have a lot of faith in Zyder. But it's a similar position. Like we're going like PR 10, now we're going to PR number 11. So a little bit of an even harder spot to be in, but the good thing is Zyder isn't in the elimination bracket just yet.
I mean, that's a great start. You've always got to be happy with that. You're busted into those top 32s, winner's side. You feel pretty good. The top 8 qualifier isn't that far out of reach. And you know what? In those 3 tournaments that we've had since the start of the year already, Zyder also has a solid top 8 finish amongst those.
Yeah, Zyder's been good. Zyder's interesting to me because Zyder's been around for a little while, a lot more than Sarme has. Hasn't seen those big pops, hasn't really podiumed or anything like that, but still has been enough of a fringe conversation point that we're going to be like, oh yeah, I remember Zyder. I remember you getting top 8 in that tournament.
Yeah, let's take a look at Zyder's stats. Bring him on up. There it is. That bronze medal actually has a podium placement there. This is like his entire history. 6 top 8 placements, 21 top 32. That is significant there. But remember, since there are only 13 invitation slots, those top 32s, not quite good enough in a lot of cases.
Yeah, again, you want to be inside the top 8. Top 8 is where you can sit comfortably.
You feel safe.
Yeah, you're like, okay, I think I did well enough. Obviously, you want to go for the gold. You want to go home spring champion. But if you want at least a sigh of relief and to know that you get to start packing your luggage, top 8 is a good spot to be in. Zyder's coming in. We've seen him play all sorts of characters. Generally, I'm expecting a spear to come out, which, again, is really good with the current meta. We're seeing a lot of spears come out, especially in EU. We're seeing the Wushangs, we're seeing the Brins, we're seeing the Hattoris come out.
Always, a lot of those mainstays. That's what a lot of people have come to expect from anybody who plays that weapon, they've got a bunch of off-meta picks, some of the long-standing meta picks. It just gives them a pretty sizable roster to choose from whenever they need to change whatever their off weapon is, depending on the matchup.
Yeah, sometimes you want something consistent for the KO. Sometimes you want something that can build up damage a little faster. Sometimes you just want something that hits really hard. You find the thing that works well alongside your spear.
Lot of solid options. Now, I know we're going to start looking over. Did you happen to check how Zyder's doing today in the bracket?
I don't know. I'm looking over towards my bald friend over there who has the bracket open. Because,
I see.
Like I said, I think Zyder's doing well, sitting in the top side. Yeah, top 32.
Okay.
So I think Zyder's comfortable for now. But, of course, you're not out of the woods yet.
All right. But, all right. Well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Because, there was somebody we wanted to talk about, but we're skipping right on over to another one who's having a difficult time of things recently. I'm talking about Hysen, because he's actually one of those players in those past 3 recent tournaments. He's one of the ones that's right on that cusp who doesn't have a solid top 8 placement to speak of.
Hysen is one of those people who's been in the scene for, I would say, longer than Zyder. And it's always interesting to me because Hysen, I always felt like was one of those people who was consistently discounted. Like he would team with other people, and generally that other person would shine, right? Like I'm thinking of like when he was teaming with Simple, and he was a good player, but he almost always got outshined. But then when you look at the numbers, he's not really getting the placements that I was expecting from him.
Yeah, I mean, he does absolutely phenomenal. Anytime that we see him in the 2v2 scene, anybody he pairs with does a phenomenal job. He just kind of fills in those gaps so perfectly. But the 1v1 space, it's a little bit more shaky. You see a long history, several podium placements, but look at those sizable chunks, top 8s, top 32s, even doubling throughout there. I mean, these lifetime earnings definitely speak for it, but I don't know. I feel like a lot of times the age is starting to show a little.
Yeah, it is interesting, right? We talked about 2 of the kind of younger people, 2 people who have been in the scene for maybe less time. It's interesting. We're getting like older and older as we go. Like not Benjamin Button, like actual normal people aging. But either way,
that is how time works.
Yeah, that's how time works. Hysen coming in, like he's been in the scene for a really long time. Like I said, he's had these pops where he does really, really well, but he's just outside of the invites right now. It's not a guaranteed invite for him.
Ooh, man, yeah, I'm looking for clips like that today. That'll definitely rocket him straight into the invitational slots. Because, you know what, it feels weird saying this about, like, somebody who is, one of the 15 best players in their region, that it's like, they've slid down a little bit, and that's just because the mid-season invitational, it's only 13 invite slots. It's super, super exclusive.
It's very tough, and it's going to be a fight, but the good thing is I think Hysen is also still sitting on the top side, the winner side for now, so he's not in the thick of it. He's not in the swamps having to fight it out, but at the same time, I'm looking for some great stuff from Hysen. I'm expecting maybe like a Thor to come out, maybe a Bodvar. He's kind of got a pretty large character pool. We've also seen like a Petra, we've seen a Val. I think we saw a Mordex in the clips as well. Like he can kind of spread out to all sorts of things.
Yeah, I mean, some of those Scythe clips that just kind of played, I mean, that was a thing of beauty. Just pure motion to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. We got one more name we want to talk about before we get into our predictions portions of things. We're going to be talking about Delta. Another one of the up-and-comers for the region. Delta kind of burst out, came in swinging with that Taros, which is funny enough, because I was commenting the other day about how I think like a lot of the newcomers are coming in and they're just doing well with Taros. They're people who've like put in a lot of time with Taros and are suddenly starting to find their stride, kind of like thinking about like Luna in North America.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those things. Any of those, large, heavy weapons, it's really just as soon as you start finding the places that you can actually swing it, everything just kind of starts falling into place. It's a game of inches at that point, and when you start seeing gains, they are massive.
The big thing that's working really well for Delta is like, look at the general ratios of his placements. Of the times he gets top 32s, 3 of them are in the top 8. Of the times he gets into the top 8, 1 of them was a gold medal. 25% of the time when he gets into the top 32, he gets a gold medal. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that is actually phenomenal. I mean, you saw it right there in the stats. Again, relatively new to the scene, but massive breakout performances pretty early in the career. and back to back to back.
Yeah, absolutely. I think 100% of the time, Hazer Delta, or well, formerly Hazer Delta, now Delta, will be coming in with that Terrace. That seems to be the thing that's been working out the best for him. Love to see it. Want to see him do well. And of course, it's going to be hard because he is another one of those people in the lower side. Lost earlier today to Pavelski, and now has to do, like you said, the doubles, the extra sets.
Man, so we've got a couple of these people that are right on that edge of qualification that have a marathon run ahead of them today. This is going to be crazy. This is going to be absolutely crazy. I mean, because we're going to have so much of this action here on twitch.tv/Brawlhalla, but we also have other matches going on, twitch.tv/Pro Brawlhalla. So definitely keep an eye down there for some of the elimination bracket matches, just to see if these players can actually chart their course through those treacherous waters.
Yeah, those matches over at twitch.tv/Pro Brawlhalla are going to be so incredibly important because, like we have been reiterating time and time again here today, some of those matches are going to be the decider between getting an invite to the midseason invitational and not, and they're going to be happening, again, over on that side stream. We'll be having the winner side of the brackets here on twitch.tv/Brawlhalla. We'll get into the top 8 and all that good stuff. If you watch tournaments, you know the goodness, but I think it's time to get into our predictions.
All right, so now we're looking at main tournament as a whole. Who's going to be grabbing the straight-up top 3? I know I usually lead these off. Do you want me to lead this off once again?
Sure, why not?
All right. So I'm going to say third place. I think it would be crazy not to have this person in your top 3.
Okay.
Just because their run of domination was so incredibly long up until this year. So third place, I'm giving that bronze medal to Acno.
Okay.
I know. I'm probably hearing some shocked gasps and cries.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Acno, why isn't
Everyone
he,
held
in grand
their
finals?
breaths, and they
What's
all
going
froze, and were just
I'll
gasp.
tell you why. I'll tell you why.
Okay.
I'm a Swata fanboy. I'm giving him the second place finish. He's been so incredibly consistent throughout the top 8s, and when he pops off, it's like the stars align. He looks completely unstoppable.
Okay.
Looks completely unstoppable. Not actually is, because first place, I'm giving it to the one who's actually unstoppable this year, Godly. It's got to be first place for Godly. It has just been such an absolute tear throughout the start of the year, just several tournaments running now, and it seems like it's not even close. So that's got to be my top 3 predictions.
Okay. You know what? I like the names that you said. I don't like the order.
Why not, Duke?
Because I have my own predictions that are in a different order.
You jerk.
In third place, I have similar feelings to you. I think Swat is a great player. I'm putting him in that third spot, though, mostly because that's what's happened this year. If you look at all the brackets that he's got there.
Come on, man.
This is what happens.
Come on.
In second place, you got to give it to the king of EU. You got to give it to Acno. Of course, longtime 2v2 king, has had, like you said, one of the most dominant runs. But at the end of the day, what's a king to a god? I go to the Church of Godly, and I think he's going home with the gold. Another gold medal for the king. He's taken every gold medal this year.
Yeah.
It's crazy, and I think he's going to take another one.
If you just jumble up the letters in his name, it's just gold. Why?
Gold.
Why for yes?
Yeah. Why gold? Gold. Yes.
Gold,
Absolutely.
Gold, yes.
If you're asking the question, yes, he's getting the gold. But if you want to put your predictions out there in the Twitterverse, if you want to social media alongside us, hashtag BHEsports on Twitter with your predictions, and then you can tag me, tag TWK, and we'll tell you that we think you're wrong, and because we already said our predictions. Either way, you can put it out on the social medias. If you want to watch some of those matches, some of those really important spots to get into the midseason invitational, you got to have twitch.tv/Pro Brawlhalla open in a second tab.
Yeah, and that pretty much does it for our pre-show. All the information, the stage is set. We're going to be getting into watching some of these matches unfold. Do you have any parting words, Duke?
No, it's going to be an exciting day. EU is always wild. So many people that we didn't expect already in the lower bracket. Blaze in the lower bracket, Simple in the lower bracket, Sarm in the lower bracket, Delta in the lower bracket, Fozy in the lower bracket. There's so many names, and
Who's
it's going to be wild.
Bracket?
I know.
What?
A Godly.
All right. Hey. Okay.
But
predictions are safe.
It's time to take a short little break, and when we come back, we'll be bringing you the top 32 of the 1v1 Spring Championship. Stick around.
not see this as much because it's a smaller stage, but something that made. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no!
Be the first against this team so far. Blaze sliding in with the down.
And honestly, you know, it may not be the most combo heavy, but once they get that read, once they get that read on your dog,
Woo!
it's over. You know, sometimes you gotta just throw the.
Oh my god. Oh, Machete in the orange, sidelight characters, Machete red, and the D-Sync for the KO.
The European singles bracket of the Spring Championship is underway. I'm TWK, joined here by Skiff. How you doing today, man?
Hey, I'm super excited to be here. Again, day 2 for me, the first time into the studio, so definitely feeling a lot of very good energy, a lot of great vibes here. Definitely happy to be here for sure. But yeah, I'm just really excited to see the singles Brawlhalla action here. Europe is a region that delivers time and time again.
Yeah, and especially, you know, we went over some of the crazy upsets that have happened and kind of what's on the line just during the pre-show. You know, this is the final tournament for people to get their qualification points for the mid-season invitational. Some people have gotten sent down into the lower bracket a lot sooner than we expected, and we're here watching the top 32 winners side. So these competitors, they've already been playing several matches today. They are playing some other matches over on the side stream, twitch.tv/ProBrawlhalla. But as far as what we're going to be looking at here as this action boils up, boom, we're starting off with a real burner here. Godly versus Knees.
Yeah, definitely should be, like you said, a barn burner for sure. These two players, obviously two very strong competitors, PR8, PR16, but like still, don't let that dissuade you. These two are definitely among the top level of Brawlhalla in EU for sure. These guys know how to play the game. You know, they know the ins and outs. It looks like they could both be playing Mordex here. That's what we're kind of seeing on the screen. So I mean, I know sometimes the Dittos are a little bit of some people aren't big fans of it, but you know what? As long as I'm watching two players play the absolute best Brawlhalla they can, I'm not going to be upset about it.
This is going to be pretty crazy, just because like Knees, he's been top player in the region for such a long time that, you know, he's kind of got the bead on most everybody, but Godly, the run start of this year, he's just been absolutely on a massive tear, looks completely unstoppable. I think it's going to take a lot, but if the stars can align, Knees has got a shot here.
I mean, everybody pretty much has a shot at this point. I mean, we've seen some of the names that have been sent down into the elimination bracket already. So, yeah, honestly, this could be anybody's tournament, but, I mean, we'll definitely see. There are obviously some names that just stick out a little bit more than others, and, I mean, for a good reason. I mean, there's definitely a reason why there's a little bit of an aura that goes around certain players, but either way, yeah, I'm just excited to see how this is all going to play out here. We have, again, a lot of great Brawlhalla, and, again, EU, so stacked as it is.
Yeah. That's why I'm ready for this one. I know the players, they're looking like they've already kind of locked in those choices. It is going to be the Mordex versus the Mordex. We see him right behind us, just kind of sliding right into place.
Yeah.
Lifetime score between these two. They haven't met in tournament yet.
That's crazy.
Is that right? Is that right? That's wild. That's actually wild.
Because when you look at it, too, like, these are two, like, higher-ranked players as well. You'd think that they would play in bracket at some point.
You know, just over the course of this year with PRs rising and placements kind of changing, I guess it was only a matter of time.
Right.
So
yeah, I mean,
here the history begins.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how these two play. I mean, I kind of mentioned it yesterday, too. We saw a couple other matchups where people never actually played, even though they're higher ranking. But there's always a chance they play friendlies or something like that.
They've played friendlies. They've run into each other in ranked, community tournaments.
And even then, you're going against some of the best players, you're going to want to study at least a little bit, right? You want to know what you're going to be going up against. You always want to come in prepared. I'm sure these two are prepared as well. But the other thing that I'm always big on here is adaptation. It's knowing what your opponent's trying to do and then figuring out how you can counterplay around it. But I mean, the counterplay here is just trying to play the character better than your opponent. So we'll definitely see how this gets going as we get into game one here. Godly versus Knees. Let's see how it all plays down.
All right, winner's side, top 32. Since we're starting off on a fresh slate here, both playing Mordex, Scythe, Gauntlets, very read-heavy weapons. You can get very extensive strings if you manage to read which way they're going to dodge. You get so many extra guaranteed hits. There it is, spending that spot dodge to get through that jump down air. Yeah. That's going to be crucial information.
Yeah, no, that is definitely very huge. I mean, that's also just the start of it, too. So it's one thing that Knees is going to want to be looking for. Are they going to continue to do this time and again, right? is there a way I can find a way to get a stronger punish? But it's right now, I mean, again, it being the beginning of the match here, there's still a lot of data to collect. But as you can see right now, Godly is doing a pretty good job on the damage side of things here and taking the first stock. Wow.
Yeah, that was just clean. You know, the gauntlets, that side light, you can use it as a dodge punish, go immediately into the recovery, and now Godly's just looking at pure extra credit damage. Fist versus fist. This is a boxing match.
I mean, the extra credit is certainly coming out here in full force. That's like 110%. Like, that's how I've seen it. But look, Godly just continues to pile this on. 2 pummeling knees with just the greatest of ease.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was just such a breeze for him to dodge up right around that corner. Now Godly trying to make it back through. Wow, all right, he went for the gutsy dive kick. Worth, that's a 2-stock lead now.
Oh my goodness, and that's one of the situations I think Knees needs to recognize is, okay, look, I've tried to play a bit aggressive here, right, again, but it is Godly. I need to dial this back a little bit. I need to try and find my punishes a little better. You know, make sure my openings are super crisp, super clear, because if I overextend like that, Godly just being Godly.
Yeah, I mean, he got like an uncontested 3-piece there. Oh, yep, there's the dodge read. He gets those follow-ups for sure. It just seems like extra credit is the name of the game. Every time Godly gets one hit, he turns it into 3 to 4.
Right. Okay, there we go. Just kind of getting him off stage. So we got the battle of the sights here, but which player is going to be the Grim Reaper? Because Godly just seems to be working to try and close out this final stock here. Has Knees in the red, looking for the sig, but oh my goodness! Godly definitely showing up a little strong here, and we get a little bit of that daily login bonus. That's what I like to see.
Hey, let's go! Man, all right, yeah, damage dealt, damage taken, such a massive spread. I mean, you saw it there in the stocks as well. Godly was working on a 3-stock at one point, right after that ground pound. It was just winning every single interaction and turning it into so much more.
Right. Well, here we go, right into game 2, getting right back into Demon Island as well. Both these players seem to be fairly comfortable here. I mean, we'll definitely see. It was pretty strong to start things off, but as the game started to go, I mean, Godly's engine just started to get more warm and just really just kind of pushed the pedal to the metal and really did a great job of just extending that lead, staying in the lead. But Knees trying to answer back here in this game, too.
Oh, no, that's not a great answer. All right, you see those sweat drops coming out. He had to expend every single option to get back up on stage. Right
now we're seeing Knees doing a great job, unfortunately, dropping that pressure situation, trying to keep Godly on the back foot. And he has another scenario here where he's able to kind of protect the center of the stage. But can you keep Godly off the stage is the big issue. Oh my goodness, Godly trying to turn this all around.
Yeah, some of these signature reads have been getting the best of and kind of being answered by spot dodges. They've got a longer invulnerable time than directional dodges, so you can use it to kind of get through some things if you're a little bit uncertain of the timing, but you better be correct on that, because otherwise you're not getting out of dodge.
Oh, speaking of dodge, almost didn't dodge that psych toss, but as we get in here, the pummeling with Godly, he's going to be able to take out that first stock. Man, Godly just continues to live up to the name here.
All right, but I will say, Knees has done a much better job here on the first stock, tying it up in short order, keeping it dead even, minute and a half in. This is way better than the last game.
Oh, already. I mean, and that's what you want to know, the adaptation, right? You saw that game 1, and Knees took a moment and said, okay, I know what I did wrong here. I'm going to work a little bit better, try to make this a little more even. It is working out for him. As you can see, a lot of these combos that Godly gets started don't seem to last too long. Knees finds a way out and gets a strong punish, at least a little bit of damage in their direction.
Yeah, he's been doing a great job. Oh my gosh, even stealing the damage lead now very significantly. Neutral light into side air, rocketing Knees Godly away.
He's getting a little too trigger happy with the signatures here, though. Honestly,
man,
you know
that
what?
heavy button, it pays dividends.
If you can land it, for sure, yeah. But, yeah, and even then, like, taking that stock lead like you mentioned, they're really starting to put the damage down here. This scythe is definitely working out well for them. They're controlling the space, controlling where Godly's going at any given moment.
I just love that Knees has changed up his dodge every single time after Godly has gotten the single tap on him. Look at that. Dodging out. Last time he spot dodged. Right before that, it was a dodge in. Keep Godly guessing, because you don't want him to get those extended strings and take away this lead.
All right, well, there we go. Get the weapon toss. Okay, is going to be able to touch the wall, but it does not matter as that stock gets blasted down as we see a 1-stock gain here in game 2. Godly can still find a way to go up 2-0, but Knees handling a strong lead.
Yeah, this is pretty significant, but I'm going to say all it takes is one solid dodge read, because if Godly gets that on knees, oh yeah, this is going to be a ton of damage off stage. Look at the stage position he gained. Look at pushing knees into the orange. You gain so much off of just a single read.
Yeah, well, here we go, going fist to fist. See how these two can try to find out. Knees is trying to close this out as best as possible. Hopefully it's not getting to an act of desperation. Goes for the weapon toss and is now unarmed as we get to the final moments here. Great stuff there, trying to keep Godly up in the air. Can he keep the juggle going? No! Godly finds a way back down on his feet.
Man, they are both jockeying for position right now. There you see the signature coming out from knees. He's really swinging for the fences on some of these.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, and I get it. But at the same time, ooh! What we do see, as knees throw out so many signatures, Godly's going to be the one that gets punished for the game. And honestly, just great stuff from knees. Being able to answer back like that, taking game 2, 1 apiece now. And this is, I mean, if this is just a showcase of what we're going to see the rest of the day, we're in for a lot of fantastic Brawlhalla action.
I wonder, was this final play kind of like a little bit of a bait? You know, whenever you go into a mirror match, right, there's always a little bit of a, hey, anything you can do, I can do better.
Absolutely.
Was it like knees with that signature and Godly's like, I'll land it, but then got punished for it? I knew that you knew!
I knew that you knew that I knew that you knew. But as we see right now, it's not going to matter too much longer. We're going to see this switch to Akuma here from Godly. Definitely going to change things up here a little bit. You're still going to have the gauntlets, but now you got the sword for some other strong combo action here. And just trying to control the space as well. Godly's doing a fantastic job keeping knees off stage here.
Oh, no, wait a minute! What? That was absolutely clutch! And Godly couldn't get the touch either? Oh my gosh!
Oh, okay. Well, I think it's safe to say that knees definitely woke up. Game 2 definitely was not a fluke.
They are both punching air right now.
Oh, and
for different reasons. For very opposite but equal reasons.
Oh, man. Yeah, knees just continues to pile on the damage, too. As you mentioned earlier, the extra credit is definitely going to be a very big factor as we get further in any of these games. But we do see Godly stop the bleeding here a little bit to even it up with the stock count.
Man, all right. You know what? Godly had so much momentum in game number 1, and then it was just, oh, wait a minute. Double side signature. Okay. He's got the momentum back. Oh, knees just got the touch, but Godly's still keeping the pressure up, and yeah, that's another knockout. Godly just stealing it right back. That was so quick.
The momentum shift is definitely noticeable. It's palpable at the moment, but we see knees finally get back to their roots here, trying to get that scythe action popping off once again and throwing out that sig. We got a little bit of a punish there, nothing too crazy, but Godly, they will capitalize the more it goes on.
Yeah, I mean, he came back mad after that first stock, you know? It's like the play around the corner, yep, just dusted off. He's like, yeah, you know what, I wasn't sure about the switch over to Akuma on stock number 1. But 2 and 3 felt real good. They felt comfy.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, and that's the thing, man. I honestly, I just love Akuma. I think Akuma should just be
I can't believe Knees survived there. That was crazy and turned it around.
Yeah, no, Knees is absolutely, and for no other way to put it, but godly for that play there.
This stock graph, like, just reading that's going to be absolutely crazy.
Whoa. Yeah,
stock number 1 and then the final.
Well, I mean, either way, we're going to be getting into Game 4 here. We do have Godly up 2-1 at the moment. However, it comes down to a potential final Game 4 unless we can see Knees answer back once again.
It is interesting that they both feel, I don't know, some sort of way, I'll say, or at least very stubborn about always going back to Demon Island. And right now, stock number 1, Knees coming back angry.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably because both these players, they recognize that their opponents, you know, they can get a lot off the combo game, you know, with the gauntlets, with the scythe. So getting rid of those platform extensions is probably a huge factor, huge benefit for both of them, honestly.
Yeah, going to be a highly volatile game because, you know what, when your reads are playing out, you gain so much. When you're getting red, oh no, Godly's dead.
Yeah, Godly is dead, but Knees answering back like we saw before, trying to even things up here to push to a Game 5. Facing elimination bracket. We'll see if they can rise to the occasion, but Godly, we've seen what they can do even after losing the first stock.
Yeah, Knees has done a phenomenal job controlling the airspace with the Scythe. That's where you get a lot of string stars, you know, you get access to, oh no, wait a minute, Godly pushing complete advantage. Knees had to dodge that weapon toss, but the signature cleans out the stock. Godly tying it up.
Yep, and this is what we saw last game too. Even up the stocks and then took the next two with relative ease. So, I mean, we'll see if Knees can try to stop the bleeding here. It's not looking super good as Godly just keeps his pressure going.
Yeah, I mean, he has just been dancing all across this stage. I know Akuma, a pretty high-speed legend, so he has the latitude to be able to do that.
Right. And Akuma's just super cool anyway. Any game you put
come
Akuma in, right? I love Akuma. But as we see, Knees got the Scythe back in hand. This is where Knees seems to be a lot more comfortable as we see him take the stock back, keeping the lead in their favor.
All right, if this keeps on seesawing down like this, you know, Knees got himself the stock advantage first. So Godly can't afford to have that happen. Oh my gosh, look at all this damage.
Oh my. I mean, Knees definitely trying to make sure the seesaw ain't going to be happening with all that damage put down. But there we go. Godly getting that sword back in hand. And this is where I feel like Godly's really been able to control a lot of the pace of the game here, is using those extended hitboxes on the sword to be able to actually counter a lot of the gauntlet gameplay that Knees is trying to incorporate.
I mean, you saw it right there over the corner. He does have the range advantage. And the sword has a great knockout confirm with that downlight. You see him going for it, downlight into recovery. But now just, went for the weapon starve, but Knees just kicked him out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, Knees can still find a way to close this out. It is getting a little scary, though, because Godly still could take this final stock here, right? And then just has to go on a crazy tear for the final combo. But Knees trying to ensure that does not happen. Oh, unfortunately, the air dodge.
Oh my gosh, both of them just swinging. That gravity cancel down light into recovery was high enough to score the knockout, even though there's a tall ceiling on this stage. But Godly, he needs to play this stock flawlessly. One strong hit and he's gone.
I mean, hey, the name is Godly for a reason, and we'll see if they can live up to that reason here. But Knees trying to ensure that is not the case here. Oh, thank goodness.
Go.
I thought that was going to be it. You know, he had that combo getting started by the ledge, and honestly, it just took a couple confirmations after that for Godly to really secure that game. But we've seen Knees turn these ledge traps or edge guard scenarios around before, and was able to turn that combo around to be able to take that game forward. Moving into game 5, we're seeing another character switch from Godly. Do you think Godly is a little bit nervous here?
You know what? I'm not going to say so, because he was very quick with the switch over to Akuma. It was as soon as I lost a match with this character, it's gone on to the next.
Right.
And he's been doing that just to kind of like keep Knees on his heels.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely could work out here because now you got to, I mean, there's still going to be the gauntlet gameplay, so you can be a little comfortable, but now you've got Wow, okay.
That was disgusting.
Yeah, Knees.
The soft side light off the edge into gravity cancel side light, continue it on for more.
Oh, yeah, no, that was definitely Knees not caring about the character switch at all. However, you do got to pay respect to the fact...
We're okay. Everybody's fine.
Anyway, yeah, but you do have to pay respect to the fact that there's like Axe on stage now, and Axe is definitely a little bit stronger than a sword here. But oh my goodness, the Gauntlets is the story so far. Taking that first stock here, Godly looking good.
Yeah, that seems to be the common thread here, is Godly, whichever legend that he's swapping to, he's going to play Gauntlets, right? Everything else, he's kind of swapping just for whatever he feels he needs at the time of the matchup. There were a couple moments in that last match where Akuma's sword was just shy of slicing Knees, punishing him for a couple attacks, and I feel like Godly thinks, hey, you know what? The axe has just a little bit more range. Maybe that's the answer.
I mean, even if it's just that little bit more range, the power difference is definitely astronomical because Axe has a couple of great options. Obviously, that Sair is going to be trying to close out quite a few stocks here, but the signature from Knees going to even things up just a little bit, but they are in the deep orange here.
Yeah, Godly was able to get a pretty significant damage lead. Oh my gosh, especially just falling down. It's just 2 side lights in a row. Juggle them, just keep them popping up.
Okay. Godly.
Wow, he let it fly. That was the quick one. That signature, you can charge it for the extra distance. He didn't need any of that there. He's like, let's just get the fist in their face.
Yeah, no, seriously. And being able to close out that stock, Godly, again, maintaining this lead, not wanting to drop this game 5 whatsoever. And Knees, again, being weapon starved here, could be trouble as we go forward. Yep, there we go. Continuing to keep the weapons out of Knees' hand. This unarmed combat has got to be coming out here. Does get the gauntlets, though. See if they can get something going.
Ooh, a little bit of fake out dodge, stuffed the recovery, and Knees had spent his air dodge pretty early. So a lot of those follow-ups were guaranteed.
That was actually a great punish there as well. We saw the ground pound attempt from Knees, and Godly was ready for it. Got a little bit of extra damage, but now the scythe here for Knees. We see what they can do when they got that scythe going.
So this is kind of the mirror image of last game, where Godly was down on final stock, pretty high damage, had to play perfectly to make this comeback, but now it all falls onto Knees here. And this is game 5. There are no more chances.
Facing, again, elimination bracket here. Ooh. Not going to quite take the stock yet. See if they can get the edge guard. No! We see Godly get back, still having the axe as well. Goes for the Sarm, puts him off stage. The weapon toss is not going to hit at all.
Wow. Dip down for the recovery. Godly just kind of split him. Oh, yeah. Punish that gravity cancel. Knees knew he had no more options left. Completely gone. And that's Godly coasting on to a 3-2 victory.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from Godly. Yeah, like there's just a lot of really key moments here as well. That was a huge combo. Just was not able to clean up the stock like they wanted. But Godly, they when they were getting Knees into the air, they were finding punish after punish or just keeping them juggled too. And just kind of, that was actually a really big factor for how long like Knees was just taking damage, couldn't really answer anything here. You can see the damage differential. It definitely speaks a little bit here, but you can see the unarmed damage too. Knees was forced to play unarmed quite a bit.
Yeah, Godly just kept rolling Weapon Starve into Weapon Starve. There was just so much of that going on. You can see the average damage per engagement just significantly higher for Godly. That's kind of what pushed him on to that entire damage advantage. And it just seemed like he had stage control throughout the entire last 2/3 of that match.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it definitely goes to show that, you know, Godly has a backup plan to a backup plan to a backup plan, apparently.
Oh yes.
Because we saw the third character come out, and it certainly seemed to make everything kind of like come together. Again, I feel like that axe was just such a huge shift for Godly to be able to close this one out.
Yeah. I really liked seeing those legend changes and just like how quickly and confidently he went with them. It was just as soon as he lost on a legend, that was it. Set them off to the side, pull the other one out of your pocket.
Exactly.
And just keep it rolling down to the next. I mean, he started with the game advantage. Figure if it seesaws that way, you're going to win 3 out of 5 first.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's also keeping that little bit of comfortability too with the gauntlets, but just kind of switching up that side weapon. We did touch on that a little bit, but yeah, it kind of just got stronger too. Went from the scythe, okay, great combo tool, went to the sword. Not as great, you know, as flashy of combos, but hits a little bit harder, and then just kept going up the line, going up the scale there.
Yeah, so that sets the first match of the day, but we got plenty more action rolling on to this next top 32 winner side match. We've got Grape versus Zyder.
This one should be interesting. As we can see, it looks like Scarlet and Bryn are going to get locked in here. So
this is a pretty wide spread. I'm looking at these numbers right above our heads. Power rank number 12, Zyder. We were talking about him on the pre-show because he's right on the cusp of maybe getting that invite slot for the midseason invitational. That cutoff's going to be at power rank 13 after this tournament. Grape, on the other hand, look at that, 46, punching above his weight. Definitely upset somebody to get to this top 32 winner side.
Yeah, I mean, Grape is certainly playing, you know, one of the best bits of Brawlhalla they can. I forgot who they upset. I'm blanking right now.
Production will let us know from the bracket, and we'll be able to chime in with that.
Was it, anyway.
I saw you, like, tried to download it, and you're like, wait.
When I can hear the own gears really start going in my head,
the signal for the chip in my head is a little low right now. Building's made of brick or something? Anybody have a microwave on?
Yeah, old age really just starts to kind of get at you. But we're going right back to Demon Islands. I hope you like the, you know, going back to a familiar place.
Oh, yeah, man. Grape versus Zyder. Demon Island, again, these walls incredibly small. The ceiling, pretty tall. So you're looking for a lot of horizontal knockouts or spikes off the stage.
Exactly. And, I mean, when you're looking at the weapons that they have here, too, again, with the rocket lance and the axe, like, we might be seeing a lot of stocks disappear off the side fairly quickly.
Yes. Yeah, big, hefty side airs from both of those.
All right, Grape trying.
Gets the full damage. Went for the vertical knockout there. That was a little bit of like a judgment call to make, right? Because they were a significant deal away from the edge of the screen. So it's like maybe the vertical, you know, it doesn't need to be closer to one side or the other. It's just kind of always consistent. But, you know, we'll never know.
Exactly. But right now, Grape trying to put some damage down in their favor. Zyder, though, already has done an amazing job. Has the axe in hand, weapon toss. Not going to get too much else out of that.
Oh, sends him away because the damage is so high. Arming up back over to the spear. Some significant range on both of these. Dodges through the weapon toss, goes low. Oh, but that forced out every option. Sweat drops, can't make it back.
Yeah, Grape doing a great job. Again, with that Rocket Lance, just really, you know, I mean, that's kind of what Rocket Lance does, poke from a safe distance, and honestly has a pretty solid combo game as well. So, I mean, we'll see if they can kind of continue to make this work out for them. But Zyder already off to a great start themselves. They had a very huge combo, barely just missing out on taking a stock, and honestly a lead earlier.
Yeah, right now I'm just looking at all that extra credit damage. Zyder, good job getting the knockout with the downlight on a tall ceiling. He had to do a ton of damage. We'll see if that kind of puts him behind the pace.
All right. Zyder trying to even things up here, doing a great job on the defensive end, trying to wait for these openings to just get, you know, onesies, twosies for a punish. Just watch, rinse, and repeat here.
You know, I mean, hey, it all adds up, right? If you get enough of them consistently over time. Ooh. Big signature, and the bonk from the weapon toss. Couldn't quite get the pogo. Grape just snuck his way back onto stage.
And now Grape has the hammer in hand, stomps there. Okay, does have control of the stage. Oh, but pinballed off the stage. Gonna be able to continue to push that lead in their favor. Zyder just doing an amazing job answering back.
Yeah, I mean, that was just such a great option. I mean, these walls, they are very small. Spear ground pound covers a very wide area, but it sends sideways, not downwards. But hey, if you spike them off the stage, off that little wedge, it will redirect it downwards for you.
All right, we see the weapon toss with the Rocket Lance. We're seeing the hammer situation. Yep, scoop, but won't be able to take the stock quite yet. Tried to go for the gravity cancel stop. Not going to be able to find it, but does find the stops there to clean that one up. We got a one-stock situation in game one.
All right, you see Grape starting to turn up all these dashes, getting comfortable with the movement, because we saw it with a back dash down light off the hammer for like the first knockout, the forward dash down light off the hammer for the second one. So really just getting a handle on that movement.
And this is where things get a little scary. I mean, the hammer's a strong weapon, but it is a bit slower, and it seems like Zyder is taking advantage of that. But now the axe in hand, trying to slow down the Cinderella run that Grape has going on.
Uh-oh, big signature. Not yet enough to knock out. Grape has another shot.
Oh, you got to definitely create your space here. Do not want to mess around with that axe, but now the spear is in hand, and there it goes. Catching him with the recovery. Fantastic stuff from Zyder. And you know what? That got a little scary there. Grape was this close to taking that first game.
That was way closer than I think anybody would have guessed from the starting stats.
Oh, yeah. For sure. I mean, and I mean just going off the PRs. What is it? 16 and, or not 16, 12 and 65.
12 and 46.
46, that's what it is. I don't know where 65 came from, but either way, yeah, fantastic run so far. I mean, it obviously is not over here in winner's side.
That was just game one?
Just game one. And you could definitely try to find a way to answer back here.
Yeah, because this is a best 3 out of 5 set. You got to win 3 games to move on.
All right, Zyder trying to go.
Signature. That we're going to see a ton of. Oh, no, again, right into the recovery. What an unbelievable play. And Grape, rotating to the other side so that way Zyder couldn't get a hit, couldn't get the chase dodge. But that was just like some classic Scarlet stuff right off the side.
Yeah, that was actually nasty. Zyder definitely tried a little bit of something and found out very quickly that you just cannot try to go at Grape like that. They have a contingency plan when they are on the back foot.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God.
There's no way we're going to see a second stock.
The momentum. This train don't stop.
Woo!
No brakes at all on a Rocket Lance, and right now it is just pure damage. Massive lead for Grape.
Yep, and they are trying to look for a potential stop Sair here. Not going to be able to find it quite yet, but they are keeping Zyder weapon starved, which is fantastic. If you look at their first stock, they're just getting into the orange.
Yeah, Zyder has his work cut out for him. Oh, great read.
Wow.
Perfect timing. That was just enough damage, just enough of a hit, high enough up to get the most efficient knockout possible.
Oh, well, Sair to answer back. Talk about efficiency.
You know, the greatest laid plans of mice and men, and Zyder's on his last stock. Oh, geez, man, this one is really unfolding.
Yeah, S-Grape is keeping this momentum going as well. And again, this is what we kind of talked about earlier too. Adaptation is key to any best of 5, and S-Grape is definitely making that count for him right now. But Zyder starting to answer back.
He's got that footsies on lock, knows the range that S-Grape had available, punished it perfectly.
Okay.
Now, S-Grape, this is where a lot of stock number 2 went in S-Grape's favor, was on that Rocket Lance. You get to use a ton of the Rocket Lance movement built in from the kit, so you don't have to use a ton of options to get back on stage.
Oh, but man, Zyder going to be able to answer back immediately. One stock situation here. S-Grape had a lot of time, a lot of resources to try and grind out this final stock, and that is shrinking rapidly as Zyder tries to find a way to close it out, but S-Grape finds their way back to safety.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing that S-Grape needs to watch out for, is those off-stage plays. That's where Zyder can really just steal and turn this one around. Stomp, side air, tied it up 1-1.
That's what I'm talking about, balling a little bit at the end there in the victory screen. That's what I like to see. But S-Grape, this first stock, look at this. This
Unbelievable.
This is
Side
so
sig,
good.
grab him with the recovery, bonk him with the hammer, too far to make it over the corner, and so smartly get out of dodge. Don't let him get the hit so he can chase dodge back to stage. Just clear the air.
They actually almost lost the stock with Zyder at that point, too. They got a little aggressive. Thankfully, it worked out for them. But yeah, right back into Demon's Island again. And we'll see how it works out. And already off to a bit of a hot start. Okay, a little bit of damage, nothing too crazy, though.
Love the dodge after the sideline. Oh, no! You see those orange sparks coming out. That's the stuffed recovery effect. That means they got hit out of the startup of their recovery attack. That option was gone.
Okay, but S-Grape, wow, these guys are really just kind of trading blows back and forth. They are taking turns, but we'll see who can finally break that pattern in a little bit, try to take this first stock out of here. Zyder's doing an amazing job of all of a sudden losing the percentage here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Scarlet, incredibly high-strength character, one of the highest in the game, using 2 highly damaging weapons. So all it takes is just like one hit or two. I can't believe that didn't knock out.
Oh, wow, that either. Okay, I mean, S-Grape is definitely trying here, but Zyder's got a little bit of the secret sauce, but not for too much longer. They are in the red, so Zyder can find a way to turn this around here, or at least even things up. But man, S-Grape, after that first game, has just been incredible.
Yeah, you want to just push that momentum for all it's worth. Wow, Zyder really just swinging for the fences with that neutral signature. He was like, one of these has to land.
Yeah, I mean, getting a home run with that one too, but it's all about how do you push it from here. Right now, it's very even on the stocks. S-Grape, no weapon in hand, looking for it, gets the hammer some way, somehow threading the needle.
Ooh, just outside range of that stomp. Okay, yeah, get on the back end of that signature. You do not want to be corner side.
I mean, we've seen S-Grape go for that quite a few times and actually has made it work a couple times as well. Man, they are doing a great job as soon as they get hit, trying to find a way to put Zyder in a really awful position as well, using that scoop a few times.
Yeah, this has just been trading blows back and forth, the damage just marching forward to the inevitable conclusion. It's just who is going to take that first stock?
Okay, ooh, man, Zyder's super close with that recovery, but S-Grape finding a way around it. Still has the resources to make it back.
Yes!
Oh, my
Sniped
goodness.
him out. Yeah, you see S-Grape as soon as he got bonked, went for the ground pound because he's like, I spent all my jumps, I spent my recovery. There's no way I'm making it back. We just go next.
Yeah. And I mean, sometimes it's what it's all about. Just kind of forget about what happened, move on to the next play. Try to find your way back into it. S-Grape trying to make that happen already. They got the hammer. They could find a way to close out this stock here, and there it goes. And now you're in a pretty good position because even though you're a little bit behind health-wise, you are able to weapon starve Zyder for at least a little bit.
Yeah, and sometimes that's all it takes. Zyder was able to arm up so quickly with the axe, but now we're looking if S-Grape can just at least trade or even go a little bit favorably. Oh no.
Ooh.
Zyder actually stealing back the damage. Oh my gosh, he waffled left and right, didn't touch the wall, and that gives Zyder the lead.
That is really unfortunate because S-Grape looked like they had the momentum behind them going to that final stock too, and it just all disappeared. Sometimes you mess around a little too much.
Let's see these options. That was the final jump. There's the recovery. Was worried about landing. You see him just turning in air, spinning around.
Unfortunate.
Never committed to the side.
Well, either way, we're getting into Game 4, Game 5?
Yeah, this is game number 4. Zyder is up 2-1.
All right, well, we'll see if they can make it work here. Right now, Grape trying to find a way in, gets around the weapon toss, and now has Zyder in the air, keeping him weapon starved too. The hammer coming into play. We've seen a couple fantastic plays with this one.
Yeah, you see Zyder, yeah. Given the stage room, wants to play the footsies game with it, does not want to entertain any shenanigans around that wall.
I mean, Axe does a very good job of playing the footsies as it is. I mean, it's got a couple of strong hits.
Gosh.
The Sarm, not quite going to get it done, but now you got the Axe in hand. Get that stock out of here.
Beautiful. That was a great reaction. Hit the side light, recognized, hey, we're going off stage. If I want that downlight follow-up, I need to gravity cancel it. And there was no delay.
Yeah, no, that was just a fantastic play from Zyder. But now Grape now trying to make a little bit of a run of their own. Not quite going to take the stock here. Let's see what the situation is. What's the option here? Zyder trying to find a way back on, gets a weapon toss, dances around Grape as well. Uh-oh.
Big side air around the corner. Got Grape back on stage, but still needs to take this before too much damage spirals out of control. Wow. that was risky.
That was very risky. Definitely a charge. I mean, if you got a hit out of it, fantastic, but the good news is that you didn't get hit at least, and I think that's what matters most here. But now they got this hammer in hand, and they need to close out this stock. It is go time. You need to make this happen, Grape.
Oh, my gosh.
Talk about footsies. Did you see that?
You let your signature rip, I'll let mine. We'll see who wins in the end.
Hitting a stutter step before that a few times as well, and really just kind of beat it up.
Oh my gosh!
Grape turning it up to 11 here.
Yeah, that lead was just completely evaporated.
Oh my goodness! Yep, continues to just pile on this damage with this rocket lance. Zyder, look at it, just trying to find a position to land.
Oh. Yeah, Zyder dodging up on that one. Didn't want to be in range for Grape's side signature. He used that a couple times, but Zyder with the side signature of his own takes back the stock lead.
And again, getting those weapons out of the way, trying to keep this spear going. Again, fantastic combo weapon. Can really pick up a lot of damage here on the final stock. It looks like they might just be going for extra credit. If you can get the stock in the long run, that's great. But Grape starting to answer back here, trying to get the Sarm, finds it, closes up the stock. It's a one stock situation again.
All right, Grape, you see loosening up, getting those dashes all around, also going to have the movement built in to the Lance kit. But Zyder not giving him the ground to stand on.
Ooh. Okay, stop the damage here a little bit. Got a little bit of a combo of their own going. Grape trying to dance around, but Zyder just one hit away from closing this out.
Tried to make it with the last gravity cancel. Zyder with the 3-1 victory. Man, Grape, every time that they found themselves under the stage like that, forced to charge the recovery, Zyder's accuracy is just too good.
Yeah, no, very good. There's only like
every time.
Yeah, there's only like one situation that they weren't able to get that charge, but like they went way high anyway. And even then, very scary situation. But yeah, look at that. Look at that stutter step there. Oh
gosh. That's like one of the most brutal signatures, you know. You don't look at the explosion, you just stand there, you know that like the aircraft is going to stop sliding right in front of you. Jeez.
Yeah, that was definitely really well played. But yeah, Zyder, look at that, taunting at the end, recognizing they are the victor for that one. But hey, I mean, Grape's run is not over yet. They've had an amazing run so far. And now they just got to have to try and continue that into the elimination bracket side of things. But, I mean, they've gotten some big names. Honestly, they could have taken that set too. The way that they were playing the whole way through, very close the whole time. So, I mean, Grape can't be feeling bad here. They've been playing fantastic, and they can continue to do so.
Yeah, serious improvements. You know, I don't want to call it a breakout performance just yet, but definitely punching above their weight very nicely.
Very nicely, absolutely. They are going to be able to miss out on that top 8 qualifier match next, but they still, again, you might have to win a couple more matches now to try and potentially find your top 8, but already performing well above what most people probably expected. But we are going to be getting into our next match here.
All right.
Who do we got?
This sets the stage for these top 8 qualifiers. We're in the top 12 of the tournament now. That was just the top 32 winner side. Now, top 12, where we've got the likes of Godly versus Machete and Pavelski versus Zyder. Winners of the matches that we just saw going on. They've got a chance to make it into top 8 winner side, as well as a couple other pairings after that.
Yeah, no, I'm actually very excited here. I am a Pavelski believer. I love watching Pavelski. When I first started getting into Brawlhalla commentary and just Brawlhalla in general, Pavelski's one of the first players I watched, and I was like, this guy is absolutely insane. He's got
He's
no problem.
ridiculous. He is something else.
He's got no problem wasting resources to make a point.
So we got that to look forward to. But first,
Yes.
we have Godly versus Machete. Godly, you see that power rank number 8, but this year has been on an absolute tear. It's just been uncontested golds just straight through. Like, I mean, what more can you say? I definitely, right now, even though you see the power rank 5 for Machete, power rank 8 for Godly, everybody would tell you, you got to flip those numbers. This one's in Godly's favor just by the books.
Yeah, I mean, Godly's definitely been making a great run, and obviously momentum through tournaments carries over. It's not just one bracket. It's multiple brackets at a time, and it's just a matter of, like, once you continue to do well, it sticks with you. You start to feel more confident. You start to feel like you can honestly handle any situation thrown at you, and that's what Godly's been doing. Again, just living up to the name.
Yeah, but you know what helps you handle different situations as well is just experience. The experience that you get from being around for such an incredibly long time. I mean, Machete has been a top player in the European scene for years, both singles and doubles. So he's got his own bag of tricks that he can pull from.
Yep, and finally we're getting a change of scenery here as we saw Demon's Island nearly every match so far. But again, Machete taking on Godly on Brawl Haven. So we'll see what happens. A battle of the Scythes here.
Ooh, okay. So we've got Machete over on the edge right now. It's Scythe versus Scythe.
Yeah, both of them kind of jockeying for position, and that's what Scythe is really good at. It's all the whole, hey, I'm in a bad spot. No, you're in a bad spot. And just constantly them just escorting each other to a blast zone.
Oh, yeah. I love that Godly spent the spot dodge. Machete was just so quick for the immediate side light into side air. Knew that they had it on lock because ain't no way you're dodging out of that. Your dodge was still on cooldown.
Okay, there we go. Machete had a chance to punish there, just barely whiffed, and Godly took advantage of that, putting on just a little bit of extra damage. We do see the Sig attempt, not going to find anything, but sometimes it's just about that pressure you can put down.
That one's going to be pretty tricky throughout this match, just because if you tap it, you just give it that minimum charge. It's like a little shotgun blast like that, those 3 stars coming out. But if you charge it up, it actually becomes a full projectile. That'll go a pretty good distance.
Yeah. I mean, but right now,
whoa.
Trying to bonk him on the head. Machete finds a way back, now has control of the stage, Scythe in hand as well. But that doesn't necessarily mean a thing for Godly. Oh, going for the weapon toss.
Wow.
Does not matter. Finds a way to close it out with the recovery.
I mean, that was a little bit of a mental mix-up there, right? The weapon drop was there. It's, are you going to come in and try and grab the weapon? And Machete was like, that's the misdirection. Slide kick right in your face.
Okay, now we're going to see Machete try to continue to push this lead here. Is getting a nice little bit of extra credit. That orb in hand definitely doing a little bit of work here, but does not matter for a man like Godly as they find a way to close out that stock, evening things up here a little bit. And they're going to continue with the gauntlets. I mean, the Scythe is kind of, I feel like, where they get a lot of their bread and butters going, able to build up a lot of damage, but you can't count out these gauntlets from them either.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the main thing, right? Is because on a stage like this, you only need so much damage build.
Exactly.
Eventually, even something like that Gauntlet's Neutral Light is going to knock out because Small Brawl Haven is a very small stage.
Machete, okay, did have a nice...
Whoa!
Just dancing around and finally gets the stock that they need. Fantastic stuff. Machete might have been listening in here, just saying, oh, you think Godly has the favor? I'm going to show you what's up as they have a strong lead in game 1 here.
Oh, my gosh.
Continues to pile it on. My goodness.
Yeah, I mean, that was just pure dominance. The stage belongs to Machete. He owns it. He's got the deed. He'll show it to you.
I believe it, man. He didn't even have to have the deed. He could just say it, and I believe him because the confidence is definitely...
Who's going to tell him no?
The confidence is definitely showing through. Ooh, I like that. Oh, no.
And the boot, yeah. Yep, all options starved out. Godly just perfectly sniped that gravity cancel down light into the Sparta kick.
Yeah, no, Machete honestly mixing it up there with the recoveries too, but Godly being able to react the way they did was huge. And now they're in a position to potentially take this game 1 here. It's just a matter of playing a little careful because Machete only needs a couple hits to close this one out.
Yeah, it's a position, but it's a very tenuous one.
Yes.
He is teetering on the top of the house of cards, and all it takes is just one strong blow from Machete.
Ooh, the weapon toss not quite going to connect. We see Machete try to go for the down light. Just trying to catch him jumping over the ledge, and that is going to be it. Fantastic stuff from Machete. The fate coming through, and that's what it's all about, man. Taking that game 1.
Yeah, that was absolutely phenomenal. I mean, dominated first stock, dominated second stock. It did become bit closer at the end there, but still significant momentum. Machete has to be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing that I think is a little scary is that you look at the damage differential here, right? It's quite a bit, about like 140 or something like that, but like how close it was at the end. So it's just, what I'm seeing is that Godly didn't need as much damage to close out these stocks as Machete did, and that could be a factor moving forward here.
Yeah, a little more efficient. All right, so here's where we see same thing that we saw from Godly in the last set. Lost on that Legend, immediate swap over. So now we've got Rayman with the Axe and Gauntlets.
I mean, again, kind of like how we touched on it before, you get rid of the Scythes combo game, but with the Axe, you get a lot more KO power. Really try and push this into your favor. Look at this combo game right now. The Gauntlets going absolutely wild.
Ooh, Machete caught him before landing. That dodge getting spent pretty much every time.
Okay. Ooh! Oh, my God! Oh, Godly! My goodness! Absolutely showing up, showing out, and reminding us why they are potentially one of the favorites to take this all today.
Yeah, I mean, that was absolutely ridiculous. How far do you need to chase somebody off the top of the screen? Exactly that far. Just ask Godly.
Yeah, I mean, they are kind of the gauntlet god from what we've seen. You know, as long as a character has a gauntlet, they probably know how to play the character in general. But going to continue to pile on the damage here. This Axe putting in the work, but going to lose this stock as Machete finds a way to answer back in kind, but they're getting into the orange here.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a damage hill to climb, but I will say Fate is actually a pretty high-strength Legend. So a lot of those Scythe strings, yes, you can get a ton of damage in general whenever you get a single dodge read, but on Faith, that is just going to be exponentially increased. Every single one does that much more damage just because of her base strength stat.
Oh, yeah. Well, you're going to whiff right there, and Godly's going to find a little bit of extra damage. Going to be looking for an attempt to close this out. Okay, off stage.
Oh, the clash.
All right.
They hit each other at the same time. Just gets under that weapon toss and manages to arm up. Side-light side air, not yet enough to knock out. You see Machete really hunting for it. Gets it on the landing again. Once again, not enough. Woo! But the bounce off of the wall, Godly still surviving.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
A recovery of a lifetime right there to keep the stock alive. Godly's just continuing to be an absolute menace. It does not matter where he is. He will find you. He will take your stock. Oh, my God.
Determined to keep this lead. He's saying, I don't want to switch off Rayman. Don't make me switch off Rayman. Can't afford to lose now.
Oh, my goodness. That was absolutely incredible. The recovery situation in general and closing out the stock at the very end. You got to feel a little defeated there.
Oh, no. Oh, that is so unfortunate.
All right.
Godly. Oh, man. Oh, wait.
Okay, we got life here. We'll see if this could turn around a little bit.
Machete trying to finish this off. Scythe off the side. Oh, Godly managed to get the touch. Broken ankles.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sorry?
Man. All right, yeah. Let's take a look at just that first knockout that happened here. Absolutely crazy right off the top. Chase him up into the sky. Side light. We're going to recovery. Chase dodge, so that way you can still use your last jump as another recovery.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely a wild way to start this out, too. And, I mean, we've seen a couple fantastic plays going through that. I mean, that first KO, definitely huge. The chase me off stage into taking the stock.
Oh, my
that
gosh,
was, like,
dude.
how do you continue to find the resources and, like, the mix-ups to your recoveries?
Smart spending and saving of your recovery options.
Stocks.
Because that's the main thing, right? I mean, absolutely. You've got to invest in those options because you get knocked away. Everything that you've already spent, you're not getting it back. If you're completely out of jumps and you get hit, you'll get that one back. Mm-hmm. But if you spent your recovery, it's not coming back. If you spent your dodge, it's not coming back for a while. Your jumps previous to that, they're not coming back. He held on to them for just the right moment so that he was able to plot his course back to the wall every single time.
Yeah, and honestly, you really needed that one too because dropping that first game very close, Machete was able to clutch that one out. But this second game, I mean, like I was trying to say before, you got to feel a little defeated when you are playing an amazing edge guarding game like Machete was in that stock, but to lose the stock and not clutch out in the first place, like that's a little bit rough. But I mean, it just goes to speak to how Godly's been playing lately. They are definitely on another level. Their brain is 100% working, 200% working. They are figuring out how to use every possible percentage of that brain power.
And they get to keep it focused on the Rayman, I think, because we only saw the legend swaps whenever there was a loss marked up. So I think the Rayman's going to be here to stay for at least another match.
Yeah, that axe definitely was coming in clutch here, really making a difference.
That's the main question. I'm like, are we going to keep bringing this to Small Brawlhaven, right? The previous sets we saw them consistently going to the same match, right? It was Demon Island, Demon Island, Demon Island.
Right.
Here now it's Small Brawlhaven, Small Brawlhaven. Do we have another Small Brawlhaven in here? That's where the axe can do some serious work. That side air knocks out so early.
Yeah, if I'm Machete, I probably want to look at potentially a different stage, right? Maybe something that can allow me to survive a little bit longer, maybe like going back to Demon's Island. Because, again, that axe it's so crazy how much, like, the damage comes out, how early you can lose a stock. But it's just like, even if you do go to another stage, you still got to find a way to close out Godly, and that's just another task in its own. So
I mean that's where it gets real dangerous because his gauntlets are so good, his axe is so good. Yeah. I think you want stages. Man, you know what? Maybe. I don't even really know. I was going to say maybe you want stages with more significant walls so that way you don't really have to worry about that offstage much. But when you give significant walls, you just saw the kind of recoveries that Godly can make. How are you going to take him out if he can thread those needles?
I think if I'm Machete in this position, I think what I'm looking for is possibly like Demon Island, just to have that extra space, right? Because sometimes, as much as fun as it is to try and get your combos, sometimes you need that extra space to be like, okay, I need to disengage. I need to reset entirely here. So you have your space, I have mine, and then we can find a way to kind of, play this little tango that we've been doing. That's probably what I would look for if I was Machete, because especially with this axe, I mean, with the way that it swings, how much space it covers, that's an issue. Yeah,
I like the thought, even if just for, hey, we've got this runway, not even for spacing, but Machete's playing Fate. Those are two weapons that actually benefit a lot from having more runway, because high string potential, you're looking to really just mix up those dodges. I think that's where you're really going to have to just turn up the dodge read damage, and that's how you're going to have to try and eke out victory, because Godly is just so clutch in those really awkward situations. So
absolutely, the
more consistent the stages, the better off you'll be.
Yep, at 100%. And Machete, again, with those signatures too, can cover a lot of space as well. But we are going to be taking a quick 3-minute break, so do not go anywhere. We have amazing Brawlhalla action coming at you in just a bit.
The European singles bracket continues for the Spring Championship. We just saw a couple games between Godly and Machete. There were a couple of technical difficulties happening there, so tournament organizers, they're handling that, trying to get things up and going for the players. So with that, we're going to let them continue on and then play through their match. We are going to go on to the match that I know you were very excited to take a look at.
Very, very excited. I don't care how bad Pavelski might be playing. They were going to be my pick to win all the time. This guy...
Every time?
Every time.
Just blind faith in Pavelski?
I am a Pavelski believer.
Oh my gosh.
Listen, when a player comes in and makes these plays the way that Pavelski does, I cannot help but root for them. I am going to believe all the time, because if they perform well, right, I sit there and I go, I was right. You all have to tell me I was right. And if I'm wrong, I'm like, but did you see that clip?
Wow. Oh, okay. So we're actually just playing for the highlight here. That's it.
That's kind of what Pavelski does, right?
You're not wrong. You are not wrong. He either gets the highlight or gives the highlight. We'll see what it is today. He's been really consistent with it lately.
Yes.
He's been having great performances. So I wouldn't be too surprised if he kind of busted that out here, especially since looking to go into top 8 on winner's side. Now, on the other hand, we do have Zyder, who definitely wants to make that top 8 winner's side because he is trying to secure his spot for the mid-season invitational, and performing the best in this tournament is how he's going to get it.
Yeah, Zyder, honestly, we just been playing well all day, too. Not had a fantastic set not too long ago, so we'll definitely see how they play it out here. Looks like they're going to be going on to Black Knight, maybe. I'm not sure if they're definitely going to commit to that one, but we'll see. We'll see how it plays out as we get there. But it is going to be interesting because both these players have been playing absolutely incredible all day today, right? But now, again, it's just one of those unfortunate situations where the later we get in a bracket, the tougher things become, and somebody's favorite player has to go down to elimination bracket.
Yeah. That's, man, it's going to be rough. So here we've got power rank number 6, Pavelski, going up against power rank number 12, Zyder.
Again, going to be a little bit tough. We're not quite sure what their characters are going to be locking in with are quite yet, but we can also make some pretty good guesses.
If you had to guess. If you had to give a quick guess, based on nothing in particular, there's a 5-0 lifetime tournament record between these two in Pavelski's favor.
Now, do you think that Zyder is going into this set with that in mind, or you think they're trying to go in the fresh mindset? They're not paying attention to that.
I think Zyder is usually pretty positive about their tournament performances. Going into it, very confident. You got to believe in yourself before anyone else can believe in you, right?
Exactly.
So I think Zyder's going into this with, this is the one. This is the 5-1.
All right, I mean, we'll see if they can make it happen, or if Pavelski will give a quick, grim reminder starting off here on Demon Island. We'll see how it plays out. Pavelski already with the gauntlets in hand, and they're going to be looking to pile on this damage as fast as possible.
Yeah, that's going to be Mordex. It's the scythe, it's the gauntlets, it's just a highlight machine, especially in the hands of Pavelski. But Zyder with that Black Knight, we've got some lengthy weapons here. Spear, Rocket Lance. Some serious combo potential.
Oh, absolutely. And again, with that Rocket Lance, too, not only is there combo potential, but it hits like a truck. So we'll definitely see if they can get that going. But Pavelski already off to a hot start here, making that scythe work for them. Ooh, finding a way out of that. Looking for the sig, not going to get anything out of it. Zyder with his truck.
That's it. You showed him the dodge down before. Zyder remembered, locked that one away, pulled it back out immediately because he got the dodge punish on that down dodge.
And Pavelski tried to go for an aggressive option there. Goes for the weapon toss. Oh my goodness. Tried to get the extra extension out of that. Not going to be able to get it. Now having to find their way back to stage. And there goes the first stock. Great call out from Zyder. Just recognizing they would be going high, a little bit aggressive to get back on, and getting the strong punish for it.
Yeah, you don't have to make that call a ton on this map just because the walls are so short, but Zyder went for it with a pretty thin attack, that Rocket Lance neutral light. If Pavelski went for the wall, that would have been it. Hey, Pavelski, uppercut off the top, we're at tied stocks.
All right, we'll see if Pavelski can find a way to keep that going. But right now, Zyder is looking very, very good. It does not matter how many hits Pavelski is getting, the combos that they're building up. Zyder is answering back strong in every possible scenario. Now they got the Rocket Lance in hand. They are going to take a little bit of damage for picking that one up, but you do at least have a weapon to your name at the moment. Ooh!
Oh, yeah, let's go. Oh, my gosh. The dodge punish. Do it again, Zyder. Yeah, let's go. Go for a ride, baby.
I don't want to cheer for it, but that was sick. No, but honestly, fantastic stuff from Zyder there. I mean, Pavelski started that stock off a little bit. Oh,
you
my
dodged
God.
down. He gets all of that for free.
All right, Pavelski almost answering back, being able to close out that stock. But, man, Zyder getting a little too greedy. A little too greedy.
He's showing it to him. That's got to be some conditioning, right?
100%.
You know, make him really worried about that option.
Yep, but now Pavelski getting that sight in hand. Okay, goes for the SIG. Not going to be able to find it. And again, them battling on stage here. Zyder's really trying to close this out. They are throwing SIG after SIG out, but they can close it out right there. Oh, my goodness. Zyder. Oh.
That was a dominant performance. Really just stepped on the gas through stock 2 and 3. Pavelski with the quick bans.
And hey, you know what? That's kind of what I'm talking about here, right? If you go in against a highlight machine like that, sometimes you got to go a little bit faster. And I think that's what Zyder did. They just went in, pedal to the metal, and they made it count, taking that game 1 here. And we saw, as you said, saw the quick bans going right into Brawl Haven here and switching to Val in the process.
Ooh, okay. Significant change. Man, Zyder once again with that string gets the gravity cancel neutral signature. Absolutely devastating because it spikes down so hard, but it's just a ton of damage to boot.
Yep, already in the orange here, and they are trying to find their way with the Rocket Lance, trying to get some good damage. All right, getting their onesies, twosies, but now Pavelski on the offensive here, but not for too long, as Zyder answers back, not only with more damage, but the stock to close it out. Oh, my God.
30 seconds, incredibly clean, barely damaged. Everything's coming up Zyder.
Yeah, this is definitely a rough run
for
Pavelski. Oh,
it just doesn't end.
It keeps happening. It keeps happening.
He can't keep getting away with this.
I mean, he's gonna, though, as we can see so far. Still surviving here the first stock. Pavelski going for a crazy play. Just, how did he find his way back down? Still surviving.
Oh, man. All right, so this question is, can Zyder actually get, extra damage for actually managing to survive all those times?
I mean, they definitely made it work a little bit here. Okay, got a little bit greedy. I do like the attempt. You did get a little extra damage there. Tried to go for a little bit more. Unfortunately, lost the stock. But that's still, you put yourself in a great position going into kind of the reset here. Both of them now have weapons in hand. Pavelski trying to keep that momentum going. But, man, the way that Zyder's playing, momentum is stopped short just about every moment.
Oh, yeah. I mean, even just interrupting the gauntlet string there with a neutral signature, that's a ton of damage. Massive lead for Zyder. He's got Pavelski into the red.
Okay, there we go. Great jump. Going to be able to dodge that SIG, get a strong punish out of that as well. The combo game is flowing, but now Zyder got the spear in hand. We're going to see the SIG attempt. No, just kind of waiting to see what Pavelski was going to do. Tried to find the punish, won't able to get it going.
So now Pavelski into the corner guard, trying to keep Zyder from getting back up on stage. Oh, ground pound right through the center. That's how you punish that signature. Do it again. No, neutral signature, slightly too slow, but downlight recovery does now give Pavelski the stock lead.
This entire lead switch had to do with Zyder trying to force that signature, trying to close out that stock, trying to get that extra damage. Thankfully, they were able to stop the bleeding here. They took a little bit on the stock, but they're able to close it out, evening it up 1 apiece here. So thank goodness. But now they are turning it up here, really making this damage count. Pavelski tried to get a swing, tried to get a counter hit, and just continues to get bodied in the process.
Yeah, Zyder has been making great use of the Lance's grounded kit. That downlight into neutral light, he's able to cycle between those two attacks, keeps catching Pavelski.
Oh!
Wait a minute.
That could cost Pavelski here. Okay, going to be able to make it back. Another Rocket Lance in hand, though. They're going to be looking for a way to counterattack, but won't get the opening they want as Zyder goes up 2. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, gotta be feeling good about that one. I mean, this is a significant lead over one of the best players in the world. Zyder now up 2-0, comfortable positioning.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be interesting to see how this plays out. I mean, you talked about not too long ago, Zyder coming with that mentality, trying to make this the 1 in 1 in 5.
It's looking like.
It's looking like it. One more game is all they need. We'll see if Pavelski can rise to the occasion to stop the bleeding. But, man, Zyder is honestly just looking unstoppable.
Yeah, manages to arm up there, didn't stay weapon-starved for too long. Ooh, Pavelski getting through that dodge read attempt, and then a ton of sword slashes to come in.
Okay, there we go. Great side light, just trying to get that built up a little bit.
Oh, sneaks right on by, but keeps getting tagged. Pavelski building a slight damage lead so far.
Dancing around here. Zyder trying to find that combo piece once again. Ooh, find it a little bit.
It's got 2 hits. You gotta watch out.
Up and down for sure. Pavelski just trying to stay alive here. Has to go to the other side of the stage. Oh my goodness, what a recovery option.
Jeez, Pavelski, not too many options. Yeah, just got bonked on the head there. Zyder's like, well, if you're going low once again, I'm going to close that off.
And Zyder, yeah, just like, I mean, they didn't drop the edge guard before, but like, I mean, because Pavelski's kind of went an entirely different route that Zyder wasn't expecting, but they closed out every other option from there. So it kind of really goes to show exactly how well Zyder is playing here.
Whoa, big dash pivot ground pound. Pavelski trying to scrape across the wall there. Okay. Zyder using the side air and the down air of the Rocket Lance to make it back to stage without having to use too many recovery options.
Ooh. Okay. Gonna be able to find their way back around, but not for too much longer. We're gonna see the sword close that one out. Pavelski trying to keep themselves in this set. Never mind the game.
Yeah, Pavelski did a great job sniping him out there because, yes, you do get a ton of aerial mobility from the Rocket Lance side air and down air. You can fly through the air for a pretty long time, but they are still attacks. They have recovery to them. So if somebody can kind of like pace you and time them out, they can actually tag you.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what happens when you got weapons like the sword and the gauntlets. They're able to kind of get those tags in. It's not only you're playing a fairly fast character, but those moves are very quick. They can get those punishes. But, I mean, even then, that was a little scary.
Zyder just kind of betting big. I'm not sure if he was expecting a dodge through around the corner or if he wanted to actually slide charge that one. I'm going to bet on he liked the positioning. He just really expected Pavelski to dodge through.
I mean, it's also that, but like Pavelski has been recovering pretty aggressively onto the stage.
True.
So I think just trying to call that option out.
Oh!
And, even then, going to be able to take that stock, but just kind of throwing that out there, and even though you didn't get Pavelski, you're letting him know that you are picking up on his habits and how he's recovering. It's going to change it up a little bit, kind of make Pavelski dial it back. And because Zyder is able to go absolutely nutty.
Yeah, I mean, if you know that their dodge is on cooldown, all right, slide kick into neutral heavy, not yet enough. Zyder coming back down.
I like that. Goes for the weapon toss, try to cover a few options. Didn't get anything, decided to back out entirely, but Pavelski does find a way to close out that stock. One stock apiece here, game 3. It's getting a little bit scary.
Yeah, I mean, Zyder's got a little bit of a damage lead, but it's not that much, and it doesn't matter that much on this particular stage. Pavelski only needs some solid hits, maybe that side signature off the wall.
Okay, both of them just kind of swinging for the fences here, and you can definitely tell the nerves are racking up. Zyder trying to get that first W against Pavelski. Pavelski is trying to stay alive.
Ooh, Zyder's looking to catch a landing. He does with the down signature. Toss just around. Ground pound. No, it finds the corner. Pavelski in dire straits. You see that wall slip is going to start activating soon. Goes up onto stage. Dodges up, but the signature's there waiting. Zyder with a 3-0 victory to take it over Pavelski for the first time in their history.
And what a way to take it. Again, like you mentioned, with a 3-0 to get your first W, it definitely goes to show that you have closed the gap a little bit. But man, these plays were fantastic. Zyder's coverage of just about all of Pavelski's options have been nothing short of incredible.
Yeah.
Like, every time that Pavelski, obviously likes to jump in the air a little bit, tries to get a nice, fantastic, strong combo game in the air, but this Rocket Lance covered just about everything. It was insane.
I think it was early moments throughout the set where Pavelski went for a lot of those dodges down to the ground. Zyder punished them hard. So Pavelski was then more inclined to take to the skies, and Zyder closed out the back end of that set off the back of significant anti-airs, those neutral signatures over and over again, the spear downlight over and over again, just devastating.
That was a 1-point difference in damage. That's how close that game was. That was crazy. 528 to 529. I mean, you could definitely say that these two battled it out. And the 3-0, I mean, definitely is a big statement, a factor, but it was close, though.
It was 3-0, but it was close, though.
It was close,
though.
It was close.
You got to stamp the asterisks on that one. Let everybody know. Jeez. So that sets the stage. Zyder's going to be moving on into top 8 winners side. That's absolutely phenomenal. Got to be proud about that performance so far, especially if you're looking for those qualification points for the midseason invitational like he is. But we still have on our docket, we're looking at Godly versus Machete. That's still got to finish playing out. We've got Acno versus Saru. That one's going to be kind of crazy. I'll talk about why in just a moment. And then we've got Swata versus the Ninja 729. Acno and Sejaru. Sejaru was actually the one who knocked Acno out of the most recent tournament. That we didn't see him on the podium. It was like the only time that we didn't see him on the podium, and it was because of Sejaru.
Okay, so definitely a little bit of revenge coming out here.
Oh,
I mean, Sejaru definitely going to be feeling a little good, saying, all right, listen, I did it once, I could do it again, and a bigger stage potentially, but we'll see what happens, man. Acno, listen, if I'm Acno, I'm coming in with a vengeance. I'm studying that VOD nonstop. I'm looking at every possible mistake I made, just absolutely changing that around. I'm making sure Sejaru can't do a single thing.
You got to pick it apart. You got to pick it apart.
You got to get surgical.
And is that the set count, or is that their lifetime history you're trying to show us? Because, you know, that's a little bit wrong if it's the 0-0 there.
I mean, it's probably just a set count. I would take a guess because
it's got to be. They're like, we're not, you know.
Yeah, I mean, we'll definitely see how it plays out.
I want to see some of those lifetime stats. I know production is going to toss them up there in just a moment, so that way we can see just how their power ranking stacks up, their previous tournament placements. How many top 32s have you made? And the answer is Acno has, look at all those gold medals. Look at double-digit gold medals.
Oh, my goodness. That is the difference here. And, like, Sejaru's just like, yeah, that's nice and all, but, like, what have you done recently?
Gosh.
That's all I would say. Like,
That's
hey,
absurd.
Listen, I love your accomplishments, but, like, when's the last time you beat me?
That is absurd. Power rank number 2 versus power rank number 27.
Yes.
But it has happened before. It can be done.
Listen, just because you are among the top of the PR does not mean you are invincible.
It was a 3-2 set and very
we
close.
Can see here,
but,
yes.
You know.
Listen, as long as you fight your heart out, that's cool and all, but it only goes so far.
Yeah, that is true. All right, so that kind of sets the stage of Acno, who had one of the longest tournament win streaks. I mean, he was just on an absolute tear, both in singles and in doubles, looked completely unstoppable until this year, where Godly kind of started taking over the scene. Sejaru, you know, one of those up-and-comers, you know, the new blood getting in the mix.
Yeah, we'll definitely we'll see how it plays out here. Sejaru definitely want to keep that streak going here a little bit. You make your name against the big names like Acno, people start to pay attention to you a little bit more.
Ooh, Sejaru just opening up so aggressively, just unarmed, fighting on through. You know, there's that little bit of an edge, you know? They both feel a certain way about this matchup, given how it shook out last time.
Absolutely. I mean, there's definitely a little bit of revenge that Acno's going to want here.
Oh, stuffed recovery! Just like that! 20 seconds in. Sejaru taking the first stock off of Acno. Let's go!
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, Sejaru is keeping the momentum from the last time they fought. He's like, listen, I know I beat you last time. I'm going to do it again. Take this first stock. I'm going to show you exactly what I'm all about. You better respect me.
All right, Acno spot dodging that signature, now has the juggle on Sejaru, starting to bring this one back. Massive damage. Goes for the corner guard. Oh, slide kick bet on the side.
Yeah, Acno's got to be a little more clean, a little more crisp, and a little more consistent when he's going for those edge guards, because Sejaru could have turned that around heavily, especially the way that Gauntlets likes to play sometimes. All right, but here we go so far. Sejaru trying to keep this momentum going here. Finally has the scythe in hand.
Okay.
A huge punish.
That was, I'll spot dodge your attempt, you spot dodge my attempt. Round and round we go until no more options were left.
Yeah, there's definitely one dangerous carousel for sure, but Sejaru going to be able to get these gauntlets back in hand.
Double recovery, so quick, so quick.
It continues to maintain this lead. And we did see Acno, you know, they started to get a little bit of something going, but that was stomped immediately as Sejaru continues to keep his momentum in their favor. Oh,
he's even just bunny hopping over him. He's like, oh, I'll get you on this side. We'll give a quick little hop up. I'll get you on that side.
Okay, ooh. Trying to get a little bit of something. You can see the respect that Acno's putting into their game plan now, right?
Oh,
They recognize that Sejaru kind of has their number, and they have to be very, very careful. Trying to go for a huge play there. Acno's just trying to get one more stock. Sejaru's trying to close out the game.
Yeah, Acno definitely going to have to rethink this game plan entirely. You see that pace just kind of becoming more methodical, but Sejaru picking him apart. That's a 2-stock victory. Game number 1 so handedly.
Oh my goodness, wow. And if that's like any indicator for the rest of the set, Acno is in trouble again.
I mean, that was a pretty dominant performance from Zyder.
That was a very
There's
dominant
no other way to
performance.
say it.
There's no, absolutely. But it looks like they're going to switch over to Val, keeping that sword, but also trying to match the pace with the gauntlets here, trying to keep that combo game going. Because we did see with Bodvar with the hammer, you know, hammer is a strong weapon, but it's a little bit slower, especially trying to deal with a character like Mordex that's just constantly throwing hitbox after hitbox in your face.
Yeah, I mean, Zyder was just kind of like hopping over every single downlight. It seemed like Acno couldn't get anything started.
Okay, but there we go. Finally getting the gauntlets in hand here. Let's see what Acno can get going. Zyder still looking pretty good, pretty crisp.
I mean, hey, all right. That's a ton of damage.
That's a lot of damage. Oh, okay. It continues to keep it going here. Acno with a great counter edge guard. Let's see what the situation is here. Zyder finds a way around. Oh, okay. Acno finds her way back onto safety.
Oh, the turnaround knocks him over to the side. Couldn't get the knockout off the top. Wow, really went for it on that signature. There's the weapon bonk. Spiked down once again. Zyder, too many options, starved out. First stock going the way of Acno this time. You can see that game plan, the adaptation changing.
Yes, and I believe that Zyder might have gotten a little bit ahead of themselves. They're feeling really good. You can tell by the way they're playing, but sometimes you got to dial it back and you got to recognize, all right, I'm being a little too aggressive, and Acno definitely took advantage of that one.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it worked out in game number 1 for Zyder. He was able to rock Acno back on his heels, just kind of keep pushing forward to take that game. But, you know, in between Acno during the map bans, you know, maybe he was able to splash his face with some cold water and start rethinking, whoa, you got to rethink everything now. That side signature, it was gutsy, it was greedy. I know you've got the lead, but Zyder responded so quickly and perfectly.
Yes, I mean, the risk reward was definitely great on both sides. Like, if you do land it, you probably go up another stock. But now, you give Zyder that breath that he needs to try and find his pace, find his rhythm, and he's really taking it to you on the second stock here. Acno has the sword in hand, trying to find something. Okay, gets a weapon toss. Ooh, going for something a little too greedy.
There it is, the rainbow toss, catches it for a little bit of a fake out.
Okay. Ooh, great stuff. Not going to be able to get their sight back. Now both players, oh, wait, never mind. They found the gauntlets.
There it is, sidelight recovery. Too tall of a ceiling for that to seal the deal.
It, again, tries to go for it, but not able to close it out once more. Those were some active gauntlets just bouncing around, man. Oh, my goodness. Wow.
All right, finally, third time's the charm. Up off the top, Zyder managed to cut the damage deficit and take the stock lead. That was off the back of, I thought he was going to do it again here. Yeah, that sight, nair, sair. This time, Acno saved his dodge to get out of it and tie up the stocks.
Yeah, I mean, Zyder did get a little bit of extra credit, but, man, when you got going against a player like Acno, a little bit of extra credit almost means nothing at all. You have to keep it going the whole way through. Zyder, look at this, though. The gauntlets in hand. They are bringing the pressure. They are bringing the pain. They got to be careful, though. Acno could have taken that for a ride to close out this game here. Oh, okay. What are you doing?
Look out, look out. So many options spent. You see those sweat beads coming out. That means they've spent everything. All their jumps, their recovery attack, their dodge, it's all gone.
All right, but now both of them got gauntlets in hand. Acno, okay, great read there. Going to get a little bit of extra damage, but you're still a little bit behind. The sword coming into play. All right, good start. Getting Zyder off stage. They find their way back on, somehow dodging these attacks.
Yeah, I mean, they've just been dancing around each other, staying in such close proximity, but neither of them able to find the strong hits.
Okay. Ugh. Went for the gauntlet toss, gets their sight. Acno's going to be looking to close this one out.
Oh my gosh, the breakdance almost knocking him off the top.
He's living. He's got one more shot here. There's no other way he's going to be able to survive another hit like that. And that could be
the
it.
weapon toss, it forced the dodge. Acno couldn't make it back. Zyder now up 2-0.
This is crazy. Is Zyder the Acno kryptonite?
It's looking like. I don't know how else to say it. Knocked him out in the previous time that they met up. This time, up 2-0. I mean, I will say, this match, incredibly closer than game number 1.
Yeah.
But still in Zyder's favor.
Yes, I mean, it definitely was a little bit closer, but again, keeping the sword, but now going with the bow, trying to, again, kind of keep that combo game, but keep that space a bit more, because it looks like they tried to kind of like match what Zyder was doing, and they're like, all right, listen, I see what you're doing, I respect it, I got to space you out a little bit more because I cannot handle the pressure that you're putting down. I cannot match that right now. So I'm going to try and slow this game down here, slow down this set, try to force you in these awkward scenarios to try and close out these stocks. Sakoji coming out here to see if they can get going.
All right, so this is like the tried and true, the classic, right?
Yes.
You know, a lot of players, they regard Koji very highly. He's got a ton of results under his belt, just a super, super solid legend, and Acno has a ton of results with him. So, of course, when the chips are down, you go to your old favorites.
Right. I mean, that's the other thing of it, though, is that this is 3 games down, 3 different characters. So Acno is definitely feeling a little bit nervous.
Whoa!
But looking
Okay.
good. Looks like this might be the start of something great.
Yeah, I mean, that was like an early call-out. Just, hey, I'm betting you're going to recover low. Let's cover that angle so early. And Sejaru he went for it, man.
Yeah, and right now this bow is definitely making a difference. Got a great combo game right now. Getting his onesies, twosies, just slowly racking up this damage. And the movement from Koji is beautiful so far. Look at this.
Oh, it is a dance. He's so graceful.
All right, we see Sejaru trying to go for something a little aggressive here. And it looks like they might actually, this is like the first time I feel like Sejaru is a little bit lost or kind of lost in the shuffle here, trying to find it, you know, their turn, but Acno's just not really giving it to him.
Yeah, this bow is just doing phenomenally for Acno. Seems like he's got all the stage control. He's got a full stock lead right now. Even if Sejaru gets that ground pound for the knockout, he still has such a mountain to climb now. Acno built him into the red.
Yeah, I think that, you know, dropping the gauntlets there, you were able to close out that stock, but now going to the scythe, so you can have a little bit of that range too. Keep that combo game flowing. The weapon toss, unfortunately, not going to connect at all. Not going to quite lose the stock either. The rainbow toss. Okay, Sejaru finds a way back.
Yeah, that was great. Came in with one of the fastest aerial attacks in the game, that unarmed neutral air. And he was able to use that, get the hit, get the chase dodge back to stage. And now he's armed up with the gauntlets. No! Bounced. Down air, side air, Acno with the advantage.
Definitely dancing around here. It takes 2 to tango, and as you can see, both these players rising to the occasion here. Sejaru is quite a bit behind in the deep red. They could be losing the stock very soon. You can see Acno being very patient, recognizing exactly the type of player Sejaru is, trying to get a huge punish, won't close out the stock there. Again, just tack it on a little bit more. There it goes. No!
Oh, that's a neutral light. It's going to take a long time to knock out, especially on a tall ceiling like this. And since it sends diagonally, neutral air, on the other hand, a bit stronger, sends him up off the top, and Acno has a sizable lead.
Yeah, this is definitely looking a little bit tough. Sejaru, you could definitely tell, like, they've been, you know, again, pedal to the metal the entire time, and they're recognizing, all right, I've got to, like, actually take my time. I can't just continue to put the gas down. I have to respect what's going on here.
Yeah, it seems like he started to try and figure this out. You know, Acno had just about a full stock lead. Sejaru cutting it short might actually bring it down to dead even.
That's huge. Okay, maybe, you know, Sejaru has figured something out here. Going right back to the scythe again. Honestly, I'm with it. Oh, they got the sword, though. All right, you just gonna have to
quick
try.
interruption.
You just try to play your combo game as best as you can, and then maybe get back to those gauntlets where you can really punish Acno off stage.
Scythe pluck number 1, looking around. Down light to guard the corner. No, Acno slips through.
I do like that air dodge from Sejaru, just unfortunately was not able to get much out of it. Acno continues to have no trouble finding their openings. Now they got the bow in hand, toss it away for the sword.
Yep, he wants that knockout consistency. Down light into recovery or just the plain up recovery. A lot of juggling. Acno on the board. It's still 2-1 Sejaru's favor, but Acno turning this around. I mean, that looked like a completely different set.
Absolutely, and I mean, I think that bow is what really kind of set it apart. Again, able to poke a little bit farther, play a bit of a slower game, really force Sejaru into his momentum. How the way that Acno wants to play this game. I do want to point out that Sejaru, the longer it went on, you could tell that the gears are clicking and he's figuring things out. They're figuring things out slowly. It's just there's a matter of consistency that needs to be addressed here. Maybe they can find that on Miami Dome.
Yeah, the calculus changes a little bit here. Again, you know, you've got a sizable ceiling, but those platforms are so much higher. Knocking out from there is going to be a little bit closer. And also, it has that scaffolding down in the center, so you can't actually cross from one side of the stage to the other underneath. You are locked to whatever edge guard you're in.
Yep, and that could be huge! Woo! Oh! Almost finding the way back, but Sejaru ensures the lead will be theirs. A great 30-second stock to get things started here.
Looks like those gears are well-oiled and running smooth.
100%. Sejaru is doing fantastic. This scythe play has been incredible. A great answer to the Koji. We saw a little bit of that greatness in the last game, but it is definitely being showcased here. until that happened.
Wait a minute. Answering right back. All right, this one is now going to be incredibly tight. It's like, say, Saru, massive lead first 2 games. Acno, that last game, for the majority of it, he looked like he was in complete control. Here now, we've got it right even between the two.
Okay. Acno trying to find a way back on the stage, but Saru rising to the occasion here. Relatively even game, though. No one's taking any real hard lead, but Saru's doing a really good job of kind of dialing it back. They're not getting as aggressive with their combos. They're getting their onesies, twosies, and just trying to rack this damage up.
Yeah, just got to be consistent. Saru knows they've got the set advantage. They only need to win 1 more game. Acno needs to win 2. So as long as you can just keep it nice and consistent, that's your best shot.
Okay. Okay, finally Acno finds a way to pick up that weapon, but Saru just did a good job dancing around it, just kind of forcing Acno to have to be really careful, because if they committed too hard to pick that weapon up, oh my goodness, Acno, what was that? Oh.
Side air gets under the weapon toss this time, skates through the clash. Acno turning it around with the recovery. Both of them arming up once again, and Saru's out of here.
I mean, that's what we need to see. Acno answering back after a strong first stock here. But if they're not careful, Saru's going to even this up immediately. Just like that. Dude. And this is where things get a little scary, right? He's going to be able to weapon starve you for a little bit. But Saru, again, respecting things, not going too crazy. Tried to find a punish on Acno, going to pick up that weapon. Wasn't able to find it.
All right, so this is Acno back on the bow. This is where we've seen the most control from him. Not just of the stage with its range, but just the pace of the match as a whole.
Yes. Okay, Acno dancing around here. Ooh, Saru just barely whipping on that. Tosses the gauntlets, gets another one in hand. Oh, Acno trying to go for something a little crazy there, trying to extend that combo.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, okay, he's good, he's good.
All right, Acno wasn't gonna... All right, I don't blame him. If he went down there and Saru managed to turn around with like a gauntlets neutral air and that was it, said and done, that would have felt real bad for Acno. I agree with him staying on stage. That was a smart call.
Dude, I really like what Saru's doing here, though. He's only going for a couple hits. He's not going for these overextensions. He's doing what he knows he's capable of, and then trying to reset neutral, which he's honestly, he's winning very often.
Ooh. Yeah, it's. Oh, wait a minute. Couldn't quite get that ground pound over the corner. Acno with the stage advantage. There it is. Dash forward, side signature. We're going to game number 5.
That's what I love to see. And this has been a fantastic set so far. We've seen Saru body the first 2, right? And then we saw that switch to Koji from Acno. And things are really working out for him. However, this game looked so much better than last game. So if I am Acno, going back to Koji here, I'm a little worried because, I mean, Saru's just gotten better. As the time has gone on.
Yeah, I mean, the longer that goes, it seems like he's starting to get a bead on the Koji gameplay, even though it is so significantly different. However, we do see the legend change over here.
Yes.
Saru over onto Val. The scythe is out of here. We're swapping it for a sword.
And, I mean, you still have that fast movement speed that Mordex brings, but you also get to pick up that defense quite a bit. They are very confident in their combo game and trying to rack up that damage, but they recognize that they are losing these stocks a little too fast sometimes.
And we also find a map change over to Mammoth Fortress. This is the land of consistency.
Yes.
It's the Goldilocks stage, right? Everything is just right. The wall size, just right. Knockout zones, just right.
And, I mean, the platform moves around, too, to give a little bit of variety to how everything's
Get a little bit of everything, you know?
A little bit of everything, yeah. It's like a really good buffet.
Saru looking to eat, but Acno just smacks that spoon out of his hand, just being like, no, you cannot.
But Val doing a good job here for Saru.
Let's go.
Oh, a little bit scary. Goes for the weapon toss with the bow. Now both swords in hand. We got a duel.
Sabers at dawn. Or, well, it looks like about noon, you know?
It's a really bright dawn. All right, but here we go. Saru trying to keep this going. Is not quite able to close out the first stock yet. Goes for the weapon toss. Picks up the gauntlets.
Oh, my gosh.
They were going for something big there.
Neutralite sends him off stage. Oh my gosh. The dodge was spent on that gravity cancel, but Acno fought his way back through.
Now we got Saru back on the sword here. Almost closing out a stock earlier, but the ground pound from Acno to take the lead.
That was a good bet.
That was a
good bet. He's like, where are you going? As soon as I bash you in the face with this weapon toss, you're dipping around that corner. Me too. Same.
Right. Ooh. That's not going to quite close it out yet, but they are in the deep, deep red. We'll see if they can find a way back on the stage here. Okay, the weapon toss, not going to get anything too crazy. I do like what Zyder's doing, though, really just being patient, not committing to anything too crazy here. But now you allowed Acno back on the stage. You're going to take some damage here. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, no. Several dodge punishes through there. Damage building up. This is everything that Acno wants to see.
Zyder's really struggling to close out the stock here. That's the problem, that they didn't have a Mordex. Mordex it just brings the damage, brings the pain. Now, Val, not quite as much, but their combo game's been fantastic. Wow, still not going to be able to close that out.
Yeah, there was a lot of stage left to the right, but not down below. That down air spiking to tie up the stocks. But Zyder's got their work cut out for him. Acno with a sizable damage lead.
Yeah, Acno's definitely sitting pretty, looking good. Swords in the hands of both. And Acno honestly just needs a couple strong hits to close this one out. Very close to doing that one.
Right off the platform. There we go. Just enough. That's efficient.
And I think the panic button is being struck here for Zyder. They've been feeling good, right? And but having the battle back, now on the cusp of getting reverse 3-0'd, this is definitely the danger zone, and Acno is feeling great. This Koji pick is flowing. They are playing beautifully right now. They got a great lead here, too.
Yeah, poised to take revenge for the last time they met, where it was a 3-2 victory for Zyder. Acno looking to turn that around into a 3-2 victory for himself here. This is close.
It's close. It's terrifying. Oh, look at that. Just taking their time. The punishment on the movement from Zyder. Acno, honestly, I just do not see a way for them to drop this game right here. Unless we start seeing some big plays from Zyder like we've seen all set.
Yeah, big anti-air signature there for a ton of damage. Swapping over to the gauntlets. Dash jump. Oh, Acno faded wide. That's going to bounce off the wall. The edge guard continues.
Okay. Ooh, that was a very clutch air dodge there. Just trying to get back down onto the stage. The bow, though, we've been talking about this all set. The bow from Acno is incredible.
Oh, man. Zyder just dodging every single attempt. That little bonk sets him up, and Acno seals the deal. A 3-2 revenge victory.
Oh, my goodness. And that's what it's all about, man. Acno, just like you said, going back to the tried and true and just making the run of runs. Look at the damage differential here.
Jeez.
It was astronomical. Like, I understand the Val pick. You're trying to survive a bit more, but you could see that the struggle to close out stocks, getting the KOs, was evident by the switch to Val. Unfortunate. Oh, my God, look at this. Just barely using the gauntlets, which is kind of, a little weird because we saw how great the gauntlet play was before.
Yeah. I mean, that was just a huge main staple for him. It just seemed like Acno did a phenomenal job. I mean, textbook class in mental fortitude.
Oh, yes.
He was down 2-0. Zyder was poised to take the set. Managed to clutch it out and turn it around and get revenge on your bracket demon from last tournament. All right, come on, man.
Yeah, but it was very close, and honestly had to go back, again, like you said, to the tried and true to make it happen.
That's right.
So, listen, when a player is able to push you to the limits like that, and you can see Acno started to really respect everything that Zyder was putting down. They still were able to clutch it out, but whew.
I like how you could see at key moments throughout the set where, like, they had that moment where the gears shifted. It's like there was that little pause. They were popping the clutch out, and then it was just a completely different pace of gameplay that came after it.
Yeah, it was, honestly, that was just probably one of my favorite sets of Brawlhalla I've cast.
That was really cool. That was really cool.
That was a very, very good set. Even, like, I'm not usually a big fan of reverse 3-0s because people start to talk about it differently, but the way that all these both players played the whole way through, and like you said, the adaptations, the gear shifting.
Yes.
Just beautiful.
So that sets up Acno in winner's side top 8.
Yes. That's going to be tough.
That is rarefied air. So now let's take a look where that sets us up. That's Zyder over Pavelski with the 3-0 victory to go into winner's side top 8. Godly versus Machete, we're getting word there. That was 3-1 in Godly's favor, so they're going to be on winner's side top 8. Acno joining as well with a 3-2 victory over Zyder. That was such a tight set. Now, only one remains to be found out. Will it be Swata or will it be the Ninja 729?
This is probably going to be one of the closer sets that we've seen. If you just go off the PR ranking, both these players absolutely fantastic. Swata. Number one, for good reason, right?
That's
honestly,
right.
one of the most consistent players in the game. But the Ninja 729 here also trying to make a run of their own. They are not unfamiliar with fighting Swata, as we could see a little bit of their stats here. 1-0 lifetime score, so it's not super familiar, but it's not unfamiliar.
Yeah, not a ton of history, but fairly recently.
Yes.
You see large chunk of earnings there Swata's got from the World Championship. Absolutely phenomenal. So now going into this set, Ninja 729, I'm seeing that Sidra lock in. Ninja 729, long-time Canon player, one of the hardcore mainstays of Canon.
Oh.
It's a really cool weapon. And Swata, we're going to see hammer. It's going to be all hammer action all the time.
Yes, I am all for the big, beefy weapons being swung around here. Again, I love Cannon. I think Cannon's like the sickest weapon in the game. It's just so cool. It's so cool.
Swata on Thor, that also gives him the orb that he's starting off with here. Goes for the Lightning Strike, tries to delay the detonation, but Ninja 729 not getting caught out.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely going to be able to allow them that fast combo game for a little bit, try to build up a lot of damage quick, fast, and in a hurry. And we'll see if they're going to go for a weapon toss here. No, we're actually going to see the weapon toss from the Ninja as they switch to the sword here, try to get a little bit more extra.
All right, there it is. Side light into down light. Pops him up. You see that anchor. We're going to see that signature a lot throughout the set. It's a down signature, but it leaps upward and then plummets downward. It's crazy spike over the corner and can actually be used for a lot of recovery attempts.
Yeah, it's definitely a wild move for sure. And also that one, too, just trying to cover any sort of potential edge guard situation. So honestly, the Ninja, when it comes to edge guarding or being edge guarded, they do have a few options at their disposal to just try to benefit themselves a lot.
Yeah, pretty wide toolkit available for Sidra. Swata, again, over to that orb, tosses that away. Yeah, he wants the hammer. You see the damage is built. He wants to just swat the Ninja away.
Yeah, I mean, they got the hammer in hand. It's just a matter of getting back onto stage right now because the Ninja's doing a great job putting that pressure down. Okay. Ooh, that was a little bit scary, but now you're in a tough position here. Just barely whipping.
Just outside, and now Swata finds himself in dire straits. The weapon toss not finding its way over the corner. Ninja 729 goes for the gravity cancel slide, but gets punished. Swata taking the first stock.
Yep, Swata doing a fantastic job swatting away the Ninja. And we'll see how everything continues to build up here. Honestly, the stock could be disappearing for Swata very soon. The Ninja did a very good job of closing out that stock as we see evening things up very cleanly.
There it is, the high juggle for the weapon spawn. That delays the next one, so Swata has some extra time on arm.
Okay, ooh. Oh, goodness. Okay, they are moving. They are swinging. And speaking of swinging, Swata now has control of the stage. They're looking for a way to try and build up this damage here. They're both kind of barely whiffing on a few of these.
Yes, gets right under that cannonball. Side light just bopping the Ninja right in the face.
Okay. Both of them still trying to find a rhythm here, even on these second stocks. But okay, a little bit of something from the Ninja. Tried to go for a huge play right there, trying to get a strong read, not able to find it. But they do have the sword. They should be able to get a few more hits in a little faster, a little more consistently. But the Swata, man, trying to play with his hammer and just not really getting the chance to do so.
Yeah, it seems like the Ninja's always just skating right out of range, just before any of those attacks can find purchase.
Okay.
Doing a great job with the bunny hops here because Swata, wants a lot of that combo starter, the downlight, that stomp on the ground. But the Ninja's been hanging out at like that half jump height. So it's over those stomps, and it's a little bit awkward to punish with any jump attacks.
Goes for the weapon toss right there. Not able to close it out, but
Fastball side air, set up another edge guard. The Ninja rotating all the way around. Swata gets the weapon starve.
Swata, again, just looking for that stomp. They know what they want. They want to close out the stock in with the hammer. I mean, it's very consistent. Very, ooh.
Wow. Recovery just enough off the top. The unarmed's going to get it done.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from Swata here. Having a solid lead, but the Ninja could very well turn this around very quickly. If you look at that health right now, deep red. Has the hammer, though.
Manages to skate around back onto stage, has the weapon advantage now over onto the orb. You're going to see a lot of string-heavy play. Even the neutral air on the orb, it doesn't send them a great distance. It's just like a quick little jab in the air so you can go for other follow-ups.
Okay, but
Just
Swata,
like that.
Oh, yeah, this orb work is definitely coming into play here. Wow, just threading the needle through the offensive game plan of the Ninja. Getting back to stage, now has a weapon in hand, the hammer. You can tell they want to rack up that damage, but gonna toss that one away. Let's go hand to hand at the moment.
Yeah, Swata not afraid to fight unarmed. He's just keeping the weapon rotation quick and fluid.
There we go. There goes that stock, finding a way to even it up. It is not a game about health and percentage. It's a game about stocks. And right now, the Ninja is trying to make a case that they are still very much in this, but Swata has been consistent the entire time through as we see that stock closed out. Great stuff from the number one.
Yeah, that final lightning strike, just right on point. We're going to see if lightning strikes the same place twice, but Swata right now sitting up pretty 1-0.
Yeah, very, very well. Yeah, man, there's just a lot of like, they really went for a lot of onesies, twosies. There wasn't any like that crazy combo extension gameplay that we've been seeing for the past few sets, but it's definitely a lot more calculated, a lot more reserved. But everything, once it finally hits, you can feel the impact of it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're going to expect when the Ninja 729 starts really getting into gear, looking to take some games, because the cannon thrives on just pure continuation. It's got some crazy 0 to deaths, can take you off stage, just delete your stock entirely.
Oh, yeah. Well, right now we got this orb coming back into play here for Swata. They've been doing a great job building up the damage for themselves. They are at a little bit of a disadvantage, and here we go. The Ninja's got the cannon, trying to go for these reads, but honestly, Swata in disadvantage is just really good at getting back to safety. Their defensive game plan is incredible right now.
Oh, the breakdance gravity cancel there, but Swata still fighting his way through. Wow, gravity cancel slide into the ground pound, wanted maximum damage on that.
All right, keeps that hammer alive. Tries to go for the Sarah to close it out. Won't be able to find the hit that they want. Has to settle with the orb here. Oh, man, just living a little bit longer. Wow. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Man, the bicycle kick off the edge. The Ninja just managed to tap. Swata! He went too hard. Ninja 729 just juked him at the last moment.
Yeah, I mean, I totally get the attempt. Like, you're trying to close it out, and if you miss, like, you're already at such a high percentage that you're probably going to lose a stock soon anyway. So I get the attempt, but hopefully that doesn't give the Ninja the momentum they need. And never mind, it's definitely not going to give them any sort of momentum.
Yeah, that was great. After seeing the first stomp, it was like one of those dash-through reverse stomps, so he kind of like slid away from it, wasn't able to connect the side air. Great adjustment on that second one to kind of dash jump into the down air, everything that he wanted.
My goodness, man, the pressure that Swata's putting out here with that hammer, just continuously pushing the Ninja wherever he wants him to go. Above, below. It's whatever he wishes, and the Ninja's just got to deal with that at the moment.
That's the thing about Swata's hammer play versus so many others. It's highly more vertical, even on stage. He'll get these crazy strings where he's just pulling you all over, and it just feels so oppressive and fast. He makes that weapon look fast.
Right, and like it's one of those situations too where you kind of have to adjust to, oh, I'm in the air, oh, I'm on the ground, oh, I'm in the air, oh, I'm on the ground. Like, what play do you go for there? It's definitely a tough spot in general, but Swata is going to continue to put this pressure down. Not for too much longer, though. The Ninja trying to make a statement here. Not able to close up the stock yet.
But that was a ton of damage. The Zeus throw right over the corner into the cannon down air, and the Ninja 729 stock lead.
Looking good, too. I mean, they're just in like a dark orange, so they could get a pretty solid bit of extra credit here. You can see they're just trying to get back down to the ground. But Swata definitely on the hunt here, trying to find a way to even this up.
Punish.
Oh, that was beautiful. Oh!
Slides right into the uppercut. That's not enough because it was unarmed, but it's getting close.
Well, now you got the hammer, so you ain't got to worry about not having enough. The hammer is always enough. And putting the hammer down is Swata here. Now weapon starving the Ninja, trying to get a little bit of extra if they can, but the cannon in their hand.
Ooh. All right. Swata smartly saving his dodge. That's where you can get into some serious trouble. If you dodge against a cannon and they know where, that stock is as good as gone.
Yeah, but Swata's starting to make this hammer play come out into fruition here. The Ninja's got to respect it.
Ooh.
Beautiful punish on that.
Yeah, bringing out the Kraken. Those tentacles just grabbing straight into the Cannon Blast. Tries for it again, but Swata not getting caught the same way twice.
Yes, again, I'm absolutely amazed by Swata's defensive game plan here. Not getting caught up in anything too crazy. And the percentages are getting a little scary. Oh, my
yo,
goodness.
let's go.
Swata with a huge play. And now they just got to find a way to clutch this one out. The hammer is in hand. And you know the danger zone is present as they close out game 2. 2-0 now in Swata's favor. The Ninja feeling a little bit nervous?
Normally I would say yes, but that one was down to the wire. It was looking a lot more confident, especially had the stock lead right there. Yeah, ended up losing it in the end, but overall it didn't feel like there were no unanswerable situations.
And it's crazy, man. You look at this, like you just saw the damage percentages, the amount of damage that Swata puts out with this hammer. They're almost just a one-weapon player.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he is the hammer specialist.
It's actually insane just to kind of see someone like that. Listen, like, the orb's cool. I don't need it.
It's one of those, nice to have.
Yeah, it's nice to have. Oh, I need to move a little bit faster, I guess. But either way, finally getting some combos out of the cannons here for the Ninja. I feel like that just hasn't been around for those first 2 games.
Yeah, no serious dodge reads. Swata usually either saving his dodge and then being able to get out later, or, going the correct way, and the Ninja doesn't get anything started.
Ooh, oh, trying to go for a couple slides, not able to find it. Gets the sword in hand, though, but now, again, we're looking at the hammer from Swata, and you know what they're looking for.
Oh, yeah.
That's it, baby. Stop
bread and butter.
Yep.
Ooh, bet wide on that slide kick. Ninja went in tight.
And now Ninja's getting some strong punishes here with the sword. Great stuff. Going to try and even this up here a little bit with the percentages. Goes for the weapon toss. Not going to be able to find what they want, though. I like it. Oh, they got the hammer out of that, too.
Yeah, Swata just snuck right in there, stole it out from under, and the neutral air gonna anti-air the Ninja.
Yep. All right, they're going to settle with the orb. Interesting. I think they might have wanted the hammer, but the Ninjas came in with a little bit too much pressure. That's fine. They're going to get the hammer anyway.
Oh, yeah. As long as they can keep the weapon starve going, they'll have their pick of the litter.
Yeah, and right now...
stuffed recovery. He's going hard.
Oh, geez. Okay, I like that. Get back to the stage. Get your own resources back. You're getting your damage. You're putting the fear into the Ninja for sure.
Stomp, side air, set up the edge guard.
Wash, rinse, repeat.
Hey, man, that's the game plan.
That is the game plan. And Swata is executing it to perfection here. Now has the orb, though. But the cannon starting to make something happen.
Oh,
Did they go
lightning
through?
strike.
Oh!
Yes, that is something you can do on Thor, is that lightning strike. If you delay it long enough, you'll be able to do a couple of them with your other options.
Oh, this is looking rough here. 3 stocks to 1. Honestly, I don't think they're even really scratched on that second stock from the Ninja. But now they are really facing the elimination bracket here in a moment, because Swata just continues to dominate in this game 3.
Yeah, Swata is chilling, and what makes this even more dire is the fact that since he's on Thor, Thor is like one of the tankiest legends, incredibly high defense stat. So you're going to have to cut through 2 more. Oh, no! Oh, no! Went too hard on the bottom of the stage. Swata taking it 3-0.
When you say at all costs, you don't mean at all costs, because you just ended up throwing the game away for yourself.
Man,
But-
I mean, it would have been like such a gigantic mountain to climb to be
it
able to
really
bring that
would
one
have.
back. But, it's always such a heartbreaker for it to go out that way.
You're 100% correct. I mean, you hate to see it. You want to see players really go down to the wire and not lose in situations like that, especially in a crucial game 3. But, I mean, sometimes it is what it is. And the Ninja didn't play bad in that game for the most part. It's just the Swata once they got the engine running, it's like, how are you going to stop them, man? That is a freight train.
So that's going to be 3-0 Swata catapulting into winner's side top 8. Yeah, look at that. Just all the yellow. That is Swata's first stock never leaving the field.
Oh.
Except for right at the end, but he didn't get to respawn into another yellow spike.
Yeah, I mean, I'll lose my stock when you lose all 3, apparently. That's how it comes down in game 2.
Man, I guess so.
Yeah.
All right, so that sets the stage for our top 8, winner's side.
Oh.
We saw everybody moving on. They've got the spread. Bring it up behind us. Let us see how those matches shook out for our block here. That's right. Zyder 3-0 over Pavelski. Godly 3-1 over Machete. Acno 3-2 over Saru. That set was wild. And then Swata with this quick 3-0 over the Ninja 729.
Yep, just kind of wrap everything up, man. And man, we had some incredible sets here for top 8 qualifiers.
Oh my gosh.
Too. Like, honestly, like Zyder playing out of their mind, getting their first W over Pavelski. And
let's go, dude. 5-1 record.
Star-stopping fashion, man. That dude was absolutely insane. One of my favorite sets to see, but Saru was Acno. Like, I know, like, I always root for the underdog, but like, that was just such a beautiful set, man. Oh,
yeah,
so
just
good.
the attitude and the history with it, especially.
Yep.
But you know, all those players, if you saw your favorite, lose right there, that's not the end of it. This is a double elimination tournament. They've got another chance down in the elimination bracket. You might be able to catch some of those matches over on twitch.tv/ProBrawlhalla. But we also have more winner's side action coming here on twitch.tv/Brawlhalla. But that does it for us. You're going to get some other beautiful faces and fantastic voices here talking to you in just a couple minutes. So don't go anywhere.
As spring continues on, mid-season continues to fade away for many competitors still here for this championship we have going today. But right now, in Winners Top 8, we have to look at those who could potentially take down Olympus. Godly sitting on one portion of it, still there. The Kings on the other side of Acno keeping himself in. We have a great bracket to come, and I get to do this all with Taza, of course.
Ajax, I'm so, like, the person in me that doesn't like sudden rapid change is pretty happy with this top 8, right? Because going into EU, looking at the bracket, and everybody that's just been dropping before top 32, earlier in top 16, I'm like, what is going on? I mean, we had a near case where Saru almost eliminated Acno again. I know TWK was talking about that for the previous tournament, and people were like, it's an invitational, whatever have you. Acno just barely reverse 3-0s it, and now he's here up in top 8 against Swata, and this is what I was talking about with some normalcy, right? Is because in a lot of predictions, we have Godly, Acno, and Swata. Where Acno and Swata are between 2 and 3.
They alternate a bit.
They're a little different.
And then, of course, there's the Pavelski believers. We out here
hoping
still.
Unfortunately, he's not out yet.
Believe
but
got knocked down a few notches.
Yeah. I know Reigns expected Pavelski in that top 3, but Zyder had something to say about that. Really wanting to make this his championship of the year to get himself into a good spot in MSI, and that's going to be the player that we're going to be seeing going up first against Godly.
And this position also, it could have been Delta. Delta was the one who actually went down to Pavelski earlier, was in the predictions to find their way to this position to take on Godly. And Delta and that group of people who are on the cusp of trying to get their way into midseason. There's this is it. This is the final chance. And right now, I think the only one who I'm still looking at that has a good push still to go is Knees. So it's kind of crazy, but here on this portion of the bracket, though, Godly and Zyder. Zyder having an incredible run so far. Acno able to come back to the clutch play that we know him for, the ability to rebound after what was almost a 3-0. Because that game 3 was very close to going into favor of Saru, too. It was
incredibly close. Yeah, watching that, I was just kind of like, Acno, is this going to happen? Is Saru going to take you down? We're getting to a point where the only real consistent factor in Europe is Godly. It's like we could expect Godly to just not be stopped. I mean, I say this every time I'm on the desk, and it's still true. Undefeated in singles.
Crazy.
As of his competitive
biggest
career.
Lie is that number over there, PR number 8. That's going to change very soon.
Keep in mind, that PR is number 8 after climbing from literally nothing from the beginning of the year all the way to 8. That is incredible to do.
I don't think it's ever happened. I don't think it's ever happened before. I don't think we've ever seen somebody go straight from that to number 1 with how dominant Acno's been for so long.
Yeah.
And I think part of we're seeing now Acno in that position where he has to step up a bit. The pressure gets on because you're trying to perform well to keep yourself consistent, but you don't want to get upset now because you have to show you can perform as well as Godly, and then other people get their chances. Luckily, he was able to stop it, but here, when it comes to Godly, you talk about the dominance.
Yeah.
What about Zyder? Zyder's run today. How are you feeling about Zyder potentially making a run at trying to take the upset here?
The way that I've been seeing, and we're about to see how he plays up against Godly here, because the way I've been watching Zyder today, Zyder is playing a completely new player, realizing what's on the line going into MSI and his trajectory as a pro player in Europe. He's really trying to get this top 3 side on Winners in a way that I really have never seen him play before. So I'm excited to see how this goes up against Godly, because this is the test right now. We just gave so much praise to Godly. It's kind of hard not to. You take down this player, and you might as well have EU in your pocket at that point.
Exactly, and this is where a lot of Zyder's been able to make his money on. Here on Demons and controlling the side of the stage, he starts off the set early with a lot of signature play, which we almost saw a side stick come through and get a quick stock for Godly, but he puts the fear into them to feel like they can't move safely from the ledge, and then he approaches as the set goes on. Godly is not one you could trick with that too many times, so I'm curious to see how Zyder approaches it.
So far, he hasn't tricked Godly with that once. The first side stick that he goes for, he gets sidelight nair ducked off the bottom right side of the stage, and Zyder's down in under a minute. Now looking for a spear coming in, picks that up, but Godly with the gauntlet so far is looking great as that downlight punish right away with a neutral and another ground pound coming out from the sidelight nair. Zyder getting caught by so many of these gauntlet nairs after sidelight.
Yeah, you have to be careful with how many times you try to go for that big push, because he keeps trying to catch the jump in with the D-light, and Godly's just waiting it out because he knows he has a lead. There's no reason to approach him in that position. He has it. He's going to get better whiff punishes off the gauntlets if he just lets him pull the trigger, but now the side coming, actually, it was still
it
gauntlets.
happened again. It's like, as you're talking about it, Zyder's like, why aren't you jumping? And Godly's just standing up the gauntlets. And he's
I
like,
gotta move. Hey, you swing first. All right,
well,
there we go.
and I guess the thing that's smart about that for Godly too, when against Spear, is that if Spear opens up the sidelight as opposed to downlight, a lot easier to react to.
Yeah.
So staying on that ground game gives Godly all the advantages he looks for. But that recovery from Zyder catches Godly using that recover, trying to get on the top of the stage, and that evens up the stocks.
Yeah, it took a while to get there. It seems like Zyder feeling more comfortable right now on the spear, trying to get the combo game going. Gets it with Zyder, Nair's pushing him back to stage. One quick string can get him back into this game, but he's going to get Nair. He's going to get caught. I spoke too soon.
One quick string is going to get Zyder off the top of the stage.
Yes, true. Yeah.
two sidelights in a recovery.
It's still game, just on a different user.
Yeah. Zyder, let's see. I want to see what happens with the spear here, because once I've seen like a similar punish happen 2-3 times in a game, that's where I'm wondering, okay, if it's starting to bother me, has it bothered you enough to make those adjustments yet? Are we going to see those spear downlights still? Because Godly, oh man, he spot dodges the wake up side air, gets the falling Nair onto Zyder, and even more damage is coming out through Godly in this game number 1. And Zyder, he still hasn't gotten any of those hits to connect. Downlight hits, but the chase dodge pivot, side light doesn't connect. And Godly, with the Nair gravity cancel neutral light, will bring Zyder into red.
He has such a large lead right now, too, that he can afford to play the trade game. He could be right next to Zyder, let him try to go for something and get a combo started. But now the recovery's coming through, Zyder just trying to find some ground. He's going to wait, goes for side light, waits for the dodge down, but actually doesn't do anything as a reaction. And he doesn't get an opportunity to do that again, because Godly going to go ahead and take the first game.
Yo, with reaction skill like Godly has there, like when a Gauntlet sidelight hits, I'm used to being like, it's not true. It's one frame. Sometimes the player has to guess where the other person's going. Dude, Godly's just like watching what Zyder's doing and following him until the dodge is gone, hits the next sideline of the recovery. That is just so hard to fight. Ajax, Zyder's having some difficulty here.
Yeah,
and the side sticks from the Lance that you were talking about that he likes to go for, all of them led to him literally losing a stock.
Yeah, that takes away a big win condition that he was trying to do to get people to get fearful later. But 566 to 343. Complete dominance on the side of Godly.
The damage you're talking about,
most of that came from the Gauntlet. So we barely got to see the Scythe. Now Godly is going to stay with the Scythe the majority of the time because Zyder hasn't been able to adjust to that yet. He was getting mixed by the Gauntlet the whole time.
Interesting. Well, he had the Scythe for a little bit, and then he decided, maybe I want to go back to the Gauntlets for this.
Maybe I was reaching too hard. It's just, it ain't broke. It ain't broke, don't fix it.
Well,
Keep it going.
I think whatever the case is, you're right? Because it's one of those cases where it's like, well, if the Gauntlets are continuing to dominate a Spear, like right now, here with Scythe versus Spear, Godly doesn't have as great of a time. Okay, never mind. Well, that wake up neutral light was amazing. There's a lot closer to this game 1. The neutral light hits.
Okay.
He dunks Godly just into the brink of red. I mean, I swear Godly was orange before that signature hit.
Yeah, he uses that's what we were talking about before. He uses that so often. It covers a lot of range when it comes to Black Knight, so you want to make sure you control the sides, but you can't do it too often. Like you said, Godly will always whip punish you for that if you give him the chance.
Yeah, really good call out there. That's the second time that I've seen Zyder catch Godly recovering high on Demon Island. The first time was with the unarmed recovery in the other game, and I guess that was actually the only other stock.
Yeah, that was the only other stock that got taken.
So fresh in my mind there. Zyder now evened up as Godly evens up these stocks, and not too much damage is coming through.
I will say Zyder's done a much better job in not overextending a neutral. He's not trying to like force something now. It looks like he's actually trying to play more patient and let Godly try to swing first, because we're at a dead even game now. This position last game was Godly with a near 2-stock lead that led to one immediately after that. So Zyder's patience has definitely kicked up.
I wonder how Godly's going to adjust to what Zyder's doing now. Godly has been doing a lot of side lights in neutral, hitting it, and then waiting to see how Zyder's going to get back to the stage. I'm now noticing Zyder is jumping straight out of these things just to get out of there. And Godly could chase after it, but how so? Like, I'm wondering how this is going to change. He goes to the Scythe, nice neutral into neutral signature.
I just realized, I think that was like the first side light into Nair we've seen all set. That's insane, because the fear that Godly puts into you, for one, being so dominant of late, but two, trying to find an opening period, the fact that Zyder has to give him that much respect before he pulls the trigger does let Godly eventually figure out his tempo he's trying to shift to. He was very aggressive game 1. He's gone passive now. Godly's answered right back. It's close, but Godly's still not giving him that chance he wants.
Nice recovery. Zyder has to use that dodge early. Can he make it back? Godly misses the downlight off stage. Zyder makes it back, gets a lance, has a spear primed, and the neutral sig reads the spot dodge from Godly. Weapon throw forward now, starving him, trying to get that landing. If Godly fastfalled, I think that down sig was right.
Yeah, Spear D-Sig was really close to connecting right there, but that is not going to be enough. Can he get the chase? Goes to the weapon toss, just misses out. Godly's going to get to the wall touch, and he gets the arm recovery last second.
Oh, the side air on the weapon pickup. Godly goes for the gauntlet recovery. Spot dodges the weapon throw. Both players now on the verge of being knocked out here on the second stock. Zyder dodges the weapon throw, puts up the down Downsig. Godly doesn't go forward, and Zyder's like, maybe you'll go in this time, but Godly doesn't give it to him, waiting for that weapon to come through before he makes a decision, and finally a spawn in his favor, but he doesn't get it.
He just
there
keeps
it
missing
is.
out. Oh, he doesn't capitalize, and then the punish attempt on the spear recovery doesn't connect either. That's going to take the stock.
Was an awesome interaction of something that I mentioned earlier, where Zyder was constantly jumping out of sidelights. Godly was like, are you going to keep jumping?
keep doing it?
He went for the immediate recovery, and Zyder's like, nah, not this time.
Not
this
this time.
Even though the stock went away, I'm loving this interaction between these two players, but oh, Godly. After that, so close to a second stock, is he going to end it here? That Downsig came so close, Ajax.
He was he wanted to keep that going too, but he realized he was out of position, couldn't capitalize. But Godly, okay, that time Zyder going downward, not going up. Good call on his part, but he's going to get away. Still not enough, and this is kind of what happened last time. Even though it was so close, Zyder kept it so close for so long. Zyder finally takes it, but he took so much damage to get to that point.
Yeah. Whoever got that second stock there really decided the momentum going into this, because Godly just ran away with it. Sidelight neutral sig. Oh, he went for the side sig. I thought it was down sig. It would have hit for sure. I thought he was going for it. Zyder goes for another sidelight. That time, I think Godly would have gotten hit by sidelight neutral sig again. He dodged straight down.
I think this is where he's pulling out all the bag of tricks type play. Like, let me get unorthodox. Let me start going for the big sig plays. All right, that's 4 times now he's gone for sidelight, and that hasn't gone for D-light follow-up, but he's going to get caught by the weapon toss on the way down. Godly keeping it simple, not going down there trying to get caught for it.
It's such a tough call to make when you are literally a gauntlet sider away from getting knocked out to not keep going for sidelight neutral sig. It was so cool to see, and I was like, I'm pretty sure Godly would have gotten hit by that every single time you hit a sidelight, but you can't be that crazy, right?
I feel like at that point he was almost trying to condition Godly into doing it so often that he could get the punish for it, but it didn't work out. Now, one thing we are seeing a switch here from Zyder, though, is over to the Hattori. So removing the lance out of the way, it hasn't really done a lot for him in the way that we were seeing it for the other ones.
Well, you mentioned a great point. We heard one sidelight and air connect.
That is your win con.
That's a pretty good indicator that the lance isn't actually doing much for you, right? And that towards the end, the spear got a lot better once he realized, wait a second, Godly's playing he's playing so grounded.
I lied. It was Hattori. Hattori was being hovered over.
It was Hattori.
I promise you Hattori was there. But then he waited. He's like, wait, no, I'm not switching.
Okay. So I guess but back to the point I was saying before. The Zyder, game 1, downlights galore, punished for every single one of them. Game 2, a lot closer, many more sidelights were used, and they were all connecting, and Godly was having trouble getting a punish off of it. Let's see what happens going into Game 3 here, where Godly is up 2-0. Zyder has the near insurmountable task of reverse 3-0 Godly, but hey, look at that! D-line to neutral signature. Oh, he misses the ground pound there, but he's been hitting a lot of those Black Knight neutral signatures on the Godly.
So it's only going to probably work for a stock to 2, right? But Zyder is now doing what we expected from that last game, where he was going to finally start doing something after sidelight.
Yeah.
Now he's actually going for sidelight D-lights and getting his combos going.
Yeah.
Now you got to be careful with how often you do it. It worked a few times. Godly's not going to fall for that all the time. You have to save that read you were going for last time to get those big D-sig plays.
Ooh, yeah, and you saw he went for 2 of those there. Godly jumped over both of them. That's the 3rd one that he's jumped over.
Okay, don't start reaching now. That's 4.
Zyder, it's not. Godly just get
4 for 4. He's going to go for the $5 biggie bag. You got to get back to the weapon in the first place.
He misses the ground pound. Gets back to the stage, tries to get the recovery off the top of the stage. Now Zyder is on the lance, and Downsig isn't quite as an all-purpose tool here. Has to get back onto the stage here, goes for the recovery in the opposite direction, repositions, falls with Nair. Nice deal that recovery. Godly so good at punching the lance. Man, Ajax, we were literally counting the amount of D6 that Godly just floated right above before he fell in with the punish, whether it was neutral light or Sair.
That's just an incredible statement to his defense. Like, just getting around those every time. I mean, some of them definitely were, please get hit by this, but there was a couple times where it was just out of position, and Godly now knows that because you're doing that, he can bait you into going for those big plays later, or you're going to be fearful for going that, so he's not going to be as scared of you trying to get the big play. Never mind, Zyder's still feeling good about the idea.
Whoa, Godly is adapting to Zyder's playstyle in such an awesome way. He's floating right above, like, how do I say this? Okay, Godly goes down there. It's like that height that's not quite a short hop, but not quite, it's not quite a dash jump, but it's also not quite on the stage.
It's in that spot that makes you want to react. Because you're so close, it's like, here, press a button.
But he never touches. He never touches. He's floating right around there, and then he jumps. So a lot of Zyders, either their side lights or down sigs, they end up whiffing, and then Godly gets a lot of punishes, and we're seeing him even evolve that area that he's standing in with a lot of gravity cancel down lights on arms.
And look at how often Godly is now dodged in towards the side lights. Like, well, you thought thought that those were going to connect before. You were waiting for me to dodge a bunch in that last game. Now I'm doing it, and you're doing nothing about it. This is all mental damage for Zyder to try and get something started, and he hasn't really been able to find it.
Look at that. Godly hovering right in that area, right above Zyder's side light, gets up the down air. That time, we've seen that punish a million times today. Just fades back from the spear down light, hits it with the gauntlet neutral light. Side air catches Zyder on the way back to the stage, and now Zyder, potentially on his last stock of the set, has to take down 2 from Godly to stay in it.
Yeah, and you're talking about that punish always being in that position. Godly constantly goes about a character length to 2 away from the ledge, so he stays right out of Sarm. Actually, Godly just having a field day now, starting to get a bunch of combos started. Keeps punishing him for the approach. He keeps standing at the same spot. He stays right out of range for the Zyder to actually hit. And Zyder hasn't gotten a single hit in like the past 10 interactions. This is getting real bad.
Oh yeah, down air comes through. Zyder just narrowly avoids the gravity cancel side light for the down single dunk, and that's a 2 stock for Godly. What an awesome set coming out from Godly. And you know that statement you said about the Scythe in Game 2? Definitely jumped the gun there. It was Game 3 where that happened.
Yeah.
Right? The Scythe came out of Game 3 and it's like, you've been fighting my gauntlets all day. You haven't even seen this weapon. Zyder just loses that stock in a heartbeat.
Yeah, mental damage comes in as the set progresses. You're trying to find an answer to what was already a problem weapon, and then you get doubled up on the damage essentially here. 642 to 348. The damage per engagement, 49 to 24.
Yeah, that's over double. That is incredible. Godly really making all those neutral wins count, whereas Zyder, and the damage per engagement for Zyder actually makes a lot of
Important
sense.
thing down there too. 13 signatures, 8%.
Yeah.
None of that. That's
tough. And the damage per engagement really describes that, like, he was hitting a side light or a down light or a side air, and that was about it. And you were mentioning it in game 1 or 2, only a single lance neutral air. Zyder really having difficulty staying on Godly, whereas it felt like he could not get Godly away from him. And every time they tried to get him off him, all he did was give Godly another opportunity to keep the damage going. All those down 6 missing. It was like, in theory, I was like, this should be the right play, except that Godly's right outside of the threat zone of your moves that you're choosing, and now
That's why I was curious as to why we didn't see the Hattori pick actually stay, because when your main bread and butter, your consistency of damage, your burst option, that is the lance that constantly gets you really free damage, for the most part, when you have someone who's trying to outspace you like that, and Godly outspaced every single one of them, that gets in your head. So he stayed on the spear majority of the time after that. The lance was borderline invalidated, and actually it wasn't even borderline, it was invalidated.
Pretty much.
So, like, that just, you're playing with half of your kit, and that's insane with how Godly was able to shut it down the way that he did, and with as good as Zyder looked in that Pavelski set earlier. Yeah.
Godly is very good. And he's
going
to be continuing into winners finals here. Zyder played well to get here, but at that point, it's like it's becoming very difficult for me as the commentator / storyteller that I like to be in these matches, where usually it's just handed to me on a silver platter, to find out any way to say, all right, this time Godly can be beaten. So I am looking forward to it. I'm looking at you, Region. We need to figure this out, because Godly is undefeated and unstoppable. And you know what? The 2 players that are coming up next, these are the 2 that I'm like, okay, they're the most likely to do it. And yet still I'm skeptical, Ajax. It is Acno versus Swata. And we have the current reigning world champion for Swata, and then Acno, who has just been the longest playing top 1 player in Europe. At this point, Godly may quickly usurp that. I mean, look, he's only PR8 right now, but like, how long do you have to be undefeated before you're just,
We've said it a few times now, but the King's been dethroned. Like, he had that position for so long, and now you finally got somebody who has checked that position, and you have to be able to get through that. And Godly has been showing no room. No room for improvement for somebody to get it. But eventually, everyone gives an opportunity to get adjusted on. It might take time, but that time, who knows how long it's going to take. Well, I think Acno is definitely one of the people to make that adjustment.
Part of that process is we're seeing the legend adjustments coming out from both Acno and Swata as well. Swata is somebody that we known for Bodvar. The Thor is not so much of a surprise for me. The Rayman, however, coming out from Acno, while I do believe that any legend in the game is potentially amazing under Acno's control, Rayman is an interesting one coming out here. Gauntlets have for sure seen huge favorability in all regions in this current meta. Swata. And Acno on the Rayman, however, is interesting because of the axe being the secondary weapon for him as well. And we just saw him do so well with the Koji against Sijaro in the previous best of 5. We're just having a little bit of a moment here to make sure that everything's okay. Swata gives the go-ahead, and right away, the game gets started in game number 1 on Mammoth Fortress.
Yeah, and now with this Rayman, one of the characters I'm actually still surprised, we saw it show up, it did well, and then it disappeared, was that Yumiko back at Omen.
Yeah.
Like, it was able to get some, it got the job done against Godly
I forget
momentarily.
that, that was this year, but there was definitely a segment of time where Bo was the most crazy thing, right? And that's why I think Yumiko was being picked there, because Bo was being very favored in EU, with a lot of Koji picks, but in particular, the Yumiko was interesting, so definitely.
But now here with the Rayman, I mean, Gauntlets have found their heyday here, like, over the past, like, month and change. Just so many Gauntlets at the top, for good reason. The pressure that they have, the combos that they have, and unfortunately, nothing got started there because the damage went on, but Swata just kept it simple, just smacked him right off stage.
Yeah, so Gauntlets are not the only weapon with that the vertical reversal. We've got the hammer here that Swata just knocked him out with. Oh, no, Acno.
Oh,
okay, nice there on the way back to the stage. But that's... Oh.
Wait, Acno, what are you doing? That's a Pavelski stock. That's what we call those. So,
well,
no, he did actually go for a deep play. But
I have seen a few of those before. Usually it's off the back of a Gauntlet player trying to side air to the stage, thinking that they touch. They didn't touch, and then they just fall. But yeah, Acno losing that second stock pretty early here against Swata in the winter semifinals. And it is now 2-1. Swata trying to stay on Acno here, unarmed versus Gauntlets until a weapon comes through. And there's the orb.
Yeah, the orb spacing very solid here just to keep the Gauntlets out. Constantly going for dares, just trying to back Acno off so he can find his opening with that sidelight. But it doesn't really need to work as hard now after he gave him that gift of a stock.
Sidelight Zyder hits. Nice job off the gravity cancel as well, avoiding the downlight threat area and then picking up the hammer right away. Good clash coming out from Swata. Any trade with damage here is just like, you might as well multiply it by 2 because Swata's got that extra stock over Acno. And stop Russian Mafia on the top.
God.
Swata destroying Acno in very quick time there in game number 1, and we're going straight into game number 2.
I think like Swata's ability to close out Russian Mafia on the last stock is probably like the highest percentage amongst active like hammer players that we see outside of maybe Luna. So
Swata PR number 1. Very good reason why, right? He's the reigning world champion.
Yep,
but also, there was a moment, and before Godly just completely reinvented everything that I thought was possible in Brawlhalla when I was watching Swata, Swata was doing the same for me, but with the hammer. I remember looking at Swata and going, Swata is the best hammer player in the world, and I still firmly believe he is up there, if not top 2, right? And we get to see moments like that. You were talking about the consistency with being able to hit those hammer strings and hammer combos. You're not going to see that more than watching Swata play.
Yeah, it's so like difficult to deal. What is going on? What is going on? We're sure we're watching. This is Springs, right? Not ranked, right? Wait, so Acno's about to get another one? Okay. Acno going deep. Swata just gave him another stock. We're at 30 seconds. What is going on?
All right, I'll tell you what's going on. Swata hit the ground pound button, and then Acno hit the ground pound button. He's like, I don't want to get hit by that. I'll just keep going. And then he held it for too long, and then he went, uh-oh, and then went off the stage.
Yeah, but what happened to the follow-up stock, though? Explain to me stock 2, Sasu. You were too busy laughing.
I was too busy turning around laughing. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, Swata went down pretty quickly to Acno on the gauntlets there.
Stop
Zyder. Now watch Swata reverse 3-stock this Ajax.
I honestly wouldn't be even surprised because they're sidelight side air, and Swata had pretty solid dominance in that last game. Even with the SD that happened, he was still able to kind of control the pace of the game. So if Acno does get reverse 3-stocked here, just start counting yourself in elimination bracket. I don't know how to follow up on that.
Yeah, well, let's see. Acno's doing pretty well right now. Has Swata in orange. Swata is still playing this game out despite that lackluster start. Neutral stick hits. Went for the gravity cancel sidelight. Kind of has to go for those things to get these early stocks, and Acno's just chasing them through the air.
Wait, is this a battle pass mission to get yourself to top 8 and then reverse 3-stock? Like, is that what's going on here? Because Swata definitely playing like he's trying to get that reward.
That is a possibility to explain what just happened.
All right.
However, I don't think he's going to be getting credit this game because Acno is about to 2-stock him.
Yeah, he's one D-Light recovery away from being out of here, and Acno playing like such. He knows that he doesn't need to overcommit to anything. Just wait for Swata to make a mistake, but side air is going to push him towards the ledge, trying to go for GC sidelight, and that's going to punish him, get him out of there, and get us to a game number 3.
Yeah, 2 games now with the damage numbers on both sides being under 400.
I want to see the graph. Look at the graph.
Yeah, okay. I see it. It's not a lot of damage.
Look,
It was a very amusing opening.
it's like singular raising
We're
the bar
about to get
going
it
on
here.
over there.
So Swata goes over here, holds the ground pound, sees Acno ground pounding, and he just doesn't.
So I'm out of here.
Listen, okay, when the damage is that low, sword ground pound isn't quite bow ground pound. You might be better to get hit. Okay, then we get to the replay here of the part that I missed. Okay, so ground pound hits, he gets the nair. Swat never touches the stage again. That's twice in the same set that we've actually seen players barely not hit the wall, reset their jumps, and go down really early.
You know what my favorite part about all that is? Whenever I get to peek over and see Remy just shake his head. just see it. It's like, what are you doing? What? Going into game number 3 here now. Hopefully, you know, all the nerves, whatever's been going on are out of here. It might still happen because they're already going for it. Weapon toss down. The stop is not going to connect. Acno gets back on safely.
Oh man, Nair comes over the stage, side of the stage. Acno tried to double Nair, I think, but Swata gets away from it. Now in orange, stomping the ground, trying to get some stability here, and Acno goes for the Nair. Recovery clashes, I think, with a down air. Swata siders him away, and now it's a pretty even game 1 where I'm feeling a lot more comfortable personally, just because everybody still has their stocks on the screen.
This feels like a true game 1 right now. Like we're playing best of 3
it's
at this
a best
point.
of 3. Yeah, absolutely. Games 1 and 2. We can forget about it.
Swata's spacing game has gotten really solid here, too. Oh, actually, double dares. Hold on. Oh, wait.
Oh, not again.
Oh, doesn't follow up on the last piece. I think he was waiting for the dodge that time because he caught him last time.
I like that from Swata because he didn't get that off of a dodge read. So you're absolutely right. He was waiting to see what Acno did and just didn't get the right option afterwards to continue the string. Acno with the neutral sig isn't able to take him off the top right, but that gravity cancel neutral sig from Swata takes him down. I think the idea was you dodge the gauntlet recovery with the dodge, cancel the dodge of the neutral sig, and hit them from below and take them off the top.
I 100% agree.
Would have been insane.
That would have been so smart.
And it was the right idea.
But the spacing was just off. Like, Acno had
and
unintentional misspacing, but you take that. Sideline Zyder is not going to be enough just yet, but weapon toss forces him to go low, decided to go back to the weapon. All he needs is one side air, and that should get us back to even.
Oh, now Acno is a sider away, like you said. Okay, stop there.
That works.
Nice adjustment. The stop with the dash forward, too far forward to get the sider to hit, and you lose a little bit of that aerial mobility on the sider, so you can't drift as nicely. Nair takes him up the top. Not the most common knockout option for Hammer, but when you're that damaged, why not? And that D-Light neutral...
oh my goodness, got 5 out of that.
Wow.
Just like... His damage consistency has been good on Orb, but now he's starting to really amp up like the plays. He's not just going for a side light, nair, back off, wait for you to follow up, put a dare out there for pressure. He's actually pressuring Acno a lot.
Whoa,
just misses out.
So
that was so close.
The stop doesn't connect to the side air, but that was huge side stick. Gravity cancel catches Acno in the air, takes him up the right side of the stage. And to add on to your point about the orb, that I like that you made in game 1, where Swata has been using the orb almost as a keep away tool for when Acno's on gauntlets before switching over to Hammer to finish off the stock. I like this adjustment for Swata because I do think that when he was on Bodvar, fighting against gauntlets was pretty difficult with him with the kit that he had available to him.
I mean, we've been seeing the
hold it down.
Oh my god!
You never see that move hit from Thor.
Look. You talk about him being the best Hammer legend. Apparently, he's starting to make a case for working his way up there with the orb now, too.
And Thor's so cool to see in singles because I really only considered Thor as a doubles pick in recent time. So to see Swata really making a lot of success with this is awesome. Goes for the side stick there. Doesn't quite get the right read, and Acno gets 2 recoveries off the top. Now it's 1-1.
And I want to rephrase before somebody blows me up for this. Hammer player, not legend, because that was a very wrong statement. Coming in now with the orb, he has him at the ledge here. He's not going for any dares at all, just letting him get back on. He's going to rock with it. Weapon toss down. Acno needs to pick correctly. He's kind of been giving him a lot of respect on his way back up, but at this point, because he's got Hammer, it's kind of like you could get stage position. I just need to catch you once. Oh, wait.
He caught Swata once. Oh, he doesn't get the dare.
Oh, he misses out. Swata gets through. He snatches him up, and Acno with such a good attempt at an edge guard, but just dipping around it each time with Swata. One of them being a misspaced punish that looked like it should have been lined up for Acno there.
Yeah. It did not end successfully for Acno, but I like how you phrased that. It was absolutely the right thing for Acno to do. Swata gets out just barely from the edge guard, gets the reversal on the Hammer too, which is a risk that Acno took the second that edge guard started, right? Acno hits so many of those moves, but the final one that takes Swata down doesn't work. Swata gets back to the stage, gets the recovery, gets the reversal, but a good attempt at a comeback coming out from Acno as we are now at a match score of 1-2. Swata 1 game away from knocking Acno down to the elimination bracket.
Yeah, and Swata doing incredible at kind of putting himself in that position again where we keep waiting for Swata to have that that BCX run again. We've been waiting for him to have that dominant performance again, but it's been like inconsistency in top 3 is like a good problem to have, but you want to see him get back to the top of the podium.
Yeah.
The way he's playing so far looks like he might be making a trip to getting himself a matchup against Godly, but Acno has already shown us he can get the reverses. He's made things work. No Koji has come out this time. He's going to rock it out with the Val.
Yeah. What's cool about this Swata, this version of Swata that I'm enjoying so much, is that it really does feel like an answer to how the competitive environment has been. This is like, I am picking Thor, and I'm playing Thor because gauntlets are everywhere. And the way that he's playing it is making me convinced that this is a really good pick for it. I mean, we already saw the hammer down sync being used to deal with gauntlet players being in the air, either off of Sidelight or Zyder. So, awesome play. And the Zyder from the hammer there takes him off the left side of the stage. A great game 4 for Swata so far.
I'm really liking this change up a lot. And like you were saying, like you look at any of the top 8 graphics of late, you're seeing Gauntlet everywhere. So him with this answer, the spacing has been so good. The orb has been such a solid call. Oh my goodness! What a great combo there from Swata. Acno needs to pull any, like he needs a deep play. He needs a deep edge guard play to get himself like a dominant stock.
Down airs are coming out. Swat now over the hammer. He's so good at picking up a hammer right when he's got Acno at that range where only 4 hits are going to be necessary to take him down. Went for the stomp there. Acno avoids it, gets a stomp Zyder, but all of that takes the weapon out of his hands or picked up. Swata trying to catch a landing from Acno. Sidelight, side air, no. Neither one's going to hit. And Acno gets the recovery. Acno's bringing this back, but he has to take the stock and then some.
Exactly. He has to get the stock and then go for an incredible play. Unarmed recovery is just going to get him out of position so he can at least get to the sword. D-Light recovery, it might be close, but it's probably not going to take out yet, so you got to get that D-Light Sair off to the side. However, he gets back to the gauntlets. The recovery should take it. No, he misses out. The Sair is going to reverse it, and we have a 2-stock up lead for Swata.
You hate to see it when you go for the double sidelight read on gauntlets and it gets you knocked out, right? And that was Swata getting hit and then just fading back with the side air, and so much extra damage coming in from the hammer. Sidelight hits. Did he do it again? Okay. I literally thought Swata was just going to resist.
Look, you're up. You know, 2 stocks right now. You can't go for a play like that.
He's pushing the limits of how long you can hold the hammer ground pound. Okay, that's all that's happening.
Are we going to see a 3-stock?
We might.
We might see a 3-stock. Acno has a bit of a find opening, and he almost gets him on the GC stop, but he's going to miss out. All right, Neutralize's going to send him back off stage. At least Acno needs anything to get him back in, but he can't find an opening at all.
Nares are coming through. Scoop gets it. Swata. 3 stocks. Acno in game 4 to get in the winners finals. Damage done 597 to 191. That was destruction.
Wow.
Swata by the end there. I mean, we see matchups where a player downloads the other halfway through and it gets a little bit easier for them. But at that point, oh my goodness, like Acno couldn't get a single win in, and when he did, it was light attacks.
You said it the best way you possibly could say it. Destruction.
Yeah.
That was in every way, shape, or form. Swata showing dominance in that last game. Acno is not somebody you want to be comfortable at the end, but that graph looking relatively nice for Swata.
Every single stock that Swata took, he did more damage to Acno than he took the entire game.
That's crazy.
That is, wow. That is
so
incredible.
Crazy.
There was
sub 100 on each of the weapons.
Yeah. That was really, really well played. I am excited for the matchup that will be happening later on in the day, and that is going to be against with Godly versus Swata. That is our winners finals. We're not seeing that right away. We got to
build up to
get to the lower bracket, right? But now I'm like, because I was kind of giving some doomsday things about guys like Godly. It's like, can't be beat. You might as well just like whatever. But no, Swata out of all the players that I've seen so far is the one that looks like he's really looking at this as a problem to solve, and he's developing something new for it, because he's not just staying with the Bodvar and being like, I'll just keep throwing Bodvar at him until it works. He's just decided to have a different weapon combination, a different play style, and it's really looking great.
Most importantly, what an answer to not only dealing with the gauntlets that were on Acno, but you now have what seems to be an answer that's a solid pick for the plethora of gauntlet legends that we see out of Godly. So I'm curious to see how that works out going into this next set, because that, like, Acno's gauntlets were barely doing anything.
Yes.
So
well, and to add on to that as well, the Thor wasn't just like, here's my hammer legend pick that has different stats for Swata. The orb that was coming out from him was very, very impressive, and at least for me, when watching other players that play legends with orb, in cases like that, I feel like the orb's just a secondary weapon that's on them, and there I really feel like Swata has started to develop the orb in his own way.
Yep.
Some of those reads that we were able to see with sidelights and side airs were really fun to see.
Yeah, we're going to get some inside scoop from a world champ himself on how good that orb play was and why it worked so well as we toss it over to Remy for the replay.
That was definitely one of those games where you just got to pick it up and do what you can. Acno was looking terrified of Swata there for multiple reasons, but what I want to dive into in this set specifically is what your dodge means to you and what GCing does to you as a player when you waste your dodge like that. We saw GCs come from both players multiple times, and that is a mechanic in Brawlhalla. It's one of those mechanics. It does take your dodge. It does leave you kind of dangerous in the air, and in this set specifically, we're going to note multiple instances where it just could have gone any other way without the GC he used. Oh, that was a mistake. Without the GC being used there. I want to look at this first stock specifically because this was a big instance here. You can see that Swata does already have a big lead for himself, and they both have been GCing for a while now throughout the set. But in this specific instance here, you can see how much it actually costs him when he wastes his dodge right here. He's got the movement. He's got what it takes. He goes for this gauntlet downlight, and it doesn't work. It's already gone. That's going to be a 3-piece Russian Mafia. That combo, not always true, but when you waste your dodge like that, you got no way of getting out of it. That cost him that, I want to say, first game of that set, and it continued on throughout the entire set. Multiple times throughout the gameplay, you're going to see both players throw out their dodge, going for a GC, top of the map, bottom of the map, and a lot of the times, I even saw what looked like Swata go for it at the top of the map at one point, just trying to get that kill confirm off the top to reverse a stock, but it doesn't always work out. And we're going to see it again here as just through the playthrough, they kind of just go at it normally. A GC is going to come out, and that's just one of the normal ones that goes through. Another one. What's that? Boom. Immediately rushed up on, punished with a stomp, and goes for a combo that's not even true. We want to play that back. That wasn't a downlight Sarah that we saw. That was a D-light Nair. Your dodge is your most valuable tool in a game like Brawlhalla, so wasting it like that's going to get you hit with some unorthodox combos. That's a D-light Nair, kill off the top, and that happened multiple times, caused Acno multiple stocks in that set. I'm going to throw it back to the casters.
Awesome analysis, Remy. I can't wait to see more about Swata as we go through the bracket. But Ajax, we're going into the lower bracket now.
Yes, we are.
Pavelski and Machete are going to be going head-to-head here to make it further into the elimination bracket, and I can't wait to see how this is going to play out. Machete already had some, like, it wasn't a 3-0 against Godly, right, being able to go up against him, and then Pavelski with that really crazy matchup going against Zyder, where I know that we were already giving the asterisk of 3-0, but it was close, and we get to see them again.
I mean, we saw the incredible set that was going down there between Godly and Machete. You know, a pretty insane game number 2 that happened there, we'll say. But when it came to Pavelski going down to Zyder before 3-0, but having an incredible run. Did knock out a couple people who were in the way who are higher seeded, but Pavelski being as consistent as he can be sometimes, that's something you want to see him continue to do. But when it comes to Pavelski's overall play style, being in front of someone like Machete, now here on the Fate, we're not really seeing like any lands coming out. What do you think is the approach of Machete to counteract Pavelski's "I'm off stage and you took it personally" playstyle?
2 things are going to happen, and I'm not saying that this is the answer, all right? But one of these 2 things,
speaking.
one of these 2 things is going to happen. Pavelski is going to set the stage of how the game's going to be played, and Machete and Pavelski are just going to be doing constant random gauntlet things off the side, and somebody's going to get 3-stocked, all right? Or Machete's going to be able to set the pace of the game, and where she can really hone Pavelski in and stop Pavelski from getting what he wants, which is these crazy strings that he takes 5 more hits further than it should go. He's going to stop that from happening and make it into a more of a 1-hit, 2-hit kind of game. I don't know who's going to win out. It could be back and forth the entire time. That's what makes these matchups between Machete and Pavelski so much fun for me to watch.
Exactly. I mean, sometimes Pavelski really plays like a machine, sometimes like a robot. So let's see if he can do exactly that. Playing his game, great start here for that type of play style, because Pavelski is already letting you know we're going to go ahead, we're going to find ourselves off stage often. But Machete actually going off with a great start, getting a lot of neutralites with the orb, and now has position here with the scythe.
And so this is like, I'm like, all right, who's going to win out here in the Battle of the Wills? Because right now, we're on Brawlhaven. I want to give it in favor of Pavelski trying to take stocks out at yellow with ground pounds off the right side of the stage. But with Machete opening up with the neutral win, we saw him put Pavelski off the side of the stage, deny weapons, and just constantly chip away at Pavelski's health. And this is one of those two things I was saying, Ajax, is like, okay, depending on who gets that early momentum, we're going to be seeing one of those playstyles come through. And Machete so far is the one that's winning out.
Exactly. Machete having great stage control, constantly keeping Pavelski on his toes. Off stage, but Pavelski,
but Pavelski turned it around.
Just missed. It looked like Pavelski had the read on the jump, but didn't believe hard enough in it in that moment. And now we got to see Pavelski get through with the dodge. He's going to keep chasing him down stage. That's the best option.
Yeah.
Get back on stage. Don't keep staying down there.
Those are the two types of gameplay, right? Pavelski in that moment switched the game into his favor. It's like all of that work that Machete put in there to get Pavelski all the way to the red could go away in a heartbeat if Pavelski's able to get you off stage once.
Yeah, don't lose your stock at orange here. It's not worth it.
But like Pavelski still has had control over the match so far. Dodges the side light, goes for a gravity cancel pivot down light, but that side light Zyder will take Pavelski down. But the amount of damage Pavelski had there before he went down, Machete was at white, and now it's red to red.
Exactly, and I'm glad you pointed it out because that stock was so dominant in the favor of Machete at the start, and Pavelski, in the midst of that, was able to get back to red. So even though he lost it first to the sidelight Zyder, he has it back now to where he's able to scoop him up right there and get back in only into yellow on a second stock.
Ooh, Pavelski, a little frustrated with both the sidelights that he went for there. Use the active input on sidelight on Scythe, you get the strong hit on the kick, but if you don't, you get a light hit that sends them upwards. We saw Pavelski trying to go for neutral sigs and side airs right after that, but he has to go for the down sig. And now Machete and Pavelski, well, we're playing Pavelski's game right now. They were fighting in the air. Scythe v Scythe, down air, Nair comes through. Machete, does he grab him back?
I like the fact that Pavelski, he went for recovery last time on that play, so he backed off, waited for Machete first. He scooped him up, but it's not going to be enough. Pavelski goes for weapon toss down, just misses on the GCD line. That could have set it up and gotten the stock.
Neutral sig misses. Sideline Zyder coming through with Machete. Now Pavelski went for the weapon throw, pick up down light, and that could cost him as Machete's now got on the side of the stage. Goes for the edge guard with the side air, jumps over the weapon throw, down air on the stage, could do it, but no. Machete, I love that consistency from Machete. The edge guard, too risky. You know what? I got a better chance of working out, making sure Pavelski never picks up a weapon again.
You know what I'm loving so far? Machete, every time a big play does happen to happen from Pavelski, he answers right back with an incredible play himself.
Yes.
These two are throwing hands. They are not playing passive, and Machete is answering back in a great way that keeps Pavelski not comfortable with starting to get some momentum.
Oh, man, I love watching these two play. Machete trying to get a super strong lead here, in which I would even say is not the game until that stock is gone.
You can lose your stock you can lose your stock at white when it comes to Pavelski.
It sounds obvious, but like we have seen twice now on both stocks where Machete was up, white damage to red damage, and he nearly went down first. He's just gotten the upper hand here on both these edge guards. This is a great opportunity for Machete. Pavelski spending a majority of the time off stage just because of how great Machete's controlled center.
Exactly. Machete knowing this, he's not really a moment to commit, but the sidelight's going to get punished, trying to catch him after the dodge. A little bit far away, though. Gets hit by the Zyder, and now Machete has stage control once again. He's been dominant on the stage control, but he misses out on the downer. Neutral light sends it back off. Pavelski's taking a lot of damage. He only has so many more mistakes left.
Yeah, and that's turns out he had zero.
In fact, there was only one final mistake.
Yeah, Sideline Zyder takes him off the right, and Machete's playstyle really winning out there. We saw it from the beginning at game one, and then we saw Pavelski kind of fight back. But overall, every time Machete had him off the side of the stage, that patience and I want to say like, self-control to not overextend and go for something insane and give Pavelski the reverse nair that he's always looking for. Going back to the stage, throwing your weapon off, forcing them to use their dodge, and then denying them of any weapon refreshes on the stage.
And if just looking back at the damage there too, even though it is 414 to 634, that gap didn't really happen to the last stock because they were really close in damage leading up to that point. But Machete was able to get back control of the pace of the game at the end. And that's going to be something Pavelski's going to have to answer back, not only with the dominance, but whenever he does have great control, he gets incredible reward on hit, but he hasn't been able to get as many neutral wins so far against Machete.
Yeah. If you are getting a 80 damage per engagement, but you're getting 1 engagement per stock, that is not usually a recipe for winning. Pavelski goes to the weapon throw forward here. Will he pick up a new weapon? He does. Silent recovery hits. Could take Machete off the top. So far, Pavelski has really upped his game on those neutral wins that we were talking about, right? He's been getting a lot more, and that he's still getting that 80-plus damage per engagement, essentially, to where he's getting Machete so deep into the red. Now he just has to close off the stock, but Machete with the orb chases him off stage.
Yeah, Pavelski was able to get a lot of hits early on with sidelight, but he hasn't been able to find them so far here when it's come to trying to find the KO, and he goes for for the recovery, but Machete smartly getting away. That time, though, catches him with D-Light, gonna get the recovery, close it out off the top. That could have been real bad if he lost that first stock after having a really good lead. Now he has to play some defense.
Yeah, this is the scary part for Machete's playstyle when that behind against Pavelski, is that Pavelski's playstyle, in my opinion, has explosive comeback potential, whereas Machete's is much more of that slow burn, always racking up the damage until you're at red and hit him with the knockout move, and then you're done. And we're seeing right there, Machete finishes off what he started from the last stock, but still behind.
Which is so unique about what we're watching right now is you are absolutely right in the way Machete likes to play it out, except this, I think almost against Pavelski as a check, they've both been holding forward quite a bit. This is a much more aggressive like Machete that I'm used to seeing, but I think it's as an answer to how ridiculous Pavelski can be.
It's how these two interact with each other. They're constantly fighting to not fall for the other's playstyle because I think they really like how the other plays, but they're like, I gotta do it my way. No, I gotta do it your way. It's like, oh, it's awesome. And
tempo
right now,
control is like one thing, but how do you condition someone who has no fear?
Yeah.
And I think that's what we're seeing out of these two players right now.
That is a really nice way to put it. And so far, Pavelski getting the upper hand in Game 2. We saw in Game 1, Machete, awesome job with the stage control. This time around, Pavelski getting him more of those wins on the gauntlets, taking the stocks off, and now a full stock ahead. And he's doing a better job against Machete's tendencies to dodge right away out of the side lights and neutral lights that Pavelski's been hitting with Scythe, and going for more mix-ups. But I say that, and that ground pound, that stands Pavelski's stock. One hit.
He couldn't have asked for better. I was actually just about to ask you what was Machete doing in that first game that he needs to replicate to get himself back in the game here, and then that happened. So now, as an answer back, okay, never mind. I was going to say, what does Machete need to do to keep that lead going? And so far, he's doing it just by outspacing him with Orb.
Yeah, I'm loving this. And this is the second time today, at least in our block, that we've really seen players use the Orb favorably against gauntlets. I'm starting to see a little bit of a trend here in Europe, which I'm really enjoying to see. Now Machete over onto the Scythe, using this as his primary weapon for knocking out Pavelski in this last stock. Pavelski, 3 hits.
Misses out on the recovery at the end there, but gets himself back into an even game here. Machete looking for a punish, but he's going to get sent back off himself. Pavelski going deep for the play and just misses.
Machete goes to the sideline. And Pavelski, after 4, 5, I don't know how many of those missed, he gets the side light, doesn't do the active input of the strong hit, so he gets the light hit, kicks him up, does the pivot neutral sig. He loves slide charge pivoting the neutral sig after those side lights. And to see it connect was so cool. Machete getting caught off guard there. In fact, I wonder if it was actually his dodge being gone. I don't think it was. Let's see here.
Take a close look here. He's going to come back to it.
Caught him on the dodge away, and he delayed it just enough with the slide charge, the keyword charge, right, to catch him at the end of that dodge, and it gets the knockout at the top, and now it's 1-1.
That was a chef's kiss moment. Like, he's been setting up for that as the game has gone on. He's been kind of letting him get away with dodges in those same positions, capitalizing on it at the end to solidify that game and get himself back to 1-1. Oh, Pavelski going for Pavelski play, but this can lead to Pavelski's stock, but he gets hit by 2 dares, but Machete backing off, respectfully understanding, I got my 2 hits, let me get stage control.
Yeah, Pavelski temporarily forgetting that these are not guitars. These are gauntlets, because that is something guitar players love to do off of a landing, is to do the chase dodge, chain dodge, where they go straight down and try to get the side air. That time Pavelski nearly losing it, and Machete, in those moments where the craziness off stage doesn't work out for Pavelski, that's where I feel like Machete becomes the most relaxed and he gets the most damage, keeping Pavelski off the side of the stage where he wants to be so badly and tacking on more and more of that damage to get a lead. Pavelski now fighting back, gets hit with a side light, and the side sig off the platform just barely doesn't knock Machete off the top line.
What a choice, too, because just prior to that, he missed 2 D-lights by misspacing it by this much.
Yeah.
So I think that Machete was kind of putting a spot in his head. He's like, well, I've outspaced those D-lights twice, and then side sig came in and caught him at the end.
That is interesting, yeah, because we saw that in Game 1 off the right side of the stage, and then in Game 2, both downlights just missing. But you're right, side sig will, if you are trying to be pixel perfect and how you space against that, side sig will catch you. So Machete's got to worry about that now too. Pavelski goes for the neutral light, doesn't get the nair afterwards, and Machete gets a little bit of extra damage on as that down light comes through. Side light, side air. All right, that's a great start coming up from Machete. And a strong hit side light's not going to be enough, but the weapon throw will catch Machete being a little too easy going on his recovery.
Yeah,
there.
exactly. Kind of relaxed at that spot. But, I mean, he's had good reason to relax so far, because if there's one thing Machete has been doing so well, is his damage consistency. He barely drops anything. Every time he gets an opening with Orb, he maximizes the damage like we're seeing right now, keeping it going. He's been forcing the jump resources and basically all the defensive options that Pavelski has, especially when the platform's not in the center. He's been exhausting them so well on Pavelski throughout the set.
Yeah, Mammoth Fortress really aligning well with Machete's goal here, which is just doesn't really care how many hits it takes, right? Oh, nice job with the sidelight. Just gets the side right afterwards. Pavelski doesn't even dodge it. He doesn't care how many hits it takes, as long as he can have center stage, and Pavelski spending the bulk of his time getting back onto it. And, well, compared to Brawlhaven, Mammoth Fortress is massive.
Yeah, and just the spacing has just been so good on Machete. It's actually getting to the point where Pavelski is kind of reaching a little bit, but he finally catches him at least on one opener, and he gets him on the follow-up. That's not too much damage for Pavelski. The way that these two are playing, getting this third game here matters so much.
Yes. Neither player can really come to a decision of, like, okay, are you playing better today, or am I? It's like, no, momentum's being tossed both ways.
This is as close as possible right now.
And Pavelski right now trying to prove a point there with those sidelights, making the game equal. Neutral light connects, goes in for a neutral sig, or side sig rather, and he can't quite get it. Pavelski avoids that sidelight, goes for the dare, or the neutral air into another neutral air by Machete. Oh man, those falling airs, that almost got him.
That's not going to get him off the top just yet, but that is the opener Machete needs, does not get the follow-up hit. Trying to go for GCD light, he misses though.
Sig. I wonder if he slightly charged it. If he would have gotten a 3 burst, it would have worked. It doesn't matter though. Pavelski now on the left side of the stage. He goes for the sliding neutral light. Can't get it.
Yeah, Machete still has an opportunity here to get back in. Unarmed recovery is not going to be enough.
Is that it? Recovery?
He does go for the recovery. He does pull the trigger. But Pavelski,
at the very end of the move.
Oh my God. The weapon toss down was so smart to try and prevent him from trying to go for the recovery punish. But the fact that Machete hadn't gone for that beforehand, holding on to it until the last second, his resources were gone, covering him for it, and Machete gets a very important game 3 here.
Yes, 429 damage on the orb, way more than he did with the scythe. And that recovery at the end, very end of the move, but also highlighting that was probably the 3rd time that Machete was literally like dancing in the air right beneath Pavelski without throwing out a single move. And when he finally does it, he hits it and he gets that stock, because that was so close between both of them. Ajax, it can't get close to them.
It really can't. It's been so good, but Pavelski started things off solidly there with a 4-piece kit. Net damage on Endlights just keep pushing him back. But Machete, as we've said multiple times throughout the set, he always answers right back, even with the damage deficit. Like right now, he answers right back immediately, even though Pavelski was winning a bunch.
Ooh, Pavelski, double side air above the right side of the stage. That could be Machete's stock. Machete uses one recovery, assesses his options, and goes, I can't make it back. Fast falls down to stop the weapon start.
Yeah, get right back into the midst of things. Like, you know what? I got caught. You caught me slipping. That's fine. Let me go ahead and rebound. But Pavelski's actually dodging around a lot more of these neutral lights that have been hitting him consistently on his approach. That's a reversal side air, so he's going to be able to get stage.
Oh, went for the ground pound on the dodge in there instead of the orb down air, which I think was clever, just not really well spaced. Zyder comes through here now. Machete gets the side light, kicks him away. Weapon throw forward, picks it up again. Is this the edge guard? Oh, the platform for Mammoth Fortress extending out for that dodge for Pavelski, giving him the recovery, and he's still holding on to this first stock.
Literal pixels getting back on, but that's going to finally take it right there. Machete not dropping the edge guard. That no matter how many times. That was like 3 times Pavelski just snuck on.
Pavelski's stock ends, and Mammoth Fortress is like, okay, let's off. And it's like, we don't need to be here anymore.
Bro, we tried, okay? All I'm saying is that Mammoth is definitely subscribed to Pavelski. That's all I'm saying.
I think that, yeah. There comes through, sidelight hits. Nice job. Kicks him up, gets the side air right afterwards. Oh, Machete, no.
Machete, come on, man, no. So Machete just giving a literal gift. It's spring, but it's looking like Christmas. And now Pavelski gets a huge lead.
Doesn't drift into the wall, and that is a huge lead indeed. Pavelski with the gauntlets, trying to catch Machete in the air with the neutral air. At this low amount of damage, it's very easy for Pavelski to get some combos right afterwards. Down air comes down, doesn't hit. He gets the pivot on the down air there was interesting. Barely hits Machete, not too much damage. Now Machete is actually coming back pretty strong despite losing that second stock in the way that he did. If he ends this here, I mean, it's potentially a 3-1 for Machete.
Yeah, I mean, Machete's, you're right, he's barely been hit. Like, that stock might not have mattered at all, which is incredible because he had a huge deficit on him. Weapon stuff continues, keeps control. Unarmed can at least back him off. Pavelski gets, finally getting another neutral light to send him away, and then he immediately tosses the weapon.
Oh, does it make it back? Downers come through. Weapon throw down. Machete switches to the scythe. Nice dodge. Pavelski trying to avoid the sidelight side air that Machete has been going for here, but the sidelight alone is enough to take down that stock, and now it's 1-1. Machete takes this, and he knocks Pavelski out of the Spring Championship. Let's see what Pavelski can do. Opening up that neutral light. It's looking good so far, Ajax. Haymaker hits. Pavelski is trying to bring it to a Game 5. One solid signature on the scythe here could do it.
Look, Pavelski believers are still in chat waiting to see this happen. He went for the play that closed him out that game in the last time, but he goes deep off stage. Oh, but Machete doesn't touch the wall again, and we get to get a game number 5 out of that.
Scared straight out of the game there. That was the second time that we saw Machete just not be able to touch the wall. He steered that orb recovery so hard to the right that it went like horizontally. Like that, I didn't even think about how possible that was. Yeah, Zyder comes through here. We're going to see that edge guard. Machete. Yeah, he just literally never touched the wall. He thought it looked like he did, but he didn't.
That's 3 times today, man. You got the 2 of them in this one set. One time earlier today that helped get him down to this position. He's got to focus on making sure he gets back to the stage like that. Otherwise, you get put into a spot where you got to deal with Mordex on Demon Island for game number 5.
Oh, yeah. Pavelski. Really looking forward to this because off stage is where he shines. And Machete, as we saw off stage, is not quite so much where he shines. Right? That was a brutal game 4 coming out from what could have potentially been a 3-1. And now Pavelski has the damage lead going to game 5. But Machete with the double neutral light nair gets a ton of damage on Pavelski. Look at that, so
goodness.
Good at reading those fastballs from Pavelski out of hit stun.
Yeah, Machete is answering once again, but this time off of all of these reads, like you said, the dodges, and Pavelski is kind of getting into his head a little bit.
Ooh, Pavelski dodges the side of the stage, but Machete gets that weapon as it spawns in. Recovery gets Machete with a low amount of jumps. He has to dodge back to the stage. He can't make it back. There's no stage on Demon Island to touch. Pavelski gets the ground pound, and Machete went a little too far out there with his jumps.
Yeah, like Machete going for the pressure, but it was a little bit overcommittal, and that time Pavelski closing it out himself. Pavelski, however, is definitely on borrowed time as we see that time come to a close, so Machete doesn't let that get too far away.
Now Machete with the weapon throw up, keeping Pavelski starved until the gauntlets come through. And now Scythe versus gauntlets. Pavelski goes in for a sidelight, gets immediately stopped by a neutral light, and Machete takes him off into the sky. Pavelski tries to reverse it, and man, Machete, neutral light. He's hit so many of those against Pavelski.
Now, he's gotten a lot of the double neutral lights. He's getting a lot of hey, he gets it again.
He's so good at it.
He's winning in center, but the biggest thing is every time he goes off stage, he's using a lot of resources.
He's really taking advantage of the fact that Pavelski wants to go back in.
Okay, at this point, I feel like Pavelski's just like, look, you got it.
Pavelski's good. Okay, neutral light is not true.
No.
It's not a true combo. I don't care how Machete hit it 4 times in a row, but he's definitely just preying on the fact that Pavelski wants to get right back into the fray, and he's succeeding because of it.
Yeah, it's all like at this point, like if somebody's gonna if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like if somebody keeps doing it, take advantage of it every time. That's why he has this big lead right now, and he gets the read, gets him on the stock, looking like he could take this game, but Pavelski's answered back every time, Taza. I'm curious to see how he gets this answer to potentially push this to a last stock.
Yeah, weapon did not get started away by Machete that time, but that double neutral light hits him again, and Machete ladder combos him all the way to the top. So much damage coming through here. Pavelski just jump or dodge away with the neutral light hits. He almost got hit by it again. Machete just mispositioned, but he definitely dodged down. And Machete just stood still and double neutral light, and that would have been it.
Well, all that matters is that even if it didn't work 9 times, the one that worked is the one that matters the most. Pavelski going for the weapon toss down. Machete just getting by. Sweat beats up. Doesn't matter though. He gets back on stage. He's going to go for the weapon and tries to get him on his way back in. And Machete touches the ground safely.
Weapon throw forward. Pavelski trying to get this down to a one-stock scenario on both sides, but Machete just won't go down. Weapon throw forward, tries to get the pivot nair. Sidelight Zyder, no. That time it hits.
Dodge, he gets the stock.
Dodge not back in time. Pavelski gets it. There's a chance.
There's a chance indeed, Taza. Last stock apiece here. Game number 5, trying to see who gets knocked out of Spring Championship 1-2-1. The nair comes through, tries to get a follow-up on the Zyder, but Machete does not give it to him.
Oh, Machete goes in for the nair on the orb, a clash. Sidelight comes through for the nair, dodged away. Zyder has Pavelski off the side of the stage. Machete doesn't go for the orb down there, letting Pavelski back into the stage, waiting for the exclamation points to come out. Machete doesn't get the nair. Pavelski avoiding everything. Side air hits. He tries to go for a deep side air.
Recovery not off the top.
One more recovery, and that's it. Sidelight nair does not hit. Weapon throw down. Pavelski gets the pummel.
Weapon toss over. He's pushing him back. Machete's starting to swing a bit, but the weapon toss comes out.
He dodges back. Pavelski, that's crazy.
He just gave him stage. Now Machete has an opportunity here.
Machete's not guarding the weapon, though. He's just trying to keep Pavelski at the left side of the stage. That's not his playstyle. Sidelight comes through. Machete gets the nair, puts it back to the right side of the stage. Now he switches over to the orb. Doesn't get the neutral light and anything else. Pavelski gets a weapon spawn.
And he immediately
Machete gets the Zyder. That's it. Machete wins Game 5 in that last stock scenario after what was the craziest scrap between these two players I've ever seen. Ajax, I told you I love seeing these two go head-to-head. This is wild.
I am always entertained by a Pavelski set, but I was absolutely entertained by this. This was placing for seventh place, and this is the type of energy we saw out of them. Both of them trying to not get knocked out. Machete answering right back. The weapon toss at the end, trying to get himself back to the gauntlets because that was what was getting things going for him. But it was one of those spots where you had to rely, hopefully, on still staying good on defense, and Machete finally capitalized on it.
I mean, that game got so crazy that both players broke away from their preferred play style. That last I was looking at Machete, I was like, Machete, what are you doing? You've used down on the edge 5 times. He wasn't going for the weapon star. Pavelski almost got it back and won the game. Every single one of his conversions didn't lead to anything. It was so crazy. What an awesome best of 5. Game 5, last stock red. I can't ask for anything better than that. And Machete getting the win over Pavelski is a really big deal for him because now he's closer to getting that rematch against Godly.
You know what I just thought about? Anybody who goes back who's been struggling against Pavelski before, they're going to go back and look the tapes at this and like, what do I do to beat him? It's just like, just press neutral light multiple times.
He hit double neutral light like over a dozen times.
Yeah.
It was remarkable. And the times where he missed it, he kind of just misspaced it because he thought Pavelski would do something else other than dodge down. Really great play from Machete. His play style winning out there today here in the Spring Championship. And we're going to be moving forward in the elimination bracket as we have the Ninja 729 and Saru, the player who nearly 3-0'd Acno, but then got reverse 3-0'd, right? But now their lifetime history is a little bit more competitive looking. Has to go up against the Ninja 729, who has basically been the pioneer of Canon ever since the weapon came out. Yeah,
one of the people we've seen forever with them. Switching over more to Sidra of late, wanted to have the access to the sword more play. Also, Sidra's control with the signatures is really ridiculous, especially on some of the smaller stages that we keep seeing, especially with the side blast zones. You want to keep going to Demon, okay, get past NSYNC, like have fun with this.
Yeah.
So really great options. We're seeing them commit to that right now, but Saru, really a story, like even with the fact it was invitational, beating Acno at Steel Series, moving into this and almost beating Acno again. That is a real testament to seeing how good Saru has been playing of late. What do you think Saru is going to do to approach the Ninja 729?
It's going to be interesting. I'm expecting just, a lot of gauntlet heavy play coming up from Saru. That's what I've been seeing from him a lot. The Mordex has been taking a lot of inspiration from a lot of other players that have been playing it, namely looking at Godly, but also if you look in the past, anybody who's had a lot of success on Mordex, Sandstorm, looking at you, like that. Those are players that I've been seeing a lot of.
bit of positive history on the side of that.
Yeah, looking at the way that Saru is playing, but I really just want to see how this matchup comes in because I really would just be spitballing at how well Canon does currently in the meta, considering that, as I said before, the Ninja 729, both the pioneer and also kind of the only one that has stuck with Canon through all these changing weapon metas.
Yeah, we will see occasional switch ups, but we've seen like experience switching up between Axe and Canon a lot of late. So, but with the Ninja, like you said, it's almost always a Canon legend. We barely ever see to stray away from that.
And if he does go to Jala, he uses the fire extinguisher, and I will literally, like, I don't have confirmation of this, but I'm absolutely certain it's because it looks like a cannon. That is my that is my reasoning.
We might possibly be onto something
because the sword transfers, but he doesn't have the cannon, but he picks the Jala for a reason. And he has the cannon there in spirit. Anyways, this isn't Jala right now. It's Sidra for game number 1 against Saru. And the Grab Pound gets the dodge read, weapon throw down. And that is something, Zeus throws coming out from Ninja 729 is something that you're going to love to see over and over again. And he's going to be doing it more than anybody else that you ever watch in Brawlhalla.
100%. I'm so glad you pointed it out because I was going to say one of the best strengths that we see. There's the fire extinguisher,
wow,
2 cannons.
It's surprising to see him use it on the Sidra. I'm not used to that. It's a little confusing. But anyways, as you were saying.
Like the weapon toss control that he has, not only on the way for somebody to recover, but his own recovery. He always has it in the way for people to have to deal with. It's immaculate, and it gets really frustrating to navigate around.
I didn't think about this. I'm just realizing the actual reason. It might be because it looks more like a cannon, so it makes whatever he has as an indicator, like for Zeus throwing, easier to do. You get what I'm saying? I might be reaching too far. Anyway,
no.
First stock from Saru comes through.
Like, all I'm saying is that eventually, if we ever see a legend that comes out where we get 2 cannons and 1, we know who's playing them.
Yeah. The Ninja 729 now up ahead a whole stock. He gets even more damage than Zyder with that opening combo. And the Cannon's been doing fantastic in game one. Sidelights away, doesn't get punished for it. And Zyder gets the neutral light, weapon throw forward, spot dodges in place, gets the recovery, still the Ninja 729 surviving. And we're seeing those cannonballs from the edge. Really staple maneuver from the Ninja 729, as well as the anchor when he is on the sword.
Yeah, the defense has been on point. Like the fact that he's not, for one, he's so deep in the red right now. Zyder literally can't get rid of the stock. Finally finds an opportunity to take it out there, but could not find a safe opening. There was almost always a hitbox out in front of the way that you had to respect because of the Ninja's spacing.
Went for the Zeus up there, and it didn't actually work out. Neutral light hits from Zyder, and he gets even more damage on him. We're seeing these neutral lights connect into not much else, but he isn't getting hit. And now he's got the Ninja 729 nearing orange.
Yeah, it's slowly working his way in. It's mostly because he's given the respect. Like, how many? All right, finally gets him with the Zyder, but how many times did we see the Ninja swing at a disadvantage? There was like 4 times that he swung, just said, back off, you stay on the ground. If you're going to beat me, you're going to beat me grounded. And that puts an immense amount of fear into someone who's a combo-heavy based character. He wants you to allow him to get those big reads in the air, and the Ninja keeps boxing around it.
Recovery hits. Falls down with the down sig slide charge. Zyder punishes with the neutral sig, goes for the double. And a spot dodge there. Okay, lots of whips coming out for both players. So far, so good for the Ninja 729, though. As that downer comes through, no dodge. Means it could have been a punish, but Zyder gets the downline to recovery, I think. Well, it's canon. Two siders can make up for a stuff recovery.
Exactly. Yeah, you're almost always making that back. But great job from Zyder controlling the edge guard, getting the weapon toss down, gets right back to the scythe, which is pretty much the thing that's been getting him started on majority of the damage. He hasn't really been able to get gauntlets going too much, but it's fine because the scythe is doing the job.
Neutral light hits, falling side air hits. Kick over the corner guard here with the side air. Zyder makes it back to the stage, spot dodges.
I say Zyder just looking for a mistake, gets it a gauntlet now. Daryl gets an opening, does not get the follow-up Zyder he's looking for. Gets a nair though, and he's starting to open up the Ninja a little bit. He does have a damage deficit here, but I feel like the Ninja's going to be navigating his way over. Oh, never mind. You do not need to navigate over to anything. We got D-Light recovery as the Ninja solidifies that game and gets game number 1.
Yeah, really solid game 1. Constantly ahead in damage, and getting the D-Light recovery off the platform as it was moving to the left side of the stage was a great pickup as well. Really solid opening. I want to see... Do we have it on the left side? Yeah, we have it on our screen. Yeah, the damage dealt with the cannon, far above the sword. 439 to 144, coming up from the Ninja 729 for a total of 620. Really cannon-heavy gameplay that switched over to the sword towards the end to be able to knock out those stocks. And he has actually switched Zyder off of the Mordex right away.
Yeah, not even wasting a single second. Because even though the scythe was starting to work a bit, I think that the axe switch here makes so much more sense because he was getting stray hits. But one thing he couldn't do was challenge the Ninja in the air. You know it's going to be much better for him now, the axe to challenge him in the air. Yeah, and the gauntlets were looking great regardless. And the scythe was the thing where, as you said, stray hits, a neutral light here, a side light here, whatever have you. That's great for heavy weapons, not so much for a weapon that relies on you getting those strings of 4 to 5, even 6 hits at a time. And so now we're over here on the axe, and already much better damage buildup coming up from Zyder. Yeah, and that's going to make the Ninja have to respect you on the way back down, too. We're seeing more dodges. We're not seeing as many hitboxes on the way out from the Ninja, which is great for Zyder because that means that he's actually already changed things up.
Oh, neutral
big play. Interesting. I think you should, expecting him to fade away there, and because of that, gave up stage positioning, and that's going to lead to a stock here for the Ninja 729.
Let's see if he can close it out. That downer misses. Side air hits him to the side of the stage. Now disarmed. Gets him all the way to the side of the stage. Oh, he lands. I don't think he meant to land. I think he meant to hit the wall. Zyder gets a little bit of a breathing room and makes it back. That edge guard being dropped from the Ninja 729.
I had to have commentators curse that stock to living because there was no world where he should have made that back.
and then he took the lead.
He managed to walk away with it. So that's a great position, but it's going to be answered right away by the Ninja 729.
Good cleanup, yeah. That was the Ninja 729 stock to lose, and he lost it. But then he makes up for it right away with the D-Light neutral sig, and the neutral light hits and almost goes for the ground pound there. I love how the Ninja 729 has been using these ground pounds as like aerial dodge punishes. We've seen it a few times earlier on in this set, and he went for it again here, even though it didn't connect. The pressure's still there. Oh man, nice job using the side air as momentum to get off the stage.
Yeah, giving him that respect he needs it to. But see, Jaru's now playing at ranges. Just the ground pound connects that time. It worked at the very beginning of game 1. You were just alluding to that.
Yeah.
The weapon toss up always keeps the Ninja safe, though. It's such a big issue because you have to try and play around that, and then he just navigates himself back up.
So, satellite hits. Okay, neutral stick keeping Saru off of it, but Saru's fighting unarmed. Gauntlets come through. First stock, once again. So last time Saru was in this lead, he axed neutral sig off the right side of the stage and almost lost the stock. This time, doesn't look like he's going to be going for the same thing. And in fact, I think what he did there is what he meant to do on the previous stock, which is a jump recovery.
Yeah.
And do like the earliest recovery possible. He did it so early that he literally didn't jump off the ground.
Yeah, I think you might be honest with that, because there's definitely a misinput. There was no, outside of the biggest read in the world on game, like game number 2, there was not really much reason to do that neutral sig last time. So this time, gets the lead still. Then Ninja going deep off stage, looking for maybe a dare. No, just backing off.
Ooh, down air punishes the sidelight. Ground pound hits as well. The Ninja 729 does touch, makes it back to the stage. Zyder pummels him on the wall, though. And this edge guard coming out could be brutal if the down's a hit, but sidelight air hits instead, and the Ninja low on jumps. If that recovery came out from Saru, it would have been good, but the Zyder whiffs. But the damage lead here is almost too good. This is a great game 2 coming out from on the Rayman.
Yeah, this is a significant change. The axe being a huge part of that, because like you said, at the end of the last game, the Gauntlet really woke up. So now having this axe has forced the check. We're seeing way more sword come out from the Ninja 729 in this game. I think because of that. D-Light Recovery is going to take it off the top. Let's see what he decides to, deciding to stay with the... Okay, so he's going to go for the cannon to get the early combo game, which he is doing already, getting himself back into it.
Neutral leg, grab pound, went for the dodge, reads Saru jumping down that time, but he still has the pressure on. Neutral stick keeping him grounded, goes in for the side air. As long as he got cannon against gauntlets, I think he's pretty comfortable with this, but when the axe comes out, we may see him switch over to the sword. We'll see if he goes for that. Sidelight comes through. Side air gets the read forward. Saru so far doing great on the gauntlets, but that down stick gets punished. Double sidelight. Oh, he waits on the dodge, but he doesn't hit him with anything.
It was there, but he didn't believe hard enough. I think that he just started fading down and just got caught off guard, and that's going to lead to Saru closing out game number 2.
I thought that was the cannon highlight of the year. I was so ready. The double sidelight hits. He waits in the air. The dodge comes out, and then he just doesn't hit him with anything, and the game goes over to Saru. Great win coming out for him. We're seeing that the gauntlets and axe doing a relatively equal amount of work. But man, really nice game 2.
Yeah. I think that was just one of those moments where you believed hard enough until you didn't. It's like you had to play, you felt like it would work, and then last second you second guess yourself. And look at his PR difference as well, 4-27.
Yeah.
Saru has been making an incredible statement as to why that number is going to change dramatically soon with these performances we're seeing already here in moving into game number 3.
Yeah, Saru, fantastic showing as of late. Now in game 3, really needs to take this win over the Ninja 729 to get into the top 8 on the elimination bracket side. Apocalypse is here. That's the first anchor that we've seen coming out from Ninja 729 all set, which is surprising me because I mentioned it as a staple of this play, but he comes through. Has the sword now against gauntlets, which you mentioned was something that looks like he was becoming more and more preferable here, but as he goes to the other side of the stage, he pivots the down stick on accident.
Yeah, these gauntlets have been super consistent. And the Ninja 729 kind of pumped the brakes a little bit on the cannon D-Sig, which we saw a whole lot out of game 1, too. It's like as a get-out-of-scramble situation. I think these platforms have kind of been a part of that. So it gives Saru a different option to land, so there's no point. The cannon D-Sig off the side. The weapon toss keeping him safe. Very close game right now.
Respawn comes in, but Saru punishes it with the sidelight side air, puts him on the side of the stage. D-Light ground pound takes the stock. And Saru with the lead in game number 3. And Apocalypse is where the Ninja 729 was able to get his one win so far in the set. So really great adjustment coming up from Saru. I really do think that he's playing with the axe like he was playing the scythe, only it's an axe. So
exactly. He's getting the damage for actually winning. Because the scythe would connect, but the damage wasn't there because he couldn't get the full extensions, and it was constantly swinging from the Ninja coming on the way down, so there's no point. But with the axe, it gets him enough fear to stop him from doing that, and now he's been able to control disadvantage against the Ninja way better with this mix-up here with Rayman.
And even more so, I feel like for the Ninja 729, the cannon into axe has been a difficult matchup for him. I think cannon is a lot similar to Lance in how, because the moves move your character's body so aggressively, axe sidelight kind of handles that really well if you're good at it. And the stock goes over the Ninja 729, but Saru with a comfortable lead here in game number 3.
Yeah, now Saru's still, like you said, relatively comfortable lead. Finally comes back out here. Big swing it. Okay, looking.
Get a little uncomfortable. Oh, but then he responds, moves for the double down sig. Recovery hits. Side air gets him as well. Weapon throw.
What a perfectly executed edge guard. Multiple side airs to try and get back on. And Saru said absolutely not.
There's something really painful about seeing a cannon side air propel a character's face straight into an axe weapon throw. And then just watching.
That's not a face anymore. That is two faces now. That face.
Oh man, and seeing that happen twice there. What an awesome edge guard for Zyder. Cannon weapon throw to downer. That's going to be it. And the game evened up real quickly. Of Ninja 729 having his own weapon throw tech coming out here in game number 3. And now it's anyone's game.
That matters so much. They got him right back into this game. All he needs is one good sidelight just to get back in. And he's gotten a couple of them so far. We've seen the low percent strings are on point. He gets one there, but then he waits and sees the dodge. So I wonder if he tries to capitalize on that as this goes on.
Oh, he's really trying to get these sidelight resets. Neutral stick comes forward, and Zyder just flies right over the cannonball, lands with the down sig.
Zyder's coming through, just trying to get back on the stage safely. But here's the axe problem we mentioned before.
Yeah. How do you get in with cannon without getting caught by the neutral light or the sidelight of axe? It is a tough problem to solve.
And not getting hit by Nair to use
and the
it.
problem is just switch over to a new weapon. Oh, but the cannon was primed.
Yeah, it's still the cannon, so...
Side stick gravity canceled works. Zyder looking for the weapon throw, or the side air, and the weapon throw stops him. Nice job, spot dodge neutral light. And he goes all the way out there to try and hit the Ninja 729 out of a cannon side air. That's it. Gets with the neutral light. He has to dive kick. He has no jumps left.
Yep.
Weapon throw secures it, and he brings it to a match point.
Yeah, all the resources are already gone. He used the weapon toss down to try and just smack Zyder for trying to challenge him up, but Zyder smartly held his ground there. Didn't go try to challenge that because that was one of those positions where you know the resources are out, so they're probably going to get panicky and try to swing. So let me wait for this, punished him accordingly, sent him right back off stage, the weapon toss, just to guarantee that it seals the deal there, and Zyder moves up 2-1. The Rayman has been the absolute answer.
Yeah.
Taza, what is the Ninja going to have to do somehow, some way to answer that?
It's a playstyle adaptation. He has to be able to solve what's happening with the axe here, and the axe I think is completely stopping his cannon, and his cannon was the basically the lights in game number 1, and now that is being shut out by Zyder on the axe. And gauntlets have always looked good for him, and no matter what character he's been playing. So we'll have to see what the Ninja 729 can do, because I really don't have the answer here. And hopefully he'll be able to find it, because if he doesn't, that's it, 3-1. And we're not going to a game 5. As Zyder with the axe so far has just been so dominant against the Ninja's cannon.
Exactly. Elimination side, and Zyder continuing to work towards getting that PR number ever so higher. Just here trying to knock out the Ninja 729. Then going all the way out there, just
Nice
missing out on the follow-up play, but he was right up against the wall.
Yeah, Zyder makes it back. A lot of damage coming through, but he already had a lot of damage onto his enemy before that. Neutral light comes forward. Ground pound connects. Such great accuracy from the ground pound on cannon from the Ninja 729, but oftentimes doesn't lead into anything else other than a little bit of damage.
Yeah, and that was only the second anchor we've seen that you talked about before. You expected to see a lot of that, but that one, though, going to snatch him up. The Kraken coming through and getting him to stock.
Yeah, the neutral stick from Sidra, pretty rare to see. Zyder goes for the haymaker. Side light, side air. Ground pound finishes that stock 2-2. Really good cleanup coming out from Zyder, and he switches over to the axe.
Damage mitigation has been so good on Zyder. Like, whenever he actually does lose a stock or something bad happens, he minimizes the follow-ups. You don't get to keep winning. You don't get massive reward on hit against him. He has been preventing that from getting out of hand, and that matters so much against in a very explosive playstyle like the Ninja.
Ooh, D-Light down there comes forward. Ground pound punishes the anchor. Recovery comes through again, and I think a cannon's primed here. Yeah, picks it up, falls to the down air. Nice job avoiding that pummel from Zyder. Recovery hits, Nair hits, double Nair, almost hit again. All right, this is a great stock from the 729.
This is his time to capitalize. He does not have the axe, and he's going to rush to it soon, so that's why you see the Ninja immediately, for one, so he can get KO consistency, snatching him with the N-Sig again. We're seeing that start to come out more often here. There was a lot of resources that he was able to position him. They weren't all gone, but that was a good call from the Ninja. As he goes off stage, just misses out on the follow-off.
Goes to the down air. He almost had that 0 to death on his Zyder. Sidelight comes forward, down air. This is the Ninja 729's game for sure. Down air from Zyder is trying to stop the momentum. Cannon picked up, falls down, gets the Nair, the second Nair. So Nair on hit from Cannon. The second one will come out so much faster than if you missed it, just because of how those frames work on miss and on hit. Zyder really playing around that safely, but look at this, 2 stocks to 1, and he's in orange.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see this go to game 5. Like, this has been such a close set. I really want to see it get to that point. Say the Ninja working his way towards that, getting neutral lights, going to send it back off stage. Oh, good dodge for the GC side sig, and now that's going to be Zyder probably not making it back, but he does, in fact, touch the wall.
Oh, man, being able to spot dodge the fist coming out in the downer, gets the spike 2-stocked in game number 4. The Ninja 729 brings it to a match point. Game 5. decide who gets into the top 8 in the elimination bracket between these two players. It could not. I mean, we're having such incredibly close games in this lower round, and this is just a testament to what we were talking about in the very beginning of our block, which is kind of like EU's been a little crazy today.
He must be listening to the stream because literally, as you had just said, it's an adaptation thing. Like he has to change the playstyle, and he found his way in.
I never would have guessed sword neutral sig to be the play there, but he was seeing that Sajaru was dodging in above his head a lot, and that covers that perfectly. And on top of that, what's unique about that move compared to, say, like a Koji neutral sig is that when it catches you vertically, it sends you horizontally. So when he catches them in these situations where Sajaru is trying to recover from the side of the stage, it just reinforces the edge guard. And he got it twice and won the game because of it.
Yeah, now we see one more switch, and not only for the stage, but we see the Val come out.
Wow, this is a crazy, this is a crazy game 5. Great haul and a completely new legend. Gauntlets are still the same though, but this time he wants to fight sword with sword.
Yeah, I feel like maybe at the end there he was feeling like the axe was still doing fine, but it wasn't working the same way that it was before. The Ninja finishing that game with a 2-stock, getting rid of that explosive factor, now going here with a couple combo-based tools, maybe trying to change the pace and throw him off.
Ooh, Sajaru with a double nair. Coming forward, tries to get the down line. Ninja using that Zyder to reposition, throws the weapon above his head to keep himself safe. Not safe enough. Recovery hits, and he tries to take it on the top of the neutral sig. You got to go pretty high up on the Great Hall to get a knockout at the top there. And you might be like, why didn't Sajaru go for the D-Light recovery? Well, that's why. The Great Hall ceiling higher than any other stage.
Yeah, you're going to hold on to that much longer here. Now Sajaru does have him in a good opportunity here, but the recovery gets back on for Ninja 729, and Ninja just missing out when he catches him. Finally, an anchor connects. He catches him hanging around the platform
Third time's a charm. Ajax. The third one comes out, and he gets the knockout. Actually, that might have been the fourth. But it doesn't matter.
I was going to say it was the fourth, but we can always pretend. We are the ones telling the story here. It's not like they have footage to go back to check.
But anyways, the point being is that he's used it a few times, not to great success, but as the game's gone along, no!
Okay.
That was like the cannon read. Sidelight stand still, watch their spot dodge, and then destroy them. But that's twice now where the Ninja 729 has not finished what I thought was like the perfect play.
I will say this, though. The fact that the Ninja is getting a lot more combo strings that are leading up to those potential moments, he's woken up. Like, that's something that's going to scare the crap out of you when you're on last stock.
For sure.
When he decides to go for that, and you're thinking about pressing your dodge, and he just goes for it.
All it takes is him executing one of those to the very end for your stock to go from white to nothing. And so it's... Sajaru now, it's super damaged here, but cannon nairs aren't going to be enough to do it. Weapon throw off the right, puts on the cannon. Wow, he does a dash up, gravity cancel down sig. That time we saw him trying to use the neutral sig, but here on the Great Hall, you get that extra bit of recovery forgiveness in the sense that you can, where the Ninja 729 is standing, you can jump onto that and you can reset your jump. So it's a lot harder to get that move.
Something I'm really impressed by with the Ninja right now is that with the Great Hall, you have more platforms to go to, so you're more inclined to jump. He's putting out so many SIGs that say, don't jump. Because that's going to force him to stay grounded, and that's going to get him those that damage.
Yeah, and then we're seeing the addition now of the dash jump down SIG on cannon, which shoots in the opposite direction, only covers the ground beneath you. He's taking the stock lead now. Sajaru now 1 stock. This is his tournament stock. Loses this, he's out. The Ninja 729 moves forward. Can he bring it to a last stock scenario? Sidelight side air doesn't hit. With Ninja 729 trying to get those combos started. The dodge. Great timing from Sajaru, but if all you're doing is dodging attacks, not hitting back, there we go. Side air hits. Ground pound. Can it come through? Recovery. Not what he's looking for. And that side stick not punished as he doesn't hold down. Doesn't fall through the platform.
Wait a minute.
And now it's 1 stock to 1.
You know, defense does win championships, but you do also need to find a hit every once in a while, and he does find the hits finally at the end, and the Ninja, even though he had incredible combos, is now in a spot where he might get even back up. Zyder pushes him away, goes for the anchor, does not connect.
Love that positioning, though. He uses it so that if it misses, he falls beneath the stage, doesn't get punished. That is a Sidra-specific thing that you've got to be good at if you want to play this character. And Sajaru with the double nair goes to the sideline, gets the third nair.
He's punishing him now on the weapon. Now he's just hovering over it. He can't get to it. He's going to get access to another gauntlet. And he's evened this back up here, Taza.
Oh, it's so many hits coming out from the gauntlets here. They dodge right past each other, but the neutral hits. And oh no, the Ninja 729, he's doing these weapon throws in neutral, hoping that one of them will hit, but they keep missing. And Sajaru's got the gauntlets versus unarmed. And oh no, the down air whips.
Oh my God, he works.
Sajaru's gotten all this damage for no damage in return.
Yeah, he works so hard to get to the sword, but at what cost? He took so much damage.
The Ninja 729 doesn't know how to land.
Recovery's not going to be enough to top.
Oh, he ground pounds back.
Gets
one
back
down
down.
air hits.
Okay.
Does he switch over to the cannon? He does.
He does. He wants a big play. Oh
Silent
my
recovery
God.
would do it at this point. Downer hits. Zyder connects. Cannonball comes forward. Dodges the neutral layer.
All right, weapon toss again. He wants to get back access to the sword, but that's going to give Saru an opportunity to bait him to try to approach.
Would daylight recovery even knock out here? I'm not sure. From a platform,
I think
maybe.
on the platform, yes. On the ground, no. Now back to the gauntlets. One
would
recovery takes it out.
definitely do
And that's not going to do it.
Great haul. Ceiling's crazy. Does he win off of that? The Ninja 729 needs a weapon. He's thrown
He
so
can't
many
make
of them away.
another
That's
mistake,
it.
and that's it. It's Saru gets game number 5 to get himself still in his bracket, knocking PR number 4 down. Saru's insane run continues. Taza, the Ninja got gifted so many opportunities to try and get back into that, but a big part of that was the Ninja never capitalizing on those dodge reads and never capitalizing later on trying to get himself to a weapon to get things started, and that gave Saru so much opportunity to get back in the game.
The momentum that switched over when it got to that last stock situation. When we said it's a last stock scenario, Saru became untouchable. There was a point where I was counting the amount of just raw neutral airs that he got in that gameplay against the Ninja, where the Ninja couldn't do anything. And after a certain point, when the Ninja got ticked into orange damage, he never touched center stage again.
No.
He spent the entire time around the 3 platforms being like, how do I get down? How do I get down? And he never found the answer in time.
You have 3 platforms like Great Hall, and you could have touched the ground. Like that. That's the incredible advantage state that we saw to Saru there was nuts. And that was in a position where he was in a deficit for a good while. Even though he had combo starts, he had good opportunities.
It was 2 stocks to 1 with Saru in orange. That was how crazy it was. I was getting ready to be like, okay, the Ninja 729 is playing beautifully. He's got all these things. Sure, the neutral sigs on sword aren't working anymore, but it doesn't matter. They're doing their job. They're keeping Saru off the side of the stage. But once those gauntlets were in hand, he didn't toss them away. Really solid gameplay. And there was a moment there where I was like, oh, the Ninja 729 would go for these weapon throws in neutral, hoping it would bounce off of him, because just because he was able to dodge through it, that leaves the Ninja without a weapon for like 5 to 10 seconds, 5 to 10 seconds without a weapon at a time, and that's huge when you're fighting against gauntlets unarmed.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to get some insight once again from Remy himself to break down how ridiculous that set was.
That was definitely a crazy one from Saru. He brought that back, and I want to show you guys exactly how the gauntlets in hand made a key point, and I got that entire last stock for you right here, right now. We're going to look down just from the start after he takes that first stock, and we're just going to look at what he does. The Ninja is going for a bit of platform gameplay here. You see him throwing that weapon multiple times back to back to back to back. He's just trying to build some room for himself. Saru finally disarms him. He has the gauntlets in hand, and you can see the multiple nairs he goes for. He reads the crossover, and I want to slow it down right there. As you can see where he goes for again after that one sidelight. That one sidelight doesn't just turn into nothing else. He gets that sidelight, and it turns straight into the nair. He waits it out, goes for the second nair, and the weapon starve becomes instant. He plays out perfectly, and he keeps that pressure going on even into the next section of this clip here. If you want to play this one out too, it's the same thing. He's still unarmed, the Ninja. The cannon is in hand, and he's immediately unarmed again. You can see Saru holding that spot on the ground. He doesn't want to commit too hard to anything. The downlight there adds on even more damage, and this is what holding pressure does. He's still in that same spot. We've never left that spot. He doesn't want to commit too hard in any direction. He knows the Ninja's coming towards him. He's seen the platform gameplay coming off the Ninja. He's going on these platforms off of them. And Saru is just holding his ground. The damage buildup is so strong on the gauntlets. You can see the combos, you can see the reads, and it stacks up to the point where the Ninja has completely lost control of a game that he had the lead on. Taza mentioned it multiple times. Those gauntlets, when that buildup is there and the damage comes through, it's going to be so easy to KO. Even though it took a while there on the Great Hall, the high ceiling, the recoveries not just stayed, multiple recoveries in a row, multiple damage buildup, it's going to finally get it done. I'm going to throw that back to the casters.
Man, Saru keeps getting better and better, and he's going into the elimination bracket even further in the top 8. We're not seeing him next on screen, Ajax. No, it's going to be Acno and Machete.
Yeah,
Machete just after that crazy Game 5 last stock scenario against Pavelski. I mean, this could be Acno versus Pavelski for 7th right now. No, it's Acno versus Machete.
Repeat what you said, too. Elimination bracket. Acno, same sentence.
Oh, yeah.
That we're currently looking at Acno fighting for his life to stay in the bracket here for Springs because of being delivered a ticket down to this place by Swata. So Acno has some adjustments to do. Acno's gone to a lot of stressful games down to this bracket too. It hasn't been 3-0s. It hasn't been dominant. There's been multiple Game 5s. There's been multiple times where he's had to fight his way back.
Yeah.
And we finally saw him go down to 1 with Swata, and is this going to be the moment where maybe Machete is the next person to put him at Game 5? Machete it's been looking really good all day, too.
Yeah, I am very interested to see, because Machete is one of those players where I feel like we have 2 factions in Europe, and it is the players that have decided to go along the path of gauntlets and competitive play, and then the other ones that are really trying to push Orb to its limits to fight against it. And on one side, we've got Swata and Machete, and the other side, we've got Acno and Godly. And I want to see how these 2 players go up against each other, because Machete, for a very long time now, has been a top 8 player, occasionally top 4 player for a very long time, but never really getting those wins very often. And taking Acno down here would be a great first step towards being able to have that fight against Godly. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was saying, if there's one thing that feels good for you, especially after what happened in the winner's side, is that the Orb is pretty much what got him, or what got Swata into the game. Now, he was closing out the stocks with the hammer, but the damage was being dealt heavily by the Orb.
Orb was fantastic.
So if you could do that here, on that same token, have Acno struggle against the Orb again, you're going to be able to find those scythe KOs. You're going to be able to get that going.
Meanwhile, Acno just wants to get through Machete to get and then has to have that rematch against Saru, who nearly knocked him out 3-0 on the winner's side, because if they continue on their path and Saru gets his win in the next matchup, they'll meet in that lower of the elimination semifinals.
Yeah, and there's only, I think, one person who might be in chat who's maybe popping off for the idea to Acno go down, and that's one Raid Raps, because I think he's the only one who didn't actually have him in his top 8 predictions. So I get the feeling he has a little bit a certain bias on who he'd like to see go down here. But I want to see, I just want to see another Game 5. These sets have been so good, and I do want to see Acno get back to form. But also the Orb counterplay, like you were mentioning, has been so good. I want to see this meta continue to evolve to see how they make the adjustments around it.
Machete with the scythe so far has been doing super well against Acno, who has opened up with the Val here. Went for the side stick. That was a tough spacing. I think he wanted to gravity cancel the side stick in a way that where he got the spiking hitbox. Got a little too close to the wall, rode up it instead. There's a lot of nuance to Val's side sig in terms of where you use it and how it interacts with the stage.
Yeah, speaking of Val, we're still seeing him stick to the Val here, too, as we take the stock off the top there with the neutral sig. What are we going to do about the match as it continues to go on, though? Do we see Machete try to answer more often to the sword with the scythe, because he hasn't been able to get him to stay on the gauntlets long enough to make the Orb stay out?
It's a tough call. Right now, I'm not even certain if it's weapon dependent. Machete has been putting out a lot of these attacks where Acno has just been dodging them into getting 3 or 4 hits. Like right there, Machete puts out a down leg, puts out a recovery. Okay, that recovery came through. You get hit by Nair, sidelight recovery. Sidelight recovery, dodge just barely out of the way, but Machete just can't really get it. That's the first win he's gotten in a good minute now.
All right, yeah, you know what? You're right. Like, I'm trying to look for some hope here, but it's just, he just can't win Nooch. Like, Acno has been dodging every opening he's gone for, but that is going to get him, trying to get rolling right through the town.
That I'll give to Acno, kind of sleeping on that move. Like, Fate side sig, really great, I think, in 2v2s there, but he had some time. I guess he was just too focused on sliding up the side of the wall there. Machete got an excellent stock up the right. And Acno gets the D-light side air. Is that going to be it? Weapon throw. All right, goes down. Doesn't have the jump to come back. That weapon throw was a little sus, but, you know.
Yeah, interesting.
It threw me out so much.
Just say sus?
Acno is really far ahead here, 2-1. And just tacking on even more damage. It's an orange. D-Light Nair. Machete gets a Nair on Orb, and that's it. Acno looking for another attack here on the gauntlets, as it's just been all Acno this game one.
Look, if there's one person who can make you feel like an imposter at this point in bracket, it is definitely Acno at points. So Acno is making it go very well. Call the emergency meeting right now. You need to get things going. You need to get back down, because he is currently getting sent out.
The gravity cancel neutralizing in the wrong direction there. The pressure from Acno is just a little too much to bear here in game one. Neutral sync punishing the neutral sync from Machete.
Acno's feeling himself.
Yeah, that was just a move that was just kind of like, well, I can hit you with this here.
Yeah, this was I can do this just because. I could go for sidelight, or one better, I could just go for the sig. Okay, so reach deep in your pockets. Go pull out all the tricks. What do you think?
Let's just see what game 2 looks like. I don't think that game 1 was indicative of Machete's ability here to fight against Acno, but that was really just Acno having momentum from the start and never letting it go.
Yeah.
I have seen we're looking at the lifetime matchup between these two, right? It's 1-0, right?
Actually, no, it's 12-4 in favor of Acno.
Okay, 12-4 for Acno. So. Yeah, I was looking at the
Yeah, you're looking at the second out.
12-4 for Acno, really much in his favor. And the point that I was trying to make there was that when I watch Machete Pavelski, I can pretty confidently say that the way that these two play against each other leads to really volatile matchups. When it comes to these two, it's been Acno dominant for quite a long time. So Machete getting a really strong opening here would be pretty huge because in the game before this, he got 2 stock, and even taking an early stock from Acno might not be enough.
Exactly. I think Acno's one of the most difficult players to really push that super hyper-aggressive playstyle against. You were talking about with the Machete Pavelski set. You can't do that because Acno's constantly, he's a whiff punish machine. He wants you to overcommit and punish you for it. That's exactly what happened in that first game. I think that's what we're seeing Machete doing much better here, kind of just hanging back a bit, going for swings, but they're nothing that's too overcommittal. So if he does get hit, it's only going to be maybe a 2-piece.
Ooh, D-Light punishing the Sidelight in the wrong direction there, falling down there, tries to go for the Sidelight. Okay, he actually connected with it. Recovery hits the most delayed Sidelight recovery you've ever seen. I don't even know if we can call it a string, but he does
it. Sidelight recovery with extra steps.
The,
okay,
the idea was there. D-Light recovery from Machete. Oh, wow, not enough. Val, a little bit beefier than players may think. At least I oftentimes forget that it is a 6 defense legend, right? Finally goes down, and Machete evens up 2-2.
Yeah, and only in the yellow, but you got to get I mean, the Orb has been doing okay, but we haven't really seen the big scythe plays yet. But that's mostly just because Acno is constantly trying to force them to happen.
Where is Machete's patented double neutralite? Oh, yeah, that's right.
Oh,
That's more of a Pavelski
very
thing.
different valve. It's not pressing dodge down.
Yeah, side stick hits. Machete's out of there. Such a great job navigating this matchup. And he picks up the gauntlets, and it's just going to continue forward like this, Ajax, I think. Machete hasn't. You were asking me what the answer here is here, and I was like, okay, let's wait and see what happens in game number 2. But this is looking very similar. And Machete, a lot of success on the orb, but when he's on the scythe, it just feels like it's free damage for Acno.
And even with that success on the orb, it's actually starting to get minimized. Like, if Acno's playing around it well, he's getting. I mean, he is starting to actually open up quite a few hits here, so it's working a bit better. Never mind, actually, I'm a whole liar. He's been winning a lot with the orb. Okay, all of a sudden it's looking good.
This playstyle, what we're seeing from Machete here, where he's succeeding, is how he succeeded against Pavelski for the majority of his time in that game, that best of 5. Acno's just really not let Machete get that comfortability against him. So we've got D-Light recovery coming here, and Acno's already taken center away from him. That side air, punishing the recovery from Machete, dodges the weapon throw, cancels the dodge into a neutral sig, and nearly ends the game there.
Now you're at that point, too, where this is... He knows the stock is going soon, so he can keep doing that exactly as we're getting to that point. And even if he whiffs, it's like, okay, you're so deep in the red that I'm going to find a consistent KO anyways.
These are hard call-outs with his neutral sigs against Machete. He's really just being like, I know where you're going to be moving here. He dashes, I think, fast falls, then pivot neutral sigs as Machete.
Right under the platform,
he aims for Machete escaping off the platform to the left. Really great play from him. Machete, this is a familiar pick for me. Mordex coming out, and he's the only one who uses that skin. I don't even know what it's called, but I just know that when I see it, it's Machete.
Yeah, honestly, I don't recall seeing this one in bracket in like ever. Yeah. So. Here with Machete going on to Demon with Mordex. Great combo for the two of them, but that also does give Acno some playability here with the Val as well. So it's a risky situation, but you're basically saying, I need to go for big plays, and Acno is answering right back with his own.
Yeah, gauntlets versus gauntlets here. So far as Machete's over on to a legend pick from the past, the Mordex for him. Now with Scythe. Scythe wasn't going so hot on the Fate, but let's see if it changes up here. Now he's got a different signature kit. Down air from Acno, attack on even more damage. Weapon throw side sig, but he stays up in the air. Silent recovery, dodges just narrowly out of the way of what would have been a certain knockout.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that sig, but I was expecting, like, when Machete, with the fact that he kept trying to get opening, oh, wait, this is a big opportunity. It's a big opportunity. If he can close it out right here, that's a stock that Acno is basically just, oh, did you touch that wall? You're insane. There's a reason why this man has put so many tournaments. I can't believe he touched that.
And I and you, we were all like, you're out of there. That down air was
that was a stock.
That dive kick hits like the corner of Demon Island. There's barely any wall there to begin with.
Yeah, we call that plot armor. That's all I can call that.
Yeah, I mean, at this rate, pretty much he's got to continue getting his 2 stocks, I guess. He really didn't want to give that one up.
Oh my goodness, this could be such a different
he's
game.
Still going on arms.
Like now Machete he's not so much struggling. He does find a Zyder to finally get him out of there.
Yeah.
But luckily for him, it wasn't too much damage. But you have to you have to finish your food when those opportunities happen. It's not like you expected that to happen, but you can't let that happen again, otherwise Acno's going to cruise away.
Acno going to the new weapon, waiting until Machete puts out the sidelight to pick up the weapon and then get the neutral light on the gauntlets. More damage coming out of Machete as the gravity cancel sidelight, goes for the nair, dodge force down, weapon toss, doesn't get a pickup. I think he meant to do a pickup side air, and he missed that input, gets the unarmed side air instead, but now he's over onto the sword, but still looking great.
He's got a decent lead right here. Machete is going to, I mean, I won't be surprised to see more of those coming out. He's got to go for a big play soon. And to try and get some confidence, I think, in his corner. He's looking at what could be a 3-0. Acno is playing around any of your standard combo starters.
Yeah.
So you have to catch Acno slipping with the big signature play. I wouldn't be surprised if the side sig comes out as a big option here.
Oh yeah, down to the edge here could be crazy too, but Acno's not really been in a position for that. Neutral light hits, weapon throw, forces the dodge, no dodge. Weapon throws on his way back, and Acno slides right underneath. Uppercuts into the sky, takes him down to his last stock.
Acno looking like he might get one of the first 3-0s we've seen in a while up here on the stream.
Yeah.
So,
lower bracket has not been 3-0s.
No,
that is for sure.
Everybody's been fighting for their life. Last chance to get better seeding, better positions for mid-season champs. It's also the last seasonal championship leading up to it, so you want to get that PR working in your way. But Acno keeping things going for him. Machete currently struggling to try and get back to stage.
Yeah, down light, side light, goes to the recovery. Acno goes for the double, the weapon throw, interrupting what would have been the end of Machete's last stock. And D-Light Zyder means that Ajax, I think this is the 3-0. D-Light Zyder stuff recovery, he's out of there. Acno takes down Machete in a convincing fashion as he over doubles the damage in game. Actually, it's pretty close to exactly double. I'm not very good at math when it involves sevens, Ajax, but it's a lot.
One of the more
600 and something over 300 and something. Acno, fantastic in that game, in that matchup against Machete.
Dominant play through and through. That is the Acno we're used to seeing. Like Acno played so well, especially after that early stock that could have been Machete having a lead that he got around with that late wall touch. But even beyond that point, he still didn't let. He still didn't really let him get anything started. It wasn't enough of that would have given Machete some confidence to feel like, okay, I'm winning neutral enough. I get enough punishes to really make things happen. Yeah, we're looking at the same thing there, but it's okay. Machete with an incredible run all the way up to this point. It was looking very impressive, but he is going to go down at 5th place, unfortunately, to the unlucky nature of having to fight Acno. But even if that was the case still, that could have been Swata, too. So, difficult time no matter what.
So Machete out at 5th, and Acno moves forward in the elimination bracket, and then the winner of this decides whose opponent's going to be. It is Zyder versus Saru. Now, Saru, we saw a little bit of a glimpse of his PR there on the screen just now. 27, like such a crazy run coming from him. We were wondering how that performance was shaping up in the last Invitational. It's like, okay, he beat Acno. This is pretty crazy, but is it because it's Invitational? Now I have no doubt in my mind that he's basically becoming another one of the top players in Europe. There's so many of them now.
Everybody's just woken up at the same time. Like, there's lightning in a bottle moments that happens with plenty of players, but being able to repeat that, to replicate that, to have that consistency is another thing. And I think the biggest thing was, even though he lost to Acno, the fact that he was up on Acno, brought it, and he went down, but then still kept it going in the elimination bracket, and he's still here. This is the story of the day for sure for the people who are still in the bracket, and it's been impressive to watch.
Yeah, and after that really close Game 5, where he was basically completely behind and brought it back with the gauntlets so well that we had to have literally had to have Remy on the analyst desk break it down because of how well he did. He's now going up against Zyder, and Zyder is a very unique opponent when it comes to the European scene. The only one really showcasing pure spear and pure lance here on the Black Knight epic crossover for Orion, right? And so being able to play against a player like that, who we just saw struggled a lot against Godly's gauntlets. Let's see if Saru has the skills to be able to take him down here, because Zyder, for the most part, like, has been looking fantastic. And when you go down against Godly, it's like it's kind of hard for me to say that. I'm not going to say you're playing bad today, right?
Well, still a very important thing that actually mattered so much for Zyder's performance today is that he's PR12. He was right. He's right on the edge of people who could have snuck into the late of midseason, and he stepped up.
Yes.
So the fact that he stepped up, I think we don't know for sure who is in there yet, but I think this performance here today, especially now guaranteed 5th, that solidifies him to still get him in there.
It only helps to do better in a tournament, right? Like it only helps. And Zyder's looking to go even further here. Winner of this goes into top 4 in the elimination bracket. Sajaru wanting that rematch against Acno. Took him down in a previous event, went down to him here in the Spring Championship, wants to knock him out of the tournament, but he has to go through Zyder, and Zyder on the Black Knight is a fearsome opponent. Spear and lance, but so far it's been all axe in this game number 1.
Making it look like a combo character right now. And one thing that Sajaru did against the Ninja was when the Rayman came out, it was a great answer to the cannon. The axe in a similar fashion, if you overcommit with lance or if you get a little crazy with spear, that's going to be some big punishes.
It doesn't matter what year in Brawlhalla it is. I've always favored axe against lance in a matchup just because of how great, like I said, with cannon, neutral light, and side light is at stuffing a lot of the approaches that lance players like to go for. Sajaru, however, right now fighting against an unarmed, gauntlets are picked up. Let's see if he can get a side light here to get this knockout, because Zyder's super damaged, but not out.
Exactly. Like he could get some things going here, but the thing was, one mistake was going to lead to the stock. So Sajaru didn't need to go crazy. Now he gets back to the axe. Smart play. He was getting 4 pieces with the axe. Hey, I think you need to keep that going.
The axe is looking like his combo weapon, and the gauntlets are his heavy weapon. You know what? Whatever works for him, right? He's been switching between both of those now. Picks up the axe, continues to starve Zyder out of any weapons that he may want. Falling down air, doesn't get the silent punish on the pickup, and Zyder gets hit with a backswing of the axe down air as he misses that attack.
Yeah, I say, oh my goodness, Sajaru's position control has just been so good. He keeps catching the landings, hovering right around again. That character, big
that
attempt.
Is bold.
That was a very bold play.
I mean, imagine seeing Ryan neutral sig and being like, this is safe. You're like just like pixels away from getting blasted down to the bottom of the stage, and he side airs. He falls off the stage by just holding slightly to the right, and he side airs him for the knockout into the weapon throw, and he's now up 3 stocks to 1.
Like, the courage to go for that in that position. Okay, so he doesn't go down, but he's still up a whole stock. The courage to have that in that spot, like, oh, okay, yeah, this is mine. This is my punish. Like, I think that's just a testament to how calm Sajaru's been so far today.
Talking about calm, just kicks him twice with the sidelights there. Sidelight Nair tries to go in for the pivot ground pound, and Zyder does a wake up gravity cancel down light. Some good damage coming out from Zyder here, but is it too little too late? Maybe not. He is bringing, okay, wow, Sajaru, what, your unarmed is crazy.
I want to see his unarmed damage, yeah. Like, everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face.
Zyder looked at that, started to recover, and then he backed out. Oh no!
Wow, that. Man, this game is comedy sometimes. He had the full wind up. Like, I can't wait to...
That's how you use it. That side air was so great. Okay, he did jump for that side air there. And then we didn't see the beginning of that side sig, but he fully charged that, both for the range and for the dodge read, and he got the stock with it. Sajaru, fantastic game 1.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. Let's see if Sajaru could replicate that same success. I mean, he just minimized everything, and he's keeping it going here.
Ajax, help.
How am I supposed to help?
These are too many accent noises. I can't. Oh, the Zyder misses.
What do you want me to do? Look, if you call me to go help you, you're currently staring somebody down, and they're like, hey, look, help me out, and then I get beat down by Rayman. I'm yelling at you later.
That was the only thing that I could think of to say after watching what just happened to Zyder there. The Zyder with the axe, however, Zyder's fighting back against him. The ground pound hits. It cost him the entire stock.
Going for the double ground pound. He felt like the opportunity was there, but Sajaru dancing around it, similar to what happened with the signature last time. And now, not a large lead, but that gives Sajaru another opportunity.
Zyder doesn't punish it. Zyder, now on the Atori, which we really didn't even highlight, has already been down to stock, and that sidelight doesn't hit. The falling Zyder doesn't connect either, and Sajaru, I thought that was the punish. He tried to get the downlight punish with the side air, but doesn't hit it. Nair, ground pound, falls down, sidelight, Nair, ground pound again, doesn't matter. He sidelights the wrong way. Who cares? He's not getting punished, and that weapon throw just barely saves Zyder from getting hit with a side sig from Rayman. Sajaru, he cannot be stopped. This is so...
we're sure we're looking at an axe right now, right? Like, we're looking at the same weapon. I feel like we're looking at a sword, but it's doing way more damage.
I guess that's what happens when you don't dodge. I don't really know what else to say. Zyder is having a really difficult time against Sajaru's axe, and Sajaru is taking each one of these strings and he's adding on an extra hit every time. And when Zyder is able to get around it, he's just able to get out. He is not able to get damage through. Ground pound hits, and that's not even enough.
Yeah, Zyder also has barely been able to control ledge either. Like, the amount of times I've seen Sajaru just wait for him to go for a neutral A or something. He finally gets the DL recovery off the top to take it, but he had to work so hard for that. He can't control ledge. It's looking a little rough, is the best way we can put it.
Axe picked up, which has been the bulk of his damage all set.
Excuse me, Zyder. I had that backwards.
And Zyder gets hit with a down air, falling side air, jumps for a side air again, and Zyder is using these side lights, trying to get something started, ends up going off stage again, and Saru usually has the upper hand in those situations. Oh, he gets the sword D-light, and he misinputs the down air, and he takes a ton of damage afterwards.
Oh my god, hit it like...
Sidelight recovery, I thought that was going to hit for sure. Sidelight chase dodge pivot recovery, that's crazy. D-light ground pound could bring Zyder back into this game, at least on a stock count.
Yeah, he's got, well, yeah, in spirit almost, because he'll get it back in stock count, but that is if he ever got the chance to actually do it.
He tossed the weapon up in the slowest lob to take his attention away from the unarmed ground pound that was going to hit him. That was brutal. Saru once again with the 2-stock in game 2.
Oh my goodness, I need to catch it this time. So last time, let's see, 53 damage dealt on unarmed. I felt like it was a lot more in that other game. I was trying to see it, but like, Saru's dominance of the weapon game, the controlling the stage, he's not getting, what I was saying before I accidentally said Saru was to control the ledge. Zyder was barely able to control the ledge. Saru just kept hopping up on the stage, borderline uncontested. And that's rough. Like, there's not much else to say about
it. When it comes down to it, Saru's hitting Zyder a lot more than he's getting hit. And like, which is a very obvious thing to say, except for the case that, there's Axe on the screen. And so when you're seeing this many more wins with Axe and then these strings getting taken this far, you're just going to lose the game at that point. You cannot be letting that happen to you. I understand a sidelight nair here and there, but Zyder's really got to work on basically avoiding getting hit by that. And you can see him reaching into the legend pool here. Every single one of these losses, he's switching over to something else that he feels like he's going to be able to better deal with it. And so far, not so good. As we heard that game open up with 4 strong hits coming out from Saru, as Zyder is now already in orange.
Oh my
as the down air hits, and he's trying to end the stock right away. Finally, weapon picked up. The bow is going to be the adjustment from Zyder as he held onto the sword from the last game.
I mean, like, you said it. You said it so well. Like, he needs to get hits. Like, he needs to get things started. And when it comes to Saru, he's been making what normally would take like maybe 4 punishes / neutral wins to get to KO damage. He's turning it into like 3 or like it's crazy how much he's been getting off the Axe and even the gauntlets too over these past couple games. But this is a much closer game. Gets hit by what?
The weapon throw up. There goes to the ground. I thought he was going to go for the ground pound again. Zyder makes it back. That was an actually favorable knockback angle for Zyder. A very rare one, but a favorable one. D-Light recovery hits. He's still living on this first stock.
It's looking a lot better, at least, because it's even, and he could get this stock if he gets the opportunity, and not gonna take it off the top yet.
Oh, Zyder with the bow, looking the strongest he's had so far, but the silent recovery takes him off. Now, Saru, you talked about this in the previous set. When he's down, he cleans up the stock right away. Zyder's got to do the same here. Let's see if he lets him have it, because so far, Saru on a fresh stock, he gets 4 Axe hits in, and that D-Light, probably the only move in Axe's kit that doesn't lead into a ton of other hits, and Zyder actually gets the knockout. Really nicely done.
I mean, at least with the Koji so far, he's actually looked like he's been keeping it even. I think the bow adjustment being the heavy one and going for the chase there, getting in there, and at least it looks like he's making Saru actually have to respect him on his way down now. He's actually, like, he's not just swinging anymore, and he's not just landing for free as he gets around the D-Sig with the platform, gets a simple punish.
Yeah, D-Light recovery, nicely done there. Down air, tries to get the silent afterwards. So much better. I'm wondering if it was just because I noticed that when Zyder had the spear, Saru was getting a ton of really great hits in. And now Zyder with that ground pound, he could take the lead here. Saru has to go all the way to the side of the stage, just barely touches, weapon snatched away by Zyder. Axe picked up from Saru, but this is a deficit for the first time this set.
Yeah, this is the first time we've seen Zyder actually boxing. The D-Light recovery is going to take it off the top, and Zyder, the Koji switch is definitely the play so far.
Yes. The sword, we were looking at the damage from the previous game. Most damage dealt was on the sword from Zyder. Spear, 68 damage. So the fact that he's off of that now on the bow, I can already tell that the bow's doing a lot more. And Saru can't get the stock cleaned up this time.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. He's been so consistent at getting him every single time. So this could be Saru showing a little bit of a crack in the defense for a change, and he does finally find one right there. This could still be at 3-0, but the way that's been going, Zyder has been keeping it much closer. He just needs to get access to, I think the bow is the next one in line. No, it's actually the sword, but he's still just rushing him down.
Let's see if Zyder can take down last stock Saru, because that is definitely a different beast. Sidelight Nair comes through, gravity cancel downlight doesn't hit. He tries to do a rising down air, and Zyder actually dodges down. Through it, continues the damage through. That side stick will get punished by a Sidelight Nair, but we can already see Saru Doesn't want to risk the ground pound. If he throws that out a little too early and Zyder's ready for it, that's an easy sword side air punish, or even a gravity cancel downlight recovery if he positions it well enough.
Exactly, and it right now got a lot of damage on him, so he can't afford to really get ridiculous.
Forward off
he
of the
just
neutral
finished. That was such a good position to punish that, but he just went a little too far.
Yeah, that dash forward, too much distance. Okay, talk about too much distance.
All right, then.
That's right. Rayman technically is flying with that down stick, and you can steer it out quite a ways. D-Light recovery hits and one more. Zyder will take it to a game 4. Recovery hits, that's it, Ajax. Zyder on the Koji is able to take a game.
Amazing change-up. Like, the bow worked really well at the start, but actually it was the sword. Like, the sword gameplay, you talk about how that was what was working in Game 2, and in Game 3, the sword broke up 467 damage on the sword. A good early start with the bow, but
not a single unarmed hit. Look at that.
Wow.
Zyder. Definitely favoring the weapons on this character. That's
testament to weapon control.
That's hard. That's a hard stat. I'm used to like 23 to like 50 unarmed damage, but man. We're on Brawlhaven now. So this is a unique factor here. Sejaro's been winning all set, so now that he's lost a game, he gets the favor of guiding Zyder to what stages he likes to play on. And it looks like Brawlhaven's where we are for game number 4. But Zyder so far is looking like the one most comfortable.
Yeah, I'm looking really comfortable right now.
That was so close.
And then he waits out the recovery too, gets the punish, so he still keeps that damage going. Neutralize, switching back off stage. Zyder looking better, but does get reversed now. He's got to watch out for the side air. Gets the wall touch and gets back onto stage.
Ooh, down sig, no third glove. Avoids it. Recovery comes through, doesn't hit it, and Zyder from Zyder means that he's going to. He thought he was going to dodge through, but he doesn't. Sejaro gets the side airs, and Zyder's he down. Weapon throw forward, forces him down. He gravity cancels, sidelights him into the stage, and Zyder just goes, what? And hits him away. Deal out recovery. Stock comes through. I wonder why. I feel like if he did a downlight there, it would have been a lot better. But, you know, he cleans up right away.
He cleans it up right away.
Don't even have to worry about it.
That whole first stock was pretty chaotic. Like, and luckily for Sejaru, we didn't get too out of hand for him to be able to get back into it.
Yeah.
But Zyder looking so much better here. I felt like the switch over for Sejaru to Brawlhaven, removing the platforms, allowing him better openings. He keeps getting big combos with the axe. But I feel like Zyder has just got like that second wind.
Yeah.
Like he's not getting mixed the same way as before. He's boxing a lot better so far, Taza.
Ooh.
Oh, big punish right there, going all the way up to the top, and he catches him with the GCD light recovery.
Wow, that is a great turnaround from Zyder, and one of those things you only really dream of in competitive, getting the D-Light recovery after getting comboed for 5 seconds. It's like, oh, wait, you overextended.
That's for me?
Yeah,
that's mine?
And
Thank
now
you.
he's up a stock and some change. Like, this is great. D-Light Zyder hits, and Zyder gets the ground pound. This is going to get 2 stock from Zyder in Game 4.
Taza, if you told me we might go to Game 5 at the beginning, I would not have believed
you. The words
you.
would have never escaped my mouth. You don't have to worry about it. Like, there's no way either of us were thinking that. But Zyder on the Koji. Oh, he gets the full charge of the second swing, the weapon throw, and then he goes all the way on the bottom of the stage. Doesn't even have to hit him. Sejaru goes down, and that is a 2 stock from Zyder in Game 4. And Sejaru was in the lead all the way up to that point where the D-Light recovery hits. And I'm so excited that we can see this graph here from the damage momentum where it was just kind of like literally like, wait, what happened? Like you just stopped having your lead. I don't know what to say about that. Zyder went down once and then never again.
Yeah, refused. Like literally refused. The continuation of what has been one of the best stories of people so far making a run through this bracket continues. Pushing it to Game 5, we get Apocalypse, advantage Sejaru in terms of being able to switch over to the Rayman again and getting Apocalypse, but does it matter so much with the fact that he's barely been able to get any openings as the game's going on? Look at Zyder going all the way over!
Zyder goes all the way out without any jumps as well. I'm a little surprised that,
oh my god, the dodge reads. Zyder's going crazy. Zyder's going crazy.
He goes up to the downlights as well. Where is this Zyder coming from? This is fantastic, and Sejaru just cannot deal with all of these fully charged signatures. He ended Game 4 with that side stick on sword, and now the fully charged side stick on bow with the weapon throw forward, forcing the dodge. Does he get the edge guard? No. Of course, the down stick gets him off the top. Man, Zyder has just broken Sejaru here.
Yeah, he has absolutely been shutting this down. Sejaru's incredible run of endurance, getting all the way to this point, having a bit of a struggle, but he does get the D-Light, gets himself back on stage at least. He has access to the axe, which is pretty much what has got him to this point.
Gravity cancel neutral light into recovery. Exhaustion recovery to get back onto the side of the stage. Side air dodges out of the way. Zyder gets some damage in. but Zyder hasn't gotten the stock yet, and this is not the green that he's looking for here. Zyder only in orange.
Yeah, I mean, like, Zyder, he's just hovering around the platform so well. He keeps waiting for a commitment from Zyder, moving accordingly as he needs to, gets the side air, pushes him back off stage. Zyder gets him with the D-Light ground pound, and he gets him again with the D-Light. Zyder, I don't think he's making this one back.
Oh, no. Yes.
This could be.
You know what I love the best about this too is that Zyder is absolutely hitting Zyder with things. So like that shouldn't work.
Yeah.
He's getting all these down like ground pounds, weapon throw forward as well. Goes for the ground pound. Dude, Zydar's out.
Bro, don't let it be you.
That's got to be it. Recovery comes through. Okay, come on, Zyder.
Don't let it be you,
don't
man.
Get 3 stock.
Reverse 3-0 and reverse 3-0 and a 3 stock, man.
Oh, the ground pound hits. There we go.
All right. He stops that. There's still hope for Zyder, but that hope is fading fast.
The D-Light recovery from the last game off the top really do that much? Like, Zyder, he's still recovering from that, and it's a whole new game. Okay, Zyder gets the sidelight, gets the recovery, has the nair. Can he get the dodge? He goes to the double recovery here. Goes to the gravity, gets the down light. Zyder yet to get any damage, and this is his last stock Zyder game 5. We saw what happened against the Ninja 729. Maybe he can make it happen against Zyder too. Down air hits. Goes to the recovery. Zyder yet to bring him into.
He's picking it up a bunch, but he has only. He's at no mistake territory now. He's got enough damage on D-Light's there by taking off the side. D-Light recovery. Waits for the ground pound, but he was just not in position enough to try and challenge that with the gauntlet recovery. Now he has to be super careful here on the ledge.
Oh, what Zyder? He pivots the neutral light, slides off the stage, hits him into the stage himself, and goes to the gravity, gets a down light to end up the Zyder from Zyder.
Oh,
that's the stop.
That's a reversal. He goes all the way out there for the D-Light. Now, even though Zyder's deep in the red, he has gauntlets. You were mentioning it that last time. He really got hit. Covers the weapon. Covers him again.
Goes in for a down air. Neutral light. He picks up the weapon. Goes to the dash, the chase touch recovery. Zyder has. I'm feeling down sick here. I knew it.
You are a genius.
Dude, there's something about Koji's dash like that. I'm like, dude, I've seen this before. Hold on, wait. Okay. So let's not take it away from the fact that Zyder just reverse 3-0'd Zyder off of what was looking like the most painful 3-0 that he was going to have in his life. Look at that. Dash has a back and forth, down 6 hits. That's Zyder off the left side of the stage. The second inning touches, and Zyder off the Koji stays alive in the elimination bracket.
Like, all I got to say, chat, if any of y'all are looking for good coaching to try and figure out what somebody's probably going to do at the end, you probably hit up Taza, because Taza calling that out great at the end. But still, I mean, on point what you said. Zyder getting the reverse 3-0. That could have been Zyder taking it really cleanly, but the switch.
I mean, you said something halfway through that set. You were like, if you were to tell me that Zyder could do this, I would not have believed you. There was nothing in me that was looking at how games 1 and 2 went and thinking, okay, Zyder is going to come back and destroy Zyder, but that's exactly what he did. And that you were talking about how he's at that PR where it's like, is he going to be able to make? I mean, every single game it gets closer and closer to absolutely yes, he can. And now that he is in top 4, what an awesome performance!
Yeah, I think there's no way in the world at this point, being PR at 12, getting himself to top 4, being most likely, we don't know for sure, but probably punch his ticket to midseason. And let's go ahead and hear from Remy, by the way, on why he punched his potential ticket to midseason.
Now, that was a nail-biter. Top 4 game? That game landed to top 4 there. Zyder was looking kind of scary. That was a momentum shift. We like to talk a lot about what happened in the game, but we also like to talk about what happened out of the game there, and that was a game 5. Down 2-0, Zyder pulls it out of nowhere, in fact. It was kind of crazy where we came from. Let's look at this stock here. If we want to play that at normal speed, it's just a common bit of unarmed, and we Koji players, we like our bow, and it starts off quick. He hits that first sidelight, and he's running with that momentum. He goes for that swift play. You can see he drags his opponent up there, but what was that? The classic Koji GC side sig. He loves it, he loves it, he loves it. He wants to get as much damage as he can out of one place. So just look at this movement, this momentum. He gets that recovery up. He knows that Zyder just used a jump there, and he dodged back to the stage a bit earlier. So where do you have to go? You can either take that that movement and fall down with it, or you can go a bit higher. You don't want to go a bit higher versus bow. Koji has that end sig up there. He has the side sig to the side. Which one is it going to be? He chooses the side sig. He chooses correct, and Zyder pays the price there. But it doesn't just stop there. That was one side sig. He was feeling 2 side sigs. Another Koji classic on the ground here. He hits the sidelight, charges it just for a split second to catch the spot dodge. Look at that. Look at the frame advantage on that. He knows that it's gonna go through if he doesn't hold it long enough. So he hits the sidelight. Just a bit wait. You know, we can wait out with him. And then he lets go of it. To the face. That momentum carries on into the next stock. It doesn't stop there. I know Ajax, Duke, they all love to talk about that extra credit. Well, he's getting a ton of it in this stock. If we want to play this at 2 times speed, just because that's how fast he was playing, right? I might as well just play on 1 time. It looks like 2 times no matter what. He has the sword in hand. We're looking at some axe hits here, but the sword hits. They're coming everywhere. He has them off stage. He reads the coming back to the stage. He waits it out, and that axe recovery, man, that axe recovery, it's angled, it's forced. You're always going the same place when you throw it out. So you can just look at how he uses it on the wall. Zyder, he doesn't really play axe, does he? But he knows. Every single player knows. It's going to go straight up that wall because it can't go in its forward direction that it wants to. He throws it out. It comes up, and Zyder is waiting right there to punish it, smooth and steady, downlight Sair. That's the stock. The recovery was caught out. He's got nothing left. Oh, he does have something left. The recovery's not gone, but he does get the ground pound off to confirm that stock. But just looking back at it one more time, it's that angled recovery that he keeps up a straight line because he's at the wall. He can't do anything about it. He can't steer it. It's not a sword recovery. It's confirmed. Beautiful ground pound from Zyder to close that off and secure his spot in the top 4. Back to the casters.
What an incredible breakdown once again. Like, just looking at the way that, like, seeing these matches go down the way they are, the minimal opportunities you can have sometimes to capitalize, and Zyder caught them every time. That's the reason why I punched that ticket to the top 4. Speaking of that top 4, that's where we're going to be moving into next because of all these incredible sets we had. Just looking back at the recap right there, multiple Game 5s. We saw one 3-0 finally come in by the hands of Acno.
Yeah, that one wasn't an asterisk. It was close.
Yeah,
that
was Acno being Acno. So,
right.
Oh, what incredible sets that we had, Taza. But we will be, of course, moving into that top 4 momentarily.
Yes, can't wait for it. We're going to be having a short break, and then we'll be seeing Godly, Swata, Acno, and Zyder all duke it out to see who's going to become the spring champion here in 2022. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Brawlhalla. The Spring Championship is now in top 4. This European singles bracket is going crazy right now. Steven, come on. This is a good one, right?
I agree.
This is like,
I agree. This
like,
has been one of the
this
hypest.
is top 3 ever, maybe.
Yeah, for sure. EU has been absolutely popping off today. We've had a lot of unexpected results, and we got the finale coming up. The final 4 players are in their positions.
Godly and Swata in the winners final. Those are the only 2 players in this tournament who haven't lost a match yet. And then on the elimination side, which means just they cannot afford any more losses. If they lose, they're out of the tournament. We've got Acno and Zyder, and that's it. Those are the 4 players remaining in this tournament. How's this going to shake out? Because I'm pretty sure any of these 4 players could win. Although Zyder kind of killing it right now. This is a really good performance for Zyder.
Yeah.
Not that he's not a top 4 capable player, but that it's not often that we're seeing him in here. With the level of talent that's in Europe and the names and faces we see in there all the time, Zyder is already killing it.
And he leveled up in that last battle against Saru.
In the reverse.
Do you remember
3-0?
like when your Pokemon would level up like mid-game, and you're like, oh, now you're dealing with a Charizard. So Acno might have to look out because now he's dealing with a Charizard version of Zyder. And we have not.
I didn't think of it that way.
Well, you got to think about it.
That's a big deal.
Listen, life is a lot like Pokemon. Okay.
Well, you got to be careful because if they level up mid-game, you might lose. They might stop obeying you, right?
Okay.
And so Zyder, he might get out of control.
Is he not going to obey himself? Okay, well, that could happen.
There's a question. That's very philosophical, Steve.
Yeah. We can't get that deep into philosophy in the time we have here.
This is going to be a good match. We're starting with winners final. I think we're going to get right into it. Godly versus Swata. This is insane. I mean, Godly, the player who's been winning everything this year, ever since he came back. And Swata, the defending world champion. You can see the title right there. 1v1 world champion, 21. This is the guy.
I mean, if you got it, you got to flex it.
Let's go. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Winners final of the European Singles Spring Championship. Here we go.
Oh, what a snag. Swata pulling the first weapon, gets the orb, but I know maybe he prefers the hammer. I always know Swata for his amazing hammer gameplay.
I would imagine that it's orb to build up the damage and then hammer to finish off the stock, but you never know with Swata, man. He just gets it done all the time.
That would be a good... Did he clash backwards with that neutral light? What the heck?
He can do anything, dude. He's Swata. He's the defending world champ. So Godly playing on the Mordex right now. I know he was considering a lot of different options throughout this tournament, but the Mordex has been very successful. Swata dodging out of all these combo starters. Oh, okay. He just
kind of
it's slippery, dude.
He might be sweating because that weapon slipped right out of his hand. Now he's
Butterfingers.
Unarmed, has to work his way. Now he gets the gauntlets. Taken off the side with the side air.
Can he get through Swata's edge guard? Okay, stuffs it with the weapon throw, makes it back, no problem. But now with the hammer, he can easily take a stock, and he gets it with the scoop. Swata one.
Right, let's see what does he go with here. See, I told you, he wanted the hammer. He had the choice. He takes the hammer.
You're right. When you're right, you're right. I mean, he won the world championship with Bodvar, right? I mean, almost exclusively with the hammer. He was hammer man.
Oh, that's what you get. What, he lives?
So blessed. Swata just gets another chance at life here.
I thought that was sweet justice. You know?
Well, see, Swata got a hit already. He's making use of his extra life here. He must have got a 1-up we didn't see. Stepped on a few Goombas, and now he's good.
Godly definitely... Oh, wait. He makes something off that weapon throw?
Wow.
No.
Still in this.
Oh, wait. He's still going for it.
Wow.
Okay. Is he going to...
That was a pretty far up in the air. For an unarmed ground pound, that came from the sky.
It was like a jump ground pound. Really telegraph it that way. But still holding on to his first stock. Swata's really extending this out. Godly needs to put a stop to it here quickly.
He hasn't gotten much damage off of it. Okay, the true KO confirmed. Nicely done by Godly. And before too late. I mean, he's only in yellow. No big deal.
Yeah. Photo is literally just practicing that combo.
Don't tell him.
He was, dude. He saw Godly. He saw everyone in you doing it. And he's like, I got to get this down.
Yeah. I did just. And I was inspired by Godly, I'll tell you.
Yeah. But he put it to good use there. Now catching up on the second stock, but Swata still with a bit of a lead. Edging out in damage. Okay, Godly loses the gauntlets there.
Yeah, and he's in red. But rearmed now with more gauntlets. Good way to be. Godly used his dodge early. Swata has the opportunity here, but he's just going to let him come back to the stage. Oh, man, is that going to come back to bite him? Godly already dealt a little bit of damage. Throws away the gauntlet. Swata, true combo. It's not enough. Godly has to make it back through Swata's edge guard. Swata, guarding the corner. Catches him again, but now with all the extra distance on the stage, it's not going to knock out.
Oh, and he loses the hammer. Just toss it away. Back with the orb. One more. I mean, side light, side air. That's got to confirm the KO.
Surely a side light, side air at this point from Swata will be enough.
Or anything. Recovery does it. Off the wall even.
Yeah.
Into the corner pocket.
Just like you said, in the corner pocket.
Still hang on to the second stock, but that's all right. Godly can make a comeback here. He seems to always have gauntlets ready. How is he always so prepared with the gauntlets?
He knows what he's a man who knows what he wants.
He hasn't always
makes sure that he gets it.
He's got him on layaway. What's he going to do here?
Well, we're looking at Swata here to build up some damage before he loses this stock because he is in knockout range, and there it is, man.
Again, dude. This is why Foden's been practicing.
Dude, that's what I'm saying.
You got to know that, dude.
Gravity cancel downlight on the gauntlets, chase dodge forward into the recovery. Now you can do the nair. Trust me, I know you can do the nair, but that's just damage buildup. There's the KO combo.
Dude, you know the hardest time to play Brawlhalla is right after a big tournament, and all the kids are hopped up on esports.
Oh my goodness!
And they're just like. They've been inspired.
You'd be crazy to jump into ranked after this set right now.
Yeah. Everyone's charged up.
You're going to fight Thor's and Mordex's only.
Okay, wait. Godly actually with control for the first time
He's bringing it
in
back
game
like crazy. Yeah. On this last stock, he has just suddenly turned this all around.
Neutral champion?
And he's doing
Everything
one
hits?
sidelight at a time. He's getting it done.
Oh, down throw, fake out?
Yeah.
Dark Ghoul represent, dude. That's where I saw the down throw really.
Give credit.
That's where I really saw it used the most.
Swata's really close to getting the knockout now. One stomp, side air, will get it done. He's looking for it.
What? See, another down throw?
I was backwards on that.
Dude, I actually do love a down throw pump fake. I'm not going to lie.
Oh,
Something about it.
So, I mean, and it can really work, too. At the top level, these players
he does it every time. Is he listening?
Looking for it. They're looking for it. They're
one neutral light away, and that does it for game one. Godly takes it somehow behind for 67% of the game.
Maybe even more.
The last 33?
Like 83% of the game he was behind, I think.
It's not how you start, it's how you finish, and Godly had what it took.
He finished it out.
We are still early in this set. Let's see what we can make of this replay here. And there it is. That's the combo. Everybody, you got to get that in your back pocket.
Yeah, just get in training
now
mode.
Now tell them how hard that is, Foda.
It's a little trickier than you would imagine.
It's a little trickier.
A little trickier.
Okay? You might hurt yourself out there, kids. You try that at home?
It's worth a bit of time you'll put in training mode.
All right. Nothing changed up here. Looks like
same stage and everything.
Same legends.
Just running it back. All right. Well, now it's like if Swata's in the lead, you can't even get it. You can't. Swata fans can't even get excited yet. They know it's not over. Swata loses his precious hammer. He's gonna have to go through an orb before he gets another hammer.
That's okay. He seems like he likes the orb as well.
Yeah, he likes the orb.
He picked Thor for a reason. He knew he had two weapons.
He definitely does well with the Thor. The Thorb. Oh, platform kind of stuffing him there.
All right, this goes the same way as the last stock. Dude, does Godly just have the movement, the reads all figured out?
Yeah, he is on like full reaction mode. He is letting Swata come in and make a mistake, and he's coming in with sometimes just a side air. I mean, just a side light. He doesn't even go for a follow-up off of it. He's just downloading Swata's reactions.
Yeah, but we've been seeing that out of Scythe players today in EU, just that like Muhammad Ali just whittle them away with hit after hit.
Oh, yeah, he is floating like a butterfly out there. I see it now.
Oh, not enough?
Not enough.
Thor, okay, but two will do it.
Okay.
Thor by the shore, too hefty to be taken off by one
must
recovery.
Must have been at about 130 damage there, based off my training room training just earlier.
So Godly, you've got like all the numbers in your head.
You got to know the numbers.
That's so perfect. But now Godly with a lead after he won the last game without the lead. What can he do? He got a little bit of extra credit, but not too much for Swata to come back on game two.
Dude, the meta on their dodge reactions has gone full circle in that Godly will get a weak side light on Scythe, and Swata will just not do anything out of it because he knows Godly is waiting out of it. And so it just ends at the side light. Like that's the combos have gone so deep that they're only, weirdly enough, only lasting one hit.
Yeah. It's like in Avatar The Last Airbender, that one like Earthbender guy talked about the strategy of doing nothing. Sometimes that's something you have to do. You have to know when to do nothing.
And yeah, you got to stay up on your anime if you
That's not an
plan on
anime.
doing well. Okay,
Well,
you're
everyone's
right.
arguing now. Is it an anime?
Oh, you just started a whole argument in the chat now.
You started it. Oh,
Well, you're
recovery
right.
not enough. One more might do it.
Whoa,
Oh,
the
wait,
big reversal.
cheeky.
Okay. Calm down. He's on.
Yes.
He's good. Swata's
Swata
fine.
wanted to
He's
steal
fine.
it away. Nice weapon throw comes through. Oh, goes
Oh.
for the. I mean, that was a bold prediction.
Yeah,
he
and a
made there.
weak weapon throw there now puts him in a tough position here. But okay, he's got the hammer. This is where he wants to be. Stomp Zyder could finish off Godly, but here we go. Godly with an edge guard.
Recovery?
He's looking for the nail.
No!
Wait, what? Dude, what a big play. He just went down there, and his presence alone messed up Swata enough that he could not even recover.
Yeah, Swata really needed that nair to hit so he could get the chase dodge back to stage. But here we are.
Oh,
Whoa,
that's a
ladder
huge,
combo,
that's
go,
a huge
go,
read.
go.
He got so much damage off of that.
Godly is in go mode now. Whoa!
Oh,
And,
he
you know,
should have been maybe in slow down and stop mode.
Yeah, you didn't see that stop sign turn around quick enough. You didn't see the light change, but it was his turn for a good amount of time, and he's already got, you know, a little bit past yellow ochre, I would say, on this last stock for Swata. He's almost in orange. Now
yellow,
here he
yellow
is.
ochre. That's something I learned
Oh,
from
boy.
you. That's,
And, like-
that's some real artist stuff right there.
Well, what can I say?
Ochre. Now you
he's
know.
in red.
Now you know.
Godly in
Swata's kinda
control,
in trouble here. I mean, he could bring it back. This is Swata we're talking about, but Godly's got a lead on him. Already in knockout range.
that
That's certainly going
looks-
to do it. What?
No,
Never
no,
mind.
no.
Not certainly. You must have misheard
If
me.
you think Thor is out, he's not.
That's a good
It-
point.
It takes
yeah.
one more hit.
A lot of legends would have been out at that point, but
True.
the defense
2
coming
feet,
into play.
Okay, there it is.
Okay, Godly. That's 2-0 now for Godly. This is
What?
winner's
2
final, dude.
This does not feel like a 2-0, though, with how close
I
it's
know.
been.
Asterisk. Got to put an asterisk on this. It was close, though. It was close, though.
But we've seen enough reverse 3-0s today in this region.
That's a
where
good point.
I just
yeah.
believe in anything.
We're hot off
there's
of a
that.
reverse 3-0 just
That's
now.
true.
So
That's true.
yeah. So don't worry, Swata fans. There's still hope.
Okay, Swata. Wait, he only did 20 damage with a hammer? How is it even physically possible?
Yeah, for how much we were talking about how he liked to swap to the hammer, he pretty much did nothing with the hammer.
Nah, that's
He did-
my bad. My bad. I called that
He
completely
did like
wrong.
more than 3 times as much damage unarmed.
That's
than
like
he did
2
with the hammer.
stomps. Yeah, that's insane. I felt like he held the hammer for a long time. Okay, but he switched up his character. Legend. I was expecting a legend change from Swata after the Thor getting snuffed out the first 2 games. Now onto the Val. Still
He's on the Val.
the same setting here, but now with gauntlets and sword. Completely different weapons from the previous matchup. Let's see how that works out for him.
I am only a little disappointed to see Val instead of like Michelangelo or Stevani or there's a lot of options you got.
Kuba.
Akuma, come on.
Whoa.
Okay, but
hey,
he's
wait, we
making
gotta
it
put
look
respect
good.
on the Val. We gotta put respect on the Val.
Val's back. Val's back.
Val is
in.
as good of a character
Val's
that's ever
stock
existed,
is
okay?
going up right now. Get your bets in.
All right. Stocks are tied, though. Who's going to come away with the first one? Swata finding his way back. See, Godly really respecting Swata off on the stage. Swata's been winning neutral, or Godly's been winning neutral enough where he's like, I don't need to play with you off stage like that.
Yeah. Off stage,
You can come up here and confront me.
It's just risky at this point for Godly. Whoa! First stock goes to Godly, and when you're up 2-0, that's a big deal. In winner's final, dude, whoever wins this is guaranteed top 2, a ticket to grand finals. That's huge.
Yeah, is Godly really going to waltz right into Grands on a 3-0?
On a 3-0,
Against
that's got to be so disheartening for everybody else in the bracket.
Yeah, against the 2021 EU BCX champion, Swata?
That's huge.
That is a big statement to make. And that's what he's looking for here. Okay.
Man, Godly really, he lives up to his name. Like, you can't just stroll up into a game with the name Godly and not win. And Godly, he's winning. So,
dude, I was literally thinking about that the other day. Like what an ostentatious name to claim for yourself. Godly?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're not getting first all the time, then you'd be
you would look foolish.
You'd be a fool.
But nobody second guesses it here. Okay, wait a
They're
second.
just like, yeah, that's
Swata,
Godly.
swatting him away. See, he has a name for a reason,
Oh,
too. Yep.
I didn't even realize.
Yeah.
Yeah, go swat him, Swata.
He's trying. All right, nice pickup there by Godly. Works his way with the side light.
Oh, he caught the dodge read. Swata still without a dodge. And, oh, my
Just
goodness.
barely
It
gets
must
it
have
back.
just
I
come
know.
back right before that. Godly was on top of it, though. Okay, big edge guard. No dodge. A weapon
huge
throw. That's
edge
all
guard.
it's going to take. Oh, he catches
no.
him with the slide kick ground pound. Nicely done, man. Godly doesn't miss those.
Oh man, that was a drive-by. Godly was like riding shotgun on the moving platform through the weapon. Headshot, finished it. Okay, and last stock is still dominated
Swata,
by
oh
Godly.
no, Swata.
Everything's landing, gets the dodge
read.
read, reset. Oh, and it keeps it going.
This is getting out of hand quickly. Swata needs to take 2 stocks in a row right now without barely getting hit at all if he stands a chance at even staying in this game. Oh man, Godly on his way to grand finals. One more hit and oh my god.
That was going to be it. That was going to be it.
All right, do you believe in Swata?
I don't know. He has to survive so much. These can't survive this season.
That's it. 2 stocks. Godly's going to grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. My goodness. And he's balling.
Man.
Woo, boy. He did a lot of damage, almost 600 damage in that game.
That was crazy. Of all the things that could have happened, I wasn't expecting it to be this resounding of a 3-0.
Yeah.
These were the 2 people left in the bracket who were completely undefeated in this tournament.
And he just 3-0'd, dude.
Yeah.
So how does anybody have hope? How Acno and Zyder must be shaking in their boots right now.
Well, I don't know about
not
that.
Acno.
Acno, he's been in the pressure cooker so many. He's a hard-boiled egg,
he
dude.
lives in this kind of pressure. You're right. He's chilling.
He's got no yolk left.
Still,
it's hard-boiled,
dude, that's a big deal, man. Acno and Zyder got to be thinking. So Acno and Zyder, they're gonna fight next, and whoever wins that is going to go up against Swata, who just lost that last round. And whoever wins that one gets to go back up and fight against Godly. And I think any one of those players has got to be thinking, damn, this guy just 3-0'd in winners final. It's going to be tough no matter what.
Yeah.
Godly is really living up to his name.
Yeah,
Holy cow.
That was an incredible performance. I can't believe it. And he wrestled back. The first game was so close. He wrestled it back, and then he could not be denied after that. And we got so many numbers over here we're looking at. We're trying to read the tea leaves and tell you guys what's going to happen.
We're looking into the ether.
But we got to throw it all out the window. We can't. I mean, Acno. He has the best.
Acno.
He has the best pedigree in the region,
more?
Right?
It is Acno.
He does it all.
He was #1 forever. He's currently not #1.
He's number 2.
Only to be hey, Godly came. He saw. He conquered. And now he's #1. But Acno is still like the guy to beat. He's not any less difficult for every other player than Godly, other than Godly.
And you know what?
It's gonna be difficult. And I see Acno locking in with Ragnar right now. Did you guys see this? Ragnar. That's,
can they? Oh, dude.
Hey,
my bad.
come on.
My bad, dude.
Ragnar, dude. I am
Think
so
thin.
hyped for this. Acno's going on the Qatars right now. This is gonna get spicy.
Yeah, and Zyder on Black Knight. We've seen him play Black Knight
Yeah,
yet?
he was playing Black Knight earlier in the tournament. He was doing really, really well with it.
He's got quite a deep pocket for character picks. He's not afraid to rotate through, so.
Yeah, you got a point. Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The elimination semifinals begins right now. Acno versus Zyder.
Demon Island. This seems to be I think of Demon Island as like the Mammoth Fortress for EU. This is where like 90% of the matches take place. Whoa, double neutral light in his head already, Zyder, dude.
That takes a certain level of like mix-em-ups.
That's huge.
Whoa! Oh, I love that. I love the
man.
chase dodge down into another recovery. That's so spicy.
Acno, go back to unarmed. You were actually kind of popping off there for a second. That was pretty good. Okay. Oh, loses out on the weapon throw to get that confirm off the toss. Now armed up with the lance. Even race on the first stock. What's it going to take?
Ooh, okay.
Ooh.
Now we've seen Acno deal with a lance plenty of times before, but it's usually an Ogrim. And now he's got the Orion Sigs to contend with here.
They are mighty. They sure are mighty. I like the gravity cancel neutral light option he was going for off of that down air, but didn't connect. Both of them in red, and the side air is enough to do it.
That is such a bread and butter finish for any Axe player. You float down with that punishing side air. That was perfectly played by Acno, but he's deep in the red, and he just got disarmed.
What?
Zyder with stage control and weapon control. This is his best opportunity to score the KO on Acno, and he absolutely needs it, but oh no. A weapon spawns, but okay,
wait. Oh, okay.
I guess we don't like weapons, dude. Weapons, overrated. You just... That seemed a little risky for Acno to go, but he was a stock ahead, so... He could take those
not
risks.
anymore.
Okay, Qatar time. This is what he really just wanted to play some Qatars, and I get it. I get it. Everybody wants a little bit of that Qatar action.
Oh, what is this? Oh,
That's pretty smooth, dude. This is Qatar's like
wait,
I've never
down light
seen
into
that.
gravity cancel neutral light? Is that? Whoa, okay, gets
Well,
a double down light
and he's
on him.
pivoting that neutral light. It's,
Yeah.
it's not true, but it covers a few. Oh, that's a huge.
Oh, the weapon
man,
throw does it!
That's huge.
The Terry on top of that Sunday,
It was
and it's
perfect because
over.
Acno easily could have lived through that neutral signature,
Yeah.
but that chase dodge weapon throw was exactly what he needed.
Okay, Acno's already done some good damage. I'm curious to see his unarmed stat on this game because it might be better than one of his weapons because he's been lighting him up without a weapon. But back with the guitars, looks for the KO option on the side sig, and the down sig's enough to do it. Wow.
Off the ground?
Yeah. that's-
Unusual.
And in the corner, that's like the hardest way to KO somebody. So
Yeah,
he must have done a good amount of damage there.
He was very damaged.
I got to see this down light gravity cancel neutral light.
Zyder
thing
tried to
hit.
get it again.
Whoop. Okay, gets around the gravity cancel down light. Now making him pay for it. Was pushing him off stage. Zyder recovers high over top. Now back on the stage. Oh, rearmed with another set of guitars. Keeping the pressure going in the air. Can Zyder make it back and touch the ground? Yes.
Zyder had the lead a second ago, but Acno is really starting to run away with it. And the closer we inch to knockout range here, Zyder is really in trouble. Oh, and now Acno's got the axe. There's no better weapon to finish off a stock than with axe.
No.
The weapon throw. Is that going to be enough? Yes.
It is.
Acno taking the dub. Going up 1-0 now in this set. Whew.
I like that. Acno even knew he had it at the end there. He didn't push the aggression off stage. He was like, yeah, this is confirmed. Okay. All right, game one.
Well done.
Game one went back and forth enough times for me to think that either one of these players could come away with this set. But
oh, yeah, for sure, for sure.
But, man, Acno, I mean, he is certified champion material. We know that. He has what it takes under pressure.
There's no way to get around this. It would be an upset for Zyder to defeat Acno right here, but it's an upset that I truly believe could happen.
Okay, I like that. Neutral light unarmed into neutral light with spear.
Oh, this is it.
Slick.
He's looking
no,
for it
another
again.
one.
Oh, he so wanted
dude,
another one. Wait, oh no, he's going to lose the stock for this. Acno, what a punish. What a punish, dude. Acno's already up a stock.
He wanted
20
that.
seconds
He
in.
wanted that double gravity cancel neutral light so badly that he went for it even when like the
Even
moment
after
was
he got
gone.
interrupted. Yeah, he got hit in between, and he was like, it's not over. And he went for another one.
He was trying to tell a joke, and the moment
much.
was over, and then like nobody laughed.
Yeah, everybody knows what that's like.
Everybody. And Acno again with a lead here and pushing it ever further. Almost tied in damage, but a full stock ahead. Can Acno close out another stock on Zyder before he can get his first one? Okay, there it is. Finds a nice neutral signature.
It's only barely before he lost another stock.
True. I mean,
Zyder has a significant damage differential to deal with right now.
Yeah, you can play with some confidence. Oh, if you're Acno, do you see that confident side signature come out from Acno? Almost claim the stock. And look at just whittling away. One strong hit will be enough to do it. That's not it, but he's got the positioning now. Stage control, Zyder off on the edge. Acno knows that Zyder wants that dunk.
I know.
He's going to respect the dunk, which is probably smart.
Probably smart. He's got such a damage lead that he can just
take it
to neutral. Oh, he's got no dodge. He's got no dodge. Dude, okay, that would have been the time to divvy around.
You missed it. You blinked and you missed it.
I did. What happened? Oh,
Acno
my gosh.
dodged, and then he knew that it was all over. He just turned. He just turned left.
Oh, man.
He just went left.
I was going to say, Zyder knew that the dodge was down, and he was over the corner. So that was like neutral sig time, right? But it didn't matter. He got the knockout anyway.
A very opportunistic play from Zyder, but that's what it takes here. Claims the stock. Now it's an even game. On to the final one. And he even has a little bit of a damage advantage against Acno. Could he tie up the set here? Okay, breaks his way into Acno's axe combo. Oh, really? Oh, wait! That first one!
It was a bait!
It was a bait!
Oh, my God.
The first one was just a Trojan horse, dude. He was like, yeah, I know I'm going to whiff this one.
Yeah, he did it like so poorly that it was like, there's time to recover from this.
He's like, I'm going to punish your punish with my punish.
He did it while he was far enough away to still be able to score the punish off of that. Let's check that out in the replay. Okay. Is this second stock? Yep.
Oh, here, this is where you missed. Don't blink
good.
here.
I'm glad I get to see this again. So
boom. I think weapon throw forces him low, dodges, and then he's like, oh, wait, that's everything.
He just knew. He didn't have anything. I thought he had enough to make it back. That was
me too.
Interesting.
Honestly, me too. But when he turned to the left and just exited,
you're just gonna give it up. Okay, so here we go. This is the first stock.
Oh, okay.
And then
this is
he
where...
it gets interrupted, and he's like, "No, I really want the second." And then, oh no,
man.
oh no.
I know that feeling.
But the thing is, he got it later. He got it later, so it's all good.
You know what? Maybe that was the setup. Okay, Acno.
Oh, the Ragnar is defeated.
It's over, yeah.
Ragnar's
it's
done.
business time.
Now we're on to Taros. It's business time.
There's
no better way to put it. It's business
time.
time. When you pick Taros after losing, that means that's business time.
Yeah. Taros and Ironforge Taros and like Exalted Lion color swap. That's as business time as it gets.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, dude.
Okay, nice dodge there. And this is just already he's dishing out tons of damage with this hammer. Zyder has a true force of nature to get through.
Such a nice pivot gravity cancel. He dodged with the. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Another one. Is that enough to finish the stock? No. Wait. Yes. Yes, with the added
Dude,
weapon
that
throw.
pivot gravity cancel was so nice. Like, he dodged the exact amount of frames that he needed to dodge, canceled out of it the moment that the hitbox was away from his hurtbox, pivoted so that it would catch the punish. It's just so good,
Yeah, the
man.
stomp on
Acno's
hammer.
insane.
Yeah, the stomp on hammer is so good and it's so threatening. But when you can master its timing in the air, it's just you're really a monster to contend with. And we've seen Acno claim the stock, but Zyder, not too far away from getting this first stock off of Acno, maybe. Something sneaky, something cheeky. He's done it before, has him off of the edge now. Down signature. How's he going to close out this? Oh, he wanted something.
Slide kick would have been.
Yeah.
He had it. He was
thought
so
about
primed
it.
for a slide kick.
He saw the weapon in the corner of his eye, and he's like, maybe I should just arm myself up here.
Woo.
Now with the lance, side air is enough to
That'll
do it. Yep.
And he did it before taking too much damage. Light yellow right now, it's negligible.
Light
Zyder
yellow.
did a great
You
job
don't even think about
equalizing.
that.
Yeah,
You
you don't
know,
even think about that.
that
Doesn't even count.
One good win in
Oh,
neutral.
no, Zyder wanted to swap his weapon out. He ended up getting robbed, but here you go. He's got another lance.
All right, downlight, keep him coming. Another one, why not? 3 in a row. Probably would work. Whoa, the weapon throw connects into the neutral light. Now raising the roof with the, spin it to win it there. He's got a plan with this rocket lance, and I'm willing to believe.
Yeah, we don't know what it is.
Okay. Interesting string rounds from Zyder.
Yeah. Oh.
That was a hard
That was
read.
a gravity cancel, too. He's got no dodge right now. Acno knows it, but Zyder managed to make it through there without getting knocked out. But,
the gravity canceled down light. The stomp.
You were just talking about it.
I know.
That does really make you a force.
Because you can get that knockout confirmed anywhere on the map, just like anywhere. If you know how to use it in the air properly.
Yeah.
And that's what we've seen from Acno. And this was a game changer to switch to Taros, maybe.
And now Zyder's a full stock behind. Acno's practically lapped him in damage here.
All right, behind the back throw. We love to see it. Side kick, ground pound, on stage. Acno off on the edge.
That is the highest damage option. So he knew he wasn't going to be able to knock him out, so he was just, I'm going to damage him as much as I possibly can.
Oh man, he's really challenging with these gravity cancel downlights.
Doing wake-ups out of hit stun with the gravity cancel stomp is pretty crazy.
Oh, which can be costly. You don't have a dodge, and Acno shows you there how you can claim a stock.
Acno is now up in the set 2-1. He only needs to win one more game to eliminate Zyder from this tournament and secure himself a podium position and a shot at the grand final.
Oh, man, we were talking earlier about how deep Zyder's character pool is, but he's still sticking it out in this matchup with the Orion, or Black Knight, rather. Okay, but we are having a change of scenery, and it's a lot brighter out here, and maybe this is a bright new day for Zyder to claim another game in this set. We'll see. Acno, the first one to get to a weapon, pulls the axe. Whoop, 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 goofy.
Goof troop.
No, he wanted to. He almost goof troop.
Oh, yeah, he was missing
quite.
the second weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah, we call that a JV goof troop.
Dude. Oh, my gosh. We can't have all these subcategories for almost combos.
Wait.
Uh-oh.
Wait. Okay. He's good.
Some respect for Acno.
Little bit of lag here. Okay, wait a second. I think Zyder has disconnected, and Acno.
Wait, no way.
With the utmost respect. Okay, Zyder has reconnected now.
I was going to say, yeah, gravity cancel
He's going to give him like a little jump. He's testing out his connection now. And then he'll give him like a taunt or something when he's ready, probably. That's usually how these things go down. Yep.
Oh,
okay, all right, we're ready to fight. Okay, that's cool. I mean, you got to respect it, dude. Acno, he's out here.
Dude, I know.
He's got mad respect.
Acno just didn't want to have to fight a bot on stream.
We've seen how that could go down.
We all know. He didn't want that to have to happen.
No,
he was
that's
afraid.
Not cool. That's not cool.
All right, looks like
Yeah,
we're back.
we've seen what these medium bots can do, man. It
Oh,
gets crazy.
and from behind, sneak attack, claims the first
that might
stock.
be the highest force signature in the game. I don't know. I don't know.
I think
but-
it may be second to Scarlet Downhammer,
Oh, okay. If there's one person who has a stronger sig, it's Scarlet.
but yeah.
That'll be enough. Wait, he can
No.
make it back. Can
No,
Zyder
wait.
get this edge guard?
Oh, what
you
a
gotta
dodge!
believe.
Oh, I love the attempt.
Pogo
but it puts-
power. He can still get this. Oh, man. He dodged. He threw that diagonally. And Acno was just able to avoid it.
Oh.
But he still cleans up the knockout. He didn't even get hit. It's perfectly tied. And that's a good thing, because Zyder cannot afford to lose another game in this set. He has to win 2 in a row or he's out of the tournament.
Oh, going on a run. Ah. Yeah, I mean, Zyder's back is against the wall. This is the elimination side of the bracket. Each person has lost once, and that means their run will be over here. Out in 4th place?
Yeah, 4th place to whoever loses this.
Oh, another
Respectable.
down air, 3 in a row. Make it 4, come on. They sell them in 4-packs at Costco. Okay, looking to get this second stock off of Zyder. He's got him in red. Stop, Zyder, in midair.
Man, just like you said.
Dude, all the time, Acno. Ooh, nice dodge. I mean, the neutral sig, that's the first neutral sig I feel like we've seen Zyder miss. That's been like the way he's been claiming stocks this set. But maybe Acno's made the adjustment.
Dude, Zyder's having trouble following up off of Spear Sidelight. It's a difficult move to follow up off
Aren't we
of,
all?
and against Acno, it feels like impossible. Like nobody's ever following up off of Spear Sidelight against Acno. His mix-up game out of hits. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
He was like, wait, I actually want the
Slippery.
axe back. I forget what I'm going to get next, so I just want this axe. All right, Zyder needs something here. He can even this up pretty quickly, but
Yeah. Acno's definitely in knockout range. The
Oh,
weapon
nice
throw
dodge
nearly
from
enough. He's
Acno.
going unarmed. He's gonna make it happen. The spear, one big sig.
Oh, he
that
even
was
charged it a little
beautiful.
bit.
Yeah,
There was
that
no
was
escaping.
so nice. Okay, well Zyder's got to make it happen right here. It's either he takes this stock or he's going home.
Ooh, I want to believe in the game 5. That would be incredible. All right,
Nice
stuff with the
downlight. Yeah, that was good. Out of hit
Oh,
stun.
oh my gosh,
That's
string them together.
huge.
What's Acno going to do? He's been stuck in the air for a while now. Finally finds his way back down to earth.
Oh, do you believe in Zyder, man? He has got to win this. There's no other choice for him. Win or bust.
Oh,
Okay.
ooh.
Okay.
Luckily.
Zyder, but yeah, counting his blessings right now. Ooh.
Yeah, I was going to say one stop
man.
could do it, but
No!
not enough.
He got underneath the weapon
Fully
throw. That's
charged.
nice. He can use his Zyder to make it back to the stage, and Acno is seeking destruction.
Oh.
Is that it? That's it. Acno wins. Zyder's out of the tournament in 4th place. A great placement for him, but it's going to be Acno that moves on. He's guaranteed on the podium. He's going to the elimination final where he will face off against Swata for a chance at making it to Grands. Wow.
Man, what a great run Zyder's had today, though.
Yeah,
Gotta give him credit.
seriously. He's made it this far. It really was an incredible run. He's power rank number 12. He just scored a sweet 4th place.
Wait, so he was on the bubble for making it.
Yeah,
into...
he's got a really good chance. We can't say for certain. I'm scared to say for certain.
Right.
But I want to say with
There's a lot of
a
math.
lot of confidence.
You
he's
gotta carry some
probably going to
ones.
make that invite. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's. I mean, a fourth place spot. That's huge.
But yeah, we can't stress enough.
And
Of all the
he
states,
beat some big players on the way too.
Right.
And Power Rankings cares about like the level of players that you defeated along your way, and
all right.
he had some really big wins there. So Zyder probably going to be getting his visa ready. He's going to be coming over to the midseason championship. GG.
dude, that's so awesome.
I know. I can't wait.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see all those players, man. Well, Acno is in top 3, and that's where we're at right now. Top 3 players remaining in this tournament, and we are about to do another elimination match, but this is the elimination final. This is the last thing before Grands, and it's going to be Acno versus Swata, and I don't know if Acno is just playing with us with this legend
I would love to see it.
but I would love to see it. I'm not going to spoil it for chat.
Don't
but
spoil
just
it.
get ready. Yeah,
Oh, it's crazy. You've never even seen this legend.
Yeah. It's not what this says. That's a lie. That's a lie
I mean,
down
we
there.
all Acno. I mean, we all remember. Was it 2019 or 2020 where Acno was like goofing on everybody in EU by playing? He was like playing in random and like grands and stuff. He was just
That
like
was definitely 2020. 2019 was kind of the start of his domination.
Right,
it all
right,
started
right.
with DreamHack Rotterdam towards the end of 2019.
Yeah.
He couldn't come out to BCX that year. But the DreamHack Rotterdam was the last land before BCX, and he dominated that. He actually won in doubles with his partner Blaze in grand finals against peak Boomy Sandstorm, right? Like, that was the start of the domination. Then 2020 comes, pandemic starts, and they're crushing it from home. They went on like a million tournament win streak. Anyway, Here we go. It's the he did stick with the legend swap. Okay, dude. Elimination final, and we're going with Moonin, or is this Hugin?
This is Hugin.
Oh, okay, I'm glad you knew that.
Yeah.
All right, Hugin.
Yeah, don't get it confused.
Dude, you can't.
I've not seen a Hugin in tournament, so I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, is this
we
the
know
first time
Acno,
in top 8?
We know Acno has like a dirty, nasty bow and a scythe.
And a scythe too.
So
yeah.
put them together, and here we go.
It all makes sense.
I mean, it's working out really well for him so far at the start of this game.
Yeah, I don't know about this legend pick here, Steven. What do you think this is going to work?
This Thor needs to come off vacation pretty soon because he's getting worked.
Maybe if he was dressed in a little more serious attire.
Oh, and that, not it. You always think it's it on Thor, but it never is.
It's not, yeah.
Makes it back to the
they
stage.
Have one extra life.
He is super damaged though, and Acno could take this stock. He's got a lot of options to take this first stock off of Swata. Swata needs to come back here somehow. While in the same stock, you can always come back. As long as you deal that damage, you don't get hit. He's slipped a lot of hits here so far. Finds the way to that hammer, working his way around, trying to find an
Acno
opening.
is searching for his knockout opportunity. And he's waiting for Acno to make a mistake, and Acno's really...
There it is.
Woo, that wasn't even really a mistake from Swata.
Acno was like playing such good footsies around the hammer stomp. It was just like he was right outside that hitbox, couldn't be touched, and still really healthy on that first stock. I mean, he's only just barely an orange. Now getting into, that's red-orange there. We don't worry about that too much.
What's the technical artist term for that color there, Steven?
Oh, I don't know. Tangerine? I don't know.
Okay, wait.
I don't know. No.
I like tangerine. I mean, it is kind of a tangerine color.
There's another word, but I forget it.
Burnt orange?
No.
Crispy? Okay, wait. I'm
no,
done.
those don't
This
exist.
is why I'm not an artist. And that's the only reason, actually. Otherwise, I definitely would.
Oh, that actually lands? What the heck? Okay, Acno on some crazy business right now. Oh, confronts him off stage, unarmed, gets picked up by the recovery.
Man, Acno might actually go 2 stocks up, and whoa!
He just that was like frame perfect. Grabbed the weapon, surprised him with a signature, did some damage. Wasn't enough to claim a stock. Now Swata
But he did so much damage that he's not too worried about the fact that he didn't close out that stock, I think.
And there's got to be some bad blood a little bit with Acno because he was kind of robbed his perfect season by Swata.
You're so right, dude. Yeah, Acno's got to have a little bit of ill will towards Swata. As respectful as they may be, yeah, Swata did steal that. That world championship away from Acno. He went undefeated all season. The only tournament he lost was the world championship against Swata. So this maybe means a little bit more to Acno than we realize.
It's a whole new year. It's a whole new Acno, and he is looking good in game 1. He's basically a full stock ahead at this point and pushing the advantage even further. Oh, wait. Lightning Strike comes through, does some damage. Swata actually on a bit of a comeback.
If he can score the comeback here, if he can get a KO right now or soon enough, right now. Oh, it's getting worse. It's just getting worse.
Wait. Without a dodge? No, he makes it back. All right, nice coverage there, but Swata makes it up through the musical barrage.
Woo!
And that...
Okay. Whoa, that was a great dodge by Acno because that weapon throw certainly would have got him. And oh no!
You got there's the inside lane, there's the outside lane. You can try and get cheeky and split the middle lane to kind of.
It looked like he was trying to split the middle there, but it was. And Acno knew. He was like, "Oh, there's enough pixels for me to sneak in underneath that."
Sometimes you can punk somebody out and they'll drift off the wall, but not a seasoned pro like Acno. Still holding on to the second stock. The survivability on this second stock is wild. He is that's almost charcoal, really. What his health bar is at. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, and you wouldn't really consider Hugin to be like a super survivable legend,
Not compared to Thor. Wow, makes it that weapon throw as well. Trying to burn this corner, but Swata was gifted so many weapons to use there. And now Acno, that time it cost him. That time it cost him. But I do like that immediate weapon grab signature. Like, that's
great because your
interesting.
opponent doesn't necessarily know what weapon you're going to get next.
Yeah, if they're not following the plot, they don't know. Okay, and
so
Swata,
Acno's one good hit away from taking the game here.
Swata needs something pretty disgusting. Okay, that was gross.
Kind of nasty.
That was kind of yucky. I like the look of that. A few more of those. Maybe with a twist at
nice
the end.
Spot
I don't know.
dodge by Acno. Now Swata without a weapon, he's in trouble, and there's the knockout. Acno going up 1-0 in his set versus Swata here in the elimination final. Jeez.
Okay, man. All right, are we going to see a character swap from Swata? Has he played the? Has he just retired the Bodvar? Have we not seen the Bodvar yet again today?
Maybe if he's down 0-2, he'll bust it out.
I'm wondering.
He's taking some time to decide right now, and
oh, Vanna White, we'll show you.
Let's go, Swata.
Wow.
Okay.
Not only your legend, your skin.
Dude, he's laying my skin too. Woo.
Man, all right.
Okay. Swata absolutely going to win this match. He is like so powered up right now. I don't know. Call me crazy, but I believe in Swata.
Man, I'm so curious too because I really do know him as a premier hammer player, and he does not have one of those in his toolkit at the moment.
Well, he's realized that this is the true path to victory.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he's looking good.
Yeah.
I've
seen enough. I've seen enough to know these Katars are fresh and they're clean.
These are some clean Katars.
This is really good. Okay.
Oh, man. Okay, here we go. Now he's got the sword. He's definitely got an excellent sword. We know from his Bodvar gameplay.
Oh, no
man.
punish.
Yep. Definitely, we're definitely looking for a punish there.
We've yet to see Acno land with that move, but when he does, it could be devastating.
That one? The down sig?
No, the side.
Oh, yeah.
Bow.
It is it'll be so brutal when it lands too, because he's doing it off the edge, and it's just such a nasty spike. It's a little bit slow, and that's why these pros are always avoiding it. But man, when it lands, it's powerful.
Oh, he picks up the recovery.
Okay, that was pretty unexpected, dude. He just slides off there and comes in with the recovery. No one was expecting that.
Pros make the game look like it operates at a different speed because he just kind of like fast fell down there, hit that recovery so quick and slick. It looked unstoppable.
Fast.
Like that was truly the punch you didn't see coming, and that's the one that knocks you out, and that's what Swata has to deal with here. Okay. Now, but Swata, I think, is in better shape than he was in Game 1, maybe slightly.
He is, as long as he can close this stock out before it gets out of hand. And it's starting to get out of hand. It's getting out of hand.
Way out of hand.
It's getting out of hand.
Okay, edge guard. Oh, that. Okay, woo, good punch by Swata. I thought that might have hit, but
that was Acno was silent a little bit there.
I think he singed his whiskers there for a second, but that's okay. Now he's about in the same condition he was in Game 1, close to red on the second stock. As Acno joins him, he needs something big off on the side of the stage. We all know it. All the Surreys want to do one thing off the stage, and it's disgusting. There it is. Wait.
He missed his opportunity.
Oh,
no.
Say
his big mistake was throwing away the Katars when you're off stage, dude. Yeah. That was it was prime time Asuri dunk time, dude.
I loved that play by Swata, though. He had everything going for him there.
It was beautiful.
Acno just had that signature.
Acno destroyed him for it. It was really nice.
What a perfect response.
And now, once again, Swata is basically a full stock behind, and things are not looking good for the defending world champ. Nice wake up out of hit stud. He gets him with the gravity cancel down light. But Acno is so far ahead, man.
Oh, not going to get by that time?
That down sig would have been the appropriate response there. Wow, Acno's positioning was absolutely... What? Oh, my God. That was something else, dude. I think a little bit of that comes from the matchup inexperience against Moonin, right? I mean, or Hugin, as you can see on the score screen.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen... I don't think I've ever seen one played in tournament at all. Not to say that there hasn't been, but certainly not a well-represented legend
surely
yet.
there has been, but you're right. It is so rare that I can't recall the last Hugin we've ever seen. Hugin or Moonin, even.
Yeah.
I really love seeing that Asuri. I'm sad that it didn't go better for him.
I'm sad that
he's probably going to give up on the Asuri now.
I was going to say, Asuri's going to be retired, dude.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because, you gotta stick with Asuri. You
The
know?
guitar is
the
really so
Asuri,
good.
the Asuri mains out there. No, you just gotta stick with it.
But
Okay. Oh, but we're back to the classic. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
If there's one thing in the world that I like more than Asuri, it's nostalgia, and this is some good nostalgia from 2021. Nostalgia still counts. So here we are, Swata
what a year.
locking in with Bodvar now. This is what he beat Acno with in the World Championship last year. This is how Swata. This is the only way Swata's gonna make it back now. Is he's one game away from being eliminated from this tournament, taking a third place, a very respectable third place, but come on.
I'm already seeing, like, it's a good sign that, no, never mind. Make it back? Okay. I was going to say, it's a good sign he landed that bear so early, just, like, seeing him so comfortable with the kit that he could find those types of big hits.
He's in
oh,
trouble
my
now.
gosh.
Yeah, that's it.
I was trying to gas
That's
him
it.
up!
That's it. No, 25-second knockout.
Oh,
no chance.
no.
No chance.
Okay, well, this is not an insurmountable comeback to be made, but almost. Okay, leaps over the musical blast by Acno.
The musical blast.
All right.
That is a good summary
Actually,
of what Hugin's doing out here.
Actually, coming back pretty good on this stock, and that's going to be it, no? Has an opportunity for an edge guard. That does it, yes.
It's weird how, even without using signatures, Swata's sword on Bodvar looks so much better than the sword on Asuri. Why?
You know,
why? How?
I'll tell you why.
Okay.
With my expert opinion,
Yes.
it's because you know when you want to be using your light attacks versus your heavy attacks and everything. Like the vision of how you're working is complete. Well, never mind. He's getting absolutely pulled apart by this sight from Acno.
Well, I think what you were saying still applies to Acno. You know? He knows.
Maybe.
He knows he wants to finish this stock with a down sig. I think that's something that's just true.
He seems pretty determined, and he might just get it here.
Here it comes. Here it comes.
All right, Swata has
look
to
for the down sig. Look for the Acno down sig.
He's respecting that spacing a lot. Oh, yes! What a turnaround!
Whoa, dude. Whoa,
That does it.
He was losing that stock right up until that moment. He just robbed Acno of it.
That gets into what I was talking about, because he knows the times when he can use that down signature on sword versus when he should do a jump off ground pound or fast fall down air or anything like
You're
that.
right. You're totally right. Yeah.
Uh-oh. He's trying to pump fake out Acno to just make it back to the stage, and he effectively does it, makes it back, pushes the lead, gets some damage on that final stock, and he's not going to fall for that anymore. Not even once, I'm telling you. Swata's got that signature mapped down in his brain. It's burned in permanently. Let's see what he can do with the info. Oh, tries to ground pound quickly back to that weapon. Oh, fights his way back up on top.
That was a great recovery back to the stage. Acno is getting close to knockout range on his final stock, and even though Swata just went down to his final stock, he's got a pretty big damage lead. But of course, it's never guaranteed.
Yeah.
And if Swata loses this stock, he's out of the tournament, so the pressure's on.
It is do or die for Swata right now.
Oh,
Nice.
he's doing, though. He's doing.
Yeah, he's going to try to win this out on neutral if he can.
Got to be looking for a sword downlight. Yeah.
Oh, neutral
The downlight into recovery, even on a tall ceiling stage like this, will probably knock you out at this point.
Okay, that almost knocked out Acno with how much damage he has on his final stock. This is close for Swata.
Oh, Swata. Oh, man, he's trying. Oh, no.
No.
He's got no dodge.
Wow. That was clutch.
That
was clutch.
So good to fast fall there for a moment before doing that recovery. That was beautiful.
Yeah.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, we all know how devastating it can be, because a scythe.
Let's check that out on the replay.
Because a scythe can snuff you out off stage just by taking all your options. It doesn't have to do all the damage. It just has to take away your ability to make it back.
Check this out. Swata in trouble. He knows what's coming. Fast falls underneath the down air and then recovers. If he had not done that, he would have got down aired. Acno would have pivoted him to the side, and he would not have been able to make it back to the stage. It would have been over for him right there. That one move saved Swata's set. And now, even though he's still down by a game here, he could win this. My goodness.
He could. I'm glad to see him back on the Bodvar. Certainly
me too.
Change the tide of the whole game. Oh, look at these crazy. He's like finding so many interesting positions to use those sword moves. But man, a nice run from Acno's bow. Deals out the lion's share of the damage. And Swata almost, he gets disarmed. He could be taken out very quickly.
Yeah, he's hitting him with the Akbo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The old Akbo.
Akbo.
Everyone will be using that from now on.
That took me a long time to think of. Give me some
Taking
credit.
him 2 years.
All right, both players are in knockout range. Swata is a little worse for wear. Acno could take him out with a lot.
Oh,
Even a neutral light?
dude,
I didn't think a neutral light.
You're
I mean,
pretty damaged when you get taken
my
out
goodness.
with a bow neutral light off the top like that. Okay, well, still in a decent position. Swata can fight his way back. Oh, I was looking for that stomp. Really needed it. Gets
Man, oh my
hit by
gosh,
everything.
Acno's doing so much damage. He's really running away with this now. Gravity cancel side light too to catch him.
Oh, he's feeling
Swata's
himself.
in trouble.
Oh, no.
This
Wait,
is bad.
why?
Wait. Okay.
just Acno. Okay,
I
he's
think
so
Acno
game right
he might
now.
have had the knockout right there, and he saved Swata.
Yeah, well,
Hard to tell.
Hard to tell. I mean, Acno
He
is
was
full. Sometimes Acno will just be mad dogging. Like he's
He's definitely mad dogging right now.
just like right up in your grill. And he can make it work because he's lapped him now in damage. He's got Swata on the ropes to lose his second stock.
This is out of hand. This is out of hand.
Oh, good thing that down light sneaks through.
Okay. Well, he took the stock before he lost his second, but he is in knockout range on his second.
Yeah.
Swata's got to play an amazing stock
Oh,
here.
whoa,
So far, so
whoa.
good.
That was awesome. That was so cool. Started with the weapon throw, gravity cancel down light.
Wow.
Okay.
Corner guarding with the scythe down light. It's good. And he did the strong version of it too. It's just straight up for the knockout. Now Swata's on potentially his final stock of the tournament. He's got to take 2 stocks right now or he's out of this.
All right, he needs your belief. Everyone out there watching who's a Swata fan and wants to see him do this. Yeah, he needs your energy. Put your hands in the air, something.
Wave him like you just don't care.
Or wave him like you do care.
Well,
Let's not get frivolous with this.
You're right. Wave him like
Swata's
you
on
care
his final
so
stock.
much.
Down sig lands. Big
Wait.
opportunity.
Whoa.
Yes! Oh my gosh.
He touched the wall.
How?
There's no way.
How?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, you weren't waving your arms hard enough, everyone. It's your fault. Okay. He's back.
This.
He's back
He's
somehow.
totally in this. He's in orange. It's going to be tough, but Swata can do this and take us to a game 5.
Okay.
Already starting off great. He's weaping starting Acno as well.
Basically
finding everything. basically.
Basically caught up.
Yellow is a shade of orange.
Tied.
Oh,
winning.
tied.
Winning.
He's running away with it.
Running
he
away.
hasn't gotten hit at the stock at all. Swata.
See, yeah. Acno knew.
Dude, stomp side. Oh, dude, he's 1 hit away from getting it. Oh my God! That was a flawless stock, dude.
What?
That was actually a flawless stock. We're going to game 5.
Whoa. Dude,
oh my goodness, dude.
Anyone who actually put their hands up,
it's because
you
of
get
you.
a little. You get some credit.
Swata's got to share that with you.
Because that was inhuman. How he came back, he was on the back. He was on his back foot the entire game. It looked like it was over for so long, and he just was. You're right, unstoppable. Didn't get touched once.
He did not get touched once on that final stock. It was ridiculous.
And look at this celebratory bear. Just barely gets it in there.
Just nice. And now Acno has reached his final form.
Okay,
Swata has forced him into his final form here. Every time, whenever Acno's dead, when the chips are down, Acno busts out the Koji. And I think he does this strategically.
Whoa. Oh, come on, keep it going.
He had to abandon it after the slide kick because of how close he was to the underneath the stage.
You see them both just spot dodge each other's face? This is just like, dude, this is just like DBZ. Like
I was about to say.
Like, I can't even see the flashes. I don't even know what's going on anymore. Swata, nice down light into ground pound. Not enough to KO yet, but Acno unarmed off the side of the stage. Cheeky bear to try to scoop him off the side. Gets him out there with a hammer. Nice dodge by Acno. Now without a dodge. Okay, Swata prefers to grab the weapon, uses it for the side air. Has the advantage. Acno gets the touch. Swata, what's he going to do to confront this? Acno, how are you going to make it back to stage?
He's looking for down.
Where's your option? Whoa. Oh, that was a nice attempt from Swata, and the coverage, he still has it.
Oh my goodness, dude. I mean, from the beginning of this game.
This is game 5!
Yeah, this is game 5.
We didn't say game 5 enough. This is game 5.
But I definitely said game 5, though. You remember.
All right. I don't remember. I didn't say it enough.
Game 5.
Okay.
Something like that.
Okay. Well, it's game 5.
Dude,
Either
it's game
way.
5. Wait, let me check.
And I'm
game 5.
No, I was the first one to notice it. Okay, they know how important this is. They're dancing around each other now. Acno finds the opening there, swaps off for the sword. All right, recovery lands. Has to get this first stock off of Swata. This is the best lead that Swata's had ever, because the 2 wins he has in this set, I feel like he was on a comeback. And now he is.
Oh, that'll do it.
No, not enough yet.
Oh my gosh.
Not an apocalypse.
Swata
Ceiling
blessed.
too high.
And now with the sword.
Oh,
no,
that would,
I guess
what
with
did he want?
nothing.
He wanted the ham. What does he want? He was like, wait, I wanted the hammer actually. I just want a new one. Okay. Gets the hammer, but does it cost him?
Now he doesn't have a hammer.
Yeah.
Because of that.
All right, stocks are tied.
That seemed like a mistake to me, but I don't know. We don't know what these guys are thinking.
Yeah,
Here he comes with the sword
I wish
now.
I could see inside their heads. Why did you throw that weapon there?
That would make commentary so much better.
Or worse.
If we thought we just always know what they're thinking. That's the next level. Technology will catch up.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Okay, well, what we can see here, without being able to look into their minds, there's still a lot of information we can gather. And I see that Swata is...
Wait, what do you see now?
I was about to say Swata had a good damage lead, but that just changed in that little bit of time. Acno went crazy. He got so many hits in a row. Whoa, man, Swata was so close. Swing and a miss.
Yeah, oh no.
There he
That'll
goes.
do it.
Acno's on his final stock of the match. Oh my goodness, dude. Acno was winning so hard this whole game that it seemed like Swata winning was just not even a possibility.
Yeah.
And now here we are.
Oh, that's enough. Just enough.
Down to the last stock, dude. This is it.
Game
it all
5.
comes down to this. Game 5, final stock. Here we go. What's it going to be? Acno or Swata? Whoever wins this is going to Grands. Whoever loses this is out in 3rd place.
Yeah, you could not ask for a better setup than this. They're tied on the last stock. Damage is basically even. This is it.
Oh, that's beautiful. Wow, Swata.
Swata, he just finds those gravity cancel downlights, and he's able to capitalize on them so well. He gets a couple extra hits off of it, deals some good damage, keeping the pressure on. But Acno is the premier sword player in EU. Of all the legends he plays, most of them have sword, and he has been slicing and dicing people for years now. Oh my gosh, but
dude,
he just got...
Oh, man. Acno's got to be sweating right now.
Oh,
just
he was sweating. He
avoids
makes it back. Somehow dodges the way through. Okay. Weapon throw sniped away by Swata. Acno has to find a weapon quickly here. Oh, Swata knows where he's going. Okay, makes it through, finds the bow.
Oh, man, this is getting dangerous for Acno, dude. He's one hit away from being knocked out, and Swata knows exactly what to do.
All right, Acno's like, what do I do here? Is he going to come for me?
He's searching for the stomp or just a raw Zyder, and he went for it. Acno dodged it. That's it. Swata with an insane comeback. He's going to Grand Finals. Acno is eliminated from this tournament. What a match, dude. Woo.
What? How did that? What?
I know. Like Swata was losing bad in this set, dude, and he just brought it back. He brought it back straight up.
He was like Goku.
Man.
Acno was like Frieza. Somehow he did it.
The DBZ references they're always spot on with
the cartoons I watched in the 90s are the only thing I know about life. Okay?
They taught us everything.
They taught me everything.
Oh my gosh, dude. What an amazing set that was.
I can't believe
it.
I
honestly was trying to talk it up like Swata was in there, but I was like
I was lying, dude. I didn't think he had a chance.
I definitely I agree, dude.
I was trying to rally the audience like a good cheerleader over here, but dude, there was no that was like
that was insane, man. Oh, dudes. Swata versus Acno. I can't believe it. I was sure Acno was going to win that. But Swata, the defending world champ, he's beat him before, and now he's beaten him again. And what better time now to make it into Grand Finals? He'll be going up against Godly Neff. It is going to be very difficult. But before we get to that, we have got some expert analysis from that exciting set coming your way. Here we go.
That was a Game 5 for the ages. Acno taking it at the start, bringing us into that 2-0 spot that every player wants to be at this point in the tournament. But Swata does not give up. He pulls out that legendary Bolivar, and he's going to show you how his legendary hammer play adapts to what is needed. He pulls out his hammer, and he notices almost immediately what's going on in the gameplay. Acno is already high up in the air. He's been high up in the air. That's where sword players like to be. They like to come at you down with that dare, and that's going to harm you when a player starts to figure it out. If you want to hit play here just at normal speed, you can already see Swata's fishing for these recoveries, but he's also fishing for these GCs to catch out that movement. He goes for that GC downline, and it's going to do a lot of harm to Acno there as he gets that first hit, turns it into 2 hits, turns into a bit of punish by himself, but that leads into a good spot for him. We want to go into the next clip. It only continues on. You hit play here. What do you have for Swata? Look at this. More fishing for that recovery because he knows Acno likes to be in the air. And it is beautiful. He pulls out the reverse rush, and he gets that recovery, turns it into a GC downlight in the air. And that Sair puts Acno into the red. And when you're on Red versus Hammer. Well, that story's been told enough times, and I'll tell it to you again. You're in a very dangerous spot, and that Sarm at the end there, I don't have it on this replay, but at the end there, took him out completely, and that damage lead came from that adaptation. Those reads, those movement reads, those aerial punishes, just so clean. I want to watch that one more time. Look at this. How much Hammer do you have to play to see this coming for yourself? Hammer recovery in the middle of the stage. What's that angle looking like? Only Swata knows this. Straight down, straight back up. Perfectly placed GC Sarm. That is clean. That is so clean. I mean, the casters already told you how clean it was when he was up there, but I'm going to pass it back to them, see if they can give you a bit more on the next game.
That was so clean, dude. It's great to have Remy on the analysis, man. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for grand finals. We finally reached this moment. Swata versus Godly. You saw it in the winners final, but it's a totally different round now. And Swata definitely just leveled up. Just like Goku, I know we keep going back to these references.
Yeah.
But every time
just
you
like
knock
Goku, he
down,
turned into a Charizard, and now it's over, dude. You start with Goku, Charizard, victory. That's the path for Swata.
That's the path to victory for any serious competitive player in any video game.
Yeah.
Everybody knows it.
Yeah. Well, because everyone's thinking, like, we just saw this matchup in winners finals, Swata versus Godly, and Godly just, like, slapped him around a bit.
It was 3-0. You're right.
That's as much as you get slapped around in this tournament. But now Swata?
But no, Swata, one, Swata's on boat bar now. So
and he's warmed up. He's hot.
Get ready. Yeah. And two, dude, when you knock Goku down, he comes back stronger than ever.
Yes.
That's what's happening right here. Swata just leveled up, and I would not be surprised if he was able to defeat Godly now. But he's going to have to do it in 2 sets because it's grand finals, and Godly hasn't been eliminated at all yet. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The grand finals for Europe's Spring Championship is about to begin.
All right, and no better setting than Demon Island, short wall. I like what opportunities that can create for edge guards for these two players, but we'll see. Godly with the first weapon pull. Swata gets that sword. But we know, we've just been talking about his hammer. Maybe he wants to get that hammer back, but he does have some good sword gameplay as well. I mean, it's not...
Dude, yeah. I mean, after Remy explained just how sick nasty Swata's hammer is, I'm like, let's go.
I know,
hammer
yeah.
all
Here
day,
we go. Let's see some of that.
This is it. Oh, yeah. This is what he does. Ooh, okay. That was a good weapon throw. Godly he's Godly. Oh, what are you going to do?
I like the attempt at the gravity cancel side light. Godly with some advantage now. Oh, had him off the stage. Goes for the down light.
A sneaky dodge there. Swata's got an opportunity for the knockout here, but Godly just makes it back to the stage, no problem. Swata's looking for his opportunity, but Godly just keeps catching him. Both players are nearing knockout range right now. Is that going to be enough?
Okay,
yeah.
I was going to say, that has to be enough here on this map, and it is Swata edging out first stock. Oh, okay, doubled, stopped him. 2 scoops. What's going on? He's just breaking free.
We were talking about that hammer. That's where it comes from, right here. Oh.
Okay, that should be
great
enough to
option.
do it.
Yeah, he used the active input to make sure that he threw him up there instead of throwing him downward. Perfect play there from Godly.
Decent amount of damage tacked on to Godly's second stock from Swata.
Yeah, maybe the biggest lead Swata's had against Godly.
Oh, for sure. I was going to say wait, he didn't win any games.
No,
well, okay.
It was a 3-0 in winners final.
But the first game of winners finals, Swata was ahead for most of it.
That's right, yeah.
So we know we can't. Oh, he went. It looked like he was going down to maybe get that recovery, but Godly even dipped lower. Woo. Both of them unarmed. Godly chases over to the gauntlets. Swata rearmed with the sword. Can take this stock from Godly with a number of combinations here. The side airs, not enough to do it. He needed a little more damage.
Godly used his dodge early. Swata's got an opportunity, and he goes for it. Nicely done. The aggressive edge guard from Swata pays off as Godly, he opened up his return back to the stage with a dodge, and that's, you know.
Look at he's going again. Okay. Wake up.
A lot of damage. He's already done like a fair amount of damage to get himself in the lead, and wow, avoids getting ground pounded there.
Yeah, that's not the Scythe ground pound is pretty mighty. It's got some decent range on it.
Yeah, and it's got a real quick release too, so it is dangerous off the stage. All right, Swata on his final stock, but he's got Godly in orange health right now. It's a pretty good place for him to be, but of course it's Godly, so it's just not over until he's out.
Yeah, we gotta hear the bell before we can call this round, and then we'll know. But until then, Godly is still in play, even though it's looking pretty dire for him. The weapon throw is certainly enough.
Godly knew it was enough, and there's the celebration.
That was good. That was good.
Thanks, man.
People might use that one.
I'm doing my best.
Okay, let's see. Okay. So Godly,
Jeez,
this is the first game we've seen in the past 4 games now with Swata and Godly where Swata wins.
That's right. Yeah.
Because it was a clean 3-0 sweep in winners finals. Now we're back head to head.
He's broken the seal now.
He broke the seal.
Yeah.
Anything's possible.
So now you know. Now you know it's
and
real.
I don't think he didn't use the Bodvar at all in that first set, which maybe he was like hiding
I believe he
it.
did not. Yeah. Am I crazy? He did not. He did not use it at all, which seems like a big deal.
Yeah. Like he didn't want to show his like
was he
his
planning
best stuff.
on this? He's like, yeah, but when I come back at you in grand,
He has like a secret Baird Fart jutsu he did not want other people to learn until he needed to.
Yeah, until there was nobody else left in the tournament.
Yeah. And now he has to do it. Okay, now again with an early lead here, but Godly with the weapon advantage. Oh no, doesn't even matter. Swata still tacking on damage unarmed, finds his way to the hammer, and this is trouble. He's closed out every stock with this weapon basically today. Weapon throw, trying to find his way in. Stomp lands.
He was not expecting that stomp to land, but hey, he still got it.
That is so
He picked it
true,
back
though.
up.
When sometimes you'll land the setup move,
And you're like, oh wait,
oh,
follow
what?
up. But too late. It was like
You're
a 12-frame gap.
There's no
on
way this
that.
is gonna hit. You gotta believe in yourself, though. Like the crowd believes in Swata. If he could believe in himself just as much.
I know.
Oh, okay. He really believed in that gravity cancel down sig, which I thought was pretty spicy if it had landed, but Godly still holding on to the second stock. He needs to claim this first one from. Oh, gets shut down mid-claw scratch
and that
by
claw
Swata.
Certainly would have knocked Swata out.
He would have
It's a good thing he landed it. Godly doesn't have a dodge right now. Swata knows it. Nice punish. And then, he totally ground-bounded, but he got stuffed by the corner of the stage.
I'm sure his feet sting. You ever like hit the ground hard enough and your feet sting?
He
Oh, nice weapon throw, drop off by Godly, closes out that first stock, but man, he is trailing way far behind. He's bleeding out on this second stock. Can he turn this around in some way, shape, or form? I don't know. He needs something big. Oh, that is enough to not do it. He's got the side airs to ride back to the stage. Swata's going to prefer to, get the hammer, and that was the right move for him. Claims the stock with the side air.
Swata a full stock ahead. What? Dude, you got to wonder, why wasn't he just playing Bodvar the whole time? Was it a tactical thing? Like, I don't want to show all my cards yet? Or was it he didn't believe in himself and, lo and behold, the legend he won the World Championship with is still his best legend? Surprise, surprise. I don't know.
Well, nice dual weapon throws. They both hit. Love it when that happens.
Still a full stock ahead here for Swata, but Godly's starting to catch up now, and he's getting real aggressive. And why wouldn't you be? You know, the situation's becoming more and more dire.
Okay, Swata, weapon advantage. Wait, or weapon disadvantage.
Oh, nice. Oh. Wow, that was so good by
That was
Godly.
He knew he was going to get KO'd. That was a tactical weapon grab, so he starts with hammer here, I'm telling you.
I think you're right.
No, probably not. But
no.
All right, Godly's got an opportunity. They're on the same stock, last stock of the game. He needs this. And Godly just needs to win this first set, and he's the champion.
That's right. Yeah, Swata needs to win 2 sets here, but Godly just needs 1.
Oh, my gosh. Another big hammer connection.
Swata's very close to going up another game in this set. Godly's doing everything he can. But Swata's slapping him off the side. Swatting him off the side, you might say.
You might even say it.
Some might say. Oh,
that's
dude,
it. That's
get
gotta be
swatted right there. Swata up now 2-0 in the set. If he takes another game, he'll reset this bracket and we'll be on even playing field.
And it would be so even because they would both have been the person who eliminated the other one in a 3-0. Which is as tied as you can get.
That would be such
It's like
justice.
poetry.
Yeah. That would be
beautiful.
Oh, that would be nice. That would be just nice for the storyline.
All right, let's look at the stats. What can we even come up with
What can we
here?
infer from this?
Weapon throws, same amount, so who knows who has the advantage.
Oh, man. They do have the exact same amount of weapon throws. That's uncanny.
It's a professional amount. Okay, no legend swaps from either player.
Their stats are just down the board, like very even. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, they're about 100 off in their damage difference, and that's.
I mean, that's the
what
difference.
decided
But
it.
everything, like even light attack account was so similar, despite the 100 damage differential. You gotta wonder.
Okay, nice work by Swata. Fights his way to that first weapon drop, and after he picks it up, he does not stop. More damage coming out. Has Godly off on the edge. Could claim a quick stock there. Godly finds his way back up through.
Nice dodge by Swata. Godly in orange health right now, but he's catching up quick. This would be so much justice if Swata got a 3-0 to reset the bracket.
It would be epic. It would be like as if this.
I
It would be like a
love
movie.
That'd be some, yeah. That'd be some real scripted stuff.
Okay, but wait, Godly actually has a good.
Whoa!
Oh yes.
Oh, that was nice.
Wait,
no way
was that?
Swata can make it.
Okay. But did Swata get because of the double
Okay.
down air? Was he able to DI up? Is that what happened there?
I didn't notice, but that makes sense.
I think so. We can see that in the replay.
I feel like he was out of hit stun before the second one landed, but maybe not.
Because
you're right though. That
it
would
looked
be
like
how
it
it
sent
worked.
him up diagonal, and that was how he was able to get the touch.
Okay, then
but still, Godly comes away with the
exactly
stop.
how it happened. Then.
That was an incredible scythe play. But yeah, I'm curious as to see because the devil is in the details, and it's plays like that that can really be a game changer.
I mean, that actually just might have been the difference between him making it back. Well, unfortunately, in the end, he just got knocked out right after
Godly
anyway.
had the stuff to put him away
didn't
anyways.
Didn't actually help that much.
That is going to be it for his
Okay.
first stock as well. Now we are on a dead even heat. Second stock all around. But the only difference is Swat is 2-0 in the first set.
Yeah.
And it could be the only set if we see another reverse 3-0, which has been so common today for some reason in this region.
Yeah, you really just never know. You want to be like, oh, this guy's ahead. It must be over. But no, it's actually anything can happen,
Well,
as
that,
you've seen.
I mean, is what makes it exciting. And that's why we've gathered the best players in EU together because we knew it was going to be this close. Okay, Swata finds his way back. Godly had the answer for him. Now knocked up again. He was sweating when he got grabbed.
He's sweating.
Whoa, no! A bonk?
Dude,
I don't think he
thought
could have
for
made it
sure,
back.
like he was done though. Then Godly went too far down, and then it looked like Swata was going to get the chase dodge up back onto the stage, but he was he wasn't aligned with the slant there.
Yeah, he didn't catch
and there's
the
nothing he
diagonal
can do about that. He can drift over for like a couple of frames maybe before getting the chase dodge upward, but it looked like he was fine.
Whoa. He might be fine still.
Oh.
Swata is going on a run on this final stock. Has hardly been touched. He's got a lot of damage now on Godly's second stock. He can claim it really quickly here, especially with this hammer.
We need the 3-0, man.
We need the 3-0.
Yeah.
You know.
Story would be just so juicy sweet if we could just get this 3-0.
Oh, but Godly will
It's
not go
starting to
down
get
without a
away
fight.
from him.
Yeah, it is. Every hit that Godly lands is just going to make that final stock confrontation even easier. If he ever gets there, Godly can never lose his stock in this game. I'm counting it like
That's happened plenty of times.
Yeah.
That's real. Swata loses his weapon.
Uh-oh, that's big.
Uh-oh. Now Godly's got weapon control, but instead decides to go for the knockout unarmed. Here he goes. Swata now with the hammer. He could get the knockout here.
Oh, that's
okay.
it.
He gets it, but he's still like a foot. Look at the damage difference. Swata's in red. He's going to have to play a perfect stock now. We've seen him do it before.
Have we seen him do that in the last 20 minutes? Sure. Sure we have.
Sure, but there's still doubt.
But could he possibly do it again?
Maybe.
Believers out there,
he's
hands in the
against
air,
Godly.
like you just care a lot, maybe?
Wave your hands in the air. Like
All right.
you really care. Okay, here we go.
He's got to be careful. With
Oh,
Vortex.
man.
Oh, that's enough to do
wow,
it.
Dude.
Yeah.
I love it. An aggressive unarmed edge guard. Beautifully done by Godly. Now he has put himself up in the set now.
Oh, see,
it's
am I right?
2-1.
Wait,
it's still in favor of
was
Swata.
I right? Did
Oh.
we see that?
Oh, no. I didn't. Can we go back? Dang. Too late. Oh, well.
Dang.
We'll,
I might be wrong.
I think you're right, dude. I think you're right. I mean, there's no other way you're going to get knocked upward out of a scythe down air. It just makes sense.
We kind of went straight sideways. But
And we don't often see a down air into a down air off of the wall bounce like that. It's usually a ground pound off the wall like that, right?
yeah.
But the ground pound wouldn't have worked, and I thought it was a real genius play for Godly to go for the second down air there. But you're right, that it triggers the DI, and therefore it may have been the reason that Swata was even able to make it back to the stage at all. But here we go, game 4. Swata still up 1 game. If he wins this, he'll reset the bracket. Godly is not keen on allowing that to happen.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he he could close it out right here in this set. And
Yeah,
that would
if he
be-
wins 2 in a row right here, he'll just be the spring championship. The spring champion. GG. Oh, nice weapon throw. He could. Oh, man.
Oh, yeah, he was glued to the wall. Couldn't get off to do an attack. Vertical weapon throw to fight his way back up through. Swata's got the damage advantage here in game 4.
Oh, this is big. Off the side, Swata going for an edge guard. The weapon throw is not going to be enough. But the slide kick ground pound finishes him off. Nicely done by Swata, taking a pretty big lead here in the first stock of this game.
Okay. But Godly, you know, finding these strong hits, unarmed even, is getting close to claiming this first stock from Swata. All right. Tracks him all the way on the side of the wall. I mean, Godly is really... Okay, I was going to say he was respecting the offstage play from Swata. Now they've swapped roles here. Okay, they're going to swap back. They're going to keep swapping until one of them claims a stock on the edge, possibly.
Yeah.
Oh, behind the back throw went the wrong direction. That was like...
Ooh, Swata barely alive. He used his dodge pretty early there, but he's got it back already. Things are fine. Things are fine. Swata building up damage on the... Okay, look at this. He's got Godly in orange already. Another weapon throw to stuff a recovery. My goodness, Godly's dodges are amazing, but Swata just still finding it. Oh, oh,
oh! Whoa! He keeps it going. Unarmed, so much damage. About to claim the second stock of Godly before losing his first. Can he do it? He's going way off on the side of the stage. He's hungry for it. He wants it.
Yeah, you can see it in his eyes.
Oh, the bloodlust. All right, dive kicks underneath the weapon throw. Gets back to the wall. Is stuck to the wall still, but Godly's going to prefer to get the weapon to get the advantage.
Good.
Down light, not enough. Are you serious?
Yeah. He uses his down air to make it back to the stage a little bit faster than he otherwise would have. And a nice slide kick ground pound for Godly to finish him off.
Nice.
Look at the damage difference, though. Swata could close out this stock and set up the best runway possible to just reset this bracket.
Oh, and that's...
Okay.
That's a good start.
That's a good runway. Yeah. Look at this. A full stock lead. He has lapped Godly in damage right now. But this is Godly we're talking about.
Yeah.
You can't, if you're Swata, you can't be getting comfortable in this situation, right? You got to be like, this is still the guy. This is the guy that 3-0'd me earlier, you know? Got to go hard.
Yeah, some people maybe want to like raise their hands and give some energy to Godly. Now, we maybe transferred too much power to Swata.
There's an imbalance.
Oh my gosh, and he's running away with it now. Could he close it out here? All right, Godly makes it back. But for how much longer is he going to be in this game?
Yeah, Godly's he's in knockout range. This is looking like a bracket reset. It'd be just amazing for Godly to bring it back at this point with how far behind he is. Okay, but I guess it wouldn't be that crazy.
You do it.
It's not impossible.
No,
that's
it. Now.
Swata has reset the bracket against Godly. So 0-0, forget everything you saw. We're doing this again, and now the stakes are as high as ever for both of these players. The winner of this next set will be the spring champion. Man, that was a nice combo by Swata. He popped off on that second stock so hard.
Yeah, I mean, since the swap over to Bodvar, it's like a whole new player. Like, he was playing well before, but now it's just
swap
clean.
And a whole new player, Godly is now on the Petra.
Yeah.
That's going to change things big time.
Yeah, keeps the gauntlets, trades out the scythe for an orb, already putting it to work. We'll see what he can do with this legend. Now, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of, you know,
Petra?
For Petra, when push comes to shove, you got to do something different. This is the biggest, you know, change he can make.
Yeah, well, Godly has certainly done very well with Petra in the past. So this is a good-looking swap for him to be making.
Oh, that weapon throw scared. He didn't even know it was still active. Double weapon throw? Okay.
Swata could take him out right there. What a perfect dodge from Godly, but he's still in danger. Swata's got him off the side once more.
Yeah, that recovery really tests your nerves because you know you need your dodge, and you got to do it perfectly timed.
Yeah.
And he saved it just for the occasion. Both of them still holding on to all three stocks. Either one of them could fall pretty quickly here. Oh,
That'll do it. Swata takes the lead. Swata is officially in the lead in this grand final now for the first time since the bracket reset, right? Like he would even though he was ahead in stocks before, he wasn't actually ahead. Now he's ahead.
Yeah, he was He was like Ricky Bobby when he first raced for Wonder Bread, and he was like a lap behind, but then he came in like 3rd place, and he was a lap behind. But now he has a chance for first.
Yeah, if you're not first, you're last.
We all know that. We all know that. So nobody wants to be second. That's the worst thing that could happen to you. All right, and it is even on this second stock, though.
Well, Swata's starting to make some unorthodox decisions here with the hammer, and I am here for it because it seems to be mixing up Godly proper. Whoa, okay.
Oh, that's got to be it. No? No way? Oh, he didn't have the dodge?
He must not have had the dodge. But why wasn't he sweating? He probably did have the dodge. Or a recovery or something. He wasn't sweating. He had to have had something. I don't think Swata needed to die there.
Well, he'll be thinking about that tomorrow.
Yeah. So
well, maybe not. If he can win this, he can forget
then
about
he
it.
can easily forget about it. We'll see.
All right, has Godly off on the side. Has to capitalize here. No, gets turned around with the down air. The bicycle kick forces him downwards. Clash?
No!
Oh,
He needed that chase dodge. He was about to get knocked out without it. That was close.
Luckily, the stuff recovery was also a clash, and he dodges way back up on top of the stage. Holds on to this last stock, but he really needs to get this one off of Godly because it's getting out of hand.
Getting out of hand.
Okay, there we go. Fisticuffs. He
Back
finishes
in
that
hand.
way. Sword. He's like, forget about that. We all know what it's about. Wait, never mind.
Ooh.
Never mind. I'll fake out Godly. I'll fake out the caster. No one knows what I'm about to
nobody
do.
knows.
You know, you got to be unpredictable in this game.
This is going to be tough.
This is going to be tough. And this is game 1. And not too long ago, Swata was in the driver's seat of this game. But Godly has brought it back.
Now
that's
Godly
it.
has a
That's
huge
got to be.
lead.
No, I'm
Swata
wrong.
barely alive. He cannot survive another one of those. He burns his dodge off stage, and Godly just catches him with a side air. No problem. Godly takes game 1 in the grand finals reset. And he's got to be happy about that one, man, because it was looking rough. You know, this guy that you just 3-0'd earlier in the tournament, coming back here, beating you in the set.
Was it because of he wasn't out of like the move cooldown from the Nair that he couldn't do the dodge? Maybe that's what happened.
He had something there. He was very close to the stage. I feel like he could have made it back. And
well, we always stress this. It's like it's moments like that can be the difference between everything.
Yeah, just that one small error. You know, he would have survived that. Who knows how much damage he would have done before getting knocked out again? Man. All right. Well, you just got to shake that off and move on. You know, if you're Swata.
Well, he's doing a pretty good job moving on here. Going on a good run in this first stock from Godly. But damage is traded pretty evenly back and forth. Oh, I love the way Swata will just shadow somebody after those bounces off the ground, and he finds creative ways to get that next hit.
Yeah, it's rarely ever true. There's like a magic number of damage where it's true, but he usually knows it's not true. And I wouldn't be surprised if he actually can determine that from the shade of the color as well. And yeah, that's when he follows them, babysits them, you call it, in fighting games or platform fighters. And he babysits him off the side and gets the knockout that way. Godly takes the first stock here, and oh boy, man, after everything that Swata did, surely he can win this set.
Uh-oh. Okay, I was going to say, sometimes you can get caught with some options already expended off stage.
Yeah, and just get knocked out and just not be able to make it back.
Oh, luckily, dude, we saw him lift those knees for that ground pound, dude. That was full-on Spider-Man. His heels were above his head. He was going to clap down, but luckily stopped by Swata, and now we're tied up on the second stock. This has been such a close set. Both sets. All 3 sets, really. I mean, except for the first one, that was a 3-0.
Yeah, the winner's final was not a close set. Everything else,
well,
very close.
It was close if you watched it, but if you look at just the scoreboard, it wasn't.
Yeah, asterisk. We need asterisk.
Oh my gosh! But look at Godly go. He is yet to be touched on this second stock, and he's already looking for a KO option.
Oh,
that's it! He finds it!
He caught the dodge with the Nair, and then that guaranteed recovery follow-up finishes off the stock. Swata now a full stock behind, and it is looking like Godly is going to dominate this set, man. But still, you can't put it past Swata to take it. And then once the chat starts giving him energy, forget about it.
That's true. If chat gives Swata energy, we've seen that
it's
really
all over.
transform the
you
whole.
know what happens. How much energy does chat have left, though? I mean, Swata is depleting these guys.
They're probably exhausted. Dude, Foda, you're gonna have to put like a poster of Godly in your bedroom after this, you know?
Yeah.
So you think about those gravity cancel, downlight, recovery, all those combinations.
Yeah. I will never drop one of those combos as long as I can channel Godly.
Just put him on your inspiration board, everybody. If you're an aspiring Gauntless player, look at him mixing up Swata left and right with the scoop. Okay, he got greedy with another uppercut.
Into the scoop, and that's a great side signature. Godly takes another game in the set.
No.
It's tournament point right now. If Godly wins just one more game, he will be the spring champion.
All right, well, I mean, if you're a Swata fan and you have any energy left in your body,
now's the time.
You got to give it to him.
This is it. We need to go all out right now.
Oh,
Man.
Wait, what? Okay, we're seeing a big swap from Swata.
Oh, and this has been the story of the tournament, hasn't it? You know,
kind of.
A lot of different players.
Everyone's
seem
got
to
a
find the
pocket
success.
Koji.
If you're down 0-2, there is only one play to make, and that's Koji.
We've seen that 2 or 3 times today, reverse 3-0.
And every time it's a reverse 3-0. So, you know.
I think it's even this skin, too.
Swata's he's just looking at what's happening. He's just, he's just following the facts of life.
Yeah, these are the interesting differences in the meta from the regions across the globe. It's just the salty Koji when you're down and out.
Yeah,
dude.
the classic European play here.
All right, well, let's see if it works out for him.
Dude, and if it does, like, there's really something to this.
I mean, it's just
it would be too much if this actually worked.
You know, right now it's like
Koji game 1? No, don't even bother, right? But Koji when you're down 0-2, totally different story. That's
right now it's a
different kind of
hypothesis. But if he wins this, it becomes a theory, and it's like ratified scientifically.
The scientific community can start doing research.
Okay, Godly off the side,
Ooh,
down
that's
air.
A nice snipe. Wait a second, pocket Koji. The proof is in the pudding, as they say. And there's a lot of pudding out here.
Oh, yeah. Oh my gosh, you guys can't see it. The set has become completely flooded with pudding. I can't believe our production would set up something like this. Hopefully we clean it up next time you put it back to us.
Yeah, we'll get this cleaned up before the camera gets to us.
Okay, Godly now doesn't know what to do. He has a hard time finding his way in on.
Oh,
wait a second.
Whoa, dude, he pivoted.
Reverse?
That was pretty slick. He pivoted it so that he could still drift it in the same direction.
Pivot, Tokyo Drift.
That
Ghost Ride the Whip.
That was the Tokyo
off
Drift.
the side of the stage. Okay.
I like that name for what happened there. It's not a pivot ground pound. It's a Tokyo Drift.
Well, he needs to land a few more of those in some pretty spicy situations to claim the stock over Swata before he loses his, because he is deep in the red. Any one of those signatures from Koji will do it, and he has a lot of options to KO at this point.
Yeah. We're looking for a bow down sig here. Get ready.
Uh-oh.
Get ready. Get ready.
You can almost taste it.
Oh,
You can almost taste it, dude.
It tasted like pudding.
Oh, he went for the ground pounding. Oh my gosh,
that
how?
was so crazy of him to go for that down air, dude. He had nothing left. He knew it. He was so set on landing that down air and getting the chase dodge off of it.
He was in
went
control. This decides everything. This is last stock potentially the whole tournament. Swata in trouble. Godly has he sees the daylight at the end of the tunnel. And in it, he's picturing himself champion. But he's got to get through this final stock of Swata.
Final stock. Okay, this is a big deal for Swata. This could potentially be his final stock of the tournament. He's got to win this right now to stay in. Oh, and Godly's got it going on already.
I know. He almost got the reset, too, in that combo, and that would have been
devastating.
devastating.
That would have been too much. That would have been nasty.
Okay, Swata.
Yep.
How many side airs
at a time?
How many sides will it take?
We can win this one side air at a time.
25, 30? He could do it.
Oh,
nice.
man.
Off the dribble.
Oh, Godly is so close to becoming the spring champion. That could have been it right there. Final stock. Swata must win every interaction from now on, or he is out of this tournament. Okay.
Oh, I like the idea.
Man, and he used his dodge, too, for that gravity cancel. Okay, now it's back up. He can get back to the stage. Godly with the weapon. Whoa. Oh, so far, so good. Swata's in control. He's got this. He's got this. Oh, man, this is nice. But Godly could just end him at any moment. Oh, my gosh, he's actually doing it. Swata,
he's playing so perfectly.
Is this real? Off the side.
Oh, I mean, he used to. Sometimes
it was a fake out.
Oh, I can't. What?
Wow!
The punish doesn't KO.
I can't believe it. He actually survived that recovery. He's got nothing left. He's got no more chances, dude. This is it.
Oh man, they
Down.
both.
This is so intense, dude. Red. Oh, he needs that weapon. He's got the sword. The sword's a great thing to have right now. Downlight. He could definitely get a knockout off of downlight. He's looking for it. Godly is just not even touching the floor. And that's it. Godly in the reset, winning 3-0. Godly is your European Spring Champion. Woo! Man, that was a good one. Oh. Dude, Swata was about to bring it back.
That was insane.
It was insane.
So many times.
That was insane.
We saw him push to the point where he had to play perfectly. And he was about to do it again, but he could not overcome the might that is Godly. Living up to the name.
Living up to the name, dude.
He is your new seasonal champion.
I can't stress it enough. His name would be uncool if he wasn't so winning.
Yeah.
But he really has earned his name. He is Godly. He has defeated the defending world champion in grand finals, and he is really earning his spot. I mean, he's already power rank #1, and now he's more #1. He's as #1 as it gets. Man. Wow. GG. Holy smokes, man. That was an awesome set.
Wow. This region this is a very exciting year to be watching European 1v1s and Europe in general.
This is the best. Yeah, this is the most exciting Europe has ever been. That's for sure.
Because this region has been like the most locked down for like 2 years. Acno's like,
it's
everybody,
Acno,
hope you
#1,
like second.
Simple #2.
Yep.
You know, it was. We had it pretty solved for a while there, and now it's crazy.
There are so many contenders.
We had Zyder in top 4 this time.
Yeah. Anything is possible. This will be fun to see how the rest of this year plays out.
All right, let's take a quick look at what happened in this top 4 here. First, Acno defeated Zyder. That knocked him out of the bracket. Swata over Acno. So crazy that he earned that victory over Acno. Man, he really deserved it there. And then Swata had to go up against Godly. Still managed somehow. And then Swata versus Godly. My goodness, that reset was rough. That was like a wild reset.
Yeah, the Pocket Petra was the perfect pick.
just like Swata with the Pocket Bodvar, like absolutely started thrashing. Godly had that Petra ready to go at a moment's notice, and 3-0'd as soon as he switched to it. Whew, man, that was a good tournament. And would you believe it? That's not even the last tournament that we're going to be doing today. There's still more Spring Championship action. So we're going to take a quick break, and you're not going to go anywhere. And we will be right back with South American Top 8 for the Spring Championship. It's going to be awesome. We'll see you in a little bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are continuing on with the Spring Championship here, and South America is about to begin. Well, it's been taking place for quite a while, right, Duke? It's been going on. You've been watching it on twitch.tv/ProBrawlHalla,
Of course,
right?
you got to have it open.
Right? You were watching it, right?
But to your point, yeah, it's been happening, and most importantly, well, not most importantly, but also in it is we're determining who's getting those final 4 invites.
That's
for
right.
South America.
South America
to the
gets 4
Mid-Season
invites to
Invitational.
the Mid-Season Invitational. And this tournament is going to mean a lot for who gets those invites right now. And it's kind of a big deal, especially when you consider players like Wes and Fiend are currently in the lower bracket. They went down to lower bracket in top 32. Kind of crazy. I mean, Wes is like, he's so winning. And now he's in the lower bracket before even top 8. We're seeing, you were just watching now on that standby screen, him fighting his way back in here, and he looks like he's probably going to make it back in, but we don't know that yet.
It's not guaranteed. But let's talk about the 4 current top 4 PR'd players in the South American regions. They were arguably the favorites to get those spots. They were talking about Wes. We're talking about Fiend.
Yeah.
We're talking about Kinda Ackerman. And we're talking about Power Ranger. Those are the 4 that were currently at the top. And, of course, the fact that Wes and Fiend went down a little early to the elimination bracket, if they get knocked out, if they get eliminated, that might open the door for someone else to get a flight.
Like, big time it could. Yeah, with them taking a lower place, especially if they don't even make it into top 8, that's like a big hit on Power Rank. Not a hit, but when you consider everybody else getting way more points than you, you're not going to be going up very much. Yeah. And we've got players like News, Kinda, Brujo, and Power Ranger already hanging out in top 8. And we're going to be entering in, our stream's going to be entering into this tournament right into top 8. So let's talk about the players who are in the bracket now.
The ones who are already in the top 8 of
guaranteed
We've
inside
got
the bracket.
News and Kinda Ackerman. I believe on the top side, News is the one who knocked out
That's going to be the first match.
2-3, which is definitely an interesting one.
Oh, man. News. Okay. Yeah. News. Let's talk about News. News is awesome. I believe News isn't News. He's from Argentina, right? He's one of the few top players who are not.
I'm very bad at that. I gotta admit.
Argentina.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Argentina.
Hey, look, there's a little flaggy.
Yeah. News is the top
one.
Argentinian player right now, and I only mention that because it's largely dominated by Brazil.
Yeah.
But the region is much larger than Brazil.
It is all of South America.
Exactly.
We've got Argentinians, of course. We've got Brazilians. We've got some Chileans and whatnot. News is interesting. Okay, we can talk a little bit about News. News, of course, blew up with Nagi as the 2v2 team. News and Nagi
I'll never forget that. News and Nagi. It just rolls off the tongue.
It's just a great
News
team
and Nagi.
name.
Over $4,000 in earnings, and he's been competing for a while here with 13 top 32 placements. And, you know, when you're looking at those top 32 placements, you got to consider how long the player's been playing. Because if they were competing like in 2016, 2017, there were like the tournaments were much more frequent. And so the number is like usually a lot higher. But News came around when the tournaments became bigger tournaments, but less frequent. And so that's a big 13. Yeah. And 5 top 8 placements, and a lot of those are very recent. And you can see he's already going to be adding another one, another top 8 to this one, as he is already sitting in winner's side top 8 right now. This might be News's best performance yet. He does not have a bronze medal, yet he is in the seed 1 position right now. He knocked out the number 1 seed out of this, not out of the tournament, but out of the bracket. Right?
Yeah, I mean,
sent them down to the elimination bracket.
For people at home who maybe don't really understand PR or seeds or anything like that, an easy way to kind of generalize the concept is if you are PR9, you're expected to place roughly 9th. And to come in as PR9 and you're guaranteed a top 5 finish, you're already getting some upsets. Of course, 9 is a larger number than 1, so of course you're beating out the top seed. So you're getting a lot of upsets to get here.
Right. And the power rankings, you know, they're usually right. The seeding, anyway, the seeding and the power rankings are sometimes slightly different numbers. Seeding, a little more recent, uses more recent data to figure out the seeding. Power ranking, generally across the entire year, right? PR power ranking. Okay, now that you guys get that.
Get it. Now you can, when we say these words, you'll understand.
So News is going to be going up against Kaina in his first match. Let's talk about Kaina a little bit. His stats are pretty crazy. Kaina, not that long ago, these stats are just, if you can, they are just.
I'm just messing with production.
Sorry, production. Yeah, we have fun. We have fun.
Kaina has had a lot of successes in the region. We've seen Kaina do really, really well.
For a while, he was like the number 2 guy.
Yeah.
For a while, he was always challenging Wes or Lopez up in the top of the rankings back in the day. And Kaina, still a force to be reckoned with. He's definitely he's top 3 in 2v2. We know that for sure. How's he going to do in 1v1? He's already killing it right now. You can see the silver medals. That's what I was talking about with that second place business before. Over $9,000 in earnings. My goodness. From Brazil. I checked the flag to make sure. We know he's from
That's so
Brazil.
handy. You know what? Honestly, like if you hadn't pointed it out, I don't think I would have ever noticed that there's that tiny little flag up there.
Yeah.
So
yeah, production. Let's make the flag bigger.
Yeah. Production firing back at us. But kind of coming in, PR number 4 is on the edge, right? So, of course, again, similar situation where if kind of continues to win,
he's as on the edge as it gets,
spot,
dude. Yeah.
Getting an L here, that's going to be rough.
It's the top 4 power rankings are the people who are going to get the invites to the mid-season championship. It kind of is actually number 4 right now. So he needs to really he's hoping for a top 4 finish in this tournament. And, well, you know what? If he wins this one game right now against News, he'll be already
guaranteed
top 3.
And that's
so that's huge. Yeah, if he loses this one, he's going to be sweating.
Yeah,
we'll
I
see.
mean, right now he is basically the gatekeeper for the people who want to get those flights, and so
he has
to win this and keep News out.
Yeah, News wants that flight. So this first match that's going to be coming up here in the South American bracket is going to be crazy. Okay, let's move on. We got to get through this because the players are ready, and we're just wasting time right
waiting
now.
For them to fight.
So next up, let's talk about Brujo. He's also in the top side of top 8. In this tournament. Brujo is insane. I mean, he popped off so hard in 2020, and he really just hasn't been slowing down since. Also a top player in 2v2 and outperforming himself currently in 1v1. He's power rank number 7, and he's already in position here to get a top 5. Even if all he does is lose from now on, he's already top 5. Yeah. Or top 6,
but you
fifth place.
He'll
get fifth place.
Finishes,
right.
Brujo had to upset Fiend to get into this spot. Did very well. I know you're upset. You love Fiend. And, of course, we might see Fiend make that lower bracket run.
Yeah.
But, of course, in order to get here, Brujo had to make an upset and is going to be going up on the other side against Power Ranger.
Against Power Ranger, and Power Ranger is definitely a player we could talk about a lot because if he wasn't, I mean, if Wes isn't power rank number 1, Power Ranger is power rank number 1. They kind of trade it back and forth. And they're 2v2 partners to make it even more difficult for him, right? Because the hardest person to fight is the guy you spar against all the time. So Power Ranger, he's on the other side of this top side, and Power Ranger is crazy. Surely has an upper hand against Brujo in the first match. Mm-hmm. It would be an upset if Brujo managed to beat him, but I think Brujo could get it. You know, he'll be playing the Val. Hopefully, we'll see. Hopefully we're right about that one. You never know, man. You never know who these players are going to play.
They might have a pocket pick based on all these things. You know, like we scrape the data and say, okay, in tournament you've been playing Val, but who knows? We've seen all sorts of characters come out.
But then they bust out whoever. Yeah. Let's talk about Power Ranger real quick. We got to take a look at the stats here, and this will be the top 4 players currently in this tournament.
In the top 8.
So Power Ranger, currently power rank number 1. I actually thought it was Wes. I think Wes is currently seed number 1, but Power Ranger is still power rank number 1.
There's that difference that you're talking about.
And quite a difference in earnings, huh?
Yeah.
Just a little bit different here. He's got some gold medals. He doesn't even know what second place is like in a tournament. He's got some bronze medals. Man, 11 top 8 placements is huge. And that 22 top 32, again, Power Ranger, he came around, I want to say he came around in like 2019. And so 22 top 32 placements means that basically every tournament he's competed in, nearly, I want to say everyone, but
almost
I just don't know for sure.
Yeah.
Almost every tournament he's competed in, he makes it into top 32. And in a region like South America, man, the talent is insane over there. And those top 32 matches are crazy. And you know I'm right because Wes is already got knocked down in top 32. A player like Wes getting knocked down, that's crazy. And then let me just see. That's it for the top 4. We're going to get out of your hair in just a second here, but I just want to see if any other players have made it in because the losers bracket is still filling out.
Right now.
Okay, Wes made
fighting.
it. Wes is in, Hughes is in, and the jury's still out on whether or not Fiend is going to make it in. So you're going to just have to hold on to your seats there. Hopefully Fiend makes it in.
It'll be interesting either way.
We'll
of course, like Fota said, we are going to be bringing you that top 8 of the South American region to find out not only who's going to be the spring champ, but also who are going to be our 4 invitees to the
mid-season invitational. Ooh, man, and that mid-season invitational is going to be great. So, you know these players are going to be fighting real hard for it. So, stick with us. We're going to take a super quick break as we get into top 8 of the South American Spring Championship. See you soon.
He gets punished there. Big
nice
punish,
dodge
actually.
read. Okay, LX is back in it here.
Oh, no! This does.
And again, these quick handoffs, man. These players are so incredibly aware. Oh my God. 5-stock to 2 lead right now.
Oh, Machete.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Practicing your team combos.
But looks like the red team has one.
Wow. Wait a second.
He's behind him. He's in front of him. He's taking the stock.
Oh, caught the dodge. Checkmate.
Yeah, he's really. Oh no! Look, this is a bad situation for News.
Oh,
Xenon is
no!
gone 3 down to 4.
And spring continues to bloom here at the Brawlhalla Spring Championships. We are coming up with the South American Championships Top 8. My name is Skiff, and with me is my lovely co-host, Duke. How are you doing today?
Yo, I'm excited. Of course, always these opportunities to find out new champions, everything insane that happens, of course, the upsets, and of course, it's South America, one of the most fun regions to watch out there. They always like to bring out something new and exciting.
Absolutely. I mean, this is what it's all about right now. Just watching the best of the best in South America kind of do their thing, really show us, what they're all about. And man, I'm excited. We've had a few upsets today in bracket as well, so things are definitely getting a little dicey.
Yeah, and I love that the upsets aren't all on the same side of the bracket, so we still have that opportunity for one of the upsetters to be on either side of the bracket, right? We've got News, who's going to be going up against Kinda. We've got Brujo, who's going to be going up against Power Ranger.
Oh, yeah. No, definitely going to be a lot of fun times here. I mean, I remember casting these guys a few times on the side stream, and there was nothing but fun. I had a great time casting for these guys. Again, like you're mentioning, very hype region. Looks like we're going to be starting off here potentially with a double Bodvar, so I'm pretty excited about it. So it looks like we're going to be starting off with News versus Kinda. So this actually should be a very, very good time.
Yeah, by the numbers, it favors Kinda. Of course, Kinda has had those higher peaks, has done very well. Of course, even just looking at character levels, you got level 69, nice, versus level 100, a little bit nicer. And so Kinda Ackerman, by and large, the favorite of this one. But you know what? Upsets can happen.
Absolutely. So as we get into this match here, again, looks like we might be seeing a double Bodvar. Stage spans are starting to come out here in just a little bit. But yeah, man, this has definitely just been a fantastic day, all day today. Have some great action. EU just wrapped up not too long ago. What an amazing bracket that was. Incredible action like the whole way through. So.
It's been fun. They've been zooming through the bracket as well. It's been really cool. And right now, South America not quite zooming through the bands yet because they're waiting to pick. Likely a small mammoth tends to be what South Americans like. Maybe a small Brawlhaven. We'll see.
I mean, either way.
Okay. Apocalypse. Okay.
All right. Well, the double Bodvar is definitely locked in here, so we're going to see how this one plays out. Again, News taking on Kinda on Apocalypse. This should be a good game one, but here we go. Getting it rocking here in winter semis.
Interesting stat spread. Kinda Ackerman going with the base, having a little bit more strength, whereas News favoring the movement speed. Instead, going to get 6 movement speed at the cost of 1 of those strength stat points.
Yeah. Okay. Well, right now, got the hammer taking on the sword. Both players trying to jockey for position here. Both of them got a couple of hits to get started, but man, Kinda starting to go a little bit crazy with that hammer.
I mean, hammer off stages can be so scary. The verticality, the ability to throw out those recoveries, those ground pounds, and News has a hammer of his own because he's playing the same character.
Yeah, well, definitely so you can get that early start. Kinda looking kind of good here. Definitely a great start there. The weapon toss, beautiful, closing out that first stock.
Yeah, really well timed. You saw the sweat beads coming out from News as well. News had no options there and kind of was like, I'm going to just do this safely. Make sure you can't accidentally hit me, get a chase dodge.
Yeah, it's definitely important to keep some of those recovery resources available and not just dancing around off stage, because you don't want to get caught in a position like that where you're forced to go against the wall. And if your opponent's ready for that, that's bad news for you. But News starting to get a little bit of something going in their direction. Goes for a huge sig, not going to be able to connect.
Little surprised Kinda let him get away with that one. We saw the end sig and Kinda was in perfect position to punish, but opted to wait it out, just kind of see what's going to happen. You know what? He's got the stock advantage. He just wants the safe extra credit.
Yep. Well, I mean, he did get a little bit of extra credit, but that stock's going to disappear. Fantastic stuff from News, at least evening the stocks up as we get pushing forward here. And even unarmed, trying to get a little bit of extra damage popped on.
Yeah, good on News making sure that one didn't run away from him, but now he's got to take this opportunity. He's got the weapon advantage. He's going to keep denying weapons from Kinda, and it's helping him out. He's starting to get this damage added up, but he's not pushing the pressure.
Okay, there we go. Kinda got the hammer in hand. Great stomp there. Not going to be able to close out the stock quite yet. Ooh, tried to go for something. I'm not quite sure, but they definitely gave up stage position, and now News has him on the back foot. But News also going to miss, and these guys are just kind of trading positions, trading hits, too.
Yeah, a little bit of a tricky edge guard coming out from Kaina. He did the last one with a bunch of side airs, right? Very horizontal. So that time he tried to mix it up. Went for a vertical, went for that recovery, but another side air, and he might finish off News here, but News gets past him.
Okay, News, you have trying to go for a little bit of something, but now they both got swords in hand, so it's definitely a duel. Is who can get that next hit to kind of take that really strong lead, because even though Kaina's been starting off strong here, News has been making a run, but they will lose that stock first. 2-1 now in Kaina's favor.
Yeah, Kaina had his choice of how he wanted to finish off News, right? Could have gone for the downlight side air, could have gone for the downlight recovery. Opted for the side air, knew he had the damage on News and the positioning.
Ooh, goes for a huge sig. No punish out of that, though, but Kaina's starting to get a little bit of something. News is kind of struggling here. Like, as every time they're able to take a couple of steps, Kaina's just a little bit further ahead. Tried to go for a huge sig. Not going to be able to get the confirmation that they needed to close out the stock and the game.
Yeah, News is starting to get a little bit desperate here. You see him just kind of throw out these wild N6, hoping that it's going to be the thing that hits. Instead, just go for the simple side air. Comes out a little faster, finishes off the stock. But again, he's in that position of needing to push his weapon advantage because he is playing from behind.
Yep, I mean, opts to stick with the sword here, but that's not a bad deal for Kaina because they're able to pick up the hammer immediately. And again, just a couple strong hits to be able to close this out. Potentially looking for another stomp, Sarah, or just Sarah General. There it goes. Closing out that game one. Kaina on the board here, 1-0.
Ooh, and they're going quick into the map bans. Barely even saw the stat screen at the end of that one. They went straight into it. No character swaps, just running it back, but I think a different map.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be going to Demon Island coming up here. But as we take a look at some of the stats, you can see how strong of a match Kaina had. Not quite, actually, yeah, over 200 points difference. So News, as well as they were hanging in there, they definitely need to find a way to step it up just a little bit more. They definitely relied on that sword, but they weren't really able to capitalize on closing out these stocks.
Interesting stats coming out from Kaina. Threw out 0 signatures in that last one. It was all about that downlight side air for finishing off stocks.
Okay, and right there had the edge guard situation, but wasn't able to find what they wanted to close it out. But Kaina continues to dominate here. And there we go, another stock down, another stomp there to close it out.
He is just going to the batting cages. Downlight side air, getting those home runs, knocking him out of the park.
And now goes with the sword here, trying to rack up some damage. News just kind of getting whatever they can take at the moment. The hammer is in their hand. They do get a stop share of their own, but they still got a ways to go before they can close out the stock here.
Ooh, but again, the neutral SIGs. News uses those to bring himself back, but he's playing from behind. This time he's got a little bit of health to play with. He's not as damaged as he was in game number 1.
Right, absolutely, yeah. Definitely a much closer game here. And as you can see, the sword coming in, putting down the work, getting the combos going. And Kaina trying to find a way to just kind of get the momentum and back into their favor, even just a little bit.
Yo, he is adding up that damage. It is relatively even, all things considered, but like you kind of pointed out at the beginning of this one, News is leaning very heavily into the sword, whereas Kaina's a little bit more hammer-focused.
Okay, now both of them got hammers in hand, though, so News definitely got to figure out a way to make something work here. Although relatively even percentage-wise or damage-wise here, News is now actually struggling a little bit. They do have to be a bit more confident here. I do like that, trying to get that stage control to Sarah. All right, you can find a way to take a strong lead here, News. You just got to find a way to get that confirmation into it. The Sarah definitely a strong option here.
He's staying inside this, but he jumps into the weapon toss. Kind of Ackerman gonna get that stock advantage, but this is the closest it's been in game number 2. News needs to find the finisher. He can't rely on those neutral SIGs, though.
Yep. I mean, he's definitely been a fan of those neutral SIGs, definitely throwing them out quite a bit. Almost taking that second stock, trying to even things up just some way, shape, or form. But Kaina, great weapon toss, getting a little bit of extra damage in there, too. The edge guard not going to be able to close it out.
Oh, News trying to pick and choose when he's attacking. There's the pickup. Downlight recovery cleans up the stock. Little bit of a damage advantage, but News is waiting for that weapon spawn. He wants the sword.
Yeah, he definitely wants the sword. Just keeps getting the hammer. And now you got to play a hammer game against Kaina, who honestly has really been favoring the hammer and been doing well with it. That's kind of a game I don't want to be a part of. So I wonder how News is going to find their way around it. Finally gets the sword that they have been seeking here. Let's see if they can even up the damage. Okay, nice little start. Good read.
I love the 3-piece there. Another ground pound. Kaina's gone. He knows it. Starts setting up camp just next to the box, and he's going to get taken out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always a big fan of that. You know, when you realize, you know, you're losing the game, you just gravity cancel taunt.
Yeah.
Big fan.
Just give him a salute goodbye. Give him a little emote to say, yep, you got me.
Yep,
Good ground
GGs.
pounds.
Good game. And as you can see right here, the damage is so much closer this time around. First game, it was like a 200-plus difference. This time, not even 20. So, honestly, that's a much better turnaround here. News looking a lot more confident. Maybe just kind of getting rid of that platform is kind of what helped them establish their game plan, try to get things going here. But as we wait to see our next game, look at that.
I love that graph. I mean, the damage difference, you talked about 20 points, but you didn't talk about the fact that it's 20 points in favor of the person who lost. It's all on the back of that final stock with the ground pounds. And News kind of stole out that victory.
Yeah, I mean, News just found the right position, got a couple ground pounds, closing it out. I mean, that's what it's all about. Sometimes you don't need to necessarily outplay your opponent for all 3 stocks. You just need to outplay them when it matters most, when they give you those opportunities, and that's what News took advantage of. But now going into Mammoth Fortress, this should be interesting because you kind of have that platform sometimes. The other times it's just on the side. So this kind of favors both players. You know, they both kind of got a victory one way or another.
Yeah, they have a platform, but you know what? Sometimes it's not in position for them. Kind of goes in for that down sig. Good dodges from News, not going to get hit. He's keeping even, and for once, News is on the weapon that he wants against kind of on the weapon he doesn't want.
Okay, and now a little bit of the reverse where we're seeing Kinda on the sword and News on the hammer. We'll see how both these players try to incorporate that into their game plan right at the stomp Sayer just to kind of keep Kinda off stage.
Snap!
Oh, you got a little too aggressive and Kinda made you pay for it.
Yeah, kind of went early with that ground. Sorry, News went early, kind of early on that ground pound, and then ended up in an awkward spot, but he's getting good damage in the side air. That's going to even it up immediately.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. I mean, Kinda definitely has to try and find a way to keep this momentum in their favor, right? Because News, I mean, was able to sneak out that second game, kind of like how you mentioned with those ground pounds, but you need to try and just work this all back just to have a strong lead here, because News seems to be a very big proponent on once they find an opportunity to capitalize on something, they really take it the extra mile.
Yeah, really just trying to push each of those inches. Right now, double dare. Goes for the GCN light, didn't quite connect, and kind of getting good damage built up because News had burned that dodge.
Kind of getting some onesies, twosies in here. Just a little bit of damage. Just trying to slowly build things up in their favor. Goes for a reverse sig? Okay. Unfortunately, not going to be exactly what they wanted, but they still find the stops there just to kind of get something going here. But, man, yeah, this is definitely a much slower-paced game than the first two.
Yeah, it's a battle of the stomps. Who's got the bigger feet as they go for stomp side airs after stomp side airs. Kind of Ackerman has the damage advantage. It's the scoop up to give him a huge stock advantage over News.
Yeah, just barely getting into orange, too. I mean, Kinda's got a nice little lead here. They can honestly play around with it. I mean, you see 6 minutes on the clock. I don't expect any sort of timeout to be coming out, but you have plenty of time. You have plenty of resources to slowly put this game in your favor. There's no reason to get crazy in here just because you want to get that quick 2-1 lead. Take your time. Uh-oh.
He's going deep. Fast falls to avoid the ground pound. Exhausted recovery, but he did get the wall touch. Doesn't matter, though. News again with the offstage, but he's pretty far behind here. Kind of can afford to go for those kind of wild plays.
But kind of does have to realize that twice now since they've gone off stage to try and edge guard News. News has turned it around and just taken straight up stocks from them. Not even like allowing them the chance to even get back. So kind of has to start respecting that a little bit. Like, yes, try to pick your spots, like spots that you are absolutely confident, but do not get overzealous because News is making you pay for it.
Yeah, News doing so good in the offstage, and right now he's doing so good in the onstage as he's finding hits, not taking too many punishes. Suddenly kind of finds the stomp side air, and News burns a dodge, has to use the weapon toss to make sure that touch is safe.
Okay, there we go. Continuing to do a good job here with the edge guard. Yes,
Nice.
another one. And taking the game. All of a sudden, News up 2-1. Dropping the first game, but making the adaptations necessary to get ahead here in the set.
And look at that damage difference. 1 point of damage between them. That's a weapon toss, which we may or may not see in one of these clips. But either way, News bringing it back, a lot of it off of those edge guards.
Yeah, honestly, just fantastic stuff. But this is like what we're talking about right here. Stop trying to edge guard me, says News, as we honestly just clears up another stock here and a beautiful edge guard once again. It just seems like if you are off stage and below News, that's bad news.
Yeah, News is doing it so intelligently with the way that he's doing these edge guards. It's like catching the movement of Kaina as Kaina starts to throw out a recovery, something that's like very clear, or it's Kaina's burned a lot of the movement to get to a position, and News is like, well, you basically have nothing left. I'm just going to hit you with a down air and finish it off. Fun little fact about that one, Kaina threw out more SIGs in that game than he did the rest of the set, and he hit one of them.
I mean, he definitely is, seems like he's definitely trying to get a little more aggressive with these signatures. I mean, we know that News is no stranger and not afraid to be throwing those out. That first game, we saw like, what, 5, 6, something like that.
He threw out quite a few of those hammer neutral SIGs. And then this time, News is the one who's actually reining it in. He threw out one signature. It didn't hit, but it's just kind of an interesting dichotomy where it seems like maybe reining in those signatures is working out for the players.
I mean, it kind of helps out too, especially like you don't need to rely on SIGs as much when you have that hammer, right? You've got a weapon that can just pretty much clean up some of those stocks for you without having to put in too much effort, or at least putting yourself in a vulnerable position, you know, to get punished as heavily as you can be. So yeah, we'll just see what happens in this Game 4. Right now, News 1 game away from advancing in the bracket. It could be bad news for Kaina.
It definitely would be a big upset. Kaina coming in as the top PR, going in against PR number 9. I'm not sure how much of a threat this puts on Kaina's flight, but it does make it a lot better for News' potential to get that flight.
Yes, yeah, for sure. It looks like we're going to be going back to Mammoth Fortress, which honestly News just won on. So again, they're feeling comfortable. After that first game, they figured out exactly what they need to be doing different, and they're really bringing it to Kaina in these games 2 and 3. Let's see if they can continue in Game 4 here as we again run it back to Mammoth Fortress.
And if I'm Kaina, I'm looking for more off stage. On stage. I'm looking to play the neutral game, win out, play that hammer, go for stomp side airs. And if you go off stage, I'm just going to hang out on stage and wait for my opportunity.
Yeah, seriously, just go for the ledge trap. Ooh, okay, maybe Kaina's waking up here a little bit, recognizing the situation.
He just went for the complete opposite. Instead, he just went full off stage, and you know what? It worked out better. Is he actually untouched? 0 to death?
Yeah, I think that's what the case is. That was just absolutely insane. Still not receiving a hit so far until obviously I said something. But yeah, News off to a rough start.
But he's bringing it back, starting to find some hits onto Kaina Ackerman's first stock, but every single hit is going in favor of Kaina Ackerman. Any trade is in favor of him as he hits a side air off the chase dodge. Looking for more. Down like ground pound, but the soft platform helps out News a little bit there.
Yeah, definitely kept them alive a little bit longer than maybe kind of wanted, but taking a second stock already, not even a minute into the game.
Can I introduce you to the word 3 stock? Because that's what's about to happen if... Oh! All right. He said, no, I don't want a 3 stock. I don't want you to get this stock either.
I'm not sure what happened. I think like because they knew they were in a bad position, they were trying to get News to follow them down as far as possible. And just trying to bait them into losing that stock. That's my guess, because I don't know what happened there.
I mean, it's a little bit of Brawlhalla chicken, right? If Kaina lets go of the ground pound, News is just going to bring a boot to his head. So he had to just commit. Either way, he still has a huge lead.
Oh, yeah, fantastic lead. And that actually will not be it quite yet. But the weapon toss might be able to secure that one. Yes, it will. We're going into a Game 5 already, the first set.
That was insanely fast, and News very quickly went through the stat screen so that you couldn't see the 65 that production really wanted to show off.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens in this Game 5 here. I'm not sure what stage we ended up going to, but we'll find out in just a moment's notice. But yeah, look at that damage taken. Oh,
that's brutal.
That is very brutal.
That's very brutal. That is like maybe 2 or 3 1 engagements, and that's it. But either way, we're going to game number 5. Kaina versus News. News hoping for the upset here in game number 5.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we can see that continue. But Kaina, after dropping 2 games in a row, started to wake up to say, oh, what am I doing here? I'm the higher ranked player. I need to start playing like it. And that Game 4 definitely showcased.
Yeah, he's just absolutely winning at every instance of the game, winning in the offstage, winning the onstage right now, trading out relatively even as he goes over to the hammer.
All right, and this is where they've been making a lot of their money is with this hammer. The stomp stairs are definitely a specialty for Kaina. Ooh, but a tough spot. Are they going to be able to make it back? No! And we see News take that first stock.
That was such a good edge guard and such a good recovery attempt from Kaina. He went for the weapon toss, trying to make sure it's protected to go for that wall touch, but News stays just above it and comes down with the side air as Kaina peaked up a little too high.
All right, now News trying to keep this momentum going here. They feel great, and especially after dropping a game 4, it's nice to see that mentality has not faltered one bit. Sometimes you recognize you get bodied, you got to go right to the next game, acting like nothing happened. It seems like News is on that mindset.
Got to shake it off. Start to get this extra credit here as you do have that stock advantage, and he's playing it safe. You can see him play a little bit higher. It's going to be pretty hard for Kind to catch him. He's generally looking for a recovery there.
But now News with a hammer. And not going to be able to, get any sort of damage. Kind of still trying to find a stock of their own. Does find it. Great stuff here. And we are waking up for Kind to try and close out this game 5.
Stock count does get evened up by Kind Ackerman. He's got the weapon advantage, and News playing aggressive into the hammer. Odd option there from Kind to go for the stomp into the neutral light, but he's still keeping the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, being able to juggle News at least a little bit definitely puts him in a tough spot there. They're trying to find a place to land. Finally gets their feet on the ground, gets a sword as well, and he's trying to fight back, News.
He can't find an opening. Every time he's trying to land, he's getting caught by Kind Ackerman. The damage is adding up. News finding some breathing room here, but he's still not finding hits onto Kind.
Okay, gets a weapon toss for a little bit of something, and gets a couple extra additional hits. This is actually really close. A one solid opening for either player might be able to close out a stock, Kind more so.
Oh, that's a big risk from News, and he's going to get hard punished for it. Kind Ackerman with a big lead now.
All right, but having all the weapons juggling around and decides to beat you up unarmed. That's just a little bit of a flex if I've ever seen one. Good stuff to Kinda, but the stomp's there. Not quite going to close this one out. The weapon toss. Yeah, very tough position. Kinda finds their footing. Back onto the stage here. Feeling good.
Yeah, an unfortunate second weapon toss there. I think it hit the platform, it hit the stage, so it didn't fly at the angle News wanted. Either way, again with the... He's betting so big on these NSIGs, and they're not working out.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, but at the same time, like, hey, just reset neutral, get something strong. This could be it. I like the weapon toss. Picks it back up with the recovery. Oh, this is getting scary.
News still has an opportunity. Find the hit, get the Zyder, maybe go to the final stocks, but another down air from Kinda, and it could be over. He misses.
Ooh, and News went for it, and that is gonna be it.
All right, guarantee it. Make sure that it's a flashy finish. Kinda Ackerman closes it out. 3-2 to go into the winners final.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from Kinda. I mean, they really went absolutely nutty in that game 4, right? Forcing a game 5 situation here and just kept it going. It's what you expect to see, the number 4 just saying, hey, listen, I am ranked as the better player here, and I'm going to showcase why. I'm going to beat you down, move on in the bracket, but that is not the end for News fans out there. Don't worry, they can still make a run in the elimination bracket. Guaranteed at least 5th place, though.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be pretty good. Again, tied for 5th place. But like you said, it's a double elimination. They still have more opportunities down on the lower side, and we might catch up with them in a little bit. But for now, we've still got another match on the winner's side.
Yep. Let's see. Who is going to be coming up next?
We got Power Ranger, and we've got Brujo. Brujo, again, another person who made that upset, beating out Fiend to get to this spot.
Yeah, this should actually be incredible, too. Brujo, fantastic player, but Power Ranger, definitely one of the more consistent players I've seen from South America. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. Both of them are going to be running some gauntlets here. The difference is the axe for Rayman and the spear for Wu Shang. So we'll see how that plays out.
By the numbers, most people would think it's Power Ranger favored. Most people would think that Power Ranger being PR number 1 means this is a basically guaranteed set. But in tournaments, it goes 3-2. It is just a slight lead, and guess what? It's in favor of Brujo.
Yeah, I mean, hey, we kind of saw that earlier with Sijaru. Technically the lower-ranked player, but for some reason they fight Acno, and they start playing like one of the best players in the world. So sometimes you just happen to be a really good player's kryptonite, and Brujo is looking to try and keep that going here, see if they can make it happen against Power Ranger once more, or is Power Ranger going to be able to even this up 3 apiece? We'll find out right now, starting off on Mammoth Fortress.
We'll see if Power Ranger can find the answer to the kryptonite. Maybe he'll find Metallo or just a nice bright sun to heat him up, but he's going in against Brujo. We've got an opportunity here for double gauntlets.
All right, but we're going to see the axe come out for Brujo first on the Rayman. This is where things are going to get interesting. The gauntlets are just such a versatile weapon. Crazy combo game. Does have some strong hits too, and really just super quick. So it definitely allows you, even if you miss something, you might be able to find a way out of getting punished.
You got a little bit of everything, right? You got some strings, you've got some combos, you've got some opportunities to reverse positions, and you got some heavy hitters as well with those recoveries.
Yep. And you can see both these players jockeying for position here, trying to get that opening that they want with the gauntlets. They are both just trying to nair each other.
Really good spot dodge there from Brujo, though, as Power Ranger goes for the immediate. Oh, double down light, saw the dodge, goes for the recovery, can't finish it, though. Damage being built up.
Yeah, and I mean, in just a few hits, we have Brujo evening it up in damage-wise here. Oh, wow, what a nice recovery. Threading the needle around Power Ranger. Now has the axe in hand. They could very well close out this first stock, but no! Power Ranger going to find first blood.
And that's that KO combo. Downlight into the recovery coming out from Power Ranger, but he's one hit from joining Brujo in the second stocks.
Yep, and Power Ranger, okay, got a little bit of extra damage. Nothing too crazy here, but Brujo just still trying to find that first stock here to put themselves on the board in this set. They are certainly struggling. Oh, unfortunately, dropping another one.
Yeah, didn't get the read on that one. There isn't the true combo off the sidelight, so Brujo has to make sure he knows exactly what Power Ranger's going to do. That time he didn't find the hit. Down Sig, not going to connect. Power Ranger still holding on to the stock, but he's not really finding that much damage on Brujo's second.
Okay, and there we go. Got the ground pound, but wasn't anything else to get out of it. Man, Power Rangers continues to just open up Brujo here and just put the damage down. Brujo still struggling to get the stock out of the way. The weapon toss won't be enough, but a second one will do.
2 weapon tosses coming out from Brujo. Lots of damage had to be put out on Power Ranger, and great momentum from Brujo to keep charging forward, get that acceleration on those weapon tosses.
And now we got spear and axe in hand. I believe this is the first time we've seen both these weapons on screen at the same time here. It's been pretty much just gauntlets, at least from one or the other. But yeah, it should be interesting. Power Ranger has gotten some great combos with the spear already, and Brujo, I feel like, hasn't really utilized the axe as much as we could be seeing.
No, he was definitely sitting on those gauntlets for a while. Oh, good spot dodge, avoids the down Sig, but Power Ranger has the movement, not getting caught out by the axe from Brujo. Brujo's in trouble, gets over the weapon toss, but he's bringing a lot of movement here. The down air, but he's not going to get the jump reset.
Unfortunate. I think they're definitely looking for that wall touch, but probably got a little bit nervous out there. Probably didn't forgot, exactly how many resources they had left, but definitely a great opening for Power Ranger to try and extend this lead a little bit further. Great combo game to get things started. A little bit of nice extra credit.
Yeah, that extra credit is adding up for Power Ranger. Brujo, again, in that awkward spot. Last time, he had to use weapon tosses to finish off the stock of Power Ranger. He's likely looking for a setup into a ground pound. One more? Oh, doesn't get the hit.
Okay, but Power Ranger, I'm pretty sure they got the wall either way, but the recovery definitely helped them recover to kind of continue the rampage they've been going on here. And this could be bad news. Doesn't get the weapon toss. Trying to find a way to close out this final stock here to take game 1. Power Ranger is just looking, man. They are on the hunt.
Didn't get the read that time, but he still picks up a downlight into the recovery. Power Ranger closes out game number 1, 2 stock advantage.
Yeah, and Brujo definitely looked like they were a little bit nervous here as you take a look at some of these stats.
That's insane. Okay, so people at home don't know that we have this whole stat screen on the left side, and Foda kind of talked about how when someone does better, their number is yellow. All of Power Ranger's numbers are yellow. He beat Brujo in the damage dealt, damage taken, the average damage per engagement, the accuracy on the light attacks, the light attacks thrown out. Every stat was in favor of Power Ranger.
Yep, just outplaying them. But as we get into the next game here, it looks like, is that Chun-Li?
Yes, gonna mirror the abilities of Wushang. So we've kind of got a mirror match, except that it's Chun-Li, so she's got Kikoken and things like that.
Yeah. So we'll see how that plays out right now. Looks like this is playing out a little bit better. The gauntlets, just having that higher mobility, definitely seems to be a huge opening here.
Yeah, definitely utilizing the gauntlets in a different way than he was with the Rayman. He's starting to find a lot more momentum, trying to reset for a second sidelight there. Power Ranger waits, tries to react to the dodge.
Okay, nice stuff. Brujo definitely looking a lot stronger in this game too so far. Has the spear in hand. What are they going to do with it? They're definitely looking for the opening and recovery. Won't be enough. Great weapon toss. Getting the spear back. Closing it out with the Sig as well. Beautifully played.
You see a spear. I see a ladder to success as Brujo will get that first stock off of Power Ranger and deny a weapon spawn for a little while. Doesn't try to take advantage of it. He's just going to try to play it safe.
Okay, but there we go. Power Rangers starting to find, the gauntlets. Maybe they can get a little bit of something going here because Brujo is starting to run away with this game just a little bit, building up a little bit of that extra credit that we've been talking about all day today.
Dodge.
Ooh, this is tough.
Oh, the Nair. It's going to actually launch Power Ranger up. He can thankfully unarmed Dare back to the stage and keep this stock alive, but that was a scary spot against Brujo.
Yeah, oh, just barely got the turnaround to be able to get that additional hit here. But, man, they are still struggling to close out this first stock from Brujo. But there we go. Finding the way to put it down, evening up 2 stocks apiece here. And still, Brujo's got a nice lead, but now unarmed, and we see what Power Ranger can do once they get their openings, man.
That was a little bit of like guns at high noon, right? They were both waiting to pull the trigger, and Brujo blinked right as Power Ranger came in, hit him with the SIG, and suddenly the stock counts evened up.
All right. Interesting spot so far. A little bit tough here, but Brujo's still trying to maintain this lead that they've got.
Punish.
But, oh, yeah, hard punish here. Power Ranger could potentially close out a stock if Brujo's not careful. No! Some way, somehow, finds her way back to stage. Won't take that stock either. Oh, still just barely missing out on it.
Didn't quite finish it off, but some great damage for Brujo. Swaps over to the spear, but Power Ranger's got a spear of his own. Another downlight could be the stock for Power Ranger. Throws out the side sig. Brujo can't punish. Side sig of his own.
That's a lot of side sigs coming out. No one able to find the mark they need to close out the stock and take the lead. That won't do it either. And now Gauntlets in hand. Can they find the opening? Oh my God!
Missing punish after punish. They're both so narrowly doing it, but the recovery from Power Ranger will finally give them that stock advantage. But, I mean, one hit. Brujo's coming in, downlight recovery, and we're back to even.
Absolutely. Now it's just a matter of finding that opening because Power Ranger, it seems like every game that we've seen so far, Brujo's off to the hot start, and Power Ranger just starts to slowly grind away, taking the lead from you, and it just seems like there's nothing that Brujo can do.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Good ground pound coming out from Brujo. Saw that spot dodge from Power Ranger, so he was in kind of an awkward spot. Final stocks here, but again, Power Ranger's got the stock advantage. Or, not, sorry, game advantage.
Yes. But, okay, here we go. Brujo with the gauntlets, not going to be able to convert the way they want to, and now it's a gauntlet battle to try and close this out. Power Ranger! Oh, that was huge!
Great read from Power Ranger. Caught the dodge out from Brujo. Downlight into the recovery again for Power Ranger. Chase dodges. Doesn't get the second recovery.
Oh, went for the downlight, but going to get punished for it. Brujo now opening them up. Tried to go for a SIG and punished with one of Power Rangers instead. And now we got a nice 2-0 lead here for Power Ranger.
The side SIG battle, I have to say, going in favor of Power Ranger. Both of them were throwing out the side SIGs a lot, but Power Ranger was starting to find more punishes on the wisp from Brujo.
Yeah, I mean, really just kind of taking his time, just recognizing the situation. And yeah, these side SIGs were just flying all over the place. But as we go into Miami Dome for Game 3, we really need to see if Brujo can rise to the occasion here, find a way to even things up, or actually just taking a game. Never mind even things up.
Yeah, he just wants to make sure that he doesn't get 3-0 and a handshake right now as he's going in onto Miami Dome. And, of course, he's going to be the first one to pick up a weapon, has the spear in hand, but no hits on the Power Ranger just yet.
Yeah, with the way that Power Ranger is playing right now, especially after that second game, I mean, just really showing how dominant they really can be. They are feeling good. They're looking good. And Brujo's is trying to make something happen here, trying to utilize these blast zones on Miami Dome to try and get a little bit of an early lead.
Yeah, I mean, considering how many side sticks were thrown out, with how close the side KO boxes can be, oh no, Brujo's out of there. Big KO for Power Ranger.
Got a little bit of a flex with the platform movement. That's what I like to see, just letting them know, hey, you know, I did say close out that stock, but look how much I can dance.
Let me style a little bit with it. NSIG comes out from Brujo, though. Not quite enough to finish off the stock of Power Ranger.
Brujo tried to go for, you know, a nice aggressive option there, but put themselves off stage. Still finds a way to close it out with the SIG. Beautiful stuff here. Brujo is still a little bit behind, but honestly, one combo here could really even this up.
I love the adaptation to go for the Kikosho there instead of the side SIGs, because the side SIGs, they weren't working. They have this horizontal movement. Kikosho covers both sides, covers stacked as well, and that's what works out against Power Ranger.
Well, Brujo, okay, starting to get something going here, but Power Ranger finding their way out and powering into their own combo.
Oh, snap.
Ooh.
He hits. He got the wall touch, though. Power Ranger turns it around, and another stock for Power Ranger.
Oh, my goodness. That's definitely a feels bad if I've ever seen it. And if you're Brujo, you're feeling like, you know, hey, all right, I finally got his number. I'm going to be able to take this lead. And Power Ranger says, nah, man, like, you're not me. Watch how this actually works out. And just really just flipping the script on him.
It just says, let me show you how this is done. Goes in for the NSIG. Brujo able to avoid it, but this is almost a full lap in favor of Power Ranger.
Power Rangers, yeah, just putting down some great damage here. Oh my God, dancing around him and getting a huge punish here, and then close it out with the 3. Oh my goodness, Power Ranger.
Power Ranger showing his dominance, showing why he's PR #1, and showing why he has the best chance to get a flight and hotel to the mid-season invitational. Power Ranger, absolute dominance in that one.
Yeah, there's no other way to get around that right now. That was just beautifully played. You could definitely see the damage difference here, about 120, 121 actually to be specific. But yeah, man, the way Power Ranger played, just hardcore punishes at like all over the place, man. That was insane.
This is so good, and of course, I love that it's kind of whatever weapon he wants in the moment, right? It's not just the gauntlet show. It's not just the spear show. He has great moments with the gauntlets where you'll win an offstage engagement, get those ground pounds, and then sometimes he'll switch over to the spear, get that dodge read, get that downlight recovery.
Yeah, I mean, it's really not all supposed to talk about that, but I think we are going to cut over to our analyst, Remy, for a little bit here. Not ready. Excuse me.
Just kidding. Not yet.
Not
we
yet.
still got
Not
time.
yet.
We got Power Ranger. Again, it was an incredible match. I want to bring up the graphs for a second there from Power Ranger and Brujo in that last one, just because, like, it's how do ratios work? 2 to 3, 1.5. For every one stock that Power Ranger had, he got 1.5 of Brujos, which is just that's just good math. That's good trading if you look at those graphs.
Yeah, no, seriously. I mean, you also just look at the actual damage output difference between the spears, too. I mean, granted, these basically are the same character, but the spear difference is huge. The gauntlets was pretty even throughout the most part there. And unarmed, again, actually completely even, but it's that spear difference. And that's exactly what Power Ranger is trying to, let us all know. Said, hey, man, look, we might go even in some ways, but how good are you across the board? And Power Ranger showing that they are just a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, when you win the 1v1, specifically in the mirror match, you get to say spear diff. You get to say wushang diff, say that you're just the better one. Power Ranger and Brujo, an incredible match that I'm sure Remy has some great insights for. Let's hear what Remy has to say.
Very, very beautiful from Power Ranger there, showing off why he is PR1 and the better Wushang. Starting off, it was not always a mirror match. Chun-Li not Wushang, but it's still a mirror there with the signatures. We want to look at the starting of that set. The first game, I'm going to start off right there for you. It's going to be what Wushang loves best. It's going to be quick. It's going to be simple. You're going to notice it right away. Look at that. Boom. Simple dodge read, catches that spot dodge. It's what every spear player wants to do. It's what every Wushang player wants to do on both weapons. But he takes it a step further. He doesn't just play it like that on the spear. He has both weapons in mind when he's playing this out. I paused that perfectly. You guys got to shout me on where I paused that perfectly. Look at this dodge punish. That was a spot dodge. I paused it maybe too perfectly. Let's see the frame right before it. Boom, dodge is gone. This downlight hits swiftly, catches it out, and that's a quick 3-piece for the gauntlets. It goes even further. Maybe it's even a 4-piece for the gauntlets there also. But that's not where it stops. It continues on. Another 3-piece coming up real quick for you. That's another dodge caught out right there in the air. And this is why you pick this character. When people make mistakes like this, you're going to get so much value out of it. That spot dodge is huge value. He backdashes just to get right in position. Look at that movement. It's pristine. It's clean. And he carries it up even into the next matchup, into the next game. Clear that off. Let's see what happens here. How these dodge reads getting insane value worked out for them. 3-piece into the signature, not usually true, but just because we had that extra dodge, that extra value, we're going to see the SIG come out instead of the Zyder. The Zyder may or may not have worked here, but the SIG definitely gets the job done perfectly. That's going to be a clean KO. Congrats to Power Ranger for winning that set. Pass it off to you guys.
And now we have 2 people in our winners final, guaranteed a top 3 finish for both Power Ranger and who is it? You got it. What's the other one? Kinda. It was a pop quiz, and we both failed. Kinda Ackerman is on the other side. Of course, the top 2 PR that are on the winners' side, PR1 and PR4. But now we go into the elimination side of the bracket where things get tense, especially for the people who are expected to get into those top 3s, expected to get their flights to the midseason invitational.
Yep, it looks like we're going to be seeing West taking on Hughes next here. So this should be very, very interesting. West, one of the stronger players for sure, I believe was upset by kinda?
No,
who were they upset by? I forget.
It was not Brujo. It was News. It was News.
Yeah,
West was upset by News
Yes.
2-3. But now I think a lot of people are going to be upset because these are two people that have a lot of fan favoritism. People love Wes and people love Hughes. Hughes coming in with the Vector versus Wes on the Macho Man.
Mm-hmm. Vector is a character I feel like we don't see a whole lot. And man, it's like the one thing I hear all the time is that Vector just looks like such a cool character, but happens to fall short in a few moments. But we'll see how Hughes tries to bring it out here. Obviously, Macho Man is a strong character all around. You know, they got the Rocket Lance as well as the axe, if I remember correctly.
Yep, a battle of the lances for now at the very least. Side stick thrown out. Wes misses the punish, but he'll get that wall touch safely. And Yu's going to back away. Didn't see the opportunity for the ground pound, and he's going to instead go for more neutral gains as he is getting these nairs onto Wes.
Man, it's just a rocket battle all over the place. Rocket Man just coming through, and oh my goodness, that was a huge first stock here from Hughes.
A fantastic pickup for Hughes, and now he's got a massive lead over Wes. One of the people considered to be the best lances, not only in South America, but in the world.
But yeah, Hughes just absolutely bullying him across the stage. We see the axe come out for Wes, trying to find something, hopefully trying to put something into their favor. But Hughes, just look at that. Okay, does take a few strong hits there. Wes starting to really get their motor going. Oh, look for a strong down sig, won't be able to get it.
Even though that motor has started going, it's only a V2 right now because he's behind. He is almost a full stock behind Hughes at this point, and Hughes could start thinking about going for another sidelight nair dodge read.
Ooh, nice weapon toss. All right, now has the Rocket Lance in hand. Not going to be able to close that out. Just barely surviving that one, but now unarmed. What does Hughes have to say? Just good there. The standstill defense.
The ultimate mind games. The do nothing. Wes expected the panic jump. You saw that recovery come out, and Hughes was like, nope, I'm going to hang out here. Unfortunately, couldn't extend the stock, but he's got a great extra credit here.
You got to have a great read on your opponent for your defensive option to be do nothing. Like, that's actually kind of insane. But we can see the SIGs trying to come out here for Hughes. They are certainly trying to close that one out. Does find a way to get it done either way. Now up a whole stock here, relatively fresh. They're kind of in the yellow here, but they got like a lot of room to mess with.
Yeah, this is huge. Hughes, the underdog in this one. Definitely lower PR. Wes was the favorite for this, but right now, Hughes is looking so good.
Yeah, Hughes is looking fantastic here. Okay, great weapon toss, actually, stopping the ground pound from even being a factor and closing out the stock in the process. I don't know, man. To the right, at least.
I know where it ended, but the entire middle of it just disappeared.
Well, we at least know where it ended up. That is correct. But yeah, now we're in a last stock situation here. Wes only got a little bit of damage on him, and honestly, gonna take a little bit of a lead here as well. Looking much stronger. It seems like they got a read on exactly how Hughes is trying to play, and they're getting some strong punishes.
Yeah, Wes was definitely losing out in the Lance v. Lance mirror match, but when he swapped over the axe, started to find more success, starting to find more hits. The down airs connect, doesn't get the weapon toss, and suddenly Hughes has the weapon advantage.
Yep, but gave him the Rocket Lance, and no weapon in hand for Hughes. All tried to go for something big, not going to be able to get the hit that they want. And now the bow in hand. Can Hughes close it out? No, not quite yet.
Reminder that Wes is seed number 1 here in the elimination bracket. If he gets taken out here, it's going to be big. The downlight recovery. Hughes one hit away from getting the game advantage.
Yep, and Wes just trying to find a way to land. They get a nice weapon toss, bullying them off stage. Now Hughes does have a bow, okay, and now the axe coming back out. The axe has pretty much grinded the game back into their favor, but that won't last for much longer as Hughes takes game 1.
They're immediately back into the bands. Wes is like, you know what? I just need to get axe early and we're good to go. Hughes winning out in the damage dealt, damage taken.
Yeah, I mean, do you ever see someone who's already, like, so ready to get into the next match that you see the ban screen come up while the game is still active?
It's like a newer thing. I think, like, Boomy matches are the ones where I see it the most. He's the one who'll, like, finish a game and is already mashing the go next button.
Yep. Well, anyway, we're going to go right back to Apocalypse here. West seems to be comfortable. It looks like they know what they want to do, and they're trying to get some big punishes. But Hughes started off strong, finished strong, but there's a little bit of a messy mid-game.
Yeah, there was kind of an awkward center to that sandwich, but either way, still tasted good for Hughes because he got one game. West with the axe in hand, gonna try to get some stuff working here.
Ooh, tough spot to beat. Okay, does find a way back to the stage. Nice unarmed recovery as well, just trying to rack up this damage. Look at that, not even opting to go for the weapon. Finally does pick it up though, and that's where West finds their opening to get some nice damage on it.
And yet Hughes still building up a little bit more damage. Gets the neutral sig read onto Wes, and Hughes has the lead.
That was actually kind of nasty. And now, again, maintaining that lead like we saw in game 1.
He's going to try to build up more. Side light down air, puts Wes off stage. Doesn't go for the side air read. Instead, backs away. Again, just wants to get the extra credit.
And now we got that Rocket Lance battle just coming to fruition here. Both players, like, look at this. They're taking their time. Like, listen, you got your side of the stage, I got my side of the stage, and now we're going to joust at one point. But Wes goes and throws away the Lance, and Hughes gets a little bit of damage outside of that. Now bow in hand, running away, trying to bait them into an option. And this is looking good for Hughes.
The weapon toss bouncing Wes off the stage, actually helping him out there, but Hughes gets a big recovery hit. Hughes could go up 2 stocks over Wes. Wes yet to find a weapon for a while. Soft punish on the N-Sig.
Yeah, I mean, definitely went for an option, that's for sure. Not quite going to close it out here. Goes for the weapon toss. Tries to go for the gravity cancel and not going to be able to get anything out of it. And now they're in a tough spot because this axe is bad news for Hughes. But they are looking much better in this game, even though they won game 1.
Good decision-making from Hughes, picking his opportunity to come back up on stage. He's playing the unarmed out. Wes is finding hits. Hughes, he can stick around. He's got an extra stock behind this one, and Wes gets the side light. Side air, he'll even up the stock count, but he's 1 hit from getting down to his final stock.
Yeah, honestly, Hughes just needs to win neutral once, and that's 100% a stock gone. And as you can see, they're kind of dancing around. Notice they had their invulnerability for a bit, and just, you know, they saw the weapon spawn, pick it up. Let's see what they can get done with this bow. Bow can answer a lot of options, picks it up, takes that second stock, and Hughes looking good.
This upset is mounting. Hughes with the Vector, 1 stock away from putting Wes down 2. Wes, he's got a Lance in hand, but he's been losing the Lance mirror match.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely where Hughes has been really shining here. This Lance has actually just been incredible the whole way through. Not only just picking and choosing their spots to go on the full frontal attack, but also just this punishment game while they're off stage.
Yo, Wes throws away the Lance, axe in hand. It's a side air. He didn't take too much damage for the brief time that he was there.
Yeah, but look at this. Gonna get a little bit of extra. Read all about it, though. Wes trying to close it out, but no. Goes for a recovery back on stage, and then the ground pound in the center of it. They were definitely looking for something. I feel like they might be getting a little desperate to close this one out.
Yeah, Hughes just trying to find some footing here. No weapon spawns as Wes has been able to deny a bunch of them. And again, it's kind of similar to what happened in game number 1, where Wes kind of just makes Hughes' second stock disappear.
And now Hughes, I mean, we feel like he's on the back foot, right? We just saw how game 1 played out. Game 2 really shaping up to be the same. And then, like you said, it was kind of a messy sandwich in the center, but as long as it tastes good, who cares? And Hughes is looking for that delicious game 2 victory.
Yeah, he's hoping this one turns out to be a sloppy Joe, but right now we'll find out what that bun is made out of. He hits the side air, gets the offstage opportunity, but Wes, the dare hits!
All right, but he's going to make it back against the wall touch. Hughes in a fantastic spot, but Wes with the axe in hand, going for the weapon toss too, trying to stop Hughes from picking up a weapon. The Rocket Lance tosses it away. What are you doing, Hughes? Get back!
Oh, he went risky with the offstage attempt, unarmed against Wes. Doesn't get the punish on the whipped side air.
Ooh, okay, not going to close that one out, but Wes, now, okay, finally gets their footing onto the ground here. Able to survive, but Hughes looking to close it out. Oh, no, not what they wanted.
That dare almost catching the hair of Macho Man. Good dodge through the side air. Hughes off stage, avoids the weapons, gets the wall touch. Wes has the advantage, stage and weapon.
And I like how Wes didn't go for the edge guard. They said, I'm going to go pick up a weapon here. You can get back on stage. Oh, my God. They're blasting off again all over the place. And one of them is trying to find the hit. Is that going to be enough? Hughes takes game 2. Oh, my goodness. Once again, just like game 1.
SpaceX versus NASA. Both of them just launching rockets all over the place. But Hughes, like you said, manages to squeak it out in the final moments. He is up 2-0, and Wes has got to figure out how to make every stock play like that second stock.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be a tall order for sure. And you can see, again, damage was very close, about a 50-something difference there. I mean, they were just battling back and forth. But if I am Hughes, even though I'm up 2-0, I'm still feeling a little bit nervous because the way that Wes is playing during that second stock, he's basically going down and eliminating a second stock like it's nothing, right? Now, what if he gets off to a hot start?
Some like this maybe from Wes. Didn't quite get the jump read with that second side air in the sky, but either way, he's definitely looking a lot stronger, at least at the start of this.
Okay, Use trying to get something going here, but yeah, Wes absolutely on fire here. What a read! Not going to be able to take out the stock, but the axe toss will definitely allow him to pick it up with that Sarm. Beautiful.
And kind of like what you were saying right now, Use has got to be sweating because both of the games he won, he had a massive lead to start it off. Now it's Wes with the lead.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you need to drop 2 games to start turning on a little bit, and Wes certainly is looking like they are on fire for sure. Use really got to make some big plays here. We saw what they can do with the Rocket Lance. It looks like they're kind of struggling to make it happen here. They do find a way to the other side of the stage, thank goodness.
Yeah, those active frames on the Nair, making him fall really far on that one. But still, he's behind.
Yeah, he is behind by quite a bit, trying to close that one out, but Wes not going to allow that hit to take place and getting a nice little punish in the process as well, but a beautiful weapon toss. And you know, it's not too bad. You are not quite in the red, but you're really close. Use needs to start playing very defensively here.
He does manage to steal out the weapon spawn. Going to try to deny from Wes, but Wes finds a lance. Oh, man, that recovery could have been it.
And Use trying to make a play here, but Wes feeling very comfortable right now, too. You got to be careful in those types of scenarios. You don't want to drop the lead. There we go. Beautiful.
Yep. Wes just gets the axe, picks it up, neutral light, and he's back to the lance. Use now very far behind. Going to try to do what Wes was doing in the previous 2 games.
All right, there we go. Oh, no!
Nice 3-piece.
That was a beautiful combo. Definitely getting something a little bit started here. You need a few more of those to take out this second stock, and you got to try playing a bit defensively because Wes is really getting some strong reads here.
Gets the Nair from below. Oh, goes for the read. Wes with the turnaround side air. That's all he needed. That's all she wrote, and he is going to put himself on the board 1-2.
Yeah, definitely a rough spot there, but you know what? You got that game 3 out of the way. You got your loss out of the way, but it's all about dialing it back here, recognizing what you did wrong in that game, and then trying to turn it around in game 4. You want to stop the bleeding because, man, we've seen quite a few reverse 3-0s today. You don't want to be the first one on the South American stream. Come on.
Would definitely be a tragedy. We are seeing Use take away Small Brawl Haven. Did not like the map, how small it can feel, so he's going over to Apocalypse for game number 4.
Yep, definitely a great stage for him so far. He's performed well on it twice now and got the bow in hand here as Wes is trying to make it all happen with the Rocket Lance. And, man, they are certainly struggling a little bit. Got a couple strong hits, but you need to be a little bit more consistent with that. There we go.
Oh, he's starting to find more momentum, even more momentum. Use yet to find a hit onto Wes, wants the lance.
And there we go. Use finally got to Rocket Lance where they are feeling most comfortable trying to get this going here. But like you mentioned earlier, Wes, one of the best Rocket Lance users in the world, kind of really turning it on when they really need to get it going.
Yeah, it took him a little bit to find the fuel tank, but he put the gas in, and now he's going. And he's over to the axe to try to finish this stock off of Use. The side air will do it.
Yes, great stuff there. And Wes has certainly woken up going down 2-0. But sometimes that's where the difference is between good players and great players. It's even when you're down, how do you respond? And Wes is responding.
A nice 4-piece red. The dodge got the turnaround side light down air. Gets extra as well as Use. Full stock behind, and Wes is making it a struggle for Use.
Yeah, dude, Wes has just really got the rhythm going. They are feeling the rhythm of the night here, but Use, oh my goodness, this is not looking good. This is looking really bad for Use fans.
Feel the rhythm, feel the ride, cool runnings, and unfortunately the bobsled's not going in favor of Use. Huge, more than a full stock advantage for Wes.
Yeah, this is, Wes can kind of mess around here a little bit. Again, it has time on their side. And still living that one. Like, at this point, you could even try to mess around, try to bait Use into, like, an offstage scenario. You can get a real cheap stock out of it. But even then, like, you got the resources. Does get that stock out of the way, but that's a big lead. That's a huge lead.
Yeah, that took a lot for Use to finish off one stock of Wes. Use does have the lance in hand. This is the opportunity, but can they make a stock of Wes disappear?
I mean, we'll certainly see. Right now, Wes got the axe in hand, and they have been playing phenomenal with the axe, too. The axe is kind of what has been consistent throughout this entire set, but the Rocket Lance has definitely warmed up the past 2 games.
Yeah, Wes has just had a clean axe game, and it's looking clean again against Use. Perfect movement around him, but Use starts to find some hits, gets a great neutral air, but again, trades in favor of Wes.
Okay, ooh, okay, you starting to rev up the engine here, starting to get things going a little bit. Can they find their way back? No, the weapon toss to secure the dub. And we got a game 5 situation here. Use, don't let it be you.
Game 5, elimination point. Whoever gets taken out here is done for the day. Wes wants to continue and almost guarantee that flight and hotel.
Yeah, I mean, but look at that difference here, the damage. Like 235. That's a lot. And Use, again, we kind of talked about it. Use starts off strong, finishes strong. But now all of a sudden, Wes is starting off strong and staying strong the whole way through. Use has got to figure something out.
Yeah, no more sandwiches at the cafeteria for Use. He needs to find one more in the freezer. He's got the lance, he's got the damage. Wes not going over to the weapon just yet, and Use is going to punish him for it.
Okay, yeah, definitely Use has got a little bit of something going on here. That's a great start. And this is exactly what they need to be able to answer back, because Wes has been phenomenal these past 2 games, basically looking untouchable.
Use is finding more and more hits, though. Wes suddenly finds some momentum, doesn't get the down sig read this time.
Okay. Oh, big punish here, looking to
over
close
it.
out the stock. But now we got Use
Punish.
getting back to the stage. Yep, bow in hand.
Good movement from Use, able to dodge past. Downlight Zyder puts Wes off stage. Weapon toss not going to hit. Use is hanging out there, and Wes punishes him with the recovery.
And Wes tosses out that rocket lance, trying to find something, but does not do anything with the axe after they pick it up. And now Use in a beautiful spot, going to juggle these weapons a little bit. Stick with the rocket lance, because, man, that's where they really shine.
Good decision-making go in with that downlight, gravity cancel, neutral, heavy. It's the more optimal forced decision to make, and was able to clean up that stock. Needs to get extra credit, but he won't find much.
Yeah,
Just put his name on the paper.
Definitely got a little bit, and got a little creative there, too. Definitely had the weapon toss, the soft weapon toss. Tried to combo something out of that, but Wes was definitely ready to get a strong punish, closing out the stock there. Look how even this game is all of a sudden. Both players playing at their max potential, or so it seems.
This match could be so huge for either player. Getting an upset here from Use could propel the PR upward. Goes for the N-Sig read. West just outside of it.
Yeah, I do like the attempt. They've been really conservative about throwing that sig out, but when they do, it's really close. So, I mean, West does have to feel a little bit of nervousness there. Look at this, trying to keep them weapon starved, but no, West is going to find the rocket lance for themselves. Not going to get the hit that they want, but now they got him off stage. Can they close it out? Not going to land the nair.
The movement from West, backdashing, trying to get around Use, trying to get turnarounds. Use with the side air. He's got the bow. Down sig connects. Use is one stock away from knocking out the top seed.
One stock away from, again, like you said, knock out the top seed. Moving on and bracket here, West. And like West is a great player. And not only that, but like he's, like you said, one of the best rocket lance users, and you're taking it to him with the rocket lance?
This is huge for Use. Down sig connects. It's not enough. The metal on Vector just a little too strong.
It's like an alloy or something. That dude is heavy. As he tries to find a way back on the stage, we do see West back off, going for the weapon start, picking up the rocket lance themselves. Does allow you to get on stage, but I mean, if they don't have a weapon, you got a rocket lance in your hand, you can create so much chaos, so much havoc. And there we go, taking that second stock.
Just a matter of time until he found that hit. Everybody on their final stocks. This is the decider in game number 5. Elimination point on either player.
Use fans are getting a little bit nervous here. The Use guys definitely trying to rally around for their boy Use with a huge combo to get things started.
Goonies cheering right now. Hey, Use guys.
Hey, Use guys.
Nair's coming out on both sides. Downlight not going to connect. No turnaround this time from Use. He wants the stage, but Wes is keeping control.
Oh, dude, these guys are just trading stares back and forth. And oh my God, they're just on top of each other, just waiting to see one take an opening to try and get something going, but the punish game from West right now.
And he finds it! The side air from West will breathe a sigh of relief. He continues on, just narrowly avoiding getting knocked out.
That's a lot of threes up there, but yeah, wow, what a beautiful game between these two players. Use should not be hanging their head low. Their head should be held high at the moment. You really took one of the best players in your region to game 5, last stock, last hit situation. I mean, It may not be the desired outcome, but you definitely played super, super well.
That's one you can go home to your friends and say 3-2, but it was close.
Yeah, no, seriously.
It was close.
3-2, but
We're
close.
saying it for you. Just clip us saying 3-2 and it was close, and you can show that off to your friends, because that was basically one hit from a massive upset.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was honestly just either player just having that one strong opening. It would have gone either way. Just happened to be in Wes's favor, which honestly just works out for Wes. Again, beautifully played. Moving on in the bracket here on the elimination side of things, but yeah, I just can't help but feel for Hughes. You know, it's a character I feel like we don't see as represented. Kind of want to see him, but I'm also a big Macho Man fan, so I mean, like, you know.
I mean, either way, one fandom was going to get upset, right? There's a whole subsect of the player base that loves seeing Vector regardless of who's playing it, and there's a whole subsect of the player base who loves Wes regardless of who Wes is playing, and either way, someone was going to be a little bit sad.
Yeah, 100%. But again, congratulations to Wes for clutching it out. Was that a reverse 3-0?
It was.
Oh, man.
Hughes was so close. So close to finishing it off, and then Wes just found the hits, found the momentum, and is going to be continuing on. And if what I see on the side is correct, we have potential for something massive, because one of the top 4 is not here. Fiend knocked out of the bracket. Instead, we've got Ailzo and Hazard L over there.
That's kind of scary. And, like, like, again, Fiend, just a fantastic player. And, I mean, it just goes to show that Ailzo rose to the occasion here. But what's even more scary is when we look at the head-to-head between these two, and leans heavily in the one player's favor.
Well, to be fair, Hazard L is a world champion. A 5-0 lifetime score is it's pretty nice, to say the least. Hazard L has won every single time they've run into Ailzo, but hey, maybe this is the one. This is the exception. It's the Doctor Strange going.
Yeah,
you saw the movie. You know.
I haven't seen the second one.
Okay, well,
thanks. I will know what to look for now.
yeah. Just look for Benedict Cumberbatch going like this, and you'll be like, oh, there's that.
I'm like, Duke did that. Oh, man.
You can you can be the meme of the dude on his couch with the popcorn just pointing at it like, ah! But either way, Hazard L and Ailzo are going to get into it. Hazard L, again, a world champion rebranded to Hazard L. And guess who we won with? Jae Yun, the character he's going to be playing against Ailzo.
Yep, and this is definitely a very interesting character. Great sword. I've seen some mixed opinions about this. It's strong weapon, right? But the frame data on it seems to be lacking, especially compared to other options. However, some people just make Great Sword look like an absolutely monster weapon. Like, it's actually kind of insane. Hazard L, no exception to this.
It's one of the weapons that, like, takes a long time to get started. Lots of startup frames on the attacks, but once it gets that hit, it gets so much off of it.
And it's got to be tough, too, because you got to be really consistent with your swings, because going against Ailzo right here on the Hasuri, and they got the guitars in hand, like, anytime you miss, you're getting punished. Like, there's just no way around it.
Yeah, Qatar's a similar string weapon. Will have a little bit of quicker startup, so it might be able to find the gaps inside of those Great Sword whiffs, but great read from Hazard L, and he'll get the 3-piece, immediately pulls it out, and he goes over to the sword to finish it off.
Okay, tried to go for the ground pound. Not going to find it, but not going to get punished for it either. Oh, my God, barely living there.
If that was the third finisher for the neutral, it would have had more, but because he went neutral into neutral, a little bit less force, still great position for Hazard L, and Ailzo bets it on the ground pound, doesn't find the hit.
That's called putting fear into your opponent by just existing in their space, and that's why Ailzo fell to their doom. And unfortunately for them, they're going to cost them a stock, and they are starting to lose this a lot. Right now, Hazard L going nearly a full stock ahead. It's pretty close.
Oh, man. Hazard L is starting to catch more and more off of Ailzo. Ailzo keeps going for this spot dodge off hit, and Hazard L, if he starts to read into that, is going to get more off of it as he gets so much off one read.
Was that a 0 to death on the second stock?
It might as well have been. I think he got tapped a couple times.
It was close.
But you know what? No one's going to correct us, right?
Yeah,
YouTube comments don't care.
Listen, it all feels the same. Like, it feels bad if you're Ailzo. We're going to see if Ailzo can try to find a way to turn this around, try to use their superior frame data at the moment. But, man, you're getting juggled at the moment, just trying to struggle to land on the ground.
Oh, and Hazard L back to the Great Sword. Doesn't get the dodge read that time. Ailzo just trying to find a hit. Wants to make sure he doesn't get 3-sock to start this off. Gets a ground pound, but it's not enough.
Okay, and does find their way back to the stage. Ailzo was just trying to get their first stock. Still not going to be able to find it. Unfortunate. And now Hazard.
Oh! All right, if you're going to get a stock, that's a great way to get a stock.
Yeah, definitely a way to answer back here, but still you got 2 more to go through. But you know what? Sometimes game 1s is all about collecting data, and hopefully Ailzo can collect what they need, because I don't think they're going to collect the dub here.
Yeah, hopefully he's got someone out there canvassing, doing some surveys, getting some polls out there to find out what the answer is, because Hazard L is about to take game number 1 if Ailzo doesn't do something massive.
I mean, Ailzo's starting to kind of get it going. They're using their movement speed to their advantage. They're diving in and diving to the top blast zone as well as Hazard L takes that first dub. And man, they had some incredible combos to get started here. I mean, we look over at some of the stats, and the difference damage is by more than 50%. Like that's 100%.
That was definitely the Hazard L show. And now you're seeing that second stock where Hazard L got so much, he even got a reset in there. It wasn't just the one dodge read and then went for a 3-piece. He extended it to get more distance to the left side to make sure that when he got that finishing side light, it was enough to finish off the stock.
I mean, look at the difference here. You look at the light attacks too, and it's just Hazard L just got so much more out of everything that they wanted to do there. I mean, you see how much damage they got with the great sword, right? But even just the regular sword still putting down so much.
Man, Hazard L's first stock got to see all 3 of Ailzo's. So we'll see if Ailzo can change something up, because right now history says Hazard L is going to be taking the big W. Ailzo bringing us to Apocalypse for game number 2.
Now, Hazard L has been playing fairly aggressive, but what I think Ailzo might be looking for here is because of how fast the Suri is, they might be able to try and stuff out a lot of Hazard L's options and kind of stop them from being able to reset neutral as much.
I like that dodge away from Ailzo at the very least, kind of changing it up, at least not only going for spot dodges, goes for a wake up this time, and will catch Hazard L moving.
Yep, but now Hazard L on the hunt, trying to find a way to close out this stock. Putting down a little bit of damage here. Ailzo is definitely playing this much better, though. They are still behind. Not going to lose the stock quite yet, but
that's a big hitbox. That great sword tossed from the left side finds the hit onto Ailzo, and again, Hazard L with the lead.
I threw that from downtown, man. That was actually insane. But yeah, Hazard L, again, off to a strong lead. But Ailzo is looking much better this time around. I mean, we see him almost in the red. It's a dark orange for sure. And Ailzo has to try and use his movement speed as best as possible. But you got to find a way on the stage first.
Again, Ailzo with the spot dodge on Hazard L. And Hazard L, you want runway as a greatsword player, but the fact that he managed to get so much in the air on Ailzo, that's big.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely has a nice little download on his opponent, figuring out exactly how they want to play around this. But okay, Hazard L continuing to try and put down this pressure. Ailzo just kind of struggling just to keep their feet on the stage. They're jumping around a lot, and when they're not jumping, they're just being juggled. So
Hazard L in full control, looking for the finisher here. Ailzo again trying to find the stock, goes for the uppercut, doesn't quite finish off the stock of Hazard L.
Okay.
Doesn't want the sword just yet. There it is. Recovery. Okay. Keeps the stock count even for a little bit.
Yep. And I mean, you are in the red here, but you're already off to a much better start than game 1, right? You're answering back a little bit. You definitely collected some data. You're definitely trying to change up how you're approaching Hazard L, you know, in any way, shape, or form. Doesn't matter the weapon. Right now, unarmed. Look at this beautiful combo. Drops it, unfortunately, but definitely a nice start.
Yeah, that's one thing that's tough about Katars is like you go for the down air and it gives them the opportunity to reset their dodge on the stage. So Ailzo had to go for another dodge read, just didn't quite find it. He still found some good momentum though.
And Hazard L, their movement is actually really nice right now. They're spacing in and out. They're not committing to anything too hard. And that's because they recognize the problems that a great sword can bring because they're waiting for those openings to clutch out the stocks. And just like that, Hazard L takes another stock in game 2.
But like you said earlier, this is closer. It's looking more doable for Ailzo. Sword in hand. Maybe more wake-ups are in order against Hazard L.
Yeah, I mean, we'll definitely see if they can find a way to clutch this out right now. It's looking a little difficult for Ailzo. Okay, does have a little bit of something going on here. They could potentially find a way to close out the stock. Gets the Katars in hand. We've seen how they can combo. It's just finding those openings, man, because Hazard L does not give many of them.
Goes for the offstage, misses the ground pound. Hazard L gets past and is going to keep this corner.
Okay. Oh, man, unfortunately, just Ailzo, they just look nervous. They don't want to commit to anything, and I get it. But sometimes you just got to start pressing buttons. Try to get those combos going.
Yo, I love a good nair after getting hit by a greatsword. That thing comes out so quick for the Qatar. Ailzo needs to find some answer against Hazardel's greatsword, but he's got weapon advantage. He's got him on the corner. A downlight Zyder could be good, but Hazardel gets past.
Yeah, I mean, that was just great patience from Hazardel, too. Not feeling like they need to go pick up that weapon in the other side of the stage. They're just waiting to see what Ailzo was going to do, see what they wanted to commit to, and then got around them to be able to pick up that weapon. And look at this. Now Ailzo can't even land, losing the last stock of game 2. That was just beautiful gameplay from Hazardel.
Yeah, that was just clean. A textbook greatsword play coming out from Hazardel. He's been looking so good here, and again, he has such a massive lead over Ailzo.
And granted, you didn't double the damage dealt this time around, but that's still a lot. That's still a big difference. Just like 220.
I love the character select music, that kind of like circus music comes in just for a moment there. It kind of just feels like they're clowning because we've got the jester on the screen. Hazardel for game number 3, sticking with the J-Yon.
Yep, and we'll see how, I mean, Ailzo does different here because right now, oh, it looks like they just changed the skin. All right, but they're trying to get that opening. We've seen what they can do once they got that, you know, they find the opportunity with the guitars, but Hazardel just really does not just allow you to just hit them. Like, you got to really outplay them.
Yeah, you got to work to get those hits onto Hazardel. Gets in on top of him. This is the opportunity. Ailzo goes for the N-Sig. Reed doesn't find it. Just outside of the side light from Hazardel, but a great spot dodge to avoid the punish.
Yeah, man, they're doing a great job just getting these onesies, twosies with the greatsword, not really committing to anything. Like, if they get a hit, they're not all automatically going all in on the combo. They're just trying to see what Ailzo's going to be doing.
Yeah, trying to reassess what the dodge read is against Ailzo. Both of them getting damage built up. This is the best Ailzo has looked so far. Oh, the weapon toss, knocking him out so you don't get the big force dump at the end of the sword recovery, and that time he drops it.
And Hazardel going way off stage. And you're going to leave an opening for Ailzo to take the first lead of the set.
Really good edge guard coming out from Ailzo, getting that down like round pound. Like you said, finally managing to build his first lead against Hazardel.
And now we got Hazardel sword in hand. So are going to take a little bit of extra damage here from Ailzo, the guitars.
Classic.
Tempted to make the recovery, get that wall touch, but Hazardel was ready for the punish, closing out that first stock. And it's pretty much even here. It's a small difference, but it's not by much.
Really good matchup knowledge from Hazardel to be high enough to avoid that gravity cancel N-Sig. Goes for the edge guard. Ailzo's getting hits. Nair doesn't get the spiking property, so Hazardel can get back up safely with the help of that side air.
Unfortunate, and almost taking a stock in the process of the weapon toss. Barely missing out on that one. Ailzo has got to be feeling a little bit of fear.
Yeah, he's got to be sweating at least a little bit. Elimination point here, as if Hazardel wins this one, Ailzo's done for the day.
Okay, yep, goes for the recovery. Not going to do anything else with it, though, just putting down some damage. And look, it's just, I just like the fact that they're willing to just kind of like turn their back, like, oh, I'm just going to walk away from you. And then all of a sudden, Ailzo starts making an approach, and Hazardel is ready for an option.
Yeah, just kind of drag the opponent along, right? Just kind of sit just outside of their range and then go in when you see the opportunity. Ailzo finds the neutral light.
Okay. Ooh.
Oh, that's a punish.
Yeah.
Just a neutral light?
I guess so. I mean, oh, wow, still not going to be able to close it out. They do have the great sword in hand, though. This stock should be disappearing. There it goes. Sayonara, see you later. Goodbye. But now we get to a last stock situation here for Ailzo. This could be the end of their run. Wow, not going to be able to take that one.
Really good GC downlight from Hazardel to cover both sides and get that finisher. Finish off the stock. Can he get the momentum here? Oh, doesn't get the dodge read this time. Was expecting the dodge out.
Okay, Hazardel. Wow, just doing a really good job here. Nice combo to get things started. Again, just doing a beautiful job. Like, not committing to anything and just waiting to see what Ailzo's going to do. But Ailzo finally answering back. Last stock situation here. Can they do
the thumbs up?
They need to? I don't know what's going on here, but they need to make a big play here if they want to stay in this bracket.
He gets the dunk, gets the downlight, going for the big plays. Doesn't get the neutral light, though. Needs more big plays, though, as Hazardel is one good read from finishing off Ailzo.
Yeah, but it looks like Ailzo's got the idea now with the guitars in hand. Listen, I've got the speed. I've got the power. I just got to find my opening. The Hazardel is making it difficult for them. Sword in hand, okay. Not quite going to close out the stock yet. Big punish.
Oh.
No, nothing.
The Nair to protect the landing, the recovery, not enough from Hazardel. One more, and Ailzo's done. Doesn't get the dodge read.
Whoa!
Oh, he's just throwing out recoveries. He knows all he needs is one.
Yep, and yeah, Elzo's got to be very careful. Try to remain grounded if you can, because Hazard L feels like they've got the read on you, and it's just a matter of you slipping up. Oh!
Neutral light. Avoids it. Elzo wants that dodge read.
Oh!
Side light, nothing. Side air, and Hazard L is going to take out Elzo 3-0.
That was a very tense situation at the end there. You could see that Elzo, recognizing what Hazard L wanted, tried to remain grounded as much as possible, but sometimes you resort to bad habits and you start jumping, but the damage output between these two was closer than it had been all set. Beautifully played from Elzo, but unfortunately just not enough.
Unfortunately, history continues to tell the tale of Hazard L winning out over Elzo. 100% win rate in favor of Hazard L continues. But either way, like you were trying to say, Elzo did really good, was starting to adapt, was starting to find that momentum against Hazard L. It was just a little too late at the end there.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that's just how it works. The only thing you can do now is go to the drawing board, check out the VOD, see what you might have been doing wrong. I mean, Game 3, you're doing a lot of good stuff there. It's just that you could see that Elzo was starting to get a bit antsy about everything, trying to jump the gun just a little too much.
Personal feelings, I feel like it came down to the dodge reads. Elzo, Game 1, lots of spot dodges. Game 2, lots of dodge outs. Game 3, that's where he started 50-50ing. You would do the dodge out, he would do the spot dodge, and Hazard L started to struggle to find that momentum. We'll see if Remy agrees with me. Maybe he has completely different opinions. Let's find out from him himself.
Oh, Duke, you don't even have to say anything. You were doing my job there for me a second ago, talking about those dodge reads. Well, Duke mentioned it already. I'm going to mention it one more time. Those dodge reads were crazy. That's kind of the key point of Greatsword. It's like those string weapons, those guitars, those gauntlets. You want your dodge reads, but Hazard L pushes it one step further. It's Greatsword. It's more than just dodge reads. And if it was up to me, I'd be showing you every single clip. I've got a montage of Greatsword play here for you, so it goes on forever and ever and ever. But I want to look at key points and key plays that really pushed his Greatsword and made it the key difference. Right there, you'll notice that that's the most common Greatsword approach, right? You go for that side light, and then you dash forward on the end light. That's normal. That's nothing too crazy, all right? We want to move to the next game. It's going to be basically the same thing. That key Greatsword, you dash forward, you go for your follow-up, and it's consistent with it. But there is one game that I really want to look at, and it highlights how important your movement is when you play Greatsword. This one is just beautiful. Just watch this play right here. He gets that read, and he immediately pushes it over. We're on a stage here. Look at the split second where he actually even ends up off stage almost. Like, it's a very short and noticeable thing. He's almost off stage, and he's still able to turn it back instantly for that spot dodge punish, and he gets insane value out of it. If you're playing Greatsword, that's how you gotta play it. This Greatsword play, even Hardy MJ could respect it. Even he could love it, all right? So you really gotta look for a movement like that when you're playing Greatsword. It's more than just the read, it's where you are on the map. And I'm gonna pass it back to the casters.
Gotta respect the gameplay, of course. A world champion competitor, Hazard L, will continue on, but on this side, we've still got Wes and Brujo.
Yeah, this should be an interesting one. Battle of the crossovers here. Macho Man Chun-Li looking like what we might be seeing. So definitely going to be an interesting one overall. These two have seen each other a few times. I'm not sure about recent. Okay, actually lifetime score 0-1. So it should be interesting. Wes obviously being the number 2 rank here, you know, should be beating most people.
Probably, yeah. Interesting to note that they haven't run into each other in competitive too much, but they do play a fair amount of community tournaments where it is 1-6. Brujo has done it once in a community tournament.
Yeah, well, I'm going to see if they can do it once here in the Spring Championships. It's going to be a tall order, but hey, somebody's already done it today.
Yeah, I mean, Brujo had to get an upset over Fiend just to be in this spot. We'll see if Brujo can get an upset over Wes now as they get into it. And like you said, Chun-Li versus Macho Man for game number 1.
They have the Gauntlets versus the Rocket Lance right here on Apocalypse. And Wes already off to a hot start here, but Brujo not far behind. And Wes, I mean, honestly just came off a barn burner of a match between him and Hughes. And really, just Hughes just missing out on like one key moment. Could have been here in this situation, but Wes going to see if they can capitalize here, see if they can keep this bracket run going.
Yeah, Wes so far struggling a little bit, but kind of similar to what we saw earlier, right? It takes him a little bit to find that momentum, but he does find the ground pound, goes for the chase dodge down toss, doesn't get the hit. Brujo with the turnaround ground pound will get the first stock.
And that's one of those things, if you're going to go down there for a ground pound, you got to make sure you are as accurate as possible, because otherwise you end up in a situation like that. Brujo ready for the counter punish, and they surely made it count. And they're getting some great extra credit on this stock, too.
Yeah, they're already finding more and more hits onto Wes's second stock. Wes with the axe in hand. This is generally his stock finisher, but Brujo staying outside of those axe Sairs.
Yep, okay. Ooh. Definitely trying to do the job here. And, man, Wes is unfortunately not able to close out this stock. Brujo going to continue to just chase him down, too. Now has the gauntlets back in hand. Wes just getting a soft hit. Not going to do anything too crazy with it, though.
Interesting information there. Wes, you can hold that down sig. He just tapped it. Brujo knew it and challenged it. Went in with the side air punish opportunity for Wes. He will get the stock.
I actually kind of respect that option, right? Because if Wes did get aggressive there, that could have been a huge punish, a huge lead opener for Brujo. Unfortunately, they didn't get what they wanted, but like Wes is already in red, and they almost close out a stock right there from across the stage.
Yeah, if you're going to start throwing out heavies willy-nilly, that's your opportunity. Throw some SIGs out when you've got the extra stock and the opponent's in red. Wes, hoping to bring this one closer, get some hits, doesn't go for the jump nair.
And Brujo in a good spot. We just saw Wes attempt the ground. Oh, gravity cancel sig. Just not able to get that hit that they wanted. And Brujo, man, this pressure has been unrelenting so far.
Yeah, Brujo looking so good, staying just outside the side airs and then going in when he sees the opportunity. Going over to the spear. Now, haven't seen much of Brujo's spear for game number one.
Yeah, it's really been basically all gauntlet so far, but now Wes with a huge opening there. All right, I'm not going to get too much else out of that. I respect the option to just go back to stage. Oh my goodness.
What a turnaround. Wes with the ground pound suddenly has the lead over Brujo.
Yeah, that's actually huge. Brujo has to dial this back. Look at that. Got the gauntlets back in hand. Going to feel a little bit more comfortable here. Taking that stock right back. This is how I want to see players answer big plays.
Yeah, keep this one close, tight to the chest. Brujo had the lead throughout most of it. We'll see if he can build that lead again, but Wes has a lance.
Yeah, this Rocket Lance definitely putting in the work right now. Wes remembering how good they are all of a sudden. Just laddering them, literally.
I know Brujo's the one with the ladder spear, but it's Wes who is laddering with the nairs. Offstage opportunity. Down sig connects, slide charging it over the corner.
Yeah, and Wes was in a scary spot, finds her way back to the stage. Unfortunately, got a little too aggressive there. Wait, this could be something. Oh, no! Can they make it back? Oh, just barely not touching the wall. Brujo, beautiful play there. That's exactly what I like to see. My goodness.
Big read attempt from Wes. Could have been the W. That's one of those plays where you look at it and you go, either he's a genius if this hits or he's a fool if it misses. And unfortunately, that time he was the fool.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm looking at the accuracy here between these two players and just the light attacks alone, right? Where Brujo hit a lot more, almost 50% of their light attacks, but Wes hit 82. Like, they threw out a lot and only landed 28%. Like, if you could just imagine him landing even 10% more, that could have been a much different game, a much stronger game for Wes.
I mean, the big thing for me were the graphs. I don't know if we were able to show them in time, but they were so much shorter on the side of, I think, Brujo.
Yeah.
But here we go into game number 2, sticking with the same characters on Apocalypse.
Okay. Here we go, though. Brujo trying to find that same momentum they had in the game 1. Ooh, okay, I like that. Definitely tried for a strong sig, but Wes was able to bully their way back out to the stage, taking a huge stock. Is that literally how game 1 started?
It was the second stock, but it might as well have been the first, because Brujo's got to start to learn that lesson, man. Those Lance ground pounds can be so good at turning a situation around.
Hopefully Brujo starts to respect them off stage a little bit more, but their combo game has been great. They've just been getting caught in these very unfortunate scenarios where Wes, it feels like Wes is just really baiting it out. Goes, oh no, I'm getting comboed. Takes your stock.
I mean, it's classic information is that Lance struggles in the offstage. Struggles does not mean auto loses in the offstage, and unfortunately, Wes is winning in the offstage with the Lance.
Yeah, I mean, they are definitely comfortable in any position with this Lance right now. Brujo trying to get something going. Ooh, okay, nice stuff. Building up that damage. I like it.
Brujo trying to start a brouhaha here on the offstage again. Wes this time throws away the Lance, doesn't go for the ground pound.
Wes now got that axe in hand. They're going to be looking to close out this stock here. Beautifully played, getting the ground pound. Really just putting a dent into Brujo's ego at the moment. Like, they were looking good, they were feeling good, and all of a sudden you got humble checked.
Yeah, this has now got to be a wake-up call for Brujo. He was so good in game number 1. Here in game number 2, struggling a little bit more. Almost gets the stock, but not quite. Opportunity for the edge guard, and yes.
Beautiful. Yes, that's what I want to see. Now we're in a one-stock situation here. From what seemed like a very terrible or a tough position for Brujo is now incredibly doable all of a sudden.
Yeah, this is completely even. Brujo with the game advantage could get another upset here. Wes, axe in hand, starting to find chunks.
Yeah, a lot of damage there, just getting strong hits. But now Brujo, they had the offensive option and just let it go. They just were not able to commit.
What? What? He was free. He was safe. He could have just not gone in front of the lance, but instead said, what if I stood right here in front of it?
Yeah, whatever sound you made, I agree.
I was trying to, like, I was like, maybe there's a justification. Because, like, before people understood you could chase dodge, that was one of the strats against Lance, is like, tank it and they'll just fall. That's not a thing anymore.
It seemed like Brujo was like just gonna go on the stage and just be safe, and then like halfway through they decided, oh wait, I can try to punish them, and they just didn't do it fast enough.
I guess the indecision did not pay off for Brujo, but either way, we are now tied up 1 game each.
Yep. And again, right back to Apocalypse here. Brujo trying to get this going here with the gauntlets. They've been very consistent with these all set so far, but Wes with the rocket lance carrying them across the stage. Ooh, had to expend the air dodge.
Yo, still finding hits, though. Brujo gets caught out, and Wes is going to get the recovery. Massive lead for Wes.
They are looking good, absolutely. And now Brujo with the ladder in hand, seeing if they can get something going here. But Wes, we saw some of the big hits that they were landing. They landed like a 6-hit string with the axe at the end of game 2. And it was just reading what Brujo was doing.
You know, some teams are second-half teams. Some players are third-game players. That's Wes, as this is a completely different beast.
Oh, yeah, no, he's definitely got a nice read on Brujo. Figures out exactly how they want to be playing around this. And again, I mean, Brujo's only taken, what, 1 set off them in a community tournament, but right now, Wes is really showcasing, hey, this is why I'm better than you, and I'm going to continue to show you why. Calling out all your options, getting huge punishes, but we do have Brujo showing us they got some signs of life in them.
Yeah, some solid Kikosho coming out from Brujo to even up the stock count, but the damage, it's not looking good for Brujo.
And this axe coming out once more. Although I don't know how I feel entirely about the axe when they had the rocket lance in hand at one point and tossed it away in favor of the axe. And I feel like with what you were doing with that rocket lance, it was just already like so much more catastrophic. Not to say that the axe isn't doing any work, but you know.
It can definitely create some catastrophes of its own, but really it's trying to take stocks, right? Like that's what he wanted. Right. Brujo was in the red, so he's like, you know what, I'll just find a side air, we're good. As he goes over to the lance for the final stock of Brujo here in game number 3.
Man, he is just reading everywhere that Brujo's trying to go.
Oh, no! A heartbreaker, just the gentle toss as he goes back to the stage, kind of he just drops the lance out of his hand, and that's all he needed.
He goes, how did you end up down there? Just let it go. It's like the Acme Corporation. You just drop the anvil.
Yeah. maybe a little heavier than your average anvil, but either way, Brujo now making the swap in game number 4, hoping that the Rayman's going to be the solution to Wes.
Well, we'll certainly see if that is the case here. But here we go into our next map here. Game 4, and Wes is looking so good.
And we're not on Apocalypse for this one. Instead, we're here with 3 platforms for Brujo to hopefully get away from the lance.
One of the less popular stages. I don't see this one a whole lot. I don't think anybody does really. But we're going to see if Brujo can try to find that.
Oh, no.
Oh, goodness.
He's done.
No.
He's done. He gets back up. Where did he get that chase touch from?
I don't know. But
okay.
A little bit of extra sauce on the top of that, too. Representing Brazil here. Let's go, Wes.
Wes planting the flag, saying this one is done. This one's in the books. As he is 1 game away from finishing out Brujo's run.
Great stuff from Wes so far. And, I mean, you got Brujo on the back foot already, and that's like, what, 10 seconds, 30 seconds into the game? That's a feels bad. That definitely feels bad. You're already down 2-1 and down a stock this quick. Wes is feeling good. He is in Brujo's mind.
Brujo feeling good about that side sig. Unfortunately, couldn't finish off the stock, though. Offstage opportunity, the weapon toss.
Oh, that was so
him.
clean. All right, axe in hand now, trying to be the firefighter to stop any sort of fire that Brusho's trying to start here.
Ooh. I love the attempt for the gravity cancel side light there. Brusho, yep, will finish off the stock. A great down air to deny the wall touch.
And you know what's good about that, too? They didn't take a whole lot of damage on the second stock. Granted, you are in the orange, but it could have been much worse, especially with the way that West started off here. So Brusho could still very well turn this around very much in this game. They just got to stop West with this rocket lance, man.
Yeah, I mean, going from basically a full stock behind at the start of this one to bring this back to orange, looks nice, but another side air, and Brusho's in trouble. Gets through the weapon toss, doesn't find a landing, though.
West just kind of stood there. I think I don't know what was going on.
Maybe thought he was done.
It's like, oh, maybe I got to think about walking forward here for a little bit. They do get the down stick, closing out that stock. Beautiful stuff here with the Macho Man. One stock away from moving on in bracket.
Legs might be tired. Maybe wants to ride a rocket to the victory screen as final stock here for Brusho. Potentially elimination point. No punish.
I mean, they're still not in a horrible spot here. They could still make a big play on this stock, and then you just got to go through one more. You're just getting into the yellow, so things are not that grim quite yet, but they will be if you don't find a way to start getting these hits in.
Yeah, just a single tap is not nearly enough. Down sig connects, but it doesn't spike West. Chasing up, gets the side air. Final stocks here. Can Brusho take this to game number 5?
I mean, we'll definitely see if they can make it happen, but unarmed West at the moment. Brusho is a combo fiend with these gauntlets, so really just kind of takes that one opening and a few solid reads, and all of a sudden, West is on the back foot. They're dropping this game.
Down sig thrown out. Wes avoids it.
This movement so crisp at the moment. West looking really good, but Brusho's starting to feel a bit more confident. That's what I like to see. And he's trying to get that rocket lance back and just realize, hey, I'm not going to be able to get this one. I'm not fast enough.
No weapon for West. Brusho playing the denial game. This is what Brusho needs to bring this one back.
Ooh, but they got the axe in hand. They definitely tried to stop them, but unfortunately just was not quick enough. Almost taking that stock, forcing a game 5.
Ooh. Two-piece punish. It's just the side air. Brusho goes in for the ground pound.
Oh, this is getting so
Oh, disarmed again?
Oh, now this thing's getting a little bit dangerous here. Brusho trying to close it out. Oh, no.
He went deep. He wanted it. He knew if that side air hit, it would have been done. We would have been in game 5. But Wes, with the dodge, with the turnaround, is going to close it out 3-1. And I think that secures his spot in the top 4.
I believe it does, yes. But wow, man. Got to hand it to West. That was getting a little bit out of hand there. Brusho fighting with all of their heart, just trying to stay alive with this bracket. But unfortunately, they got a little too greedy at the end there, and West was ready for the biggest punish of this bracket so far, I think.
Yeah, that was a 10 damage difference between the two of them in favor of Brusho. Like, Brusho was by and large bringing that back. You still got to give a lot of credit to Brusho coming in, was not expected to make it this far. Had to upset Fiend, went into the top 8 winner side and got knocked out, but still coming in as PR number 9, finishing it out with a 5th place finish. That's pretty good.
Yeah, no, very good. I mean, definitely got to be holding your head held high here. But yeah, honestly, just great game. Congratulations from West to still continuing to recover from a very scary spot here so far.
That was almost getting away from Wes, but fortunately for Wes, he's continuing on. He's going to be in the top 4, and I think the community agrees with what the numbers would say, that Hazard L is the favorite of this next one.
Yeah, probably here as we look at some of the stats between these two, and it is definitely very heavily favored in Hazard L's favor. I mean, News, we saw them. They've had a great run today. You know, they've been playing their game, doing their thing. End up getting sent to losers bracket, eliminations bracket, and now Hazard L is in their path. Like, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, I mean, you made the upset to get in the top side, but now you're going up against a world champion for your region. That's difficult, but we look at the stats. We saw the official was 0-2 in favor of Hazard L, including community tournaments. Again, we're in a spot where News has won. He's done it before, but not an official tournament.
Right, and also it's just current PR ranked 9 and 10 too. So like it is close. Ideally and on paper, this should be a very close game, and it still very well could be. I'm not going to count News out, but I mean, when we saw News play earlier, they were playing very strong, right? But when I saw Hazard L play, like I was just like, that's domination through and through.
Yeah,
Like
that was destruction coming out from Hazard L. The greatsword was just insane. We'll see if he finds that same momentum as we get ready to get into game number 1. News going to be coming in with the Bodvar against Hazard L.
Yeah, we'll definitely see if the Negan here, it seems, from Hazard L will be able to, you know, I mean, it's pretty much just J-Unit.
J-Un crossover, yeah. Shares the same moves, but this time he's got Lucy.
Yeah, Negan's just cool.
I didn't watch the series. I just know he was scary.
He is. I just really like the one scene where he's like, hey, all you guys had to do was follow the rules, and they didn't follow the rules. And the rest of Negan's not good. I'm not going to say that's
Did
cool.
he kill my favorite Asian in The Walking Dead?
Oh,
yeah. Spoilers. Sorry.
Yeah.
So I'm
like
not a fan of him. That's all I got to say.
He's taking it like a champ.
Okay, well, I'm rooting for News then, unless Hazard L changes it up. Either way, Negan, Hazard L coming in with the J-Un. We'll see what map we go to. They're taking their time trying to decide. Likely going to be a map with some stage and platform because News wants that platform to get away from Hazard L.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Hazard L is very patient about finding their openings and capitalizing on them when he does. If he gets a good read on what News is trying to do, and if News is even scared slightly, Hazard L's going to run with this set.
Well, News has got to be careful about the way he dodges. Hazard L already on the weapon of comfort. Goes in, immediate two-piece. News does burn the dodge, but he doesn't get caught up in more and suddenly finds some momentum.
Yep. Again, just Hazard L doing his thing. Just getting his onesies, twosies. He's not really focused on, you know, pushing these combos further than really is comfortable. But look at that. Nice little three-piece, looking like my Popeyes order.
You don't get the family meal and save some for later?
I get like an extra biscuit, too, because I'm a dangerous man.
We got a wild one here, but a wild NSYNC from Hazard L gives them the lead over News.
Yeah, honestly, just what I expect so far. Haz is definitely rising to the occasion here and letting News know, hey, man, like, I know you got a hammer, too. You got some strong hits in your arsenal, but they are not going to match mine. Mine are going to matter that much more. And News, look, just kind of struggling to get anything going here.
Yeah, I think the pressure getting to News a little bit as he's not finding that momentum. He got a stomp, but didn't even get the side air afterwards. The true combos slipping out of his hands.
And there we go. I like this. You know, drops the hammer. We've seen News play earlier. They look to be much more comfortable when they have the sword in hand, right? But they're still just struggling to find a hit here. Hazard L's defensive game plan is just incredible so far.
Yeah, definitely a sword player. We saw that against Kaina's hammer in the Bodvar mirror match earlier today. But he throws away the sword. He still needs to even up the stock count.
Ooh, looking for that stomp Sair. Not going to be able to find it. Just looking for a Sair anyway. Does get the Sig. We saw him throw that quite a few times earlier and finally landing it.
He's a big fan of those bears as he throws them out very frequently. Throws out an NSYNC there, and it's going to be the punish from Hazard L.
Hazard L with the sword in hand. Now the crowbar. See if they can continue to push this lead further, but News starting to feel like they're getting a little comfortable here. It definitely is a little bit nerve-wracking when you're going against Hazard L, but when you feel like you're starting to figure out their habits, right? See what you can get going. News, again, looking a little more comfortable here.
Yeah, but he can't be too comfortable as he is in the red. Hazard L just needs a dodge read. The Nair might do it if he gets another one. News with the hammer in hand, not finding any hits. Another Nair, and yes, Hazard L with the lead.
Wow, yeah, beautiful play there. Haz going to continue to push this lead further as the match goes on. Nearly a whole stock lead here, too. He's just kind of barely getting into the yellow, but with the way that he's been playing, that may as well just be a fresh stock.
Yeah, he's not worried at all about that tiny bit of damage that's on this stock. Doesn't get the read this time. News actually just raw jumps out of it. He's being a little bit smarter about not immediately dodging.
Okay, just barely missing out on that conversion. Yeah, this is definitely looking a little bit tough here. Haz, great play, putting on some big damage here. Going to be looking to close it out. Won't find the hit that they need.
Yeah, really smart punish from Hazard L. Saw that gravity cancel, means a burn dodge. No dodge. Oh, he waits for it. He gets a past it, but the bear not going to work out. It's Hazard L off the soft platform. Downlight recover to take game number 1.
Where did he take that? Where did he pick up that sword? I saw him with the great sword. All of a sudden, he had a small sword. He's like, all right.
He's a magician.
He is a magician. Well, just making that crowbar appear out of nowhere.
It's like those people with the cane sword, right? Like they untwist the top and a sword comes out. But he untwisted the great sword and a baby sword came out.
Baby sword.
Or I guess a crowbar in this instance.
Yeah, right there. Okay. I just didn't see the weapon spawn, but great stuff either way. A beautiful game 1 here for Hazard L. And you look at that damage output, once again, this capitalizing 100% more damage across the board. Like, that is rough.
And all of it on the greatsword. 41 damage put out on the sword. A lot of that in that final recovery. And News is like, all right, well, I need to find what is the perfect answer to specifically greatsword. And he's hoping that it's going to be the Ulgrim for game number 2.
Ulgrim, a strong character indeed. Axe to be able to trade with a lot of those heavy blows, but also having that rocket lance to kind of help with some of that movement. I feel like on Bodvar, they didn't really have the movement they needed to be able to dive in and out of Hazard L's gameplay so far. But here we go. Haven't seen this map in a bit.
No, it's actually been a while since we've seen some Crystal Temple. The double platforms might be nice for News, but it also could be rough if Hazard L starts throwing out more of those Greatsword N6. Those can cover that soft platform.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, even then, like, their combo game has been phenomenal so far. We haven't seen it too much of the aerial, but, you know, Greatsword, kind of better on ground anyway. But, yeah, News, I expect to fully take advantage of this, and we'll see if they can.
Wow, News actually backed off there. He got the sideline, but didn't opt to go for a second hit there. Hazard L struggling a little bit as he's waiting for that Greatsword spawn. Now that he's got it, going to try to find the opener.
All right. Ooh. Yeah, this is getting a little bit nerve-wracking, but yeah, Hazard L has a great sword in the hand, and this is where, like, the game pace has just changed entirely. You can see that News is just recognized, all right, doesn't have the sword anymore. I got to respect things just a little bit better here, because when Hazard L gets those punishes, he really makes them count. He puts a lot of damage down, more than I'd be comfortable with.
Yeah, I mean, Hazard L, just so much scarier when he's got the great sword in hand. You got to respect it a lot more. It really changed the pace of the game, and now we're seeing News swap over to the Axe. Hazard L, it's interesting the way he's doing his greatsword play. In the last set, he was going opener and then go for the dodge read. This time he's going for the two-piece, getting that extra hit for free, because News is being a lot more careful about when he goes in with a dodge.
Whoa, trying to go for a big play to close out that first stock. Still is able to close it out one way or another. He may not get the sig, but he'll definitely get the spike. Beautiful stuff.
A great sword of Hazard L again, and he holds on to it, resets, uses the weapon toss to open up, gets more, chases, he's out of options, but he can get the wall touch. No! News gets the stock back.
Yeah, you definitely got just went absolutely wild out of nowhere, and you know, I kind of get it. You definitely got a lot of damage down. You put a lot more fear into News' heart. So, I mean, you definitely get to, I think, bully your way into center stage, or at least neutral is going to be more in your favor at this point, because I don't feel like News is going to pull the trigger quite as fast now.
Honestly, that's just like a clip that you cut early. You just get like, oh, that was super hype, and he totally finished it at the top. It was so cool.
All right, well, we'll see if Hazard L can continue to bully his way into this game 2. Right there, using the sword. Nothing super crazy, but just a little bit of damage, putting News off stage.
Downlight. Hazard L going to be, again, looking for the recovery finisher here. Maybe a downlight Zyder if he's in position, but likely the recovery. And, yep, he will find it back to the great sword. Just juggling for a little bit to delay the next weapon spawn.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. But now News just having a little bit of trouble himself. Whoa! Okay, Sig and all sorts of stuff flying out there. News got the better half of that one and just started to chase Hazard L off stage. But honestly put himself in a bit of a precarious spot. Hazard L, again, having center stage control.
Yeah, Hazard L doing such a good job maintaining that stage control. Axe in hand. News doesn't find the finishing blow. He wants the weapon toss. Again, the juggles come out from Hazard L.
Okay, nice air dodge, just getting past the rocket lance here. Oh, huge punish. My God, game 2 in the books there. Hazard L not dropping anything.
Fantastic back dash from Hazard L to set it up and go in with the side sig. And Hazard L, one game away from halting News' upset run.
Yeah, and like the problem here too is just that like Hazard L has effectively almost doubled.
They straight up cut the clip early. I love that. They did it.
All right.
They're like, yeah, look cool.
Right,
You got it at the top, and we're done.
I'll give it up. But yeah, no, Hazard L so far, he didn't quite double the damage output that News put into that game, but it was close. And game 1 like was 100%. Like you definitely doubled the damage output. So News has really got to find a way to answer back here, because Hazard L's offensive output and the fact that they're playing pretty defensively for the most part, it's just a recipe for disaster at this point.
Yeah, Hazard L is just so dominant right now. Coming in with the JN, the Negan, and doesn't have the great sword just yet, but he's still looking comfortable on the sword.
Okay. Getting a little bit of damage here. The sword combos coming out from Hazard L. We don't see the sword too often, but when he does have it, he does not waste time. He's still getting his damage one way or another. Ooh. All right, you can see, yep, definitely waiting for that spawn to get a great sword here. And News just actually going to let him grab it. I don't know, at that point, I feel like he's got the sword in hand, and the great sword is obviously the problem. I'm trying to deny him of picking up a great sword at any point in time.
Definitely should be part of the playbook against Hazard L. Deny the greatsword whenever possible, but now that he's got it, got to find some sort of solution. The recovery into the nair. Again, the juggles come out. News just trying to find some ground, but it's the side air, and Hazard L builds a big lead here in game number 3.
Yep, and they're going to go right back to this great sword. Just wash, rinse, repeat, try to pile on this damage here. And you can see on this third stock, too, they haven't really taken a whole lot of hits. And Haz almost lapping them in stocks for sure here. This is definitely getting super tough here, but the spear is actually starting to make some good plays, answering a lot of what Hazard L is trying to doing from above.
Yeah, he is starting to try to find these pokes. Doesn't get the read there with the gravity cancel, but we're seeing Hazard L opts to go over to the sword. This might be News' opportunity.
It might be the only opportunity, to be honest, because Hazard L's momentum has shown no signs of stopping here. As you can see, he continues to ladder him up, keeping him off stage, too. The footing here is just impossible to get, News.
Yeah, News has not been able to land at all. Finally gets the stock with the side sig. Trying to decide what weapon he wants. It's going to be the gauntlets.
Okay, like, I get it. The gauntlets do have, like, a great combo game plan, right? And they're very quick. But I feel like once you had that spear, that's what allowed you to get that stock. That's what allowed you to start putting things into your favor at least a little bit. So hopefully they can figure out the problem that they had with the gauntlets. But if things aren't working out, you better get a spear in your hand.
Yeah, the gauntlets, they can be really good. But against the greatsword from News, it was a bit of trouble. Hazard L, not worried about it, though. He'll find the recovery, clean up the stock.
Mm-hmm. And now the last possible stock for News in this bracket, unless they got something to say about it. But a weapon toss from the sword and then a combo to the great sword. Man, Hazard L is on fire. And honestly, I think this might be a wrap at this point. He's got great combos. He's punishing News for these kind of like willy-nilly attempts at building up damage.
Yeah, News is definitely just trying to find an answer right now. He's just racking his brain saying, what is the answer? The down sig will connect, not even enough. Goes for an N-sig read. He's just starting to swing for the fences, hoping that he can trade blow for blow.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to swing for the fences when the guy on the other side is swinging a bigger weapon. And speaking of which, closing that out with a huge sig, taking it 3-0 as Hazard L moves on in bracket.
Confident wins from Hazard L, who can halt this run. He's just looking so dominant game after game. We're even going to see here 630 damage put out, or more than double the damage taken.
Yeah, I mean, throughout the entire set, has just doubled the damage that News put out the entire set. That's actually that's terrifying, man. Hazard L is a problem, and I would never want to run into this guy in person, never mind in a bracket.
I'm just glad I don't have to. He's South American, so I will never have to play him in ranked. He is just such a scary monster, but he's coming in here as PR10. That means people are beating him. That means people have knocked him down. He's here on the elimination side of things. That means somebody beat him today. We'll see if anyone can find the answer, as we do have 4 people in the top 4.
That's good math.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, it's definitely going to be an exciting top 4 for sure. Every player here has worked hard. They deserve it. And it just sucks because all these players, again, they're playing fantastic, but somebody's got to go home, man. Only one person can rise to the top here, and we'll see who it is as we move on in that bracket. But I don't know. Who's your call at this point?
I know Hazard L is looking very scary, but then I rewind my brain clock and think about, Wes looked really good. Took him a little while, but when he found his momentum, looked great. Kind of Ackerman looked insane as well. Took him a little while, but when he was finding the hammer hits, he was destroying things in his path. And I think about Power Ranger, and I'm like, yeah, you also kind of just dominated your match. It really could be anyone's game. Hazard L being the underdog here kind of makes me want to root for him as long as he changes skins.
For me, as long as Hazard, I want to see how Hazard L does against Wes here, right?
Okay,
if he can continue, even just 75% more damage than his opponent, right? He doesn't even have to double it. But if he continues that rise, just effectively nullifying any sort of offensive output from his opponent, especially over Wes, I just feel like there's no way they're not going to be able to take the rest of this bracket. That is a huge bit of momentum to move forward with.
Yeah, I mean, the tough thing for Hazard L is he's now going against the top seed. We'll find out about that in a little bit, of course. We have our top 4. On the winner's side is Power Ranger and Kinda Ackerman. On the elimination side, Wes and Hazard L. 3 of those people have almost guaranteed their mid-season invitational. One person might make it a lot easier for himself to get one. I think we're going to take a short little break, but I want to let you say any final words if you have any.
Nothing. I'm happy to just be here.
It's been fun. We're not done yet. We've still got more South America in just a little bit, so stick around, grab some popcorn, because we're going to have a great finisher for the Spring Championship 1v1s tonight.
You give me a fever, make a believer out of me. I was just a dreamer, but dreams are now my reality. I feel it, I'm bleeding, I'm needing for all eternity. My soul is on fire, this burning desire's heavenly. Then you're moving closer, breath upon my shoulder. Boy, I wanna hold ya. Heart is beating double time, I can't wait to make you mine. I just wanna know ya.
And we're back with the South America Spring Championship 2022. Ajax and I are going to be bringing y'all into top 4 as we've whittled down to 4 players remaining in the 1v1 segment of this tournament. Ajax is going to be an exciting one. We've got Kaina and Power Ranger on the other side and Wes and Hazardel in the elimination bracket.
Look, the Seed 1, is Seed 1 not sacred anymore? Because, like, everybody who's been in Seed 1 over these past couple tournaments get knocked down immediately.
If we're in Europe, we're good. We're good.
Like,
if we're in Europe, we're good. Everywhere else, it's not. It's
like,
absolutely not.
Even with Europe, it's like still like the hype, like Godly obviously taking over everything, but even the hypothetical and like Acno getting pushed down and Swata taking over. It's been chaos. It's been crazy, and that chaos continued with West getting knocked down into the elimination bracket, but has found his way back into the elimination semis.
Yes.
And unfortunately, a couple of other names went down too. Fiend went down earlier. So
Fiend, News, everyone going down in that lower side of the bracket, as Hazardel has been doing phenomenal on the Greatsword, which has just been a staple weapon of his. So this will be really interesting because Wes, Macho Man, doing great. Some really close nail biters there going on all the way up here. He gave those reverse 3-0s just to be able to get into the elimination semifinals. I'm interested to see how these two are going to be playing up against each other. I totally give it to Wes, but everybody should be giving it to Wes when it comes to his history here in the region. But against all the players remaining in the bracket, it's kind of hard to tell with how everybody is playing so well today.
Exactly. With a lot on the line, every time you get up close to a tournament that matters, midseason right around the corner, people start amping it up.
Yes.
It's been kind of crazy pretty much since 2022 began. I mean, BCX, nobody who was PR1 won, and it's kind of just been chaotic since. And you love to see it because you love seeing the growth. You love seeing new people challenge the throne, work their way up that ladder so people get those humble checks and continue to improve. It doesn't mean that West is necessarily not going to win the whole thing. He could still make the run. He's been looking incredible in the elimination side. But first, he's got to get through one of these two who are currently sitting up here in Kaina and Power Ranger.
Yeah, that's right. If he could take down Hazardel, then he would go for him. So yeah, Power Ranger and Kaina are on winners finals. Both have yet to drop a set. That goes without saying here. But Power Ranger in this case, historically, I think is very favored to be able to take this because when we talk about West, right? You tend to talk about Power Ranger at the same time, especially if you're in that double space throughout history. So seeing both of these players in South America being here in top 4 is no surprise to me. It's just who's going to take the entire thing that we're here to see. Can kind of bring Power Ranger down to the lower bracket? Because if he does, in elimination bracket, Power Ranger versus West, that would have to happen for third. And that would be, we talk about matchups that happen early on in a top 4 that should be grand finals. That's one of them.
Tiger versus Sire just yesterday. So like it's been happening repeatedly, but Kaina looks so good in the winter semis earlier, is going to continue to look good. But Power Ranger with the Wushang, always so consistent. One out on the mirror match with the Wushang, as we saw the switch to Chun-Li happen before too. That did not work. So let's see what happens here going into the set, because as we all know, the history, the strength behind the Wushang in the double space and in the single space is control, especially his slide cancel DC gauntlets are stupid. He positions them so well, and that you just fall asleep on it sometimes on your recovery.
It has been very fun to see the Wushang players that like to utilize that signature, which in the past, when the character, so long ago when the character first released, right, a lot of players were looking at that signature and thinking that was the worst one in his kit, and now it's being utilized in a great way, both in singles and doubles, for the fact that when you're using it and slide charging it, even if you catch people with the very beginning of the move, you can hold it to mix up how much power that you have, or when the timing comes out for the move. It's a little bit like Koji side sig on sword in particular for how people are using that. So awesome to see. Speaking of Koji, Kaina locking in the character to be able to going up against Power Ranger, who is going to be on the Rayman for this game number 1.
Remove that, and I was actually going to talk a little bit about what Remy pointed out earlier with the Spear D-Light into the signature play that caught the dodge, which was like incredible play that happened earlier too, so you have to watch out for that. Irrelevant though, because we're going to see everybody loves Rayman. We got the Rayman coming out here. We got the Koji on the other side of things. We have what looks to be a very common winners finals type matchup of late as we get into game number 1 here of the South American winners final set.
All right, here we go. Kaina on Koji, Power Ranger on the Rayman. Open up strong with the axe, and you are right, Ajax. As of late, Rayman versus Koji, this is something I'm used to seeing in winners finals. Who plays the characters, though, is always varied between the region to region, but kind of really strong here on the Koji. I've noticed that players that like Kaina, who may have opened up strong on the Bodvar in their previous career, have all gone to Koji as they Down air hits, recovery goes a little too far to the left, doesn't have the dodge to steer back into the stage, and kind of falls there in an early 30-second
Everybody's
knockout.
least favorite fruit in platformers, the pineapple. Nobody wants to have that happen immediately, and for Power Rangers, you take advantage of that every time. But Power Rangers gauntlet play, whether it be on the Wushang, whether it be on the Rayman, is always so consistent and so strong. And when you give him a lead like that, he was getting hit quite a bit before. The side air is not going to be enough to take it out yet. Luckily, he gets back.
He has a dodge, I think. And he has side air dodge. Nope, can't do it. Just a light dive kick, and that's it. He did get hit on several jumps. I was thinking gauntlet side air, you could make it eventually.
He got
but
2 of them. He was getting close, but sweat beads were up. Kind of recognized that right away, and that helps after kind of had that first stock flub too.
Yeah. Now kind of, with like you said, that stock flip at the very beginning, made up for that pretty quickly with that edge guard on the right side of the stage. And now Power Rangers get hit a lot by the sword. Nice job with the falling downer to get that landing, and kind of just tries to go for the neutral light, or the slide charge pivot neutral sig. And Power Ranger just hits kind of off the side of the stage. Oh, that side, that's just it. Kind of drifts away, and that's the stock.
You know what's crazy? It felt like Power Rangers getting hit more.
And
But he had to stock.
Yeah. It threw me for a loop because I was like, okay, play by play. Kaina's doing great. Kaina's down. Wait,
Yeah, Kaina got the hit. He got the hit. He just lost the stock.
I think it was all off the back of that slide charge pivot neutral sig. Kaina never got back to the stage, and then Power Ranger, whether it was neutral lights or Sares on the axe, just kept batting Kaina back off.
Exactly. That's capitalization of an opportunity that has been given to you, because you don't get those too often at this high point in the bracket. You have to capitalize when you can. And speaking of capitalization, Power Ranger has a very large lead right now. He's got him at KO percents with the axe, so Kaina's got to be super careful, and he's going to capitalize there, though, with the dare. It gets him back into the game, hopefully.
I really feel like that was a jumping side air there. And instead, he just side aired. And when you commit to that move and it misses, you are stuck falling the entire duration of it. And kind of, as you said, capitalized on it. But the third glove, all 3 gloves hit on that down sig from Power Ranger as he gets the JV2 going into game number 1 of Winners Finals.
Also, congratulations, Power Ranger. I'm fairly certain, at least for us on the stream today, that's the first gauntlet D-sig that we've actually seen connect on the ledge. So somebody finally made it happen.
Hey. It's what the move is designed for. It's just rarely do we actually get to see it work. But that time, it was great. There's that neutral light, and then the falling side air right there to get the edge guard we were talking about. What felt like a kind of highlight led to a kind of edge guard. And now that down stick hitting there as well. Man, when all 3 gloves hit, that's rough.
Exactly. That wasn't too far off either. 346 to 407 is a very close game between both of them. Kaina had many opportunities where he had a lot of wins, but the damage output that comes in from the axe and from Power Ranger capitalizing on it was a little bit too much. I mean, most of that damage coming in from the sword. We didn't see too much bow action. Do you think that with... Actually, well, I think it's going to depend heavily on the stage switch here, which it's going to be Demon Island, so the bow no longer matters.
Yeah.
Because the Bodvar
this
coming out.
was interesting. I was like about to go on an anecdote about how Kaina used to play Bodvar, and then that really crazy early stock happened. But I know I said the word Bodvar in the last match, and that's because Kaina's success, in my eyes, largely comes from Bodvar.
Well, in Winter Semis too, the Bodvar was what got him up here. So that not too far off to see it get pulled out. But I figured with the switch over, probably run another game with the Koji, but. So with the way that went down, I think Kaina was feeling the same thing we had. You were getting so many hits, it didn't really matter
Kaina kept
as much.
it really close, even though that first stock went flub, right? The damage numbers were close, so it's a surprise switch to me. But what matters most is that Kaina, after that game happened, went, nah, this isn't it, and went back to what is tried and true here to go against Power Ranger on Demon Island.
I think we saw this earlier, too, with somebody, I can't remember who it was, but they switched off to Rayman after going down the... Okay, you know what? This is working out real well. He's getting, when he gets his reward, he's getting enough damage off it. It's actually working out significantly better because before he was getting enough hits, but not enough D-Light recovery. He's going to take it off the top. Significantly better start to Kaina here.
Yeah, Kaina doing really well here, and even though some of those punishes missed, like off of the side stick from Power Ranger, Kaina continued to win engagement after engagement. Side light from Power Ranger doesn't lead into the recovery, and now that side light neutral light will bring Power Ranger into yellow. Uh-oh. This is so similar to the last game. I know it's not a lead this time for Power Ranger, but it's like Kina's going, and then gone. It's just a reverse side air off the left side of the stage as Power Ranger just goes, hold on, that's not safe.
Yeah, I mean, when you get, again, if you are giving Power Ranger those opportunities to capitalize on the whiff punish, he takes it every time. Oh my goodness, though, the 4-piece getting the GC dare follow-up. Oh my God, Kina basically speed ran that stock, and now that's a significantly larger lead.
If you want to know what a doubles team looked like with two Kina acrobats, that's right there. Kina being able to do their own D-Light down there into their own D-Light down there to get that combo off the left side of the stage. Wonderful job coming up from Kina. And Power Ranger now has a whole stock that I have to come back from, which I don't think Ajax is going to be happy in this game.
It does not look like it. Yeah, just avoiding the side air, but even with that, like, yeah, he's getting caught so much, getting sent to the top, getting hit by the nair once again. Yeah,
I was wondering if Power Ranger was even going to dodge that time, because sometimes there's this mode in a game where you're just kind of like, all right, you got it.
Yep.
Let's go to game 3. Nair me off the top. But yeah, damage done. 604 to 210. Kinda fantastic game 2 after that switch to the bow bar.
373 on the hammer. We were looking at the bow before, it was just about 100 plus. Significant change, way better, and the sword still did about the same in that other game. So the switch here to Bodvar was spectacular. He got way better whiff punishes, he got a lot more damage, and now we're going to see the switch up. The counter pick war continues, but now we're going to see the Wushang that we expected to see at the start show up.
A lot of situations already in this first block where it's like, okay, that thing that I talked about before in the last game, here
see,
it
we're
is.
probably we know in the future that it would matter.
These are the characters that we were expecting to see fight against each other in game 1, but now it's just it's 1-to-1. It's a best of 3 now, and we're having a little bit of a moment where we saw the emote where it's just kind of like, okay, wait, some connection stuff. We're all good now. Game starts, and Power Ranger jumps right in there with the side light and recovery as Kina looking to get some damage back on the hammer.
Yeah, good job just waiting around. Like now, I think the switch here was so necessary. Oh, actually, it was very necessary.
Whoa.
Oh, okay, Power Rangers starting to actually
on
get
top
some
of reversals here with both weapons.
I'm loving it. They're scrapping. They're keeping things going here. Weapon just kind of chilling around. Nobody really decided to commit to it, but now the spear shows up.
Ooh, goes for the down light. Neutral light hits. Stomp, side air. Really quick stomp there. Kind of made it look like that they were going to fade back. But no, side light comes through. Weapon throw down for Power Ranger. That's a punish and a half. No! Ooh. Went for the dodge read down. Doesn't get it at the nair. And Power Ranger on the spear. Who's going to take the first stock here? Is he? They dash jump forward, dodge back.
He's like, yo, no, you move first. No, you move first. I'm not going to budge. And then after disarming him, kind of goes and gives up the weapon, which is going to allow Power Ranger to get access to the gauntlets. But now Hammer's back on. This is one Hammer hit away.
No, he misses the chase dodge off the down light. Can't get the recovery. And that would have been a confirmed combo knockout that doesn't go Power Ranger's way. But the recovery unarmed will seal the deal. Power Ranger a little lucky after that one, because he did definitely just drop that. I wasn't sure if the dodge was gone, but whatever the case is, Kina is now down a stock just barely.
Yeah, now when it comes to South America, you already know. If you're talking about South America, you're seeing incredible spear play, which disappeared immediately as soon as I tried to talk about it. So Power Ranger said, no spear play today. We're going to continue this gauntlet.
I think Power Ranger, with this much damage on, was just being like, okay, anything that I start for could go punished very easily. I'm going to go for a weapon throw, some unarmed damage, lose the stock. And one case it worked, the other case it didn't.
That's a fair point. Just add on as much damage as you possibly can. Now the side light coming through, misses up the follow-up nair, trying to go for a couple pogos, and it just misses out on the D-Light too, but does catch the dare.
Oh, went for the down air instead. Doesn't hit it. Side light comes through. Side light from Kina. As he's going forward here, Power Ranger gets hit by the side light once more. 2 side lights. Go for the third side light. No, Kina goes for the stop instead and gets spear sared for it.
It started to do that. That was actually a pretty solid defensive option right there. He knows he was going to go for it, so he went for his own GCD light to stall.
Oh, but the slide charge down sig that you were talking about before the set even began finally gets it there.
Especially on Demon Island. You do not have you don't have much space to run away from that.
Yeah, and if it catches you from behind or in front, you're just always going to send you in the direction that Wushang's facing, which in that case is away from the stage. Power Ranger getting that stock decently early, kind of trying to return the damage now.
Yeah, Kina has consistently been able to find plenty of openings with Hammer. He's constantly getting quick strikes. Oh. And what a mix-up. He went for multiple side lights before and then just decided to go win.
That was stomp neutral sig, right? I wasn't sure. Was it side light?
It was side light.
I totally missed the opening. I was like, why would you? Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah,
side light hits, and then you slide charge with the neutral sig. Gets a really great read there and takes him out the top. Whereas I stomp Sarah, he may have needed 2 or 3 of those before he could have gotten the knockout. And that nair not working working out, but kind of gets to stop down air that time around as the Nair disarms Power Ranger from a spear.
Yeah, still getting, like, kind of consistency of getting damage has been so good. He was looking at it was a small deficit, but he has now gotten a small lead. Kind of hasn't found many openings, so he's going to have to deal with this edge guard here. Weapon's going to come in at the last second. It's still a fresh hammer. It just gets around the side air, but he still gets hit by the Nair. He keeps getting set back up.
Oh, the neutral sync from Power Ranger reads the jump from kind of off of the hit stun from the weapon throw. And that's the stock of what was really looking like, man, so many times I'm like, it's a kind of highlight all the way to the very end of the Power Ranger gets the stock.
Sometimes I just feel like Kaida's built, Power Ranger's built different, man.
Yeah.
Like he just
Look
like
at that weapon throw, neutral sync.
so confident in it too. He knew that he was going to try and jump out of there. He knew the coverage was going to be a panic option because he was already so deep into red. He had control, so he wants to get back to center stage, and then he covers that option. It's a risky option, but he covered it well,
It
and
is
that
a
gets him
lot
the game.
more likely to have a panic jump like that on Demon Island where going down beneath the stage doesn't even look like an option, right? Like
The stock before that, he got caught by the slide cancel desync too, so that's in your head.
That's a great point as well. Right. So he was just like, I don't want to get hit by that again. And the neutral sync for the first time that game came out from Power Ranger. Now kind of is going to be going into match point here on Mammoth Fortress.
That damage difference is so close. And damage engagement, 11-point difference, and it was still that close. So you see how many times Power Ranger actually won neutral by comparison. It was a little bit more, but he kept himself in it. The damage output on Hammer, though, has been working for Kiner. We're going to see a change of scenery now, though.
Yeah, Mammoth Fortress here in game number 4. Power Ranger takes this, and he moves on into the grand final, Kina trying to fight to avoid going into the elimination bracket, and a nice chase dodge down, gets the recovery after the hit, and Power Ranger gets some hits back, Kina responds to the Nair, D-Light Zyder puts Power Ranger off the side of the stage. I gotta be careful here, Ajax.
Yeah.
Every time I say off the side of the stage, somehow Power Ranger turns into a stock.
Yeah,
Ground pound almost hits.
Yeah, you're so right about that. Every time that we've seen kind of get a lot of damage early on, he goes for the overextension off stage to try and force more.
Just
and
like,
Power Ranger says, hey, yo,
I got gauntlets.
It's my time to eat, boy.
Yeah.
So,
we got to be careful about that. Even unarmed kind of was chase dodging out there. Hammer picked up. Side air whiffs. Power Ranger gets the delayed recovery from the side light. Down light hits, and that stops side air. Means Kai's going to go off stage. No. Yes, there it is. Really clever option there. Using the platform on Mammoth Fortress to, instead of jumping and falling for the side air, just pressing down, getting through the platform, immediately fast falling for the side air.
Excellent patience, too. Did not pull the trigger too early because Power Ranger was trying to get him to come out. He still closed it out, taking no damage, though. Puts himself right back in the game.
Yeah, and the side stick from Power Ranger, very strong. It's a very low-range move, but a very powerful move if you are stacked upon your opponent. And we saw right there, kind of just going down because of it, and now kind of taking a small lead with the hammer against Power Ranger's gauntlets. I love Kina's hammer neutral game when he wins with a side light, because whatever follows up after the side light is completely different, and it's constantly catching me and Power Ranger off guard.
I'm not gonna lie, I almost feel like I'm watching Greatsword when he does it. Like, he does that, and then he follows up with a chase, like with the same way you see Greatsword players do, but he's gonna go all the way off.
And sometimes Kaya goes for the slide charge pivot neutral sync, just like Jaehyun might. That's actually kind of fun to think about. Yeah, Kaya's hammer play is pretty similar to that, and that stomp was such a great knockout there.
So Hysen out playing earlier. It's like, you know what? That looks like a good idea. Power Ranger, what
Power
are
Ranger,
you doing?
You are gone.
Why are you down?
Kinda don't.
Wait.
Okay, good. Kind of literally kicking to safety. Well, you know, if EU can do it, so can South America, right? You just hold ground pound until your stock is gone. Sometimes.
How have we gotten that like 4 times?
Sometimes you just forget.
All right, so Taza, we are now going to turn this into the Spring Championships tutorial edition on how to properly recover.
Yes. Yeah, holding the button makes you ground pound longer.
Yes. And
so you release it, and then you don't have to worry about this. Power Ranger didn't go all the way off the side of the stage, but with how deep that he went down, not having those jumps available, it was a no-brainer for Kina to be able to get that recovery, go for the weapon throw afterwards, and Power Ranger already sweating was never going to make it back. And we see, even on our side with the damage graph, it looks pretty odd.
Yeah, collective total of 374 to 255. But if you look at that last graph there, it's just
a small blip.
It is a nub.
Yeah.
It's just one dot there, one pixel.
So we're at game 5.
Somehow.
and Kina and Power Ranger are going to be fighting for this spot in the winner side of Grand Finals, indicating for both of them that everything's good to go here, and that neither player playing with too much of a technical difficulty. And now, sidelight from Kina. There it is. As you're talking about, right? It's like your hit is so greatsword-esque now that I think about it. It's like side light, wait for the dodge, get the opener again, and then you do the bridge into the finisher.
And he used that earlier to set up for the hammer signature as well. So, like, it gets into your head. It's like, what's the follow-up? What am I going to get hit by? It's really impressive the way Kaina's been approaching it, and this matters so much.
Just makes me think, like, Kaina, you were like a Magyar main in the making.
Maybe. He's on his way.
Hammer, and you get the hammer and the greatsword, you're basically got two weapons that you're excelling with. Oh, I can't believe Power Ranger dodged through that. Side air hits, weapon throw forward, sidelight again. Oh, I thought the neutral stick was coming through with the side air instead of the down air. Stops Power Ranger from getting the gravity cancel neutral stick, but Demon Island ceiling just a little too high for that particular recovery to hit. Power Ranger with no recovery here. Can you make it back?
Oh, good defense, but not enough. He still gets poked on his way down. He might get the wall touching the other side. Yes, he does. Avoids two weapon tosses.
Yeah, that second one not far enough over the side of the stage. And Power Ranger gets a D-Light neutral stick, but it's going to be a while before that knocks out. Power Ranger somehow.
Taza, if he somehow gets this stock first, after Kaina had like 4 opportunities.
Look, I would have put it past him. Weapon throw comes forward. Oh, is this the neutral stick? He goes for the weapon throw. No, so he can't even go for the... Well, slide charge... hammer side into the face.
Off me.
Sometimes...
And it's a home run.
Sometimes you just don't linger on the side of the stage at all. Kind of literally touched the wall once and sared back. Onto Power Ranger.
Kind of super aggressive at a disadvantage. That's something I've been noticing. He's been swinging a lot on his, like, in any bad spots, and it's kind of been frustrating. Oh, this could be good. Yeah, okay, Power Ranger goes for the early recovery to go up on the ground pound. This is a massive lead right now.
So, I want to highlight what you said, where Kaina's very powerful at disadvantage. Even though it's 3 stocks to 2, I would consider that the mindset for a lot of players when in red is at a disadvantage. It kind of has not gotten hit since he got that first stock off Power Ranger. Ajax runner away to a 3 stock here. Power Ranger's got to get some kind of weapon. Sides it comes through. D-Light, down air, side light comes onto the Power Ranger. He can't get the stock off of Kaina.
He can't get a hit. Okay, Gauntlet D6 finally finds that hit. Almost looking a little panicky, but it hit, so that's what matters. And now he needs to get something started here. The spear has not been putting in as much work as it did off the rip. The hammer has been doing an amazing job of spacing. That's another Zyder. I don't know if he's going to be making it past much more after this situation.
Nair hits. Kaina goes in for that falling dare. Doesn't hit it. Sidelight from Power Ranger. Some damage is coming through here, but Ajax, we are a side air away at this point.
Yeah, and he gets access to the hammer now. Power Ranger's getting some damage, but it's not going to be enough because Kaina is going to be the one to take game number 5 and solidify that first ticket into Grand Finals.
Yeah, Power Ranger going down pretty handily in that last game. And we were looking at the graphs compared to like the amount of damage that Kaina's doing to the amount of damage that Power Ranger's putting out.
Man.
Yeah, that was really dominant from Kaina. You know, the moment that you talked about how Kaina plays really well at a disadvantage state, just went full 0 to death on Power Ranger's second stock. And even on the third stock, almost at the same as well. We're seeing right there, that little green blip. The time alive for Power Ranger there in between those 2 white X's at the center of that line is so small compared to that first stock.
Collective damage, nearly nearly double on the side of Kaina. Kaina had so many good openers. The pressure that he had available to him from the hammer was so impressive. It's like, I know we alluded to the whole idea of it looking similar to Greatsword, but it kind of was. Like, most of the openers we see are stomp and just getting damage consistently, but that sidelight just kept getting data, if anything, out of how Power Ranger wanted to move.
I really never would have considered comparing it to Greatsword if you didn't bring it up, because that is, so we were talking about how Greatsword this is the only weapon in the game that functions like this, even though we're comparing Hammer to it, where you have the opener on your light attacks, and then the moves that you do follow that follow it, like a bridge or a finisher, are dependent on the direction that you're using those things. But what kind of was doing that was similar in style was hitting hammer sidelight, and then what Greatsword does is it waits for the dodge, and then you're like, okay, is the dodge there? Is the dodge not there? Are you jumping? What are you doing? React to it, make the decision. The follow-up afterwards was always really fun to see.
Exactly. We're going to go ahead and take a look at some of these follow-ups and some of these decisions, by the way, from Remy to see exactly how he broke that down.
Once again, the casters feel the need to tell you guys how it's already being broken down. The Great Sword gameplay was already pushed over to the Hammer gameplay. It was amazing. It was clean. I want to show you guys exactly what they were talking about there as we're going to start right here. We're already pretty deep into the stock, and you can already see how the motion is flowing for him. But it gets even sicker. We're not just talking these couple plays here. We're talking scoops into weapon throws, into nairs, into everything. Watch this right here. This is amazing. This weapon throw setup, common setup to cover your landing as a player, but kind of takes it one step further. This weapon throw connects, and he's going for a highlight reel play here. The downlight into the scoop is looking so sick there. That's hammer mastery. I know we watched Swata go crazy with this weapon earlier, but it's not stopping in EU. It's coming all the way to the other side of the world. But that wasn't just it for the hammer greatsword montage there. Like, if we continue on, you get even more work done. Side light, end light, another side light, and that was just a small three-piece. Is it a string weapon? Is it a heavy weapon? You can't seem to tell anymore. Kind of blurring the lines of it all. And I want to close it off with that last game. That last game solidified his spot in the grand finals, and this stock right here was the biggest part of it all. Let's just play this out. Just kind of playing around the map as normal. Opens with a weapon throw, doesn't find the nair they're looking for, but right there, it's another string on hammer. Isn't that insane? Gets the one nair, sees that there's no dodge available, and it turns into a swift recovery into a scoop. And it keeps on giving. Hammer is the weapon that apparently keeps on giving everybody. Sair doesn't let him touch the ground. Another Sair. And covers it with the weapon throw. Swift ground pound. Casters, I mean, you must have loved watching that again. But we got another set waiting for us. So I'm going to pass it back to you guys.
Yeah, kind of fantastic. And now in that winner's side of grand finals has brought Power Ranger down into the elimination final. And the player that has to go against Power Ranger is Wes or Hazard L. And they're going to be fighting against each other right now. And we were talking about that hammer slash kind of great sword style play style.
Lines,
and I was like, all right, Hazard L, now lock it in, but I'm looking at the screen right now and I don't see the great sword. You just saw it for the very first time.
I was not looking at that.
You literally got startled next to me. Yeah. So it's Macho Man for Wes, but it's Azoth being locked in for Hazard L in game number 1. This could change at the very last minute. But
I'm sitting there thinking, like, well, Hazard L's got to come in as well, I'm going to do it better. Obviously, I am the great sword, but we're not going to see that potentially here. If that is what is going to be locked in or not. Wes, obviously, we're expecting to see the Macho Man. It's going to be what happens. One of the best Lance players in the world. And the fact that he's even down in his position here kind of throws a lot of wrenches in people's plans of what they assumed would be a top 3.
Yes.
But on the other side of things, though, we've been seeing incredible performances again from our greatsword players. Hardy MJ recently with Steel Series, I believe, had an incredible run in the singles bracket. Probably going to have a great run again tomorrow. But that amazing set that happened a second ago, the 3-0 with the Jaehyun, and now believing
in this. This is what the thing that I can most safely assume is all right, this is what I have prepared for Wes. When I meet Wes in brackets, the Jaehyun isn't cutting it. Now it's time to try the Azoth. And maybe if it goes horribly, we go back to it.
I understand the logic behind it, too. You go for Greatsword, you whiff, congratulations. You're now getting hit by Lance Sidelight. It's hard to commit against the Lance. But what you do get, though, not only with the bow, but with the axe, is that incredible punish game we've seen from people all day from the Rayman. This time, however, it's going to be Hazard L piloting the Azoth.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how Hazard L is able to use Azoth's unique signatures against how Wes can maneuver in the air with the Lance. But we have to have that matchup to happen to begin with. Right now we have Axe versus Bow, and the neutral sig spikes Hazard L off the left side of the stage. And this could be the stock. It's definitely it. Hazard L, no jumps available, and a quick early stock for Wes.
Yeah, Wes starting things off hot with not even wasting any time, going for multiple signatures. We saw the first one whiff, the second one connected, led to a stock. And that is a good way to establish some fear into what normally is the Azoth. They like to put out a bunch of signatures themselves to make it so you pump the brakes so they can approach for free. But what happens when Wes is doing it to you as well?
Yeah, the neutral sig from Macho Man in particular is a little scarier than Azoth when it comes to being off the side of the stage, because even though it hits you in the same threat area, Macho Man's will spike you down, and
Hazard L, my friend, we need to talk about what just happened for a second there. You had it. You had it.
You had it already.
Why did you decide to give it to him as well? Okay, so all right,
we got the answer.
Okay, we might have gotten the answer. So we will call that one unfortunate. I don't like to use that one too much, but for Wes, we take those. It is something that happened. You got to ride it out. Let's see if Hysen can rebound from that.
Yeah, just giving it a little bit of a moment to make sure that everything's okay, putting out some moves. There's the emote to signal that everything's okay. And we're back into the fray. Game 1, a full stock advantage for West as the neutral light hits. Chain dodges forward. And Hazard L is able to get the unarmed side light to stop the pressure West was putting out. And some damage now from the bow is being seen here as we get further into Game 1.
Exactly. Hazard L has to play very careful right now, too. West has already revealed that he's been very aggressive, getting the back hitter recovery right there, trying to go for the ground pound, looking for Hazard L. He dodges it, but also just dodging the back hitter recovery again.
Oh, nice attempt with the pivot neutral light there off the platform. That one doesn't hit through. West with the lance siders back and forth. Down light comes through. Oh, they're stacked on top of each other. Hazard L realizing that uses Bo's best move while stacked, and that is the neutral air. Sends him up towards the top of the stage. And Hazard L wants this stock here. Has to equalize it now. Recovery maybe does it against Macho Man. It's a tough call to make.
Yeah, it's kind of scary to want to go for that right there because West can punish that very hard as well with his own. But the weapon toss-up is going to keep him safe. Just coming back in aggressively there. Hazard L's getting a few punishes, but he's gotten so much damage on him in the midst of all that. It's going to be kind of hard to make a comeback at this point.
Oh, falling nares from West, pivoting all of these, getting that extra damage on the Hazard. And there's the side air off the left side of the stage. It's 1-1. West has some pretty heavy hitting moves
Just a few
to finish off the stock. But if Hazard L can deny the weapons, that could be a pretty big deal. Side light. Oh, anything else? Oh, he almost dodged it.
That almost worked too.
Yeah.
Hazard L definitely almost jumped right into that. But now you're at, you can't make a mistake windows because that happens. The moment that he got caught, you're going to be at mercy of an axe side air. He was doing a good job of avoiding him as long as he can, but West capitalizes against first game.
Yeah, Game 1 goes over pretty handily to West. We saw that neutral six spike right there was beautiful off the left side of the stage. Hazard couldn't even make it back. And then we're going to get the stock off the left side where just can't touch back into the stage. And West going down at the same time as Hazard in the dash jump sider to finish it off as Hazard L, when retreating there, West was using the axe a little bit like how Lance players like to chase people that are trying to run to the side of the stage, which is dash jump side air. He catches their jump, and you've got the stock.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be committing still here. No switches up to Jae-Yoon just yet. Deciding to rock it out here. I feel like outside of that mistake, it wasn't looking too bad. He actually was keeping it even, but the moment that the lead went into West's favor with a full fresh stock, it allowed West to play more passive with a burst range character, which makes you panicky because it's like, well, at some point he's got a sidelight at me, right? But he never did, and he just kept capitalizing on any time Hazard L tried to push, and it worked out really well for West. It might not work out as well, though, with it being a very, fresh new game, no SDs involved.
Wow, I really am enjoying Hazard L's bow play this game. He's already primed a fresh bow as well. I thought I was wrong. I really thought that he did, but no, he was over there on the bow. That time just denying all weapons from West entirely. Most of this damage from the bow here, and he went for a downlight, a nair, I think, but that downlight was like the closest downlight I've ever seen.
Yeah, that start was lasting for a good while there, too. West took an immense amount of damage and missed all that, so I think he's at mercy potentially to a recovery from Bo at this point, but that's going to be on Hazard L not to get caught. He's going to be able to take him out off the top, at least finally with that one there.
Yeah, West going for some really hard reads with these charge signatures, and Hazard L reacting accordingly and punishing. That time the bow neutral air being enough to take West off the top. And now West doesn't even have Hazard L an amount of damage to where a side air would do it on either weapon. And that down sig catches West after the neutral light. What an option coming out from Hazard.
Hazard L is capitalizing big on a lot of damage where West was kind of being that same issue from before. Sider's going to send them deep off stage, though. This is a good opportunity for West. Tries to go for the GC neutral light, but it misses. And he has a chance here. Sweat beads, weapon toss down. Tries to go for the follow-up. Hazard L did get the wall touch. I thought he did not get the wall touch and missed that. He still lost the stock, but that was momentarily good defense.
Yeah, we've had too many moments today where we're just kind of like the player barely doesn't touch the wall, and we're just getting used to it by now. But
a surprising amount today.
Yeah, West with that sidelight down air, bringing Hazard L back to the side of the stage. Slide charge down sig after the Sair, and that neutral sig could have ended that stock there, and then recovery back swing. That's it, West. All that work. One move, you jump a little too soon, and you're out of there. He jumped and used his recovery.
Sometimes things are going so well for you that something bad has to happen. He won like 5 interactions straight, but after deciding to go off stage, gave up one opportunity for Hazard L, and Hazard L needs to take advantage of this because there's not been a large gap of difference for how long it takes for West to get back into it. The Zyder's not going to be enough there, but another one absolutely will take it.
Oh, he tries to side him to the side of the stage. The backswing of the recovery there gets him, and then the ground pound covers the entirety of Demon Island. Hazard goes down off the bottom of the stage. Really interesting edgeguard coming out from West there. He really wanted the side air, but even when that missed, he was able to get the return hits, and now we are in a one-on-one situation. Game 2. If West takes this, he brings it to a match point, but Hazard out looking good to bring it to a tie game.
Yeah, super close right now, Taza. Definitely still very doable for Hazardel, as he has the damage lead right now. But the key factor is don't make the same mistake West did before. You're getting a lot of wins. Don't overextend, because that's going to get you that back hit on the axe. That's going to make you get gimped. You do not want to do that.
Yep.
Then there's not going to be enough off the top, but he is doing a great job of getting the damage on.
And you can see that he's really actively playing around the way that you were talking about, which is that when he's getting those hits, he's getting his side light, he's getting his neutral light. Oh, West goes to the ground pound. He got the swing, the underhand swing of the recovery, and the nair. That's 2 nairs that game that were able to take off the top. And the damage numbers aren't even that crazy for that kind of game. Although so now the Grape
separation of 8 damage. Like that's extremely close game.
But for a game where on Demon Island, Bo Neutral Air is taking Macho Man off the top twice, that's a lot of damage on 2 of those stocks.
Yeah, that was incredible from Hazardel. I kept expecting Hazardel eventually to go for the recovery read, because West was jumping out of those spots a lot, but he kept covering with the nair and was working out. So now to switch up to Apocalypse, not feeling like that Demon Island pick was working out for him, but West, I still feel like, is in such a good spot. Even though he lost that game, he was in it the whole time. He doesn't let leads stay for too long, and this is also the person who's been at the top multiple times. So Hazardel's got to be one to prove that he keeps going.
Yeah, the bow that's being played by him so far has been looking great. Oh, I thought the recovery was going to hit there, but he does touch. Neutral light connects, went for a pivot down air, trying to catch Hazard staying grounded, but he doesn't choose to do so. And with the axe, oh man, it's so back and forth between these two on this first stock, but I still feel like Hazard has a... All right, well, the momentum just went away as I was saying the sentence. I was like, I feel like he has the momentum, but Wes is really putting the pressure on now.
Yeah, Wes is starting to actually get the wins, and he gets it where he needs it right there, closes out the first stock. I honestly, like, what does West need to do to get that dominant play that he had in the beginning? Because I think game 1 he looks so much cleaner, but Hazardel's been adjusting a lot.
Bunch of I literally just mean like a bunch of Lance neutral airs that when he dash jumps it, he pivots it. I say that kind of like in a way where it's like it doesn't matter if it hits, but what I noticed when he had a lot of pressure on Hazardel in game number 1, it was when he was putting a lot of that Lance pressure out with sidelights and nairs, where Hazardel couldn't feel comfortable playing on the ground, which I feel like he likes to be in it. That down sig. What is that?
Yeah, that's just barely missed KOing.
And he just barely missed it, or barely didn't miss such a... Wait, whoa.
Oh, you are a genius. Look, that was one of those plays. No. Hear me out. That was one of those plays that you look like a genius if it works, but you look like a whole fool if it doesn't. It worked out.
It's like when we were casting that gravity cancel neutral sig, and he just dies the gauntlet recovery in the EU. But this time, let me be clear, Wes, if he did not hit the neutral sig, was gone.
Yep.
And it was because Hazardel wanted to end the stock that it worked, and he's also
alive.
alive.
Congratulations, you have now joined the highlight reels of the dev stream and later on in the week.
Oh, man.
Hanging out over on the side, charging.
Oh, the nairs.
This could be all right, it's not going to be 3 stock. The nair's going to come through and get him to stock. Hazardel needs a big play right now.
Yeah. Wes, incredible there on that second stock. Then neutral sig, baiting Hazardel into losing that stock, giving him the chase down to come back to the stage. And now 2 stocks to 1. Wes gets a sidelight neutral air, and the recovery just barely misses. But that second nair and a neutral light means that the damage is all but in Wes's favor to end the game. There's the ground pound to finish it off as he goes to match point.
Yeah, we're gonna take a real quick look back at how close this was to being a West stock being just gone.
He fast falls down pretty far. That down air was like it was wild, and here I'm like, oh, Wes is done for, right? He can't even dodge straight up. And Hazardel, so that down air wasn't so crazy. If he wasn't certain if the dodge up was going to save him or not, that down air was perfect. And so Wes in that moment went, I'm just going to gravity cancel neutral sig. I think he's going to cover my dodge. And he was absolutely right. That was a read upon another read. Because you literally, when we say bet at all, you cannot bet more than your entire stock off of
that was all in. And now we're going all in here with the JU, and it has finally showed back up. The Great Sword has appeared with a wider stage. Even though the platform is going to move around, if you're going to put all your chips on the table, it's about time you put it on your main.
Oh, and Wes now putting out on with his axe is trying to fight back, and here is okay. So I was thinking about that.
I was not paying close enough. That's actually not JU.
Yeah, that is Magyar. And when you said it, I was just kind of like, I wasn't sure until the hammer picked up, but I was like, yeah, I can always tell when it's a Magyar.
Main reason why I got mixed is because the JU Cosmi uses also has the cloak.
Yeah, it has the cloak, and also every Greatsword player loves using that Skyforge Greatsword.
That is true. That is true.
But anyways, we're going into this game number 4, and Wes goes in for the neutral signature, doesn't quite hit it. Already behind in damage as for Hazard L, as that neutral light stops Hazard from getting the down air onto the stage, and the weapon throw forces the dodge. Oh, is that it?
Yeah, I don't think. Okay, uses. Oh wait, he gets back on, but Wes kind of just lets him do it.
That's so sick. Using Magyar's gravity cancel neutral signature to get the distance, and then the rest of the float down to the platform. He still survives because of that.
I don't think that he makes it. Like the drift down, he probably doesn't touch the wall if that platform's not there. So
yeah.
Like Hazard gets to hold on to the stock a little bit longer, going for the sidelight, but he gets hit. Trying to go for the mix-up, Wes having absolutely nothing to do with that.
Yeah, that down sig takes him off the top right of the side of the stage, and weapon comes in. It's the hammer. Sidelight once. Doesn't get anything else off of it. And Wes, with the lance, is trying to get his own sidelight openers. Only those could lead into potentially a lot more, unless you're kinda. In which case, that hammer sidelight is actually an opening for a ton of combos. But Wes, so much damage coming out here in game number 4 as he's trying to get this 3-1 and go into the elimination final.
Yeah, Wes did an incredible job of just dodging literally everything. And now, for Hazard L, like, you need to get this stock on ASAP. Wes has been holding on to this for a while. He's staying unarmed because he's just trying to get extra damage on. Now he's going to get the axe, but at least he'll still have the lance primed because the lance is really what did a majority of the dodging and the damage at last stock.
The great sword nair there, taking him off the top. Whoa, was Wes going to get a double delay ground pound here? He's looking for it. Oh, he chases him all the way down, dodges the side air from the great sword, and a nice gravity cancel neutral light, getting that finisher right away from Hazard L to get some damage onto Wes. And he makes it back to the stage, but he can't get the stock, and Wes is looking for that finisher.
Yeah, Wes is looking for one mistake out of Hazard L. Hazard L really can't play grounded safely because when he does those sidelights, he's going to get covered by Wes on the cross-up, weapon toss up. That's a lot of resources gone. He's going to do the same thing he did before, but it's not far enough.
Probably his best bet. That sends you a little bit farther in the sky than a diagonal dodge, but yeah, Mammoth Fortress platform not playing around that time. It's on the other side of the stage. He can't make it back, and Wes is one stock away from knocking Hazard L out of the Spring Championship.
Yeah, Wes hanging out here on a game lead. Let's see if he can shut it down here. Hazard L hoping to get himself back into the game, but
they're both just looking for the first opportunity to go in there. Oh, he went in for the bridge. Okay, nice. Gets the sidelight finisher. Has the hammer. Primes a great sword. Now Wes goes in, dashes forward with the neutral light, but the down air hits beneath the platform, then lands on the platform.
He's going for a lot more down airs compared to the early stocks. He barely went for that. Just kept going for sidelights and find openers, but that's like the 4th or 5th down air we're seeing hit. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. There's another one.
So it's a huge deal. If he could get a rising down air here, it will combo into the neutral air and will take Wes off the top, and he's looking for that. But the recovery is good too. That's fine. Hazard L really coming back here in game number 4 as Wes has been struggling to get anything started.
Now, do all those down airs lead to actual sidelights getting openings? Because before he kept getting sidelight and getting no follow-up. He had to close it out on one of them to finally get some damage. But like Wes has got to be thinking about the fact he was jumping around him now. He's starting to get a couple strings in here.
Recovery hits. Wes goes for the weapon throw, forces the dodge, puts a spot dodge on the ground. Side air, side air. Wes goes for the third, and Hazard L doesn't even have the drift. He needed to do his patented gravity cancel neutral sig. Otherwise, he was never going to get the drift to make it back. I can't believe how many jumps he got him out of.
Oh, my goodness. What incredible coverage there from Wes, and what incredible coverage to get himself back into the, well, actually, not back into, get him another W to get him into the elimination finals.
Oh, yeah, look at that gravity cancel neutral sig. It's what I was talking about, because even though in that replay he didn't get saved, he did get saved there on the other side of the stage. Here would have been a perfect time. Actually, would it have been? I think if he gravity cancel neutral sig, the landsider hit. I'm looking at that replay now.
I think so.
Oh, that was a tough one.
I don't think he could have committed to an option there because he was right there. Like the moment that he started to gravity cancel, Zyder was right there. Like, there's not really much he could do to react to that, so he's just hoping, like, and praying that that was going to be enough to get him over the top. He could not find the wall touch at the very end, and Wes, he did an amazing job of getting that stock in the first place because he got hit by like 5 dares the previous stock, which means the openers were probably going to get a little bit better there for Hazardel because now you're conditioned into fearing him jumping over you, so the grounded game gets better. So what was his answer? He found 1 jump. He's like, all right, well, get off. Like,
it was a really, it became such an explosive finish at what was a really close game into, like you said, found 1 jump. Several Lance side airs later, and that's the stock and the win for West, who is now going into the elimination final and going up against Power Ranger, who is likely on the Wushang, could see the Rayman. I think the pick ends up being based upon the pace of the match, whereas Wes, I can almost reliably say, is going to be on that Macho Man the entire way through.
Yeah, pretty much. And Wushang was actually like got him back into that W, or it was work. Excuse me, didn't get him W, but it was working in Winners Finals. It was getting him back into the game. It wasn't enough to deal with kind of Hammer just went off, but like I think it's the most fresh character right now, and I think it's the one that's most warmed up. So it definitely seems like the better play to go in. However, if it doesn't work immediately, we saw the Axe was working pretty well on the side of Hazard L quite a few times there. Probably see this switch back to Rayman.
And well, I'll mention this in almost any competitive Brawlhalla tournament ever. I always think that Axe has a pretty good time against Lance when having that neutral game, just because that side light and neutral light is so good at catching a lot of the options that Lance likes to go for, whether it be side light, side air, down air. You'll catch them in their move before it hits you, as long as you're able to time your moves well to it. So he's not going to start with the Rayman, though, so we're not going to be able to see that Axe. We have similar things with, like, Spear Neutral Light functioning in a similar way, but a lot less follow-up potential off of it.
Yeah, and with Demon Island being available to him, he's going to get his combo game, and he's going to have pressure, and he's going to have that ground pound available from the Spear, so he has access to quite a few options to deal with the delay on the Spear, the Lance recovery, and we lied, so we're not going to start right away, but we will hypothetically start momentarily. So, but we've seen a lot of counter picks, like you were just alluding to, with the fact that Axe has been such a good matchup against Lance. People have been counter picking to Rayman all day, or to an Axe Legend in general to answer that. I think if this goes horribly to start, the Rayman shows up immediately.
I totally agree, and that's like, it's like the opposite scenario of what happened with Kaina in the winners final, where it's like, oh, it went horribly with Rayman, so now the opposite comes through, and it almost brings it out into a victory for Power Ranger. Here we're starting in the opposite way, like you said, warmed up on the Wushang, is going to be going in for game number 1 on Demon Island this time for real. Weapon Spawn comes in, and Wes doesn't get it, but he does get the neutral win.
He doesn't get the gauntlets, but he might as well have been playing gauntlets, because he squared up immediately, got some damage on.
Oh, and the side air recovery. That would have been the stock. That would have just been it.
Wes, chill, bro.
And now Power Ranger tried to.
Oh
that
my God.
Side sig hits. Wes goes in for the D-Light ground pound. Can't quite get it. Side light, D-Light went for the gravity cancel neutral sig. Power Ranger, like, it's not even a last stock game 5 scenario. I feel like that pressure is on Power Ranger already.
And Power Ranger answers right back and gets him with the sig again. So we are going to be looking at a very fast-paced match here. Both of them have revealed that they're not going to wait to pull out their bag of tricks later. They are going to try and snipe stocks right now.
Wes had 3 opportunities for a 0-to-death there, and it turned into a Power Ranger win. You know, that's just how Power Ranger's momentum works. It was the same case against Kaina. A lot of times, like, okay, Kaina highlight, and now Power Ranger gets the stock, and it just happened with Wes. Whereas now Wes had to get the cleanup, even up the damage, and bring it to a 2-2 scenario.
Yeah, very close game right now. So, like, I'm loving it. A lot of respect now going out after that first stock, but he goes to follow up, tries to get the nair there. Weapon toss down. Wes, he gets caught by the pogo. 2 of them, 3 of them, 4 of them. Count them, keep them going. 5
into a side air. Good. He gets the second side air. Power Ranger.
You are not making this back. You are not making this back. No way.
He doesn't get him. I thought he was going to go for, like, I don't really know what he could have gone for there, but that's an awesome way to punish the landing, because that entire stock was beautiful.
That was essentially, in every way we could look at it, that was borderline against 0-to-death.
I cannot highlight enough how difficult it is to hit so many spear downers like that. That move you have to be so precise on. I guess you could be like, Demon Island.
I was going to say, I think it helped definitely with Demon Island.
We don't see that every day. That is really insane. Power Ranger converting that into a knockout as well is huge. And now Wes, who had the most insane opener of the day, is behind a whole stock.
Look, if you're going to see crazy stuff with Spear, it's going to be out of South America, man. Like, they just capitalized so well with this weapon. Fiend was someone we expect to see here quite a few times, not even at this point, but Power Ranger continuing to do that as the gauntlet pressure. Gonna go for the ground pound. Yeah.
Oh, I thought maybe. No, there.
Oh, wait,
Okay.
It was coming.
I think the first one got both me and Wes with the ground pound there, but that's what we saw Power Ranger get a really stock against Kinda in Winners Finals. But Wes, while getting hit by it, is still surviving, and that gravity canceled down sig unarmed takes Power Ranger off the other side of the map. It caught him, and it's to the other side, and still knocked out.
Yeah, that looked like it was at the max distance for where that pixel hit, so that gives Wes an opportunity, because we saw in that previous game, Wes was behind, and then he caught one side air, and it's not going to happen this time, because we're going to see the recovery take him out off the top. It's going to be Power Ranger taking game number one. I forgot, because the first one, they didn't actually play it out. It was they reset.
Yeah. Oh, man, that stock over here, weapon throw, one down air. Yeah, we were counting all of these. Each time, Wes tries to mix up his recovery as well, and Power Ranger covers each entire section. Wes chose a different option all 5 times, and all 5 were punished in a different way. Side air catching Wes at the edge there. Huge props to Wes for, despite all of that, still having all the jumps necessary to make it back to center, and even then, sidelight, D-light recovery, Wes off the top, out of there. And, much to my surprise, Finn the Human is coming out for Wes in game number 2.
Yeah, this is not something we normally used to seeing. Here to switch up over to Finns. I mean, you still get Axe. Like, the Axe is working really well for him before.
And the Lance, I guess we really didn't see too much of out of game number 1. But to go over to such a low defense legend like this in game 2, well, let's see how it plays out here. Wes just must be testing out the waters with it. If it goes horribly, then maybe we're back to Wancho Man. But so far, a really good start for Wes.
I wonder if it just has something to do with the KO potential. Like, look, I was getting my hits, but he wasn't getting knocked out. So let me just amp it up a bit. Because every time he got his hit, he got enough reward out of it anyway. So maybe the low defense it's more so I want to make sure that he goes down.
Yeah. And those stocks that Power Ranger took weren't exactly defense dependent. Down sig, sending Power Ranger flying, and a lead for West first time this set comes out here 3-2. Spear picked up from Power Ranger, though, and the Pogos begin. Went for a second one, doesn't quite hit it, and West with the sidelight drifts off, gets the recovery. Good extra credit coming through here, but there's that Spear ground pound you were talking about.
Yeah, he was holding on to that for quite a while, mostly because he didn't really even need to do it. He just kept going for other stuff, and that gets in your head. And that is the most disrespectful feeling neutral loss you could take, getting hit by the down air from the Spear, but he closes it out with the Sig. He's going to take it off the side, and not too much damage here on the second stock.
Yeah, Wes, axe in hand, looking for that new weapon spawn coming out here. Power Ranger with the sidelight comes forward. I wonder if Power Ranger is just boxing him out with the gauntlets until the Spear comes out. But another weapon spawn has been taking quite a bit of time. Okay, Downsig possibly reading an early axe recovery, but I'm not even sure.
I don't know if it would have won that out,
I think axe recovery would have just beat it, so not really sure. Maybe a ground pound coming through. Whatever the case is, West gets the better hand of that trade and ducks right underneath the neutral sig to hit him with the D-light side air.
A big capitalization right there, and he gets him with the GC neutral light, simplifying it, and does that get the wall touch? That side air just missed hitting the wall.
Yeah, gauntlet side air is straight horizontal. You are not going to rise up the side of a wall like that. He just ends up hitting it against the corner, doesn't get the jumps back. Sidelight, D-light, can't quite hit it, and the neutral sig whiffing means West gets even more damage here in this lead. But it could be evened up. The D-light recovery got him out of his own recovery, went for the exhausted one. West jumps away from that final D-light, touches the ground, and the neutral sig almost dodged back into it, but doesn't get hit.
Yeah, West's defense looking very good right now. Gonna get the D-light Sair, going for, I'm not sure he was looking for recovery there, maybe the early play from the Spear recovery, but the Pogo, the down air is gonna catch him, bounce him off the wall, send them very far down there, and is not gonna make that back.
All right, we are pretty close in damage here. Even though Wes is literally not damaged, it is like the highest defense you could get on Finn is 4, and if he's on that stance right now, you're still pretty squishy. So Power Ranger just has to get a few clean hits here, but meanwhile, Wes, as you said, every other stat is powered up pretty hard right here with Finn. Oh, but the silence recoveries, he doesn't get hit by the axe.
Yeah, and only a few hits here and there from Power Ranger, like you were just alluding to with that low defense. He's getting right back to even momentarily. He gets one sidelight, which he's looking for right now. But now to switch up to the sword has looked so much better than the lance in the first game. He was not going to find it, and he went for that like 5 times. But all it takes is one of them to connect, and he finally gets it on the anti-air.
I like the idea of it because it doubles up as the anti-air, but also the anti-sidelights for Gauntlets as well. A lot of Gauntlets moves and a lot of Wushank's moves in general. Now that I think about it, Spear neutral sig, Gauntlet neutral sig.
That's very true. They all
of
go
them
airborne.
really jump right above that neutral sig threat range that Finn has. And we saw it a few times not work, but as you said, around the 5th time, that one connects. And now I'm really starting to see the genius of that counter pick there, because it just covers right over Wes's head. And if he continues to duck a lot of these neutral sigs, which he has been doing, he can get some pretty early stocks.
Yeah, I was very curious early on why he kept going for that, but the application, what you just talked about with the fact that it's basically like a short hop coverage of not like the side light and those signatures, it makes so much more sense. And that's going to be buried in Power Ranger's head. Now, I don't think it's going to make him stop doing that nearly as much because Power Ranger kind of just believes everything. Like, if you believe hard enough, it's going to hit. I feel like that's his mentality. And
no neutral sig. Caught the side air from Power Ranger. I'm liking this from Wes. It's a very creative option to deal with the problem that he was. It was a problem for him. Downers from Power Ranger means that Power Ranger is probably going to shift to a more grounded game, and I wonder how Wes is going to deal with that. I say that, and he's just flying through the sky with sidelights, but at the start it looked like that.
Well, at least you're right. We still have to wonder how Wes is going to deal with that because he just lost his stock, but he's going to get him a deep off stage right there, looking for some coverage, but he does get to the wall. However, he gets caught by the D-Light ground pound. That's going to get to stock.
Yeah, and now Wes going for that prime weapon starve there, throwing both weapons up, making sure that a weapon comes in as delayed as possible. Yet somehow Power Ranger scared Wes off the side of the stage. I was like, this is the opposite of what I'm supposed to be casting here, but no, all right. Power Ranger picks up some gauntlets, and Wes perfectly fine giving up center for a while.
I mean, like, it's almost like that curiosity killed the cat moment. It's like, what if I do go off stage? What if I do go after you? Oh, that was a bad idea. There's been a lot of questionable moments so far, but I think the capitalization has been the most important part. When somebody does decide to go off stage like that, you have to be able to capitalize perfectly, and Wes has been working his way up. That being said, though, Power Ranger with a small lead right now. He's getting hit by a lot of weapons, but it doesn't really matter that much. He's just getting himself into position, but Power Ranger's still punishing him for it.
Here for Wes, if he can even pick it up. Power Ranger went for the double side light, dodges out of the second one. Axe now picked up for Wes, weapon throw forward. You are right, he has been hitting a lot of those. And I think they're more impactful than we're leading on. Yeah, the damage is really low, but because it hits, Wes does get his weapon back. That time, we saw Power Ranger miss his weapon throw, but a weapon spawn came in his favor and immediately gets to pick up side sig, and Wes goes down to 1 stock.
Yeah, perfect timing from it, too. Power Ranger recognized it. Wes saw it, looking like he was going to try and go cover it. Power Ranger putting out a massive hitbox to getting the punish, but Wes not too far off. Tried to catch him again with the chase, but he just misses out on it.
Ooh, the neutralites coming up from Power Ranger, really starting to punish the ground game coming out from Wes. And this is what I was looking for Power Ranger, except for that neutral sig. Man, Wes, so good at the anti-air this set, but he is still down. And being down with this much damage is a pretty huge deal when you're playing as Finn.
Knocked him out the same way the Power Ranger did, too. Weapon spawn perfectly timed, catch him with the Sid, take him out.
Yeah. And that's just a great example of how useful it is to make sure that you know exactly what weapon's showing up in the cycle so that you could get that pickup and catch your opponent off guard if they're not paying attention.
Exactly. Like capitalization on the windows where you get them. It's not many sometimes against them, but the D-Light's going to send them back up. D-Light recovery. Yeah, that's going to take him out. Gets himself up a game here, 2-1. I honestly don't see this not going to Game 5 with the way these two are playing. It's been incredibly close.
For me, it's whether Wes stays on Finn or not. After that game, number 3, I was really feeling like, okay, I think Power Ranger gets what you're going for here. The neutral sig started hitting a lot less, and so the leads started happening a lot less as well. And then by the end, Power Ranger had fully adapted to a ground game heavy spear. And we've got something out of left field. It's not totally alien to me. But the Finn is no longer here. We've got Volkov coming out for this match point.
Deciding that the Scythe gameplay is going to be it. If my combo game wasn't working with Lance, then deciding to go with Scythe, it's probably going to be on Demons, most likely.
I really feel like it's Volkov, Axe, plus Volkov signatures.
True.
But maybe the Scythe has got something to say going into this game for Power Rangers got it at match point, wins the elimination final, and goes into the grand finals to fight up against Kaino once again. Wes fighting for his tournament life here, loses this and he's out. It is going to be the Volkov for sure, locked in here and dipping out of that Dex to get a little bit more force as we go to Demon Island.
Yeah, a majority of what has been going on here with the switch-ups from Wes is that, like you said, the Axe has been great, but what is my secondary answer? I haven't been able to figure that out as they go ahead and get themselves reset there. A few difficulties, but they'll get that right back into it. But the Volkov switch, like you're saying, the signatures, the mix-ups, the movement that he gets off of it too.
Yeah.
What do you think is going to be the option, what he's going to be using behind the signatures, kind of floating around him to get away from some Power Rangers pressure, particularly on the gauntlets?
I really can't say in particular what the Volkov is going to do that makes it any different than the character that he was just on. If I had to think about how the Scythe is going to come into play in this matchup, I would imagine he's going to use it sort of like a caster in the sense that he's going to use it for its signatures. Maybe a downlight for a finisher or a neutral light side air, but for the most part, he's going to be picking up that weapon just to throw it away to get the axe. And then as for the signatures that come from the axe kit, it's yet to be seen.
Yep.
I really think that side signature, which we just saw, combo into a gravity cancel neutral light, is a huge play here. Wes, when picking Volkov in the past, likes mixing up the side sig where if you do the light press of it, you get the upward swing.
Yep.
And if you hold it, you fly in the air and you get that downward swipe, which we're already seeing him being used to great success.
He's already gone for 3, and I think the answer basically at this point is that it's all about burst. He wants to be able to get that surprise burst range on Power Ranger, and that is... I mean, it's working somewhat so far. So the key factor is he can do it, continue to do it. Okay.
The down stick for Power Ranger forces Wes all the way up to the top of the stage. And Wes! Okay, so... Little known about Volkov, and these are things I love about both of Volkov's neutral sticks. It's way more aggressively noticeable on Axe, but on Scythe, if you hold it, you get a little bit of steerability, and we saw Wes holding hard left, fading all the way back to catch Power Ranger in that landing and take the stock with the neutral stick.
I'm so glad that he has basically answered the question that I was asking you with the movement. Like, what are you going to do as the movement options? Because it's unique.
Gets it again.
What are you doing? Wes is going crazy. It is only a minute in, and he's destroying his stocks.
And the down air comes through. He almost catches him with the neutral air. And I guess the Scythe has a lot more to say than I thought because those signatures are looking fantastic. And the Nair, side air, Nair tends it back to the stage. He's not finished with them yet. Sidelight comes through, and Power Ranger, well, he might get 3 stocks in another 2 minutes, Ajax. This is... Okay, Zyder comes through. Does he get the edge guard? No. Weapon throw up. Oh, Wes, no.
Oh, my God. Wes just 3-stocked him in one of the quickest 3 stocks we've seen in an official championship bracket.
Same move all 3 times.
So
this starts off as a Power Ranger highlight, and then look at this. Neutral sig drifts all the way back on the charge. Gets him off the right side of the stage. And now we're going to see 2 of the same neutral sig knockouts here. Okay, no, so we're just going to the last one. Look at that. Gravity cancel neutral sig, fades back. And you know what that doubles up as? And this is a Volkov specific thing too. Because of the fade back on the neutral sig, when your back hits the wall, you get your jumps back. So even if it didn't succeed, he still wasn't at risk of not having his jumps refreshed. It just so happens that he also won the game.
3, 2,
well...
Yeah, and now Power Ranger, after just being completely mind blown about how that last game went over, locks in the Asuri for game number 5. We're going to have one last little reset here before we get into that final game of this set in the elimination final, where I'm wondering, I think at this point, because he locked in the Asuri, that's what he's intending to stick with. I'm just thinking, what's going to happen with that?
What's the logic behind it? Yeah, I mean, look, this sentence alone, okay, this is something we were saying here today. Volkov versus Asuri, elimination finals, spring championships. I am loving this. I'm loving the change-ups.
Cool.
I know Foda's happy, wherever Foda happens to be.
Yeah.
But the switch up here to the Asuri, maybe wanting some surprise burst and more movement options with the Katars.
Yeah.
Because you kind of got mixed pretty hard every time you were trying to land, getting caught repeatedly from the side sigs and the axe sigs. Like, he had no answer.
He may just be trying to aggressively respond to how Wes dominated him in the air game, for sure. And with the Katars here, you don't quite get more different than Gauntlets than bringing out the Katars when it comes to the play style here. And Wes on the Scythe already having some trouble against Power Ranger as the weapon throw comes up, and he's just jumping around that weapon. Switches over to the sword. And now, with the sword in hand, tries to go for the neutral light, and Wes hits him with that recovery, down air, D-light, ground pound, pickup, axe, nair, goes for the recovery, Wes. Oh, he jumps forward, and Power Ranger trying to respond really well. Side sigs whipping both sides of the side air. Is that going to be it for Power Ranger's first stock? Gets the dodge, tries to gravity cancel the sidelight, and how? Power Ranger still surviving. Both players now so damaged.
How's there not a stock on? I have questions. I need answers. Wes almost had a highlight reel with unarmed alone, missed out on the punish, and then Power Ranger just misses out on the punish when he comes to land. Wes now sending him back off stage.
Oh, no. Power Ranger just can't even make it to the stage. Fast falls down, goes to his second stock.
This is an incredible start to game number 5 already. One of these two has to go fight Kinda, and at least Power Ranger's not jumping into those anymore. He's giving them respect on that, but that means that Wes now has control of the air. He has dominance in the air game right now.
Oh, weapon throw coming forward. Power Ranger with the sword. Tries the down light, gets the neutral light as Wes tries to jump over the down light. Trying to babysit at the edge. Ground pound, though. Not the right choice. Wes dodges through, picks up the scythe, looking for that extra credit, and he can't get it. The side sig. What a call out for Power Ranger to even up game 5.
Yeah, just out of the range for the D-Light and capitalizes on the fact that Wes was trying to hold forward right after that. Very even, and now he's staying grounded a lot more. He's not getting hit by these, but Wes still keeps doing it,
Yeah,
and
so
Power Rangers got to respect it.
If it weren't already a ton of options in one move, when it can come from letting go of it right away to get the uppercut, or go for that downward swing in the air, you can also steer it. And we saw in one example, Wes choosing to hold far back so that he doesn't fly forward at all, then land with the neutral light. And the other example, flying forward to reposition. Already showing a lot of creativity with Volkov's signature kit here in Game 5 against Power Ranger. But that down light, too close. You can't be stacked on it. It is a reaching move. Kind of like a blaster side light in a sense. And because Power Ranger is in that dead zone, he gets the punish.
Exactly. Power Ranger just playing so well on the ground. He's just letting Wes jump as much as he wants, capitalizing on him with the neutral lights, with the D-Light stairs that he's been getting over and over again. A very, very small lead here, Taza, but it looks like he's feeling way more comfortable because he's just letting Wes swing and then getting him afterwards.
Yeah. The down stick from the axe coming out pretty quickly there. You only get 2 swings on miss, unlike the 3 if you get the hit. The scythe now picked up once again. He's playing out the side sticks, and Power Ranger playing around them. Ground pound dodges out of the way, but the D-Light that time, spaced correctly, connects with Power Ranger with both players. Really a strong hit away from losing the second stock, and that neutral light and a weapon throw dive kicks out of the way. Can he make it back? He can. Power Ranger not willing to risk going off stage just yet.
No, yeah, you can't let him get the weapon, and he does. He was trying to weapon starve him. That's why he didn't commit to off stage before, because now the axe comes in. The Zyder is going to work. The recovery catches him, though, for going off stage, and Power Ranger has a very minimal lead.
Yeah, a minimal lead, but a lead regardless, right? Because Power Ranger was in that situation. He's recovering, yet he comes back and he takes the stock. Wes now trying to get that side stick. Even though he's facing away from the side of the stage, active input means that you can use that to spike him in the opposite direction. Were you able to get that to connect? So that's why he's looking for that there. Weapon throw down, unarmed side air, goes for the unarmed recovery. No, he didn't go for it. Was that unarmed D-Light?
Yeah, unarmed D-Light into weapon spawn pickup into Zyder. Yeah,
okay.
No, you saw the same thing. So
not a true combo, but pretty cool. Side stick of the gravity cancel neutral light, though. Love seeing that from Wes.
All right, and now Wes has access to, never mind, it's going to be the scythe, but he still has the weapon starve going. Power Ranger needs something ASAP, and he tries to walk up. Power Ranger gets access to the sword. Dead even game.
Ooh, he doesn't get closer to this for Game 5. What if this goes into the grand final? And Wes looks like he's about to win. Dodges through, gets the recovery. Power Ranger back from what looked like it was going to be certain death, and that neutral light punishes the side stick that Wes misses. Wes not having so much success with the signatures against Power Rangers as Surrey.
Yeah, it's not working nearly as much. The movement options, the ability to dodge around it has been so much better, but he comes in with the Zyder, and he goes for the side stick, but he catches him on the neutral lights back on the way down. Power Ranger getting hit a whole lot more, and now he's unarmed.
Oh, and the weapon throw comes forward. Wes with the scythe, looking for the nares. Weapon throw pickup. No, goes for the axe. That was so smart. Doesn't pick up his own weapon so he can continue to starve it. Power Ranger goes for the ground pound, and Wes fastballs right after him for the down air to seal the deal and win in the elimination file. Win game number 5 in that best of 5 and go on into the grand finals.
I think the best way to put what just happened there is his reaction speed. Wes was reacting immediately to the opportunities that finally started to become available to him that Power Ranger was never giving to him as he capitalizes on him right there. But Power Ranger stayed grounded for so long, Taza, throughout the entirety of that game. And then he finally started to budge because it was last stock. He's like, oh, I got to make something happen.
It's pretty crazy to me that Power Ranger went off stage unarmed with the ground pound on last stock in Game 5 of a match that decides for grand finals. But you know what? Wes isn't complaining.
Nope, not at all. I mean, we already saw a couple times today where if it works, you look like a genius. That one, you look like a fool. But I mean, it is what it is. Power Rangers, Power Rangers could be going down at 3rd place. Wes is going to continue after getting knocked into the elimination bracket earlier, and has a potential chance to still win the whole thing.
Yeah.
If he can get through Kinda.
Yeah, and that's going to be the question, right? Because he has to get through Kinda not once, but twice. And Kinda being the only player in the Spring Championship here in South America to go without losing a set, has to lose 2 sets here to be knocked out. So in the grand finals, Kinda has to go down not in 1 best of 5, but 2. Wes on the other hand, has a lot of work ahead of him if he wants to be able to become the spring champion of 2022. But I think he can do it. Which is just what legend is it going to be on, right?
Exactly.
Because we've seen so many different ones. The Volkov has been my favorite to watch so far for sure.
Yeah, character bias-wise, I definitely like to see the Volkov again, but I was actually going to allude to asking you that. We've seen such a big character depth between both of them, actually. But I think the Bodvar looks so good on the side of Kaina. You probably need to go back into that. But, like, the thing is, what does he pick, and where does he go with it? And we're seeing Twitch predictions below. They're going back and forth trying to see who is going to take
it's slowly
the
climbing
win.
for Wes here as we're getting
that is
closer
a
to
huge
the
jump.
50. Yeah, I said slowly, and then as I finished saying the word, it is now dead even between the two. Keeping in mind that for this first matchup, we see the W next to Kaina and the L next to Wes, just reiterating that this game, if it goes over in Wes's favor, we have another best of 5 here in the grand final reset. So let's see what happens here, as we now have only 2 players left, Ajax, and that's Wes from the elimination bracket and Kaina in the winner's side of the bracket.
Yeah, we're seeing Wes pull out the tried and true, the Macho Man, the Ogre.
Okay.
Going to coming out here with the best that he has available to bat. You want a cleanup hitter out there, you got to send out your best. However, on the other side of things, though, we've seen kind of pull off some ridiculous hammer play. We talked about the alluding to the lines of Greatsword, but it just the best way to put it is his extensions and his pressure has been insane.
Yes.
And see if that continues here as we get into the first match of grand finals for South America Spring Championships. We're going to have Kaina versus Wes.
Oh, and here we go. Apocalypse for game number 1. Yes, these are the 2 legends that if you were to ask me to associate these players with legends, this is it. Wes on the Macho Man, Kaina on the Bodvar for game number 1. And Wes already starting off swinging strong with the axe, getting nice 5 hits in, and Kaina opening it up with the sidelight. So that sidelight Zyder, whoa, Kaina just goes straight up the right side of the stage, and that's it for that first stock.
Minimal time needed for Wes to send a message. And that is super important. We're just waiting for them to go ahead and get things reset here for a second, but fortunately from the looks of things, we're just going to wait to see. Kaina get himself back, might be having some technical issues.
Yeah, I was wondering if that drift over was like, were you out of jumps, or was that you going, uh-oh, this start of the game isn't working right. So we'll see what happens there as we're going into the first game, or next game here, between these 2 players, and we're going to be going back to what I expect to be Apocalypse.
Yeah, running it right back. No reason really not to at that point. Just issues happen. It is what it is. But still, we have an incredible grand final set in front of us, because Kaina sitting on the winner side of things, like you're saying, he has a set to play with, and if he could get through and deal with the barrage that is going to be Wes after running through those previous matches, feeling really warmed up right now, I think he has a good opportunity to make the adjustments if a reset happens. He's got a lot of time to get the data on Wes before it gets to that point.
Yeah, and so Wes starting off with the X once again, not as quite of a strong start as it could have been, but the down airs coming through here are looking pretty good, and that downer from Kaina actually stops Wes from getting the landing neutral light, but that time the neutral light comes through, weapon toss doesn't work out, and waits out the recovery from Kaina before picking up the lance.
Yeah, kind of just keeping it simple, just not trying to jump too much, because that's exactly what's going to happen. Wes trying to get him on the dodge back in, but he does not give him the opportunity for it, but this is the first time in a little bit that we get to see Wes try to waken back up with the lance, because he kept switching off of his weapons, primarily staying with the axe. He needs the lance to actually work out here against Kaina to make sure that he can keep himself in the set.
Yeah. Otherwise, we're going to be seeing that situation again where he might be off to Finn or off to Volkov if the lance continues to not work out. But that Zyder comes through, and so far, both weapons doing wonders for Wes as we get into game number 1.
Yeah, the axe once again looking like a combo weapon, the same way that the lance is set up. Getting the whip punish there as he dashes up to try and get the opener, but Kaina is still sitting relatively good. Goes for the D-Light into the dare, tries to look for a follow-up, but does not get it.
Ooh, downlight recovery from Kaina will take that stock, evening it up 2-2. And the weapon of choice for Kaina is going to be a hammer going into the stock. Let's see what Wes gets here.
I think it's an incredible choice.
Yeah.
The hammer's been doing so good. Going for the stop in the sidelight and then getting the follow-up, sending him upwards, just keeping him in disadvantage, catching him in the air again, just missing out on recovery right there. Like, Kaina's reward on hit with hammer has been absurd, but the reward on hit for Wes has also been great as he catches D-Light.
Wait, the Steelite was actually like, that was odd. I think Kaina already couldn't make it back to the stage, and the D-Light hits, but I don't know. Anyways, moving forward, Kaina gets the stock, or loses the stock there, and Wes...
Yeah, job's still done.
Yeah, and Wes ends up being up ahead 2-1.
Yeah, Wes getting all the openers, keep sending them off stage. Okay, I was actually wondering we were going to start seeing that. He has been very signature happy on all of his characters, including the Macho Man, especially at the Axe, going for the Axe D-Sig and neutral sig. It's been catching people off guard repeatedly.
Yeah, but kind of there, really looked at him in the face and went gravity cancel down like when the neutral stick came out. So really strong response to that. And West tries to mix it up, goes for the slide charge down stick and kind of just wants nothing to do with it. Recovery hits, one more recovery. We'll take West off the top. Stomp Zyder, that will do it. And now we're at 1-1 in game 1.
Yeah, still very much an open game for who could set the tone of the pace of the match. You want to get that tempo control in your favor, especially with how explosive these two have been.
Nairs from Kaina. Oh, and the Nair from West goes off the side of the stage, puts up the down tick. That's a quick punish, but no follow-ups after those side lights. We're not seeing a lot of success off of Kaina's side light openers. In fact, a lot of them. Oh, wait, we're going. Oh, no.
No, he went for it all, but the stall that you have available to you from the Lance recovery gave him a chance to just wait it out. He bet it all on that side air hitting.
I don't even know if that side air hitting would have had enough force.
Yeah, let's take a look at it, actually, because it's going to be coming up here.
Because Kaina. Let's see. Kaina did not have West that damaged. West goes off. He didn't even use a jump in this case. Okay, so he dodged. He jumps once.
Never touches
the wall. He jumps
wall.
again. Okay, so I think, yeah. If that hits, if it didn't have enough force to knock out, if Kaina chase dodges up directly before the stock ends, I think he would have won the falling war that they would have had. But it would have been close. So Kaina really, really going for it all there at the end there, just falling short.
Yeah, now you just gave Wes a game up. But luckily you have a set to play with, and you just lost one extra stock. Never mind. Great. Not so much. The defense was
how much was it going to be? It's so tough with kind of recoveries. You're like, is it gone? No, it's not.
I thought it was gone for a second there, but he was able to sneak by Wes. Both of them were going to get access to the weapon. D-Light dare go for a follow-up, trying to get another GC D-Light, but Wes not falling for it that time. Wes's damage consistency has been good, but I feel like kind of starting to get better. After he gets hit, he's not getting sent off stage as much, and he's not pushing as quickly as he was in the last game.
Oh, man, kind of with that gravity cancel down stick, almost turned in what looked like a certain stock loss from the beginning into a stock lead from him. Goes down ultimately in the end, but Wes, who nearly had that 0 to death, is now in deep orange.
Yes.
So that recovery was huge from Kaina. I mean, you literally were in the middle of saying that Kaina wasn't going to come back, and I believed you.
I mean, it's kind of hard not to believe it, right? But it was so super important how much damage he got on, like you were just alluding to, because that could have been a borderline fresh stock up lead to now what is a very quickly available KO that he could find if he catches him at the ledge again.
Oh, he dash jumps forward, goes for the recovery, weapon throws exchange, goes for that stomp.
Oh, no! Well, at least you have a set to play with. That's all I can really say.
I was just about to say, it's like, I know Ajax, I know you're mentioning that kind of has a set to play with, but
he's really playing like he's got a set to play with as he's almost loses his stock right there.
Yeah. Yeah, this is looking rather rough for game number 2. It's going to be a while before I feel like West feels pressured off of the Macho Man, if ever. D-Light recovery comes through, but Kaina about to go down 0-2 after that second stock was lost in the way that it was.
Yeah, and West still has at least maybe 2 neutral losses before he actually has to care, but like he can go in right now and take advantage of the fact that Kaina is going to be looking for an opportunity and go for a big play, which is what he's doing right now as he catches him with a ground pound, gets the 2 stock, was borderline a 3 stock, with the assistance, of course, of kind of falling off the stage. But the offstage game was all Wes throughout the entirety of that. As we see him just miss that right there, that was about to be another borderline 0 to death.
Yeah, it was a lot of near offstage super highlights for West. It was still really great Lance play, just never really ending up in the stock. And now we are 1 game away from West getting the grand final reset in the 2022 South America Spring Championship, where he could become the champion. We were talking about this at the beginning of the block, right? Like West went down super early, but there's still a chance he could take it all here. And Kaina is the only player in the way. And so far, games 1 and 2 aren't really looking like Kaina's really in the way that much.
Yeah, a big part of this is just one of the things that Remy pointed out was Kaina was the combo games, the reads that he had, the angles that he was approaching were Swata-esque, the way that he was dealing damage with a hammer. We have not seen that because we've barely been able to see Kaina actually on the... There's been minimal time he's been on the stage.
Yeah, and when Kaina's on the stage, and I was seeing this in game 2, and even a little bit in game 1, when the hammer sidelights are hitting, that's all that's hitting, and then West hits him back 3 times in a row. Really having a lot of trouble against West here in the grand final. Gravity cancel side stick, nice punish. Stomp side air, puts West off the side of the stage, has to dodge back, and not only does he get the side air to get the knockout, he also gets back to the stage because of the chase dodge. And that's the second time that we've seen West do that. We saw the Axe neutral sig. Now at the side air where West is kind of like, all right, if this doesn't hit, I was gone anyways.
Sometimes when things are working for you, they just keep working for you. Like the train keeps on rolling. And currently West is the conductor, but at least finally the recovery is going to take him off the top. Kind of not taking too much damage there, but at this point, it's like even though he hasn't taken too much damage, he hasn't had a lead that has looked comfortable in a little while, Taza.
Yeah, not against West. That down tick hits makes it even more uncomfortable, the deficit that he is at. Another hit up into the sky, weapon throw forward, down light doesn't hit. Kind of starts to get some good damage through, but down here in the ground pound, whoa, kind of sweats right past that ground pound. That was,
he's very lucky. He's very lucky he has it. This is the opportunity right here, unarmed. You got to get that damage going. He chases him all the way out, just misses the neutralize. The side air is starting to push him off. He's starting to get back into the game. He actually denies the weapon there, too.
Recovery hits, chase dodges straight down, weapon throw comes afterwards. West down to one stock, kinda. Signs of life for the first time this set.
Yeah, really woke up there. We were just talking about lead, and he finally gets one. Even it was
that's the sign that I like to see from Kinda. Gets the read right afterwards. Amazing hammer play. West tries to break it up with a giant side air, but the damage has already been done. Kinda tries to fall down with the down air, but that's no jumps available after that one.
Never got back down to the ground. Great coverage from West, but West, he's got some figuring out to do to adjust to what Kinda has done now. Now, West has had incredible coverage, but Kinda absolutely has woken up. Neutralize sending him over, catching him on the dodge.
Recovery side air. Oh, recovery coming up from West. The nair hits, Kinda chase dodges all the way up. Kinda, I get worried about those situations where Kinda uses the chase dodge aggressively off stage after jumping 3 times. So, like, Kinda remember, you do have to touch the stage again.
Yeah, we've already seen it. We've already seen the mistakes a few times now. West is not going to let you get this for free, though. You got to work for it. He does not get the KO off the top, but if he gets another hit, that should be enough.
Stomp side air. Kinda gets game 3 against West and stays in this grand finals winner side. 2 more wins for Kinda, and they are the spring champion in 2022. But West is 1 game away from that reset. But game 3 is like, okay, where's the hammer from Kinda? Where is it? There it is. It showed up a little bit towards the end, and it showed up enough to get the win. How are games 4 and 5 going to look? We're about to find out, because that wasn't strong enough for West to feel like he has to play anything other than the Macho Man.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that I don't think that merits the switch yet, because we saw we have finally wake up, and you still had great control of the set prior to that. It wasn't a 3-0, but you still have another game here to make it work. But if you switch now, then you set up the potential that you give up another game, and now all of a sudden you might get eliminated.
Yeah.
So staying with the Macho Man, going to try and get that reset. I did not see where they end up committing to the stage. We're going to run it back to Apocalypse. So it's been working good. We can still see the reset here, but Kinda definitely showing that he's still got some fight in him.
Yeah, the hammer was looking fantastic in game number 3. Here we go. Apocalypse weapon picked up by West. Goes for that chain dodge and Kinda
He's got a lot of fight in
stares
him.
him straight in the face and goes, you're not going to get this chain dodge onto me. Stomps right away and takes a ton of damage on the West. Stomp forward, forces the spot dodge, silent afterwards, dodges out of the way. And West is getting the backswing of these down airs, but wait.
Big opportunity. Boom charge, but he snatches him up with the recovery.
And he gets the dive kick.
Oh, beautiful. That was almost a West stock if he pulled the trick at the wrong time.
I was convinced that West had just instilled so much fear in Kinda that Kinda would not even think about approaching that axe ground pound. And Kinda jumps right in and hits him with the recovery before the move becomes active.
You would have thought it, like that. That's a good moment, because the fact that Kinda had the courage to go after
West held that for a while.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is a don't go here zone. But no, Kinda definitely proved me wrong. What? That down sing would have been so devastating. Kinda not quite on West status when it comes to gravity canceling moves that if you don't hit, won't make it back to the stage. But you know what? It was really close.
Yeah, that one not going to work out that time, but Wes is going to hold on to the clip reel of having one of those work out earlier today. But Taza has really shaken things up. Wes is starting to get his hits in, and the D-Light's starting to connect. You see, he's getting a lot more hits now. but he's not pushing with the same confidence that he had before.
Yeah, Weapon picked up as the sword, and with this, Wes is pretty confident against. Zyder comes through, goes for the recall. No, the recovery. He was so worried about dodging it, he didn't touch the stage. Kinda falls down to one stock, and if Kinda goes down here, that's the reset, and Wes gets a strong start. Stomp Zyder can end the stock here. Weapon throw, force the recovery early, dodge gone, dive kick hits, but Wes got his jumps back.
And, I mean, for Wes, once again, the age-old saying of, we take those. And luckily for Kinda, it doesn't seem like it's shaking him up too much. He's still keeping himself in the game, not able to get access to the weapon yet, trying to just back off Wes. Whoa!
Sees the charge and doesn't know what else to do except spot dodge. Wes really in Kinda's head right now, and that is almost certainly going to lead to, well, the other recovery comes through. Kinda could take a side
I think Hammer has to
a side air.
Yeah, Hammer has to be the play. Like if he's gonna stop this right now, Hammer has been doing it. He's making it look like a vertical combo weapon in the way that we've seen some other weapons. But he gets the sidelight, gets the neutralites. He's getting the damage on Wes, sends him away. Now he has access to the lance. There's still an opportunity for Wes to get the reset.
Oh. Okay, downlight hits. Wes chase dodges around, pivots the side air. Nair hits as well. Scoop into Nair. Kind of gets some good damage, but he needs more than that. Another scoop.
Oh, super aggressive on his landings.
Weapon throw forward, axe. A dash jump side air is probably what he's looking for here. Oh, he went for the down, so he's going to get stomped down air. Oh, Wes falls to the down air. Wes is in danger here. He can't find those hits.
No,
Gravity cancel. He doesn't go for anything else. He's looking for the falling side air. Down sig catches him, and that time, no charge necessary. Kinda goes off the top, and Wes gets the grand final reset here in the 2022 South America Spring Championship.
What a good call there, because in the head of Kinda, it's like, I have to play around side air. I have to play around you potentially going for recovery on a jump read.
Oh,
instead,
look at that.
he just stays grounded. That just missed.
Whips the down air and just, like, there was nowhere in Kinda's mind that he was like, this down air is going to miss. He was just fully planning on it to hit, bounce off his opponent, get the chase dodge, get the knockout. But Wes just holds that recovery longer than he expected, and now we're going into game one of the grand final reset. Both players now have lost a set, and Wes is working his way towards becoming the spring champion.
Yeah, now you got to make sure that that one moment isn't what leads to you potentially losing the whole thing. Don't let that be the moment that starts it all off. The aggressive play from Wes, though, already going for the ground pound, just avoiding Kinda, who's trying to get him back off stage. They have been so aggro. There hasn't been a lot of passive play in the past few games, Taza.
Yeah, it's just all over fighting against each other, so much so that we're watching players multiple times just not touch the stage from how aggressive they've been off stage. Neutralite hits. Wes, knowing that Kinda has no weapon, wanted to go for that edge guard there, went for the down, so Kinda gets right through. New weapon spawn comes in. Avoids the side air, gets the unarmed Sarah, weapon throw, forces the dodge, D-Light, grab pound, Kinda so aggressive off stage, unarmed, beats out Wes's lance and takes the first knockout.
Yeah, you get the first stock, now you need to run with it. Wes has been answering right back the same way you have. Try to get out there, get him with the stop. He's getting so much damage off of these nairs, but it's an opportunity for Wes. Weapon toss up, he's going to send them back off. Not enough just yet.
Here's the edge guard, jumps a little too high, and Kinda takes a ton of damage because of it. Stomp, stopped by the neutralites of the axe, but Wes goes for a weapon throw. Is that all he needs?
Oh, he gets a very light wall touch, and Wes just kind of hanging out over there, assuming that maybe he'd go down, but the neutralites will take it out there. He was so deep in the red, you probably weren't going to survive much longer, but going to commit to the lance.
I just was worried that Kinda was going to get another 4-hit hammer string there after getting back to the stage, but Wes gets the neutralite and finishes that stock off. Now sword comes through. Falling side air doesn't work out there, but avoids the burn and gets the D-Light side air off the side of the stage. Down stick here could be huge. Wes goes for the weapon throw to stop it, and Kinda guarding Wes so close to the side of the stage. Those weapon throws from Wes working out really well, but he's still taking so much damage.
That was a really good weapon toss answer back from Kinda, too, after the weapon toss up to keep him in that position and then capitalizing on him in center stage there with the sig. Now having a much larger lead than we're used to seeing out of Kinda so far.
Yeah, side stick hits, and we're seeing those reversals Kinda still going, just dribbling Wes across the stage. Stop, side air. Oh, there's no dodge on you, Wes, but the recovery comes through as Kinda's weapon throw doesn't go in the direction that he was hoping. Now Hammer picked up. D-Light, side air. Gets hit by the axe recovery, but not enough damage to take him off the top just yet. This ain't small brawl Haven, but that Zyder could do it. Kind of low on jumps, has to dodge back to the stage. The weapon throw, not enough force to force kind of off in the down sig. Not enough oomph to take kind of off the top. How is kind of living this long?
Yeah, like what's gonna work at this point? Wes has done everything he can to get the KO, and it just keeps missing. And for Kaina, that's amazing because now you can capitalize like that as he gets the D-like ground pound, stops him from getting the KO in the first place, gets the 2-stock.
Yeah, a huge change in momentum from the original Grand Final set into the Grand Final reset to have kind of 2-stocking West, and 2 of those stocks being off of unarmed D-like ground pounds. Look at that side sig there, catching West at the very end of the move, sending him off the left side of the stage, and now kind of taking the lead here in the Grand Final reset. It doesn't matter how many wins West got in the previous set, kind of just needs a 3-0 here to take it all.
I mean, to be completely honest with you, if kind of didn't miss that wall before, I think we saw Game 5. Like, I kind of woke up a bunch.
Well, because, or missed the down air, right? Because if he got the down air, he didn't even need to touch the wall. It would have gotten the spike, and he would have gotten the chase dodge. So, yeah, I think you're right on the money there. The momentum was starting in Kaina's favor, and West just was able to barely win that game out towards the end. But now we're seeing a really warmed up Kaina against West here in the Grand Final reset, and we could already see it as Kaina's barely taking any damage, and that neutral light catches
dominant.
West right before he touched the ground. And that's what was so confusing about that. You're wondering why he's sweating already. The neutral light hit before he touched the ground because it's not like a grab interaction. If he doesn't touch, those jumps are coming back.
Exactly. That was a dominant first stock there, and it's still going.
Oh,
my God, going all the way to the top, trying to take him off the top. Kaina is going crazy.
Wow, that nair was so close, and West just wanted to get out of there. Didn't even want to risk a reversal. D-Light Zyder. West, what's going on? Okay, Zyder's back into the stage. Sidelight, D-Light trying to get some damage back here. Needs to be a little explosive about it because Kaina is so far so dominantly in the lead that it doesn't even look like West has a chance after getting that Grand Final win. And now West with the D-Light nair goes for something else, doesn't get it down here from Kaina, interrupts the momentum from the gravity cancel neutral light, and a side sig almost takes West down. Can West get the edge guard? He can, as Kaina goes off the left side of the stage with that weapon.
Took a while to get it, but he finally got it. It almost kind of felt like Kaina was fighting against a bot. Wouldn't be the first time today that we saw that happen, but let's see if Kaina can keep that going here as he gets the hammer, and let's see if he capitalizes on one of these Zyders. West has been very aggressively approaching. I like these stalls because Kaina was waiting for him to stop Zyder, gets him another game, another stock, and that could lead to him potentially getting another game because he's very far up right now.
Well, in game 1 of this set, we saw Kaina go for the side sig, and that one did hit, and that time West thought he played around it, but Kaina just used the side sig as a bait to lead West into that D-Light side air and take him off the left side of the stage. Now 1 stock away from being up 2-0 in Grand Finals. Oh, no dodge.
Oh, yeah.
D-Light ground
yeah, you are making this back.
No dodge again. All right, West.
Ain't no way again. Okay, so he gets through with the recovery, just gets around the ground pound, but that moment, if he caught that ground pound, completely new game for Wes.
Oh, stop. Down air. Hitting through West. Jumps with the nair. So much damage coming through that the stop does not connect, but Kaina does not get punished for the whiff. And down air comes through. Oh, he down sigs him. Can't get it. That's twice now in Apocalypse that West just doesn't quite calculate the damage there. Is kind of going to get a ton of extra credit because of that.
What else can you do? Like at this point, he keeps getting the right reads and kind of just refuses to go down.
Slightly charge the down sig, risk the dodge. Yeah, it's a tough call. Side air hits, and that will take Kaina out, and West has a chance to bring this back. It was looking so in favor of Kaina, but really, West has done a good job stopping the momentum.
Yeah, that was a full stock up in the yellow at one point, but West has got himself back in the game here. This matters a lot because Kaina was so close to getting that last one. You got the reset, but Kaina has woken up a bunch. You have to answer back. You need to get the momentum back in your favor. And Taza, he's getting a lot of hits, but Kaina...
He got the downer through the weapon throw, but the ground pound hits. West could go for it again. No, West goes for the weapon instead, decides to play it safe. Weapon spawn comes through. Hammer picked up. Kaina goes to the sidelight, stop side air. West is already low on jumps to begin with, has to use that recovery. Goes to the weapon throw instead to cover his head. Kaina not going off the side of the stage. Knows, okay, stop. No, no side air.
Oh my goodness.
That could be huge.
Whip a read instead. That stop side air is going to take it though. Kaina moves up 2 games, potentially moving himself that much closer to that spring championship title.
Yeah, that stomp at the very end there, I was worried when the pressure's on so much that you start missing your stomp air inputs on Hammer, that really tells you how things are going. But that second stomp sider comes through. Kaina takes the game and is now up 2-0 against West. 1 more, and Kaina will be the South America Spring Champion. And that would be wonderful here. We've got PR4 versus 2, right? Especially in a region with MSI when you have 4 invites going into this, and basically they're all just waiting with bated breath to see what the results are at the end of this. Winning the spring championship almost guarantees. I'm pretty confident that's going to be really good for Kaina. So huge win coming through here. One more game. West has to do the reverse 3-0 to win it all.
This is the time. Do we see West finally switch? He does not. He sticks it out with his best guns. He stays out here with the Macho Man, deciding this is going to be the play. He's got to make it happen. He only has a reverse 3-0 available left to him, and let's see if it happens here. We're getting into game number 3. Taza running it right back to Apocalypse.
Apocalypse it is, and let's see if West can get enough damage on for those down sigs, those quick down sigs without a charge to get the knockout, because twice now we've seen him go for those moves, and they just barely don't hit and kind of get so much extra damage. Hammer so strong for Kaina. The ground pound just narrowly dodged out of the way, but the hammer attacks are not over, Ajax. Those snares are coming through. Stop Zyder. West still trying to survive against the hammer from Kaina, and a little bit of a breath to relax here as that hammer weapon throw misses, and Kaina now on the sword, but West has already taken so much damage.
Usually when that ground pound comes through, your turn is over. It's West's turn to play, and that just hasn't happened. Kaina refuses to relinquish his turn, and West hasn't been able to answer back yet, and he just misses out on connecting there. He had a couple jumps gone. That would have been really good.
Yeah, that spike would have been huge. Doesn't get at those. Kaina avoids it by jumping up high. D-Light avoided. Neutral Light to punish. Sidelight Nair. I'm surprised he didn't go for more there after that spot dodge was whiffed, but Kaina now at relatively even damage compared to West.
Look at the way West is playing now. He's playing just out of whiff punish. Like, he's playing out of range to force the option and get the whiff punish, which is what Kaina was doing a whole bunch before. Now West has control as he gets him with the recovery, and he gets the first stock.
Yeah, that was a really quick... It's funny because for Lance, exhausted recovery can look the same as a Lance recovery that you just release right away, and he catches Kaina off guard with that double recovery there towards the top. Kaina able to equalize pretty quickly, but this stock was nearly a 0 to death for Kaina at the beginning. So West, great job here with his back against the wall.
Yeah, that was exactly back against the wall. He has no other options to, like, he has to make something happen now, and he has been. He's getting the punt, he's getting the neutral wins, he's getting his damage on.
Zyder Nair though. Kaina really returning back. I was like, okay, is this the West show now? Then Kaina's like, I can't be at that much of a damage deficit. And he gets a side air and 2 neutral airs afterwards. Hammer picked up now, playing that ground game, looking for either the stomp or the side light to start the next 4 hits that he wants to get afterwards. And that Nair doesn't lead into a recovery, but man, is West starting to take a lot of damage.
Yeah, he is. And West has got to watch out. He's got to be careful on the ledge here because Kaina's been super aggressive as he scoops him right there once again. And he's... Stop side air is not going to be enough, but he cannot make a mistake here. Here he goes for an offstage play, weapon toss up. Smartly just backing off. It's like, you know what, you got it. Not worth it. Let me go get back to the hammer.
His primed hammer is coming out here. That side that comes through.
Punish.
Does he switch over? Toss the sword away, stay on the hammer. He does. So the next weapon that's going to come up is hammer. It's been all hammer from Kaina on this the second stock here, and it could be Wes's last. Lance picked up. Oh, is it going to happen again? No, Kaina doesn't get the punish, but he also doesn't fall after the Lance recovery is fully charged.
Yeah, we don't need that to happen again here, but this could be Kaina going down. The weapon toss is going to snipe him, so he still gets in. He did have the weapon primed, though, like you were alluding to before. He has the hammer available to him once he gets access to it.
Yeah, let's just see if he can pick it up against West here. Great spawn, falls to the side, or doesn't get the scoop afterwards, but the stomp Sarah hits again. West taking so much damage. Stop Sarah again. Kaina does he go off stage. Last stock recovery. He gets pissed the weapon throw, but he doesn't get the D-Light.
He gets the wall touch.
Oh, man, Kaina. He's been so great about this. West has been covering his head with weapon throws, but if you're too close to the weapon throw, it's not going to be active. He's been slipping past a few of those Lance recoveries, or those Lance weapon throws, but can't get the stock, and now West, with the axe, is starting to hit back. Can he avoid this defeat?
It's on West right now. He's got to stop potentially getting 3-0'd right now. He gets hit on the way up, but he keeps capitalizing. Not going for the recovery there on Kaina going high. He's just fading away. Tries to catch him on the side there, but now stops there. Comes through Kaina. He just misses him on the recovery.
Scoop hits. One more down air. That could be it. West goes to the weapon throw down. West, if he gets the neutral stick here, the down stick. Oh, he side airs him. Is this it?
Kaina's going to go off stage against him with the weapon toss. And Kaina is your South American Spring Champion for 2022.
Wow, what a finish coming out from Kaina there at the very end with the weapon throw. West, wow, I can't. it was such a great grand finals with the reset coming in there, but Wes in that grand final reset just could not stop Kaina's hammer. We were talking about it so greatly in the winners finals, but it wasn't until the grand final reset that he really warmed up, and we got to see some of that hammer play that we were really taking a liking to there on winners side.
For a second, it didn't look like Kaina actually came to play. But I think that was part of it was he was waiting so long. There was some really drawn-out sets. Wes was warmed up leading into that. But Kaina, at the moment where he needed to most, there was a point where it looked like he might have stopped the reset in the first place. Wes got it, answered back, though, with a dominant 3-0 going into that last one. It was we saw adjustments coming in for West, but it was a little bit too late.
I will admit, when I was going through that game 3, I was feeling like, oh man, I feel like if West takes this, he might win it all. Like that's how brutal of a game 3 it felt. Like even though Kaina's on the verge of a 3-0, the reverse 3-0 is certainly possible. And West has made it happen so many times before, but Kaina stops it. And what an important win for Kaina going into this season. Right, we're talking about that. Only top 4 go to MSI for the South American region, and to be at PR4. Winning the last available event for power ranking, that's the best you can do. That is amazing. And what a performance from Kaina before that event comes up.
Yeah, and even with that, talking about the other 4, you think about it, let's take a recap of some of the people who were here still in this bracket, right? You were looking at, we look at people like Fiend. Hughes was right on the edge of it too. Now with this incredible performance from Kaina, who knows who are the 4 that make their way in? Like, I mean, Wes probably sitting comfortable. You probably got Power Ranger still getting his way in. He's like the only one who feels with this performance is to get in there. But that last one might. Who knows?
Yeah, that 3rd and 4th spot. I'm thinking that 3rd spot is definitely secured for Kaina, but who's that 4th spot going to be? We're going to find out next week. That's going to be so crazy. Ajax, that's it for the South American Spring Championship, but that's not it for the Spring Championship. What do we have coming up for tomorrow?
Of course, tomorrow we have the North American Championship. We got one more still to go for the final people to find their qualifying spots for mid-season invitational. You got to make sure that you tune in. I believe it's going to be starting around 3, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I believe it's 2 p.m. EST, but you know what? Don't worry about all that time zone nonsense. Just go to brawlhalla.com/schedule so that you can find out when the stream starts in your local time zone, and you don't have to worry about the random numbers that we talk about.
Super confidently, for us, it might be 3. For the rest of y'all got to figure it out.
No, it doesn't matter. That's why we've got that resource available to you. That's going to be it for us tonight, and that's going to be it for the Spring Championship on Saturday. But look forward to North America tomorrow. It's going to be great, and we're going to be there. Have a great night, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow.